Gai-Jin by James Clavell, copyright 1993 by James Clavell. This full-length reading was published by arrangement with Leopard Publishing Company Limited and was produced in 2000 by Books on Tape Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. This book has 1,234 pages and 62 chapters. This book is read by John Lee. Gai-Jin, meaning foreigner, is set in Japan in 1862. It is not history but fiction. Many of the happenings did occur according to historians and to books of history which, of themselves, do not necessarily always relate what truly happened. Nor is it about any real person who lived, or is supposed to have lived, nor about any real company. Kings and queens and emperors are correctly named, as are a few generals and other exalted persons. Apart from these, I have played with history, the where and how and who and why and when of it, to suit my own reality and, perhaps, to tell the real history of what came to pass. Book 1. Chapter 1. Yokohama, 14th of September, 1862. The panic-stricken girl was galloping full speed back towards the coast, half a mile ahead, along footpaths that led precariously through the rice swamps and paddy fields. The afternoon sun bore down. She rode side-saddle, and though normally expert, today she could hardly keep her balance. Her hat had vanished, and her green riding habit, the height of Parisian fashion, was ripped by brambles and speckled with blood, tawny fair hair streaming in the wind. She whipped the pony faster. Now she could see the tiny hovels of the Yokohama fishing village, clustering the high fence and canals that enclosed the foreign settlement, and spires of the two small churches within, and knew, thankfully, in the bay beyond were British, French, American, and Russian merchantmen, and a dozen warships, both steam and sail. Faster, over narrow wooden bridges and canals and irrigation ditches that crisscrossed the paddy and swamps. Her pony was lathered with sweat, a deep wound on his shoulder and tiring rapidly. He shied. A bad moment, but she recovered, and now she swerved onto the path that led through the village to the bridge over the encircling canal and to the main gate, and the samurai guard-house and Japanese customs house. The two-sworded samurai sentries saw her coming and moved to intercept, but she charged through them into the wide main street of the settlement proper on the seafront. One of the samurai guards rushed for an officer. She reined in, panting, "Au secours, à l'aide, help!" The promenade was almost deserted, most of the inhabitants at siesta or yawning in their counting-houses or dallying in the pleasure-houses outside the fence. "Help!" she called out again and again, and a few men spread along its length, British traders and off-duty soldiers and sailors mostly, some Chinese servants, looked up, startled. "God almighty, look there, it's the French girl!" "What's amiss? Christ, look at her clothes!" "Cool, it's her, the smasher. Angel Tits, arrived a couple of weeks ago." "That's right, Angelique Beecho or Richo, some frog name like that." "My God, look at the blood!" Everyone began converging on her, except the Chinese, who, wise after millennia of sudden trouble, vanished. Faces began to appear in windows. "Charlie, fetch Sir William on the double." "Christ almighty, look at her pony. Poor bugger will bleed to death. Get the vet," a corpulent trader called out. "And you, soldier, quick, get the general, and the frog. She's his ward." "Oh, for God's sake, the French minister, hurry!" Impatiently, he pointed at a single-story house flying the French flag. "Hurry!" he bellowed. The soldier rushed off, and he trundled for her, as fast as he could. Like all traders, he wore a top hat and woolen frock coat, tight pants, boots, and sweated in the sun. "What on earth happened, Miss Angelique?" he said, grabbing her bridle, aghast at the dirt and blood that speckled her face and clothes and hair. "Are you hurt?" "Moi? No, I think not, but we were attacked. Japanese attacked us." She was trying to catch her breath and stop shaking, still in terror, and push the hair out of her face. Urgently she pointed inland, westwards, Mount Fuji vaguely on the horizon. "Back there! Quick! They need help!" Those nearby were appalled, and noisily began relaying the half-news to others and asking questions. Who? Who was attacked? Are they French or British? Attacked? Where? Two-sword bastards again! Where the hell did this happen? Questions overlaid other questions, and gave her no time to answer, nor could she yet, coherently, her chest heaving, everyone pressing closer, crowding her. More and more men poured into the street, putting on coats and hats, many already armed with pistols and muskets, a few with the latest American breech-loading rifles. One of these men, a big-shouldered, bearded Scot, ran down the steps of an imposing two-story building. Over the portal was Struan and Company. He shoved his way through to her in the uproar. "Quiet, for God's sake!" he shouted, and in the sudden lull, "Quick, tell us what happened. Where's young Mr. Struan?" "Oh, Jamie, The girl made a desperate effort to collect herself, disoriented. "Oh, mon Dieu." He reached up and patted her shoulder like a child, to gentle her, adoring her, like all of them. "Don't worry, you're safe now, Miss Angelique. Take your time. Give her some room, for God's sake." Jamie McFay was 39, chief manager of Struan's in Japan. "Now, tell us what happened." She brushed away the tears, her tawny hair askew. We were attacked by samurai," she said, her voice tiny and accent pleasing. Everyone craned to hear better. We were on the big road." Again she pointed inland. "It was there." "The Tokaido?" "Yes, that's it, the Tokaido." This great coastal trunk toll road, a little over a mile west of the settlement, joined the shogun's forbidden capital, Yedo, 20 miles northwards, to the rest of Japan, also forbidden to all foreigners. "We were riding." She stopped, and then the words poured out. "Mr. Canterbury and Philip Tyrer and Malcolm, Mr. Struan and me, we were riding along the road, and then there was a long line of samurai with banners, and we wait to let them pass, and then two of them rush us. They wound Mr. Canterbury, charge Malcolm, Mr. Struan, who had his pistol out, and Philip, who shout me to run away to get help." The shaking began again. "Quick, they need help." Already men were rushing for mounts and more guns. Angry shouts began. "Someone get the troops!" "Samurai got John Canterbury, Struan, and that young chap Tyra. They've been chopped on the Tokaido." "Christ," she says, "samurai have killed some of our lads." "Where did this happen?" Jamie McFay called out above the noise, curbing his frantic impatience. "Can you describe the place where this happened? Exactly where?" "By the roadside, before Kana something." "Kanagawa?" he asked, naming a small way station and fishing village on the Tokaido, a mile across the bay, 3 odd miles by coastal road. "Oui, yes, Kanagawa. Hurry." Horses were being led out of the Struan stables, saddled and ready. Jamie slung a rifle over his shoulder. "Don't worry, we'll find them quickly. But Mr. Struan, did you see if he got away, if he was hurt?" "No, I saw nothing, just the beginning. Poor Mr. Canterbury, I was riding beside him when they—" The tears flooded. "I did not look back. I obeyed and came to get help." Her name was Angelique Richaud. She was just 18. This was the first time she had been outside the fence. McFay jumped into the saddle and whirled away. "Christ almighty," he thought in anguish, "we haven't had any trouble for a year or more. Otherwise I'd never have let them go. I'm responsible. Malcolm's heir apparent, and I'm responsible. In the name of God, what the hell happened?" Without delay, McFay, a dozen or so traders, and a dragoon officer with 3 of his lancers found John Canterbury on the side of the Tokaido, but viewing him was more difficult. He was decapitated, and parts of his limbs were scattered nearby. Ferocious sword cuts were patterned all over his body, almost any one of which would have been a death blow. There was no sign of Tyra and Struan, or the column of samurai. None of the passers-by knew anything about the murder, who had done it, or when, or why. "Would the other 2 have been kidnapped, Jamie?" an American asked queasily. "I don't know, Dimitri." McFay tried to get his brain working. "Someone better go back and tell Sir William and bring a shroud or coffin." White-faced, he studied the passing crowds, who carefully did not look in his direction, but observed everything. The well-kept beaten-earth roadway was massed with disciplined streams of travelers to and from Yedo, which one day would be called Tokyo. Men, women, and children of all ages, rich and poor, all Japanese, but for an occasional long-gowned Chinese. Predominantly men, all wearing kimonos of various styles and modesty, and many different hats of cloth and straw, merchants, half-naked porters, orange-robed Buddhist priests, farmers going to or coming from market, itinerant soothsayers, scribes, teachers, and poets, many litters and palanquins of all kinds for people or goods with 2, 4, 6, or 8 bearers. The few strutting samurai amongst the crowd stared at them balefully as they passed. "They know who did it. All of them," McFay said. "Sure. Macheria bits." Dmitri Siborodin, the American, a heavy-set brown-haired man of 38, roughly clothed and a friend of Canterbury, was seething. "It'd be goddamn easy to force one of them." Then they noticed a dozen or so samurai standing in a group down the road watching them. Many had bows, and all Westerners knew what adept archers samurai were. "Not so easy, Dmitri," McFay said. "Paladar," the young dragoon officer said crisply. "Very easy to deal with them, Mr. McFay, but ill-advised without permission, unless, of course, they attack us. You're quite safe." Setri Paladar detailed a dragoon to fetch a detachment from the camp, with a coffin, the American visibly irritated by his imperiousness. "You'd better search the nearby countryside. When my men arrive, they'll assist. More than likely the other two are wounded somewhere." McFay shuddered, motioned at the corpse. "Or like him." "Possibly, but let's hope for the best. You three take that side, the rest of you spread out and—" "Hey, Jamie," Dmitri interrupted deliberately, hating officers and uniforms and soldiers, particularly British ones. "How about you and me going on to Kanagawa? Maybe someone in our legation knows something." Paladar disregarded the hostility, understanding it, well acquainted with the American's fine service record. Dmitri was an American of Cossack extraction, an ex-cavalry officer of the U.S. Army, whose grandfather had been killed fighting the British in the American War of 1812. "Kanagawa is a good idea, Mr. McFay," he said. "They should certainly know what big procession of samurai pass through, and the sooner we find out who the culprit is, the better. The attack must have been ordered by one of their kings or princes. This time we can peg the bastard, and God help him." "God rot all bastards," Dmitri said pointedly. Again the resplendently uniformed captain did not provoke, but did not let it pass. "Quite right, Mr. Siborodin," he said easily, "and any man who calls me a bastard better quickly get himself a second, a pistol or sword, a shroud, and someone to bury him. Mr. McFay, you'll have plenty of time before sunset. I'll stay here until my men return, then we'll join the search. If you hear anything in Kanagawa, please send me word." He was 24, and worshipped his regiment. With barely concealed disdain, he looked at the motley group of traders. "I suggest the rest of you, gentlemen, begin the search. Spread out, but stay in visual contact. Brown, you go with that group and search those woods. Sergeant, you're in charge." "Yes, sir. Come on, you lot." McFay took off his coat and spread it over the body, then remounted. With his American friend he hurried northwards, towards Kanagawa, a mile away. Now the dragoon was alone. Coldly he sat on his horse near the corpse and watched the samurai. They stared back. One moved his bow, perhaps a threat, perhaps not. Paladar remained motionless, his saber loose in its scabbard. Sunlight sparked off his gold braid. Pedestrians on the Tokaido hurried by silently, afraid. His horse pawed the ground nervously, jingling the harness. "This isn't like the other attacks, the lone attacks," he thought with growing anger. "There's going to be hell to pay, attacking those four, a woman amongst them, and killing an Englishman so foully. This means war." A few hours ago the four of them had ridden out of the main gate, past the customs house, casually saluted the samurai guards who bowed perfunctorily, and trotted leisurely inland along meandering paths, heading for the Tokaido. All were expert riders, their ponies nimble. In Angelique's honor, they wore their best top hats and riding clothes, and were the envy of every man in the settlement. 117 resident Europeans, diplomats, traders, butchers, shopkeepers, blacksmiths, shipwrights, armourers, adventurers, gamblers, and many ne'er-do-wells, and remittance men, most of them British, the clerks Eurasian or Chinese, a few Americans, French, Dutch, Germans, Russians, Australians, and one Swiss, and amongst them 3 women, all matrons, 2 British wives of traders. The last a madam in Drunk Town, as the low-class quarter was called. No children, 50 to 60 Chinese servants. John Canterbury, a good-looking, craggy-faced British trader, acted as their guide. The purpose of the excursion was to show Philip Tyra the way by land to Kanagawa, where meetings with Japanese officials took place from time to time. It was well within the agreed settlement area. Tyra, just 21, had arrived yesterday from London via Peking and Shanghai, a newly appointed student interpreter to the British legation. This morning, overhearing the two of them in the club, Malcolm Struan had said, "May I come along, Mr. Canterbury, Mr. Tyra? It's a perfect day for sightseeing. I'd like to ask Miss Richaud to join us. She hasn't seen any of the country yet." "We'd be honoured, Mr. Struan." Canterbury was blessing his luck. "You're both welcome. The ride's good, though there's not much to see. For a lady." "Eh?" Tyra had said. "Kanagawa's been a busy post-village and stop-over place for travellers to and from Yedo for centuries, so we're told. It's well stocked with tea-houses. That's what most brothels are called here. Some of them are well worth a visit, though we're not always welcome, like at our own Yoshiwara, across the swamp." "Whorehouses," Tyra had said. The other two had laughed at his look. "The very same, Mr. Tyra," Canterbury had said. "But they're not like the doss-houses or brothels in London, or anywhere else in the world. They're special. You'll soon find out, though here the custom is to have your own doxy, if you can afford it." "I'll never be able to do that," Tyra said. Canterbury laughed. "Maybe you will. Thank God the rate of exchange favours us. Oh, my word. That old Yankee Townsend Harris was a canny bastard." He beamed at the thought. Harris was the first American consul general, appointed 2 years after Commodore Perry had forced the opening of Japan to the outside world, first in 53, then 56 with his 4 black ships, the first steamers seen in Japanese waters. 4 years ago, after years of negotiating, Harris arranged treaties later ratified by major powers that granted access to certain ports. The treaties also fixed a very favorable rate of exchange between silver mex, Mexican silver dollars, the universal coin of exchange and trade in Asia, and Japanese gold oban, whereby, if you changed mex for oban and later exchanged them for mex, you could double or triple your money. "An early lunch, then off we go," Canterbury said. "We'll be back in good time for supper, Mr. Struan." "Excellent. Perhaps you'd both join me in our company dining room. I'm giving a small party for Mademoiselle Richaud." "Thank you kindly. I trust the taipan's better." "Yes, much better. My father's quite recovered." "That's not what we heard in yesterday's mails," John Canterbury had thought worriedly, for what affected the noble house, the nickname by which Struan and Company was known the world over, affected them all. "Rumour is your old man's had another stroke." "Joss. Never mind. It's not often a man like me gets the chance to chat to a real taipan-to-be, or an angel like her. This is going to be a great day." And once en route, he became even more affable. "Oh, Mr. Struan, are you staying long?" "Another week or so, then home to Hong Kong." Struan was the tallest and strongest of the three, pale blue eyes, long reddish-brown hair tied in a queue, and old for his 20 years. "No reason to stay. We're in such good hands with Jamie McFay. He's done a sterling job for us, opening up Japan." "He's a knob, Mr. Struan, and that's a fact. Best there is. The lady will leave with you?" "Ah, Miss Richaud. I do believe she'll return with me. I hope so. Her father asked me to keep an eye on her, though temporarily she's the French minister's ward while she's here," he said lightly, pretending not to notice the sudden gleam, or that Tyra was deep in conversation with Angelique in French, which he himself spoke hesitantly, and already under her spell. "Don't blame him, Canterbury, or anyone," he thought, amused, then spurred forward to give the others room as the path ahead became a bottleneck. The terrain was flat but for bamboo thickets, though it was wooded here and there, the trees already autumn-tinged. There were many duck and other game fowl. Paddy fields and rice swamps were being cultivated intensively, and land reclaimed. Narrow pathways, streams everywhere, the stench of human manure, Japan's only fertilizer, ever present. Fastidiously, the girl and Tyra held scented handkerchiefs to their noses, though a cooling breeze came off the sea to take away most of the stink, and the dregs of summer's humidity, mosquitoes, flies, and other pests. The far hills, densely forested, were a brocade of reds and golds and browns, beech, scarlet and yellow larch, maples, wild rhododendrons, cedar and pines. It's beautiful there, isn't it, Monsieur Tyrer? A shame we can't see Mount Fuji clearer. Oui, demain, il est là. Mais mon Dieu, mademoiselle, quelle senteur. What a smell. Tyrer replied happily in fluent French, an essential language for any diplomat. Casually, Canterbury dropped back alongside her, neatly displacing the younger man. Are you all right, mademoiselle? Oh, yes, thank you. But it would be good to gallop a little. I'm so happy to be outside the fence. Since she arrived 2 weeks ago with Malcolm Struan, on the bi-monthly Struan steamer, she had been closely chaperoned. And quite right, too, Canterbury was thinking, with all the riffraff and scum of Yokohama, and let's be honest, the odd pirate sniffing around. On the way back, you can take a turn around the racetrack, if you like. Oh, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Your English is just wonderful, Miss Angelique, and your accent delightful. You were in school in England? La, Mr. Canterbury. She laughed, and a wave of heat went through him, the quality of her skin and beauty exhilarating. I've never been to your country. My young brother and I were brought up by my Aunt Emma and Uncle Michel. She was English and refused always to learn French. She was more a mother than an aunt. A shadow crossed her. That was after my mother died, birthing my brother, and father left for Asia. Ah, sorry about that. It was a long time ago, monsieur, and I think of my darling Aunt Emma as Mama. Her pony tugged at her reins. She corrected him without thought. I was very lucky. This is your first visit to Asia? He asked, knowing the answer and much more, wanting to keep her talking. The snippets of information about her, gossip, rumors, had spread from smitten man to smitten man. Yes, it is. Again her smile lit up his being. My father's a China trader in your colony of Hong Kong. I'm visiting him for the season. He's a friend of Monsieur Sarratar here, and kindly arranged this visit for me. You may know him, Guy Richaud, of Richaud Frères. Of course, a fine gentleman, he answered politely, never having met him, knowing only what others had told him, that Guy Richaud was a philandering minor foreigner who had been there for a few years, scratching a living. We're all honored that you're visiting us here. Perhaps I may host a dinner in your honor at the club. Thank you. I will ask my host, Monsieur Sarratar. Angelique saw Struan glance back up ahead, and she waved gaily. Mr. Struan was kind enough to escort me here. Really? As if we didn't know, Canterbury thought, and wondered about her. How you could catch and hold and afford such a treasure. Wondered about the brilliant young Struan who could afford it. Wondered, too, about rumors that the struggle for dominance between Struans and their major trading rival, Brock and Sons, was rising again, something to do with the American Civil War that had started last year. The pickings are going to be huge. Nothing like a war for business. Both sides already going at each other like maniacs, the South more than a match for the Union. Angelique, look! Struan reined in, pointing. Ahead, 100 yards down the small rise, was the main road. They came up beside him. I never thought that Hokkaido would be this big or so crowded, Philip Tyrer said. Except for a few ponies, everyone was on foot. But where are the carriages or tumbrils or carts? And more than that, she burst out, where are the beggars? Struan laughed. That's easy, Angelique. Like almost everything else here, they're forbidden. He shifted his top hat to a more jaunty angle. No wheels of any sort are allowed in Japan. Shogun's orders. None. But why? That's one sure way of keeping the rest of the population in order, isn't it? Yes, indeed. Canterbury laughed sardonically, then motioned towards the road. And add to that, every Tom, Dick, or Mary there, high or low, has to carry travel papers, permission to travel, even to be outside their own village. Same for princes or paupers. And notice the samurai. They're the only ones in all Japan who can carry weapons. But without proper stagecoaches and railways, how can the country possibly work? Tyrer was perplexed. It works Japan style, Canterbury told him. Never forget Japas have only one way of doing things. Only one. Their way. Japas are not like anyone else. Certainly not like Chinese, eh, Mr. Struan? Indeed they are not. No wheels anywhere, miss. So, everything. All goods, food, fish, meat, building supplies, every sack of rice, stick of wood, bale of cloth, box of tea, keg of gunpowder. Every man, woman, or child who can afford it has to be carried on someone's back, or go by boat, which means by sea, because they've no navigable rivers at all, so we're told, just thousands of streams.
But what about the settlement? Wheels, they are allowed there, Mr. Canterbury.
Yes, indeed they are, miss. We've all the wheels we want, though their officials bitch like bloody— Sorry, miss, he added quickly, embarrassed. Oh, we're not used to ladies in Asia. As I was saying, Japa officials, they're called bakufu. They're like our civil service. They argued about it for years until our minister told them to forget it, because our settlement was our settlement. As to beggars, they're forbidden too. She shook her head, and the feather on her hat danced merrily.
It sounds impossible. Paris is filled with them. Everywhere in Europe, it's impossible to stop their begging. Mon Dieu, Malcolm, what about your Hong Kong?
Hong Kong's the worst, Malcolm Struan said, smiling.
But how can they forbid begging and beggars? Tyler asked, perplexed. Mademoiselle Angelique is right, of course. All Europe's a begging bowl. London's the richest city in the world, but it's inundated.
Canterbury smiled strangely. There's no beggars because the almighty tycoon, the shogun, king of the lot, says no begging, so it's law. Any samurai can test his blade on any beggar at any time, or on any other bugger, or anyone else, for that matter, so long as he's not samurai. If you're caught begging, you're breaking the law, so it's into the slammer, prison, and once there, the only penalty's death. That's law also.
None other?
The girl said, shocked. Afraid not. So Japan has a untoward law-abiding. Again Canterbury laughed sardonically and looked back at the twisting road, halting abruptly half a mile away for a wide, shallow stream that every person had to ford or be carried over. On the far bank was a barrier. There they bowed and presented papers to the inevitable samurai guards. Bloody bastards, he thought, hating them but loving the fortune he was making here, and his lifestyle that centered around Akiko, now his mistress of a year. Ah, yes, love, you're the best, most special, most loving in all the Yoshiwara.
Look, she said.
On the Tokaido, they could see groups of passers-by had stopped and were pointing in their direction, gaping and talking loudly above the ever-present hum of movement, hatred on many faces, and fear. Pay no attention to them, miss. We're just strange to them, that's all. They don't know better. You're probably the first civilized woman they've ever seen. Canterbury pointed north. Yedo's that way, about 20 miles. Of course, it's off-limits.
Except for official delegations, Tyra said.
That's right, with permission, which Sir William hasn't got once, not since I've been here, and I was one of the first. Rumour has it that Yedo's twice as big as London, miss, that there's over 1 million souls there, and fantastical rich, and the Shogun's castle, the biggest in the world.
Could that be a lie, Mr. Canterbury? Tyra asked.
The trader beamed. They're powerful liars, that's the God's truth, Mr. Tyra. The best that have ever been. They make the Chinese seem the angel Gabriel. I don't envy you having to interpret what they say, which sure as God-made periwinkles won't be what they mean. Normally he was not so talkative, but he was determined to impress her and Malcolm Struan with his knowledge, while he had the opportunity. All this talking had given him a vast thirst. In his side pocket was a thin silver flask, but he knew, regretfully, that it would be bad manners to swig some of the whiskey in front of her.
"Could we get permission to go there, Malcolm?" she was saying. "To this Yedo?"
"I doubt it. Why not ask Mr. Saratar?"
"I shall."
She noticed that he had pronounced the name correctly, dropping the D, as she had taught him. Good, she thought, her eyes drawn back to the Tokaido. Where does she end, the road? After a curious pause, Canterbury said, "We don't know. The whole country's a mystery. And it's clear the Japas want to keep it that way and don't like us, any of us. They call us Gai-Jin, foreign persons. Another word is Gai-Jin, meaning different person. Don't know the difference, except in I'm told Gai-Jin's not so polite." He laughed. "Either way, they don't like us, and we are different, or they are." He lit a cheroot. After all, they kept Japan close, tighter than a gnat's.
Closed for nigh on 2.5 centuries until old Mutton Chops Perry bust her open 9 years ago, he said with admiration. Rumour says the Tokaido ends in a big city, a kind of sacred city called Kyoto, where their chief priest, called the Mikado, lives. It's so special and sacred, we're told the city's off-limits to all but a few special Japaners. Diplomats are allowed to travel inland, Tyra said sharply. The treaty permits it, Mr. Canterbury. The trader eased off the beaver topper of which he was inordinately proud, mopped his brow, and decided that he would not let the young man spoil his air of bonhomie. Cocky young bastard with your hoity-toity voice, he thought. I could break you in two and not even fart. It depends how you interpret the treaty and if you want to keep your head on your shoulders. I wouldn't advise going outside the agreed safe area. That's a few miles north and south and inland, whatever the treaty says. Not yet. Not without a regiment or two. In spite of his resolve, the swell of the girl's full breasts under the green form-fitting jacket mesmerized him. We're penned in here, but it's not bad. Same as our settlement at Nagasaki, 200 leagues westwards. Leagues? I don't understand, she said, hiding her amusement and pleasure at the lust surrounding her. Please? Tyra said importantly, A league is approximately 3 miles, mademoiselle. He was tall and lithe, not long out of university, and besotted by her blue eyes and Parisian elegance. You were saying, Mr. Canterbury? The trader tore his attention off her bosom. Just that it won't be much better when the other ports are opened. Soon, very soon, we'll have to break out of them too, if we're to really trade one way or t'other. Tyra glanced at him sharply. You mean war? Why not? What are fleets for? Armies. It works fine in India, China, everywhere else. We're the British Empire, the biggest and best that's ever been on earth. We're here to trade, and meanwhile we can give them proper laws and order and proper civilization. Canterbury looked back at the road, soured by the animosity there. Ugly lot, aren't they, miss? Mon Dieu, I do wish they wouldn't stare so. Afraid you just have to get used to it. It's the same everywhere. As Mr. Struan says, Hong Kong's the worst. Even so, Mr. Struan, he said with sudden esteem, I don't mind telling you, what we need here is our own island, our own colony, not a rotten, smelly mile strip of festering coast that's indefensible, subject to attack and blackmail at any moment if it weren't for our fleet. We should take an island, just like your granddad took Hong Kong, bless him. Perhaps we will, Malcolm Struan said confidently, warmed by the memory of his famous ancestor, the Taipan, Dirk Struan, founder of their company and main founder of the colony 20-odd years ago in 41. Without being aware of what he was doing, Canterbury slipped out his small flask, tipped it back and drank, then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and slid the flask away. Let's go on. Best I lead, single file where necessary. Forget the Jappers. Mr. Struan, perhaps you'd ride alongside the young lady, and Mr. Tyra, you keep the rear. Very pleased with himself, he spurred his pony into a brisk walk. As Angelique came alongside, Struan's eyes crinkled in a smile. He had been openly in love with her from the first moment he had seen her 4 months ago in Hong Kong, the first day she arrived, to take the island by storm. Fair hair, perfect skin, deep blue eyes with a pleasing upturned nose in an oval face that was in no way pretty but possessed a strange, breathtaking attractiveness, very Parisian, her innocence and youth overlaid with a perceptible, constant, though unconscious sensuality that begged to be assuaged. And this in a world of men without eligible wives, without much hope of finding one in Asia, certainly never like her. Many of the men rich, a few of them merchant princes. Pay no attention to the natives, Angelique, he whispered. They're just awed by you. She grinned. Like an empress, she bowed her head. Merci, monsieur. Vous êtes très aimable. Struan was very content and now very sure. Fate. Joss. God threw us together, he thought, elated, planning when he would ask her father's permission to marry. Why not Christmas? Christmas will be perfect. We'll marry in the spring and live in the great house on the peak in Hong Kong. I know Mother and Father already adore her. My God, I hope he really is better. We'll give a huge Christmas party. Once on the road, they made good progress, taking care not to impede traffic.
But whether they liked it or not, their unexpected presence, the vast majority of incredulous Japanese had never seen people of this size and shape and coloring, particularly the girl, along with their top hats and frock coats, stovepipe trousers and riding boots, and her boots and riding habit, and top hat with its saucy feather, and riding side saddle, inevitably created traffic jams. Both Canterbury and Struan watched those on the road carefully as the oncomers swirled past around them, though always giving way to their progress. Neither man sensed or expected any danger. Angelique kept close, pretending to ignore the guffaws and gaping, and the occasional hand that tried to touch her, shocked at the way many men carelessly tucked up their kimonos, exposing their skimpy loincloths and ample nakedness. "Dearest Colette, you'll never believe me," she thought, continuing the letter she would complete tonight to her best friend in Paris. "But the vast majority of the legions of porters on the public highway wear only these tiny loincloths that hide almost nothing in front and become a thin string between the buttocks behind. I swear it's true, and I can report that many of the natives are quite hairy, though most of their parts are small. I wonder if Malcolm—" She felt herself flush. "The capital, Philip," she said, making conversation. "It is truly forbidden?" "Not according to the treaty." Tyra was vastly pleased. Only a few minutes and she had dropped the monsieur. "The treaty arranged for all legations to be in Yedo, the capital. I was told we evacuated Yedo last year after the attack on ours. Safer to be at Yokohama, under the guns of the fleet." "Attack? What attack?" "Oh, some madmen called Ronin. They're some kind of outlaw, assassins. A dozen of them attacked our legation in the middle of the night. The British legation. Can you imagine the gore? The devils killed a sergeant and a sentry." He stopped as Canterbury swung off the roadway and reined in and pointed with his riding crop. "Look there." They halted beside him. Now they could see the tall, thin banners held aloft by the ranks of samurai tramping around a bend towards them, a few hundred yards ahead. All travellers were scattering, bundles and palanquins hastily thrown to the ground well out of the way, riders dismounting hurriedly, then everyone knelt on the side of the roadway with heads bowed to the packed earth. Men, women, children, and stayed motionless. Only the few samurai remained standing. As the cortege passed, they bowed deferentially. "Who is it, Philip?" Angelique asked excitedly. "Can you read their signs?" "Sorry, no, not yet, mademoiselle. They say it takes years to read and write their script." Tyra's happiness had evaporated at the thought of so much work ahead. "Is it the shogun, perhaps?" Canterbury laughed. "No chance of that. If it was him, they'd have this whole area cordoned off. They say he has 100,000 samurai at his slightest beck, but it'll be someone important, a king." "What shall we do when they pass?" she asked. "We'll give them the royal salute," Struan said. "We'll doff our hats and give them 3 cheers. What will you do?" "Me, chérie?" She smiled, liking him very much, remembering what her father had said before she had left Hong Kong for Yokohama. "Encourage this Malcolm Struan, but with care, my little cabbage. I have already discreetly. He would make a marvelous match for you. That's why I advocate this sightseeing trip to Yokohama, unchaperoned, providing he escorts you in one of his ships. In 3 days you're 18, time you were married. I know he's barely 20 and young for you, but he's smart, the eldest son. He'll inherit the noble house in a year or so. It's rumored his father, Cullum the Taipan, is much sicker than the company publicly allows." "But he's British," she had said thoughtfully. "You hate them, Papa, and say we should hate them. You do, don't you?" "Yes, little cabbage, but not publicly. Britain's the richest country in the world, the most powerful. In Asia their king, and Struan's the noble house. Richaud frères are small. We would benefit immensely if we had their French business. Suggest it to him." "Oh, I couldn't, Papa. That would be— I couldn't, Papa." "You're a woman now, not a child, my pet. Beguile him. Then he will suggest it himself. Our future depends on you. Soon Malcolm Struan will be the Taipan, and you could share it all." Of course I would adore such a husband, she thought.
How wise Papa is. How wonderful to be French, therefore superior. It's easy to like, perhaps even to love this Malcolm with his strange eyes and young, old looks. Oh, I do so hope he asks me. She sighed and turned her attention to the present. I will bow my head as we do in the Bois to His Majesty, the Emperor Louis Napoleon. What is it, Philippe? Perhaps we'd better turn back, Tyra said uneasily. Everyone says they're touchy about us near their princes. Nonsense, Canterbury said. There's no danger. Never has been a mob attack. This isn't like India or Africa or China. As I said, Japan is a mighty law-abiding. We're well within the treaty limits, and we'll do as we always do. Just let them pass, raise your tit for politely as you would to any potentate, then we'll go on. You're armed, Mr. Struan? Of course. I'm not, Angelique said a little petulantly, watching the banners that now were barely 100 yards away. I think women should carry pistols if men do. They were all shocked. Perish that thought. Tyra? Feeling awkward, Tyra showed Canterbury the small derringer. It was a going-away present from my father, but I've never fired it. You won't need to. It's only the lone samurai you have to watch. The ones or twos, the anti-foreign fanatics, or the Ronins. Then added without thinking, not to worry. We haven't had any trouble for a year or more. Trouble? What trouble? She asked. Nothing, he said, not wanting to concern her, and trying to cover the slip. A few attacks by a few fanatics or two, nothing important. She frowned. But Monsieur Tyra said there was a mass attack on your British legation and some soldiers were killed. That's not important? That was important. Canterbury smiled thinly at Tyra, who read the message clearly. You're a bloody idiot to tell a lady anything of any importance. But they were an isolated gang of cutthroats. The shogunate bureaucracy have sworn they'll catch them and punish them. His voice sounded convincing, but he was wondering how much of the truth Struan and Tyra knew. 5 men murdered on the streets of Yokohama in their first year. The next year 2 Russians, an officer and a sailor from a Russian man-of-war, hacked to death, again in Yokohama. A few months later 2 Dutch merchants. Then the young interpreter at the British legation in Kanagawa, stabbed from behind and left to bleed to death. Huskin, the secretary of the American mission, butchered into a dozen pieces while riding home after a dinner party at the Prussian legation. And last year a British soldier and sergeant cut down outside the consul general's bedroom. Every murder premeditated and unprovoked, he thought, incensed, and committed by a two-sworder. Never once was any offence given. And worst of all, never once has any bastard been caught and punished by the Shogun's all-powerful Bakufu, however much our legation heads screamed, and however much the Japas promised. Our leaders are a bloody bunch of stupid bastards. They should have ordered up the fleet at once and blown Yedo to hell. Then all the terror would stop. We could sleep safe in our beds without guards and walk our streets, any streets, without fear, when any samurai's nearby. Diplomats are anus eaters, and this young popinjay's a perfect specimen. Sourly, he watched the banners, trying to decipher the characters. Behind the cortege, once it had completely passed, travellers picked themselves up and went on again. Those going the same way as the column followed at a judicious distance. It felt curious to the 4 of them to be mounted and so high above the ragged lines of kneeling figures on both shoulders of the roadway, heads in the dust, rumps in the air. The 3 men tried not to notice the nakedness, embarrassed that she was there, equally embarrassed. The ranks of samurai bannermen approached relentlessly. There were 2 columns, each of about 100 men, then more flags and massed ranks surrounding a black lacquered palanquin carried by 8 sweating porters. More banners and samurai followed, then more leading pack ponies, and last a motley crowd of ladened baggage porters. All samurai wore grey kimonos with the same insignia, 3 interlocking peonies, that was also on the banners, and straw hats tied under their chins. 2 swords in their belts, one short, one long. Some had bows and arrows slung, a few carried muzzle-loading muskets. A few were more elaborately dressed than others. The columns bore down. With growing shock, Struan and the others saw what was on all the faces. All eyes fixed on them, fury. He was the first to break the spell. I think we'd better move farther back.
But before he or any one of them could start, a young, broad-shouldered samurai broke ranks and charged up to them, closely followed by another man, planting himself between them and the approaching palanquin. Choking with rage, the first man threw down his banner and shouted, cursing them away, the suddenness of his blazing anger paralyzing them. The columns faltered, then picked up the cadence and continued passing. The kneeling people did not move. But now, over all, was a great, sick silence, broken only by the sound of marching feet. Again the samurai cursed them. Canterbury was nearest to him. Obediently, nauseated with fear, he spurred his pony, but the turn was inadvertently towards the palanquin, not in the other direction. At once the samurai jerked out his killing sword, shouted, "Sono joy!" and hacked with all his might. In the same instant the other man went for Struan. The blow took off Canterbury's left arm just above his biceps and sliced into his side. The trader gaped at the stump with disbelief as blood sprayed onto the girl. The sword whirled in another brutal arc. Impotently, Struan was groping for his revolver, the other samurai charging him, blade raised. More by luck than judgment, he twisted out of the path of a blow that wounded him slightly on his left leg and sliced into his pony's shoulder. The pony screamed and reared in sudden panic, knocking the man aside. Struan aimed and pulled the trigger of the small Colt, but the pony reared again and the bullet went into the air harmlessly. Frantically, he tried to steady the animal and aimed again, not seeing that now the first man was attacking from his blind side. "Watch out!" Tyra screeched, coming back to life. Everything had happened so fast it was almost as though he were imagining the horror. Canterbury on the ground in agony, his pony fleeing, the girl stupefied in her saddle, Struan pointing the gun a second time, and the killing sword arching at his unprotected back. He saw Struan react to his warning, the frantic pony skittering at his touch, and the blow that would have killed him was deflected somehow by the bridle or pommel, and sliced into his side. Struan lurched in his saddle and let out a howl of pain. This galvanized Tyler. He jammed in his spurs and charged Struan's attacker. The man leapt aside, untouched, noticed the girl, and ran for her, sword on high. Tyra spun his terrified pony, saw Angelique staring at the approaching samurai in frozen horror. "Get out of here! Get help!" he screamed, then again slammed at the man, who once more twisted to safety, recovered perfectly, and stood with his sword in attack position. Time slowed. Philip Tyra knew he was dead, but that did not seem to matter now, for in the moment's respite he saw Angelique whirl her pony and flee safely. There was no room for Tyra to escape, or time. For a split second, the youthful samurai hesitated, exulting in the killing moment, then leapt. Helplessly, Tyra tried to back away. When the explosion happened, the bullet thrust the man sprawling, and the sword failed, cutting Tyra in the arm, but not badly. For a moment Tyra did not believe that he was still alive. Then he saw Struan reeling in his saddle, blood seeping from the wound in his side, the gun leveled at the other samurai, his frenzied pony twisting and cavorting. Again Struan pulled the trigger. The gun was near the pony's ear. The explosion blew away her control, and she took the bit and charged off, Struan barely able to hold on. At once the samurai rushed after him, and this moment gave Tyra the chance to dig in his spurs, spin away from the road, and race in pursuit, northwards. "Sono joy!" the samurai shouted after them, enraged that they had escaped. John Canterbury was writhing and moaning in the dirt near some petrified travellers, all of them still kneeling, heads down and frozen. Angrily the youth kicked Canterbury's top hat aside, and decapitated him with a single blow. Then, with great care, he cleansed his blade on the frock coat, and replaced it in its scabbard. And all the while the cortege continued to pass as though nothing was happening, that nothing had happened, eyes seeing everything but nothing. Nor did any of the foot travellers move their heads from the earth. The other younger samurai was sitting cross-legged on the ground, nursing his shoulder, using his bunched kimono to stop the flow of blood, his sword still stained in his lap. His compatriot went over to him and helped him up, cleansed the sword on the kimono of the nearest traveller, an old woman, who shivered in terror but kept her head pressed to the earth. Both men were young and strongly built. They smiled at each other, then together examined the wound. The bullet had gone right through the muscle of his upper arm, no bone touched. "Shorin," the older said, "the wound's clean, Ori. We should have killed them all. Kama." At this moment the masked samurai and the 8 terrified porters carrying the palanquin began passing, all pretending the 2 men and the corpse did not exist. With great deference the two youths bowed. The tiny side window of the palanquin slid open, then closed again. Chapter 2. "Here, Mr. Struan, drink this," the doctor said kindly, towering over the camp bed. They were in the surgery of the British legation at Kanagawa, and he had managed to stanch most of the blood flow. Tyra sat on a chair near the window. The two of them had arrived half an hour ago. "It will make you feel better." "What is it?" "Magic. Mostly laudanum. That's a tincture of opium and morphine of my own devising. It will stop the pain. I have to patch you up a little, but not to worry. I will use ether to put you quite to sleep." Struan felt a sick fear rush through him. Ether for surgery was a recent innovation, much heralded, but still experimental. I've never had one or an operation, and I don't think—" "Don't worry yourself. Anesthetics are really quite safe in the right hands." Dr. George Babcock was 28, well over 6'5", and equally proportioned. "I've used ether and chloroform many times over the last 5 or 6 years with excellent results. Believe me, you won't feel anything, and it's a godsend to the patient." "That's right, Mr. Struan," Tyra said, trying to be helpful, knowing he was not. His arm already had been swabbed with iodine, sewn up and bandaged and in a sling, and he was thanking his luck that his wound was relatively superficial. "I met a fellow at university who told me he had had his appendix out with chloroform, and it didn't hurt a bit." He wanted to sound reassuring, but the idea of any operation, and the gangrene that all too often followed, frightened him too. "Don't forget, Mr. Struan," Babcock was saying, masking his concern. "It's almost 15 years since Dr. Simpson first used chloroform in surgery, and we've learnt a lot since then. I studied under him at the Royal Infirmary for a year before I went out to the Crimea." His face saddened. "Learned a lot there, too. Well, that war's over, so not to worry. Lovely laudanum will give you some erotic dreams, too, if you're lucky." "And if I'm not?" "You're lucky. You're both very lucky." Struan forced a smile through his pain. "We're lucky we found you here, and so quickly, that's certain." Instinctively trusting Babcock, he drank the colourless liquid, and lay back again, almost fainting from the pain. "We'll let Mr. Struan rest a moment," Babcock said. "You'd better come with me, Mr. Tyra. We've things to do." "Of course, Doctor. Struan, can I get you anything? Do anything?" No, thanks. No need for you to wait." "Don't be silly. Of course I'll wait." Nervously, Tyra followed the doctor out and closed the door. "Is he going to be all right?" "I don't know. Fortunately, samurai blades are always clean, and they cut as beautifully as any scalpel. Excuse me a minute. I'm the only official here this afternoon. So now that I've done everything medically possible for the moment, I'd better act like Her Britannic Majesty's representative." Babcock was deputy to Sir William. He ordered the legation cutter across the bay to Yokohama to sound the alarm, sent a Chinese servant to fetch the local governor, another to find out what daimyo, or prince, had passed through Kanagawa a couple of hours ago, put the 6-man detachment of soldiers on alert, and poured Tyra a large whiskey. "Drink it. It's medicinal. You say the assassins shouted something at you?" "Yes, it sounded like Sono-E." "Means nothing to me. Make yourself at home. I'll be back in a moment. I've got to get ready." He went out. Tyra's arm was aching with 7 stitches in it. Though Babcock had been expert, Tyra had been hard put not to cry out. But he had not, and that pleased him. What appalled him were the currents of fear that continued to shake him, making him want to run away and keep on running. "You're a coward," he muttered, aghast at the discovery. Like the surgery, the ante-room stank of chemicals, making his stomach heave. He went to the window and breathed deeply, trying unsuccessfully to clear his head, then sipped some of the whiskey. As always, the taste was raw and unpleasant. He stared into the glass. Bad pictures there. Very bad. A shudder went through him. He forced himself to look just at the liquor. It was golden brown, and the smell reminded him of his home in London. His father after dinner, sitting in front of the fire with his dram, mother complacently knitting, their 2 servants clearing the table, everything warm and cosy and safe, and that reminded him of Garraway's, his favourite coffee-house on Cornhill, warm and bustling and safe, and of university, exciting and friendly, but safe. Safe. His whole life safe, but now... Again panic began to overwhelm him.
Jesus Christ, what am I doing here?
After their escape, but still not far enough away from the Tokaido, Struan's bolting pony had shied, as her half-severed shoulder muscle gave out and Struan tumbled to the ground. The fall hurt him badly. With great difficulty, still weak with fear, Tyra had helped Struan onto his own pony, but he had been barely able to hold the taller, heavier man in the saddle. All the time his attention was on the disappearing cortege, expecting any moment to see mounted samurai.
"Can you hold on?"
Yes, I think so." Struan's voice was very weak, his pain great.
"Angelique, she got away all right."
Yes, she did. The devils killed Canterbury."
"I saw that. Are you hurt?"
"No, not really. I don't think so. Just a gash in my arm." Tyra tore off his coat, cursed at the sudden pain. The wound was a neat slice in the fleshy part of his forearm. He cleaned some of the blood away with a handkerchief, then used it as a bandage. No veins or arteries cut.
"But why did they attack us? Why? We weren't doing any harm."
I can't turn around. The bastard got me in the side."
How does it look?"
With great care, Tyra eased the split in the broadcloth coat apart. The length and depth of the cut, made worse by the fall, shocked him. Blood pulsated from the wound, frightening him further. "It's not good. We should get a doctor quickly."
We'd better circle for Yokohama."
Yes, I suppose so." The young man held on to Struan and tried to think clearly. People on the Tokaido were pointing at them. His anxiety increased. Kanagawa was nearby, and he could see several temples.
"One of them must be ours,"
he muttered, a foul taste in his mouth. Then he saw that his hands were covered with blood, and his heart again surged with fright, then surged again with relief when he discovered that most of it was Struan's.
"We'll go on."
"What did you say?" "We'll go on to Kanagawa. It's close by and the way clear. I can see several temples. One of them must be ours. There's bound to be a flag flying." By Japanese custom, legations were housed in sections of Buddhist temples. Only temples or monasteries had extra rooms or outbuildings of sufficient size and quantity, so the Bakufu had had some set aside until individual residences could be constructed. "Can you hold on, Mr. Struan? I'll lead the pony."
"Yes."
Struan looked across at his own mount as she whinnied miserably, tried to run again but failed, her leg useless. Blood ran down her side from the savage wound. She stood there shivering.
"Put her out of her pain, and let's go on."
Tyra had never shot a horse before. He wiped the sweat off his hands. The Derringer had twin barrels and was breech-loaded with 2 of the new bronze cartridges that held bullet and charge and detonator. The pony skittered but could not go far. He stroked her head for a second, gentling her, put the Derringer to her ear, and pulled the trigger. The immediacy of her death surprised him, and the noise that the gun made. He put it back in his pocket. Again he wiped his hands, everything still as in a trance. "We'd best stay away from the road, Mr. Struan. Best stay out here, safer." It took them much longer than he had expected, with ditches and streams to cross. Twice Struan almost lost consciousness, and Tyra only just managed to keep him from falling again. Peasants in the rice paddies pretended not to see them, or stared at them rudely, then went back to their work, so Tyra just cursed them and pressed onwards. The first temple was empty but for a few frightened, shaven-headed Buddhist monks in orange robes, who scurried away into inner rooms the moment they saw them. There was a small fountain in the forecourt. Thankfully, Tyra drank some of the cool water, then refilled the cup and brought it to Struan, who drank but could hardly see for pain.
"Thanks. How much farther?"
"Not far," Tyra said, not knowing which way to go, trying to be brave. "We'll be there any moment." Here the path forked, one way going towards the coast and to another temple soaring above village houses, the other deeper into the town and another temple. For no reason he chose the way towards the coast. The path meandered, ran back on itself, then went east again. No people in the maze of alleys, but eyes everywhere. Then he saw the main gate of the temple, and the Union Jack and the scarlet-uniformed soldier, and almost wept with relief and pride, for at once they were seen, and the soldier rushed to help. Another went for the sergeant of the guard, and in no time there was Dr. Babcock towering over him. Christ almighty, what the hell's happened? It had been easy to tell. There was so little to tell. Have you ever assisted at an operation before?"
"No, Doctor."
Babcock smiled, his face and manner genial, his hands moving swiftly, undressing the half-conscious Malcolm Struan as easily as if he were a child. "Well, soon you will have. Good experience for you. I need help, and I'm the only one here today. You'll be back in Yokohama by supper time."
I'll try."
"You'll probably be sick. It's the smell mostly, but not to worry. If you are, do it in the basin and not over the patient." Again Babcock glanced at him, gauging him, asking himself how reliable this young man might be, reading his bottled terror, then went back to work. "We'll give him ether next, and then off we go. You said you were in Peking?"
"Yes, sir, for 4 months. I came here by way of Shanghai and arrived a few days ago."
Tyler was glad to be able to talk, to help keep his mind off the horrors.
"The Foreign Office thought a short stay in Peking learning Chinese characters would help us with Japanish."
"Waste of time. If you want to speak it, by the way, most of us out here call it Japanese, like Chinese. If you want to read and write it properly, Chinese characters won't help, hardly at all." He shifted the inert man to a more comfortable position. "How much Japanese do you know?" Tyra's unhappiness increased.
"Practically none, sir. Just a few words. We were told there would be Japanese grammars and books in Peking, but there weren't any."
In spite of his enormous concern over this whole incident, Babcock stopped for a moment and laughed. "Grammars are as rare as a dragon's dingle, and there's no Japanese dictionaries that I know of, except Father Alvito's of 1601, and that's in Portuguese, which I've never even seen and only heard about, and the one Reverend Priney's been working on for years." He eased off Struan's white silk shirt, wet with blood. "Do you speak Dutch?"
"Again, just a few words. All student interpreters for Japan are supposed to have a 6-month course, but the FO sent us off on the first available steamer. Why is Dutch the official foreign language used by the Japanese bureaucracy?"
"It isn't. The FO are wrong, and wrong about a lot of things, but it is the only European language presently spoken by a few Bakufu. I'm going to lift him slightly. You pull off his boots, then his trousers, but do it gently." Awkwardly, Tyler obeyed, using his good left hand. Now Struan was quite naked on the surgical table. Beyond were the surgical instruments and salves and bottles. Babcock turned away and put on a heavy waterproofed apron. Instantly, Tyler saw only a butcher. His stomach heaved, and he just made the basin in time. Babcock sighed. "How many 100 times have I vomited my heart out and then some more? But I need help, so this child has to grow up. Come here. We have to work quickly."
"I can't. I just can't."
At once the doctor roughened his voice. "You come over here right smartly and help, or Struan will die, and before that I'll thump the hell out of you." Tyra stumbled over to his side. "Not here, for God's sake, opposite me. Hold his hands." Struan opened his eyes briefly at Tyra's touch, and went back again into his nightmare, mouthing incoherently.
"It's me,"
Tyra muttered, not knowing what else to say. On the other side of the table, Babcock had uncorked the small, unlabeled bottle, and now he poured some of the yellowish, oily liquid onto a thick linen pad. "Hold him firmly," he said, and pressed the pad over Struan's nose and mouth. At once Struan felt himself being suffocated and grabbed at the pad, almost tearing it away with surprising strength. "For Christ's sake, get hold of him," Babcock snarled. Again Tyra grabbed Struan's wrists, forgetting his bad arm, and cried out, but managed to hold on, the ether fumes revolting him. Still Struan struggled, twisting his head to escape, feeling himself dragged down into this never-ending cesspool. Gradually his strength waned and vanished. "Excellent," Babcock said. "Astonishing how strong patients are, sometimes." He turned Struan onto his stomach, making his head comfortable, revealing the true extent of the wound that began in his back and came around just under the ribcage to end near his navel. "Keep a close watch on him and tell me if he stirs. When I tell you, give him more ether." But Tyra was again at the basin. "Hurry up." Babcock did not wait, letting his hands flow, used to operating in far worse circumstances. Crimea, with tens of thousands of soldiers dying, cholera, dysentery, smallpox mostly, and then all the wounded, the howls in the night and in the day, and then in the night the Lady of the Lamp who brought order out of chaos in military hospitals, Nurse Nightingale who ordered, cajoled, threatened, demanded, begged, but somehow instituted her new ideas and cleansed that which was filthy, cast out hopelessness and useless death, yet still had time to visit the sick and the needy all hours of the night, her oil or candle lamp held high,
lighting her passage from bed to bed. "Don't know how she did it," he muttered. "Sir?" Momentarily he looked up and saw Tyra, white-faced, staring at him. He had quite forgotten him. "I was just thinking about the Lady of the Lamp," he said, allowing his mouth to talk, to calm himself, without letting this disturb his concentration on the sliced muscles and damaged veins. "Florence Nightingale. She went out to the Crimea with just 38 nurses, and in 4 months cut the death rate from 40 in every 100 to about 2 in every 100. Tyra knew the statistic, as every Englishman knew proudly that she had really founded the modern profession of nursing. What was she like, personally? Terrible, if you didn't keep everything clean and as she wanted it. Otherwise she was godlike, in its most Christian way. She was born in Florence, in Italy, hence her name, though she was English, through and through." "Yes." Tyra felt the doctor's warmth. "Wonderful, so wonderful. Did you know her well?" Babcott's eyes did not waver from the wound, or from his wise fingers as they probed and found, as he had feared, the severed part of the intestine. He swore without noticing it. Delicately he began seeking the other end. The stench increased. "You were talking about Dutch. You know why some of the Japanners speak Dutch?" With a violent effort, Tyra tore his gaze away from the fingers and tried to close his nostrils. He felt his stomach twist. "No, sir." Struan stirred. At once Babcock said, "Give him more of the ether. That's right. Don't press too firmly. Good. Well done. How do you feel?" "Dreadful." "Never mind." The fingers began again, almost outside the doctor's will, then stopped. Gently they exposed the other part of the severed intestine. "Wash your hands, then give me the needle that's already threaded. There, on the table." Tyra obeyed. "Good, thanks." Babcock began the repair, very accurately. His liver's not hurt, bruised a little, but not cut. His kidney's all right, too. "Ichiban. That's Japanese for very good. I have a few Japaner patients. In return for my work, I make them give me words and phrases. I'll help you learn, if you like." That would be wonderful. Ichiban. Sorry I'm so useless." "You're not. I hate doing this alone. I get frightened. Funny, but I do." For a moment his fingers filled the room. Tyra looked at Struan's face, no colour now where an hour ago it was ruddy, and strong where now it was stretched and ominous, eyelids flickering from time to time. Strange, he thought. Strange how unbelievably naked Struan seems now. 2 days ago I'd never even heard his name. Now we're bonded like brothers. Now life is different, will be different for both of us, like it or not. And I know he's brave, and I'm not. "Ah, you asked about Dutch," Babcock said, scarcely listening to himself, all his attention on the repairs. "Since about 1640, the only contact Japanners have had with the outside, apart from China, has been with Dutchmen. All others were forbidden to land in Japan, particularly Spaniards and Portuguese. Japanners don't like Catholics because they meddled in their politics back in the 1600s. At one time, so legend says, Japan almost went Catholic. Do you know any of this?" "No, sir." "So the Dutch were tolerated because they'd never brought missionaries here, just wanted to trade." For a moment he stopped talking, but his fingers continued the fine, neat stitches. Then he rambled on again. "So a few Hollanders, men, never women, were allowed to stay, but only with the most severe restrictions and confined on a man-made island of 3 acres in Nagasaki harbor called Deshima. The Dutch obeyed any law the Japanners made and kowtowed, growing rich meanwhile. They brought in books when they were allowed, traded when they were allowed, and carried the China trade that's essential to Japan. Chinese silks and silver for gold, paper, lacquer, chopsticks. You know what those are?" "Yes, sir. I was in Peking for 3 months." "Oh, yes, sorry, I forgot. Never mind. According to Dutch journals of the 1600s, the first of the Toranaga shoguns, their equivalent of emperors, decided foreign influence was against Japan's interests. So he closed the country and decreed that Japanners could not build any ocean-going ships or leave the country. Anyone who did could not come back, or, if they returned, they were to be killed instantly. That's still the law." His fingers stopped for an instant, as the delicate thread parted, and he cursed. "Give me another needle. Can't get decent gut, though this silk's fine. Try to thread one of the others, but wash your hands first, and wash it when you're done. Thanks." Tyra was glad to have something to do and turned away, but his fingers were helpless. His nausea was growing again, his head throbbing. "You were saying about the Dutch." "Ah, yes.
So warily Dutch and Japanners began learning from the other, though the Dutch were officially forbidden to learn Japanese. 10-odd years ago, the Bakufu started a Dutch language school. Both men heard the running feet. Hasty knock. The sweating grenadier sergeant stood there, trained never to enter while an operation was in progress. "Sorry to interrupt, sir, but there's 4 of the rotten little buggers coming down the road. Looks like a deputation. They's all samurai." The doctor did not stop sewing. "Is Lim with them?" "Yes, sir." "Escort them into the reception room and tell Lim to look after them. I'll be there as soon as I can." "Yes, sir." The sergeant took one last glazed look at the table, then fled. The doctor completed another stitch, knotted it, cut the thread, swabbed the oozing wound, and began anew. "Lim's one of our Chinese assistants. Our Chinese do most of our legwork, not that they're Japanese speakers or very trustworthy." It was the same. We found it was the same in Peking, sir. Dreadful liars." "The Japanners are worse, but in a way that's not true either. It's not that they're liars, it's just that truth is mobile and depends on the whim of the speaker. Very important for you to learn to speak Japanese very quickly. We don't have even one interpreter, not of our own people." Tyra gaped at him. "None?" "None. The British padre speaks a little, but we can't use him. Japanners detest missionaries and priests. We've only 3 Dutch speakers in the settlement, 1 Hollander, 1 Swiss, who's our interpreter, and a Cape Colony trader, none British. In the settlement we speak a bastard sort of lingua franca called pidgin, like in Hong Kong and Singapore and the other China treaty ports, and use compradors, business intercessors." "It was the same in Peking." Babcock heard the irritation, but more the underlying danger. He glanced up, instantly saw into Tyra that he was near to breaking, ready to vomit again any second. "You're doing fine," he said encouragingly, then straightened to ease his back, sweat running off him. Again he bent down. Very carefully he resettled the repaired intestine into the cavity, quickly began to stitch another laceration, working outwards. "How'd you like Peking?" he asked, not caring, but wanting Tyra to talk. Better that than an outburst, he thought. Can't deal with him till this poor bugger's closed up. "I've never been there. Did you like it?" Well, yes, very much." Tyra tried to collect his wits through a blinding headache that racked him. "The Manchus are quite subdued at the moment, so we could go anywhere we wanted quite safely." Manchus, a nomadic tribe from Manchuria, had conquered China in 1644, and now ruled as the Qing dynasty. "We could ride around without any problems. The Chinese were not too friendly, but—" The closeness of the room and the smell crested. A spasm took him, and he was sick again. Still nauseated, he came back. "Sorry." "You were saying about Manchus." Suddenly Tyra wanted to scream that he cared nothing about Manchus or Peking or anything, wanting to run from the stench and his helplessness. "The devil with—" "Talk to me! Talk!" We were told that normally they're an arrogant, nasty lot, and it's obvious the Chinese hate Manchus mortally." Tyra's voice was phlegmy, but the more he concentrated, the less he felt the urge to flee. He continued, hesitating. It seems they're all petrified. The Taiping rebellion will spread up from Nanking and engulf Peking, and that will be the end of—" He stopped, listening intently. His mouth had a dreadful taste, and his head pounded even more. "What is it?" I thought I heard someone shouting." Babcock listened, hearing nothing. "Go on, about Manchus." "Well, the Taiping rebellion. Rumor has it that more than 10 million peasants have been killed or died of famine in the last few years. But it's quiet in Peking. Of course, burning and looting the summer palace by British and French forces 2 years ago, which Lord Elgin ordered as a reprisal, also taught the Manchus a lesson they won't forget in a hurry. They aren't going to murder any more British lightly. Isn't that what Sir William will order here, a reprisal?" "If we knew who to carry out the reprisal against, we would have started. But against who? You can't bombard Yedo because of a few unknown assassins." Angry voices interrupted him. The sergeant's English at odds with guttural Japanese. Then the door was jerked open by a samurai, and behind him 2 others threatened the sergeant, their swords half out of their scabbards. 2 grenadiers with breech-loaders levelled stood in the passageway. The 4th samurai, an older man, came forward into the room. Tyra backed against the wall, petrified, reliving Canterbury's death. "Kinjiro!" Babcock bellowed, and everyone froze. For a moment it looked as though the older man, furious now, would pull out his sword and attack. Then Babcock whirled and faced them, a scalpel in his enormous fist, blood on his hands and apron, gigantic and diabolical. "King Jiro!" he ordered again, then pointed with the scalpel. "Get out! Dete! Dete! Dozo!" He glared at all of them, then turned his back on them and continued sewing and swabbing. "Sergeant, show them the reception room. Politely." "Yes, sir." With signs, the sergeant beckoned to the samurai, who chattered angrily amongst themselves. "Dozo," he said, muttering. "Come on, you rotten little bastards." Again he beckoned. The older samurai imperiously waved at the others and stomped off. At once the other three bowed and followed. Awkwardly, Babcock wiped a bead of sweat off his chin with the back of his hand, then continued his work, his head and neck and back aching. "King Juru means it is forbidden," he said, making his voice calm, though his heart was beating violently, as it always did when samurai were near, with drawn or even half-drawn swords, and he had no pistol or gun in his hands cocked and ready. Too many times he had been summoned to the result of their swords, against both Europeans and themselves. Fights and samurai feuds were constant in and around Yokohama, Kanagawa, and the surrounding villages. Dozo means please. Dete, go out. Very important to use please and thank you with Japanese. Thank you is domo. Use them even if you shout. He glanced at Tyler, who was still against the wall, shaking. "There's whiskey in the cabinet." I'm all right." "You're not. You're still in shock. Take a good dose of whiskey. Sip it. As soon as I'm finished, I'll give you something to stop the sickness. You are not to worry. Understand?" Tyler nodded. Tears began streaming down his face that he could not stop, and he found it difficult to walk. What's the matter with me?" he gasped. "Just shock. Don't worry about it. It'll pass. It's normal in war, and we're at war here. I'll be finished soon. Then we'll deal with those bastards." How will you do that?" "I don't know." An edge came into the doctor's voice as he cleaned the wound again with a fresh square of linen from a dwindling pile. Still much sewing to be done. "The usual, I suppose. Just wave my hands and tell them our minister will give them bloody hell and try to find out who attacked you. Of course, they'll deny all knowledge of the affair, which is probably right. They never seem to know anything about anything. They're unlike any other people I've ever come across. I don't know whether they're just plain stupid or clever and secretive to the point of genius. We can't seem to penetrate their society, nor can our Chinese. We've no allies amongst them, can't seem to bribe any of them to help us. We can't even speak to them directly. We're all so helpless. Are you feeling better?" Tyler had taken a little whiskey. Before that he had wiped the tears away, filled with shame, and washed his mouth and poured water on his head. "Not really, but thanks. I'm all right. How about Struan?" After a pause, Babcock said, "I don't know. You never truly know." His heart surged at the sound of more footsteps. Tyra blanched. A knock. The door opened immediately. "Christ Jesus!" Jamie McFay gasped, his whole attention on the bloody table and the great gash in Struan's side. "Is he going to be all right?" "Hello, Jamie," Babcock said. "You heard about—" "Yes, we've just come from the Tokaido, tracking Mr. Struan on the off chance. Dimitri's outside. You all right, Mr. Tyler? The bastards butchered poor old Canterbury into a dozen pieces and left the bits to the crews." Tyler lurched for the basin again. Uneasily, McFay stayed at the door. "For Christ's sake, George, is Mr. Struan going to be all right?" "I don't know," Babcock flared. His never-ending impotence at not knowing erupted as anger, not understanding why some patients lived and others less wounded did not, why some wounds rotted and others healed. "He's lost pints of blood. I've repaired a severed intestine, 3 lacerations, there are 3 veins and 2 muscles yet to be done, and the wound closed, and Christ alone knows how much foulness has got in from the air to infect him, if that's where disease or gangrene comes from. I don't know. I don't bloody know. Now get the hell out of here and deal with those 4 Bakufu bastards and find out who did this, by God." "Yes, certainly. Sorry, George," McFay said beside himself with worry, and shocked at the violence from Babcock, who was usually imperturbable, adding hastily, "We'll try. Dimitri's with me, but we know who did it. We leaned on a Chinese shopkeeper in the village. It's damn strange the samurai were all from Satsuma and—"
"Where the hell's that?"
"He said it's a kingdom near Nagasaki on the South Island, 600 or 700 miles away, and—"
"What the hell are they doing here, for God's sake?"
"He didn't know, but he swore they were overnighting at Horogaya. Philip, that's a way station on the Tokaido a few miles from here. And their king was with them." Chapter 3. Sanjiro, lord of Satsuma, eyes slitted and pitiless, a heavy-set bearded man of 42, his swords priceless, his blue overmantle the finest silk, looked at his most trusted adviser. "Was the attack a good thing or a bad thing?" "It was good, sire," Katsumata said softly, knowing there were spies everywhere. The two men were alone, kneeling opposite each other in the best quarters of an inn at Horogaya, a village way station on the Tokaido, barely 2 miles inland from the settlement. "Why?" For 6 centuries, Sanjiro's ancestors had ruled Satsuma, the richest and most powerful fief in all Japan, except for those of his hated enemies, the Toranaga clans, and, as zealously, had guarded its independence. "It will create trouble between the shogunate and Gai-Jin," Katsumata said. He was a thin, steel-hard man, a master swordsman and the most famous of all sensei, teachers of martial arts in Satsuma province. "The more those dogs are in conflict, the sooner they will clash. The sooner the clash, the better, for that will help bring down the Toranagas and their puppets at last, and let you install a new shogunate, a new shogun, new officials, with Satsuma preeminent, and yourself one of a new Roju." Roju was another name for the Council of 5 Elders that ruled in the name of the shogun. "One of the Roju? Why only one?" Sanjiro thought secretly. "Why not chief minister? Why not shogun? I have all the necessary lineage. 2.5 centuries of Toranaga shoguns is more than enough. Nobosada the 14th should be the last. By my father's head will be the last." This shogunate had been established by the warlord Toranaga in 1603, after winning the Battle of Sekigahara, where his legions took 40,000 enemy heads. With Sekigahara, he eliminated all practical opposition and, for the first time in history, had subdued Nippon, the land of the gods, as Japanese called their country, and brought it under one rule. At once this brilliant general and administrator, now holding absolute temporal power, gratefully accepted the title shogun, the highest rank a mortal could have, from a powerless emperor, which confirmed him legally as dictator. Quickly he made his shogunate hereditary, at once decreeing that, in future, all temporal matters were the sole province of the shogun, all spiritual matters the emperor's. For the last 8 centuries, the emperor, the son of heaven, and his court had lived in seclusion in the walled imperial palace at Kyoto. Once a year only he came outside the walls to visit the sacred Ise shrine. But even then he was hidden from all eyes, his face never seen in public. Even inside the walls he was screened from all but his most immediate family by zealous hereditary officials and ancient mystic protocols. Thus the warlord, who had physical possession of the palace gates, decided who went in and who came out, had de facto possession of the emperor and his ear, and thus his influence and power. And though all Japanese absolutely believed him to be divine, and accepted him as the son of heaven, and descended from the sun goddess in an unbroken line since time began, by historic custom, the emperor and his court retained no armies and had no revenue other than that granted by the warlord at his gates, yearly, at the man's whim. For decades, Shogun Toranaga, his son and grandson, ruled with wise though ruthless control. Following generations loosened their hold. Lesser officials usurped more and more power, gradually making their own offices hereditary too. The shogun remained titular head, but, over a century or more, had become a puppet, but always and only selected from the Toranaga line, as was the Council of Elders. The present shogun, Nobosada, was chosen 4 years ago when he was 12. "And not long for this earth," Sanjiro promised himself, and came back to the present problem which disturbed him. "Katsumata, the killings, though merited, may provoke the Gai-Jin too much, and that would be bad for Satsuma." "I do not see any bad, sire. The emperor wants the Gai-Jin expelled, as you do,
as do most daimyos. That the 2 samurai are Satsumas will also please the emperor. Do not forget your mission to Yedo was accomplished perfectly." 3 months ago, Sanjiro had persuaded Emperor Komei, through intermediaries at the imperial court in Kyoto, personally to sign several wishes Sanjiro had suggested, and to appoint him escort to an imperial messenger who would formally deliver the scroll in Yedo, which would ensure its acceptance. A wish of the emperor, if accepted, was difficult to refuse sometimes. For the last 2 months he had led the negotiations, and as much as the elders and their bakufu officials twisted and turned, he had dominated them, and now had their written assent to certain reforms, bound to weaken the whole shogunate. Importantly, he now had their formal consent to cancel the hated treaties, signed against the emperor's wishes, to expel the hated Gai-Jin, and to close the land as it was before the unwelcome arrival and forced entry of Perry.
"Meanwhile, what about those 2 fools who broke ranks and killed without orders?" Sanjiro asked.
"Any act that embarrasses the bakufu helps you."
"I agree, the Gai-Jin were provocative. Those vermin had no right to be anywhere near me. My banner and the imperial banner were in the front rank, forbidding it."
"So let the Gai-Jin bear the consequences of their act. They forced their way onto our shores against our wishes, and have the Yokohama foothold. With the men we have now, and a surprise attack by night, we could obliterate the settlement and burn the surrounding villages easily. We could do it tonight and solve the problem permanently."
"Yokohama, yes, with a sudden attack. But we cannot get at their fleets. We cannot squash them and their cannon."
"Yes, sire. And the Gai-Jin would retaliate at once. Their fleet would bombard Yedo and destroy it."
"I agree. And the sooner the better. But that would not destroy the shogunate. And after Yedo, they would go against me. They would attack my capital, Kagoshima. I cannot risk that."
"I believe Yedo would satisfy them, sire. If their base is burnt, they would have to go back aboard their ships and sail away, back to Hong Kong. Sometime in the future they may come back, but then they must land in strength to erect a new base. Worse for them, they must use land forces to maintain it."
"They humbled China. Their war machine is invincible."
"This isn't China, and we are not mealy-mouthed, cowardly Chinese to be bled to death or frightened to death by these carrion. They say they just want to trade. Good. You want to trade too, for guns, cannon, and ships." Katsumata smiled and added delicately, "I suggest, if we burn and destroy Yokohama, of course we pretend the attack is at the bakufu's request, the shogun's request. When the Gai-Jin return, whoever controls the shogunate then would reluctantly agree to pay a modest indemnity, and, in return, the Gai-Jin will happily agree to tear up their shameful treaties and trade on any terms we decide to impose."
"They would attack us at Kagoshima," Sanjiro said. "We could not repel them."
"Our bay is hazardous for shipping, not open like Yedo. We have secret shore batteries, secret Dutch cannon. We grow stronger every month. Such an act of war by Gai-Jin would unite all daimyo, all samurai, and the whole land into an irresistible force under your banner. Gai-Jin armies cannot win on land. This is the land of the gods. The gods will come to our aid too," Katsumata said fervently, not believing it at all, manipulating Sanjiro as he had done for years. "A divine wind, a kamikaze wind, destroyed the armadas of the Mongol Kublai Khan 600 years ago. Why not again?"
"True," Sanjiro said. "The gods saved us then, but Gai-Jin are Gai-Jin and vile, and who knows what mischief they can invent. Foolish to invite a sea attack until we've warships. Though, yes, the gods are on our side, and will protect us."
Katsumata laughed to himself.
"There are no gods, any gods or heaven or life after death. Stupid to believe otherwise. Stupid Gai-Jin and his stupid dogma.
I believe what the great dictator General Nakamura said in his death poem. From nothing into nothing, Osaka Castle and all that I have ever done is but a dream within a dream. The Gai-Jin settlement is within your grasp, like never before. Those 2 youths awaiting judgment pointed away.
I beg you to take it."
He hesitated and dropped his voice even more.
"Rumor has it, sire. Secretly they are shishi."
Sanjiro's eyes narrowed even more. Shishi, men of spirit, so called because of their bravery and deeds, were young revolutionaries who were spearheading an unheard-of revolt against the shogunate. They were a recent phenomenon, thought to number only 150 throughout the land. To the shogunate and most daimyos, they were terrorists and madmen to be stamped out. To most samurai, particularly rank-and-file warriors, they were loyalists, waging an all-consuming battle for good, wanting to force the Toranagas to relinquish the shogunate and restore all power to the emperor, from whom, they fervently believed, it had been usurped by the warlord Toranaga 2.5 centuries ago. To many commoners and peasants and merchants, and particularly to the floating world of geishas and pleasure houses, shishi were the stuff of legends, sung about, wept over, and adored. All were samurai, young idealists, the majority coming from the fiefs of Satsuma, Choshu, and Tosa. A few were fanatic xenophobes, most were ronin, wave men because they were as free as the waves, masterless samurai, or samurai who had been outcast by their lord for disobedience or a crime, and had fled their province to escape punishment, or those who had fled by choice, believing in a new, outrageous heresy, that there could be a higher duty than that due their lord or their family, a duty to the ruling emperor alone. A few years ago, the growing shishi movement had formed themselves into small secret cells, committing themselves to rediscover Bushido, ancient samurai practices of self-discipline, duty, honor, death, swordsmanship, and other warlike pursuits, arts long since lost, except for a few sensei who had kept Bushido alive. Lost because for the last 2.5 centuries Japan had been at peace under rigid Toranaga rule that forbade warlike pursuits, where, for centuries before, there had been total civil war. Cautiously the shishi began to meet and discuss and to plan. Swordsmanship schools became centers of discontent. Zealots and radicals appeared in their midst, some good, some bad, but one common thread joined them. All were fanatically anti-shogunate, and opposed to allowing Japanese ports to be opened to foreigners and foreign trade. To this end, for the last 4 years, they had waged sporadic attacks on Gai-Jin, and begun to articulate an unprecedented all-out revolt against the legal ruler, Shogun Nobusada, the all-powerful Council of Elders, Ambakufu, that in theory did his bidding, regulating all aspects of life. The shishi had conjured up an all-embracing slogan, Sono Joy, honor the emperor and expel the barbarians, and had sworn, whatever the cost, to remove anyone in the way.
"Even if they are shishi," Sanjiro said angrily, "I cannot allow such a public disobedience to go unpunished, however merited. I agree those Gai-Jin should have dismounted and knelt as customary, and behaved like civilized persons. Yes, it was they who provoked my men, but that does not excuse those two." "I agree, sire." "Then give me your advice," he said irritably. "If they're shishi, as you say, and I crush them, or order them to commit seppuku, I will be assassinated before the month is out, however many my guards. Don't attempt to deny it. I know. Disgusting their power is so strong, though most are common goshi."
"Perhaps that is their strength, sire," Katsumata had replied. Goshi were the lowest rank of samurai, their families mostly penniless country samurai. Hardly more than the warrior peasants of olden times, with almost no hope of getting an education, therefore no hope of advancement, no hope of getting their views acted upon, or even heard by the officials of low rank, let alone daimyo. "They've nothing to lose but their lives." "If anyone has a grievance, I listen, of course I listen. Special men get special education, some of them. Why not allow them to lead the attack on the Gai-Jin? And if there is no attack, I cannot hand them over to the Bakufu. Unthinkable. Or to the Gai-Jin. Most shishi are just young idealists without brains or purpose. A few are troublemakers and outlaws who are not needed on this earth. However, some could be valuable if used correctly. A spy told me the oldest, Shorin, was part of the team that assassinated Chief Minister Ii. So-ka! This had occurred 4 years ago, against all advice, Ii, who was responsible for maneuvering the boy Nobusada to be shogun, had also suggested a highly improper marriage between the boy and the emperor's 12-year-old half-sister, and, worst of all, had negotiated and signed the hated treaties. His passing was not regretted, especially by Sanjiro.
Send for them.
Now in the audience room a maid was serving Sanjiro tea. Katsumata sat beside him. Around stood 10 of his personal bodyguard. All were armed. The 2 youths kneeling below and in front of him were not, though their swords lay on the tatami within easy reach. Their nerves were stretched, but they showed none of it. The maid bowed and left, hiding her fear. Sanjiro did not notice her going. He lifted the exquisite little porcelain cup from the tray, sipped the tea. The tea's taste was good to him, and he was glad to be ruler and not ruled, pretending to study the cup, admiring it, his real attention on the youths. They waited impassively, knowing the time had come. He knew nothing about them except what Katsumata had told him, that both were goshi, foot soldiers like their fathers before them. Each had a stipend of 1 koku yearly, a measure of dry rice, about 5 bushels, considered enough to feed one family for 1 year. Both came from villages near Kagoshima. One was 19. The other, who had been wounded and now had his arm bound, was 17. Both had been to the select samurai school at Kagoshima that gave extra training, including studies of carefully chosen Dutch manuals, which he had begun 20 years ago for those showing special aptitudes. Both had been good students. Both were unmarried. Both spent their spare time perfecting their swordsmanship and learning. Both were eligible for promotion sometime in the future. The older was called Shorin Anato, the younger Ori Ryoma. The silence became heavier. Abruptly he began talking to Katsumata, as though the 2 youths did not exist.
If any of my men, however worthy, however much provoked, whatever the reason, were to commit a violent act that I had not authorized, and they remained within my reach, I would certainly have to deal with them severely.
Yes, sire. He saw the glint in his counselor's eyes.
Stupid to be disobedient. If such men wanted to remain alive, their only recourse would be to flee and become ronin, even if they were to lose their stipends. A waste of their lives, if they happened to be worthy.
Then he looked at the youths, scrutinizing them carefully. To his surprise, he saw nothing on their faces, just the same grave impassivity. His caution increased.
You are quite correct, sire, as always, Katsumata added. It might be that some such men, if special men of honor, knowing they had disturbed your harmony, knowing you would have no other option than to punish them severely, these special men, even as ronin, would still guard your interests, perhaps even forward your interests. Such men do not exist, Sanjiro said, secretly delighted his counselor agreed with him. He turned his pitiless eyes onto the young men. Do they? Both youths tried to maintain their direct gaze, but they were overwhelmed. They dropped their glance. Shorin, the older, muttered, There are such men, sire. The silence became rougher as Sanjiro waited for the other youth to declare himself also. Then the younger Ori nodded his bowed head imperceptibly, put both hands flat on the tatami, and bowed lower. Yes, Lord, I agree. Sanjiro was content, for now, at no cost, he had their allegiance and 2 spies within the movement, whom Katsumata would be answerable for. Such men would be useful if they existed. His voice was curt and final. Katsumata, write an immediate letter to the Bakufu, informing them 2 goshi called... He thought a moment, paying no attention to the rustle in the room. Put whatever names you like. Broke ranks and killed some Gai-Jin today, because of their provocative and insolent attitude. The Gai-Jin were armed with pistols, which they pointed threateningly at my palanquin. These 2 men, provoked as all my men were, escaped before they could be caught and bound. He looked back at the youths. As to you 2, you will both come back at the first night watch for sentencing. Katsumata said quickly, Sire, may I suggest you add in the letter that they have been ordered outcast, declared ronin, their stipends cancelled and a reward offered for their heads. 2 koku, posted in their villages when we return.
Sanjiro turned his eyes on Shorin and Ori, and waved his hand in dismissal. They bowed deeply and left. He was pleased to see the sweat on the back of their kimonos, though the afternoon was not hot.
"Katsumata, about Yokohama," he said softly when they were alone again. "Send some of our best spies to see what is going on there. Order them to be back here by nightfall, and order all samurai to become battle-ready."
"Yes, sire." Katsumata did not allow a smile to show. When the youths left Sanjiro and had passed through the rings of bodyguards, Katsumata caught up with them. "Follow me." He led the way through meandering gardens to a side door that was unguarded. "Go at once to Kanagawa, to the Inn of the Midnight Blossoms. It is a safe house. Other friends will be there. Hurry." "But, Sensei," Ori said, "first we must collect our other swords and armor and money and—" "Silence!" Angrily, Katsumata reached into his kimono sleeve and gave them a small purse with a few coins in it. "Take this, and return double for your insolence. At sunset, I will order men to go after you, with orders to kill you, if you're caught within 1 ri. A ri was about a league, about 3 miles. "Yes, Sensei, I apologize for being so rude." "Your apology is not accepted. You are both fools. You should have killed all 4 barbarians, not just 1, particularly the girl, for that would have sent a Gai-Jin mad with rage. How many times have I told you? They are not civilized like us, and view the world, religion, and women differently. You're inept, you're fools. You initiated a good attack, then failed to press forward ruthlessly without concern for your own lives. You hesitated, so you lost. Fools," he said again. "You forgot everything I have taught you." Enraged, he backhanded Shorin in the face, the blow savage. At once Shorin bowed, mumbled an abject apology for causing the sensei to lose to lose inner harmony, keeping his head bowed, desperately trying to contain the pain. Ori stayed ramrod stiff, waiting for the second blow. It left a livid burn in its wake. Immediately he, too, apologized abjectly, and kept his throbbing head bowed, afraid. Once a fellow student, the best swordsman amongst them, had answered Katsumata rudely during a practice fight. Without hesitation, Katsumata had sheathed his sword, attacked barehanded, disarmed him, humiliated him, broke both his arms, and expelled him to his village forever. "Please excuse me, Sensei," Shorin said, meaning it. "Go to the Inn of the Midnight Blossoms. When I send a message, obey whatever I require of you at once. There will be no second chance. At once, understand?" Yes, Sensei. Please excuse me," they mumbled together, tucked up their kimonos, and fled, thankful to be out of his reach, more frightened of him than of Sanjiro. Katsumata had been their main teacher for years, in both the arts of war and, in secret, other arts. Strategy, past, present, and of the future, why the Bakufu had failed in their duty, the Toranagas in theirs, why there must be change and how to bring it about. Katsumata was one of the few clandestine shishi who was hatomoto, an honored retainer with instant access to his lord, a senior samurai with a personal yearly stipend of 1,000 koku. To be so rich," Shorin had whispered to Ori when they had first found out. "Money is nothing. The sensei says when you have power, you don't need money." "I agree, but think of your family, your father and mine, and grandfather. They could buy some land of their own, and not have to work the fields of others. Nor would we have to work like that from time to time to earn extra." "You're right," Ori said. Then Shorin had laughed. "No need to worry. We'll never get even 100 koku, and if we had it, we'd just spend our share on girls and sake, and become daimyos of the floating world. 1,000 koku is all the money in the world." "No, it's not," Ori had said. "Don't forget what the sensei told us." During one of Katsumata's secret sessions for his special group of acolytes, he had said, "The revenue of Satsuma amounts to 750,000 koku, and belongs to our lord, the daimyo, to apportion as he sees fit. That's another custom the new administration will modify. When the great change has happened, a fief's revenue will be portioned out by a council of state,
made up of wise men, drawn from any rank of samurai, high or low, of any age, provided the man has the necessary wisdom and has proved himself a man of honor. It will be the same in all fiefs, as the land will be governed by a supreme council of state in Yedo or Kyoto, drawn equally from samurai of honor, under the guidance of the Son of Heaven.
Sensei, you said any? May I ask, would that include the Toranagas?
Ori had asked. There will be no exception if the man is worthy.
Sensei, please, about the Toranagas, does anyone know their real wealth, the lands they really control? After Sekigahara, Toranaga took lands from dead enemies worth yearly about 5 million koku, about a third of all the wealth of Nippon, for himself and his family, in perpetuity. In the stunned silence that followed, Ori had said for all of them, "With that amount of wealth, we could have the greatest navy in the world, with all the men of war and cannon and guns we could ever need. We could have the best legions with the best guns. We could throw out all a Gai-Jin.
We could even carry war to them and extend our shores," Katsumata had added softly, "and correct previous shame." At once they had known he was referring to the Tairo, General Nakamura, Toranaga's immediate predecessor and liege lord, the great peasant general, who then possessed the gates and had therefore, in gratitude, been granted by the emperor the highest possible title a lowborn could aspire to, Tairo, meaning dictator, not that of shogun, which he coveted to obsession but could never have. Having subdued all the land, chiefly by persuading his main enemy Toranaga to swear allegiance to him and his child heir forever, he had gathered a huge armada and mounted a vast campaign against Chosen, or Korea as it was sometimes called, to enlighten that country and use it as a stepping stone to the dragon throne of China. But his armies had failed and soon retreated in ignominy. As in previous eras, centuries before, 2 other Japanese attempts had failed, equally in disaster, the throne of China, a perpetual lodestone. Such shame needs to be eradicated, like the shame the sons of heaven have suffered because of the Toranagas, who usurped Nakamura's power when the man died, destroyed his wife and son, leveled their Osaka castle, and have pillaged the heritage of the Son of Heaven for long enough. So no joy! So no joy, they had echoed, fervently. In the dusk, the youths were tiring, their headlong flight racking them, but neither wanted to be the first to admit it, so they pressed on until they were at the threshold of woods. Ahead now were paddy swamps on either side of the Tokaido that led to the outskirts of Kanagawa, just ahead, and to the roadblock. The shore was to their right. Let's stop a moment, Ori said, his wounded arm throbbing, head hurting, chest hurting, but not showing it. All right. Shorin was panting as hard and hurting as much, but he laughed. You're weak, like an old woman. He picked a dry patch of earth, sat down gratefully. With great care he began to look around, trying to regain his breathing. The Tokaido was almost empty, night travel being generally forbidden by the Bakufu, and subject to severe cross-questioning and punishment if not justified. Several porters and the last of the travellers scurried for the Kanagawa barrier, all others safely bathing or carousing at the inns of their choice, of which there was a multitude within the post towns. Throughout the land, trunk road barriers closed at nightfall and were not opened until dawn, and always guarded by local samurai. Across the bay, Shorin could see the oil lamps along the promenade, and in some of the houses of the settlement and amongst the ships at anchor. A good moon, half full, was rising from near the horizon. How is your arm, Ori? Fine, Shorin. We are more than a ri from Hodogaya. Yes, but I won't feel safe until we're at the inn. Shorin began massaging his neck to try to ease the pain there, and in his head. Katsumata's blow had stunned him. When we were before the Lord Sanjiro, I thought we were finished. I thought he was going to condemn us. So did I. As he spoke, Ori felt sick, his arm throbbing like his heaving chest, his face still afire. With his good hand, he waved absently at a swarm of night insects. I was ready to go for my sword and send him on before us. So was I, but the sensei was watching very closely, and he would have killed both of us before we moved.
Yes, you're right again. The younger man shuddered. His blow almost took my head off. To have such strength, unbelievable. I'm glad he's on our side, not against us. He saved us, only him. He bent Lord Sanjiro to his will. Ori was suddenly somber. Shorin, while I was waiting, to keep myself strong, I composed my death poem. Shorin became equally grave. May I hear it? Yes. Sono joy at sunset, nothing wasted, into nothing I spring. Shorin thought about the poem, savoring it, the balance of the words and the third level of meaning. Then he said solemnly, It is wise for a samurai to have composed a death poem. I haven't managed that yet, but I should. Then all the rest of life is extra. He twisted his head from side to side to the limit, the joints or ligaments cracking, and he felt better. You know, Ori, the sensei was right. We did hesitate, therefore we lost. I hesitated. He's right in that. I could have killed the girl easily, but she paralyzed me for a moment. Her outlandish clothes, her face like a strange flower with that huge nose more like a monstrous orchid with 2 great blue spots and crowned with yellow stamens, those unbelievable eyes, Siamese cat eyes, and thatch of straw under that ridiculous hat, so repulsive yet so attracting. Ori laughed nervously. I was bewitched. She is surely a kami from the dark regions. Rip her clothes off, and she'd be real enough, but how attractive, I don't know. I thought of that too, wondering what it would be like. Ori looked up at the moon for a moment. If I pillowed with her, I think I'd become the male spider to her female. You mean she'd kill you afterwards? Yes. If I pillowed her, with or without force, that woman would kill me. Ori waved the air, the insects becoming a pestilence. I've never seen one like her, nor have you. You noticed too, ne? No. Everything happened so fast, and I was trying to kill the big ugly one with a pistol, and then she had fled. Ori stared at the faint lights of Yokohama. I wonder what she's called, what she did when she got back there. I've never seen her. She was so ugly, and yet... Shorin was unsettled. Normally Ori hardly noticed women, just used them when he had a need, let them entertain him, serve him. Apart from his adored sister, he could not remember Ori ever discussing one before. Karma. Yes, karma. Ori shifted his bandage to be more comfortable, but the throbbing deepened. Blood seeped from under it. Even so, I do not know if we lost. We must wait. We must be patient and see what will happen. We always plan to go against Gai-Jin at the first opportunity. I was right to go against them at that moment. Shorin got up. I'm tired of seriousness and kami and death. We'll know death soon enough. The sensei gave us life for sono joy. From nothing into nothing. But tonight we've another night to enjoy. A bath, sake, food, then a real lady of the night, succulent and sweet-smelling and moist. He laughed softly. A flower, not an orchid with a beautiful nose and proper eyes. Let's... He stopped. Eastwards from the direction of Yokohama came the echoing report of a ship's signal cannon. Then a signal rocket briefly lit the darkness. Is that usual? I don't know. Ahead they could just see the lamps at the first barrier. Through the paddy is better, then we can skirt the guards. Yes, better we cross the road here and go closer to the shore. They won't expect intruders that way. We can avoid any patrols, and the inn is nearer. They ran across the road, keeping well down, then up onto one of the paths that transversed the fields recently planted with winter rice. Suddenly they stopped. From the Tokaido came the clatter of approaching horses and jingling harness. They ducked down, waited a moment, then gasped. 10 uniformed dragoons, armed with carbines, and led by an officer, cantered out of the curve. At once the soldiers were spotted by samurai at the barrier, who called out a warning. Others rushed from the huts to join them. Soon there were 20 lined up behind the barrier, an officer at their head. "What shall we do, Ori?" Shorin whispered. "Wait."
As they watched, the senior samurai held up his hand.
"Stop!"
he called out, then nodded slightly instead of a bow, correct etiquette from a superior to an inferior.
"Is your night travel authorized? If so, please give me the papers."
Ori's fury soared as he saw the open insolence of the Gai-Jin officer, who halted about 10 paces from the barrier, called out something in his strange language, and imperiously motioned to the samurai to open it, neither dismounting nor bowing courteously as custom demanded.
"How dare you be so rude? Leave!"
the samurai said angrily, not expecting the insult, waving them away. The Gai-Jin officer barked an order. At once his men unslung their carbines, leveled them at the samurai, then, on an abrupt second order, fired a disciplined volley into the air. At once they reloaded and aimed directly at the guards, almost before the sound of the volley had died away, leaving a vast, ominous silence throughout the landscape. Shorin and Ori gasped. For all time guns had been muzzle-loaded with powder and shot.
"Those are breech-loading rifles with the new cartridges,"
Shorin whispered excitedly. Neither had ever seen these recent inventions, had only heard of them. The samurai were equally shocked.
Did you notice how fast they reloaded? I heard the soldier can easily fire 10 rounds to one of a muzzle-loader. But did you see their discipline, Shorin? And that of the horses? They hardly moved."
Once more the Gai-Jin officer haughtily motioned them to open the barrier, no mistaking the threat that if he was not obeyed quickly, all the samurai were dead.
"Let them through,"
the senior samurai said. The dragoon officer disdainfully spurred forward, apparently without fear, his grim-faced men following, their guns ready. None of them acknowledged the guards or returned their polite bows.
"This will be reported at once and an apology demanded,"
the samurai said, enraged with their insulting behavior, trying not to show it. Once they had passed through, the barrier was replaced, and Ori whispered furiously,
"What foul manners! But against those guns, what could he do?" "He should have charged and killed them before he died. I could not do what that coward did. I would have charged and died,"
Shorin said, knees trembling with anger.
"Yes, I think—"
Ori stopped, his own anger evaporating at his sudden thought.
"Come on," he whispered urgently. "We'll find out where they're going. Perhaps we can steal some of those guns."
Chapter 4. The Royal Naval longboat came out of the twilight and sped for the Kanagawa jetty. It was strongly built of stone and wood, unlike the others that speckled the shore, and boldly signposted in English and Japanese script. Property of H.M. British Legation, Kanagawa. Trespassers will be prosecuted. The longboat was rowed briskly by sailors and crammed with armed marines. A thin band of scarlet still rimmed the western horizon. The sea was choppy, the moon rising nicely, with a fair wind jostling the clouds. One of the legation grenadiers waited at the end of the wharf. Beside him was a round-faced Chinese wearing a long, high-necked gown and carrying an oil lamp on a pole. "Oars, ho!" the boatswain ordered. At once all oars were shipped. The bowman leapt onto the wharf and tied the boat to a bollard. Marines followed rapidly in disciplined order and formed up defensively, guns ready, their sergeants studying the terrain. In the stern was a naval officer, and Angelique Richaud. He helped her ashore. "Evening, sir, ma'am," the grenadier said, saluting the officer. "This here's Lun. He's a legation assistant." Lun gawked at the girl.
"Evening, sir. You come along plenty quick, are ya? Missy come along, never mind."
Angelique was nervous and anxious, and wore a bonnet and a blue silk hoop dress with a shawl to match that set off her paleness and fair hair to perfection.
"Mr. Struan, how is he?"
The soldier said kindly, "Don't know, ma'am, miss. Doc Babcock, he's the best in these waters, so the poor man will be all right if it's God's will. He'll be proper pleased to see you. Been asking for you. We didn't expect you till morning."
"And Mr. Tyrer?"
"He's fine, miss, just a flesh wound. We best be going."
"How far is it?"
Lund said irritably.
"Aye, no far, chop, never mind."
He lifted the lamp and set off into the night, muttering busily in Cantonese. Insolent bastard, the officer thought. He was tall, Lieutenant R.N., his name John Marlowe. They began to follow. At once the Marines moved into a protective screen, scouts ahead. "Are you all right, Miss Angelique?" he asked.
Yes, thank you. She pulled the shawl closer around her shoulders, picking her way carefully. What an awful smell. Afraid it's the manure they use for fertilizers, that and low tide. Marlowe was 28, sandy-haired and grey-blue-eyed, normally captain of HMS Pearl, a 21-gun steam-driven frigate, but now acting flag lieutenant to the ranking naval officer, Admiral Ketterer. Would you like a litter? Thank you, no, I'm fine. Lun was ahead slightly, lighting their way through the narrow, empty village streets. Most of Kanagawa was silent, though occasionally they could hear boisterous and drunken laughter of men and women behind high walls that were pierced from time to time by small barred doorways, a multitude of decorative Japanese signs. These are inns, hotels? She asked. I would imagine so, Marlowe said delicately. Lun chuckled quietly, hearing this exchange. His English was fluent, learned in a missionary school in Hong Kong. On instructions he carefully hid the fact, and always used pidgin and pretended to be stupid, so he knew many secrets that had great value to him and to his Tong superiors, and to their leader, illustrious Chen, Gordon Chen, comprador of Struans. A comprador, usually a well-born Eurasian, was the indispensable go-between betwixt European and Chinese traders, who could speak fluent English and Chinese dialects, and to whose hands at least 10% of all transactions stuck. Ah, haughty young missy who feeds on unrequited lust, Lun thought with vast amusement, knowing lots about her. I wonder which of these smelly round eyes will be the first to spread you wide and enter your equally smelly jade gate. Are you as untouched as you pretend, or has the grandson of green-eyed devil Struan already enjoyed the clouds and the rain? By all gods, great and small, I shall know soon enough, because your maid is my sister's third cousin's daughter. I already know your short hairs need plucking, are as fair as your hair, and much too abundant to please a civilized person. But I suppose all right for a barbarian. Oh, aye, but life is interesting. I'll wager this murder attack will cause both foreign devils and the filth-eaters of these islands much trouble. Wonderful. May they all drown in their own feces. Interesting that the grandson of Green-Eyed Devil was wounded badly, and so continues the bad joss of all males of his line. Interesting that the news is already rushing secretly to Hong Kong by our fastest courier. How wise I am! But then I am a person of the Middle Kingdom, and of course superior. But a bad wind for one is good for another. This news will surely depress the share price of the noble house mightily. With advanced information, I and my friends will make a great profit. By all the gods, I will put 10% of my profit on the next horse at Happy Valley Races with the number 14, today's date by barbarian counting. Ho! He called out, pointing. The central turrets of the temple loomed over the alleys and lanes of the tiny single-story houses, all separate, though clustered in honeycombs. 2 grenadiers and their sergeant were on guard at the temple gates, well lit with oil lamps, Babcock beside them. Hello, Marlowe, he said with a smile. This is an unexpected pleasure. Evening, mademoiselle. What's— Pardon, doctor, Angelique interrupted, peering up at him, astounded at his size. But, Malcolm, Mr. Struan, we heard he was badly wounded. He has had quite a bad sword cut, but he's been sewn up, and now he's fast asleep, Babcock said easily. I gave him a sedative. I'll take you to him in a second. What's up, Marlowe? Why— And Philip Tyrer? She interrupted again. Was he badly wounded too? Just a flesh wound, mademoiselle. There's nothing you can do at the moment. Both are sedated. Why the Marines, Marlowe? The Admiral thought you'd better have some extra protection in case of an evacuation. Babcock whistled. It's that serious? There's a meeting going on right now. The Admiral, the General, Sir William, together with the French, German, Russian, and American representatives and the trading fraternity. Marlowe added dryly, I gather it's rather heated. He turned to the Royal Marine Sergeant. Secure the legation, Sergeant Crimp. I'll inspect your post later. To the Grenadier Sergeant he added, Please give Sergeant Crimp the help he needs, where to billet his men, etc. Your name, please? Towery, sir. Thank you, Sergeant Towery. Babcock said, Perhaps you'd both follow me. A cup of tea? "Thank you, no," she said, trying to be polite, but consumed with impatience, disliking the way the English brewed tea and offered it at the slightest provocation. "But I would like to see Mr. Struan and Mr. Tyrer." "Of course, right away." The doctor had already judged that she was near to tears at any moment, decided she really did need a cup of tea, perhaps laced with a little brandy, a sedative, and then to bed. "Young Philip, poor chap, had quite a shock, I'm afraid. Must have been dreadful for you, too." "Is he all right?" "Yes, quite all right," he repeated patiently. "Come along, see for yourself." He led the way through the courtyard. The clatter of hooves and harness stopped them. To their surprise, they saw a dragoon patrol arriving. "Good God, it's Paladar," Marlowe said. "What's he doing here?" They watched the dragoon officer return the salutes of the Marines and Grenadiers and dismount. "Carry on," Paladar said, not noticing Marlowe, Babcock, and Angelique. "Bloody bastard Japanners tried to bloody bar the road against us, by God. Unfortunately, the sons of whores changed their bloody God-cursed minds, or they'd be pushing out bloody daisies," and he saw Angelique and stopped, appalled. "Jesus Christ, oh, I say, I am most terrible sorry, mademoiselle. I didn't realize there were any ladies. Hello, John, Doctor." Marlowe said, "Hello, Setri. Mademoiselle Angelique, may I introduce plain-spoken Captain Cedric Paladar of Her Majesty's 8th Dragoons, Mademoiselle Angelique Richaud." She nodded coolly, and he bowed stiffly. "I'm most awfully sorry, mademoiselle. Doc, I was sent to secure the legation in case of an evacuation." "The Admiral already sent us here to do that," Marlowe said crisply. "With Marines." "You can dismiss them. We're here now." I suggest you ask for new orders. Tomorrow. Meanwhile, I'm senior officer and in command. Senior service. Doctor, perhaps you take the lady to see Mr. Struan." Babcock had watched the two young men square up to one another with concern, liking them both, friendly on the surface, deadly underneath. These two young bulls will have at each other one day. God help them if it's over a woman. "See you both later." Taking her arm, he walked off. The two men watched them go, then Paladar's chin jutted. "This isn't a ship's quarterdeck," he hissed. "It's a job for the army, by God." "Bullshit." "Are your brains lost with your manners? Why the hell bring a woman here when Christ knows what may happen?" "Because the important Mr. Struan asked to see her. Medically, it's a good idea. She persuaded the Admiral to allow her to come tonight against my advice. He ordered me to escort her here and send her back safely." "Santari?" "Yes, sir. I'm in overall command until further orders. Show the dragoons to quarters and make them comfortable. Can you stable their horses? Do you have enough rations?" "Yes, sir, we've plenty of room. Grub's a bit short." "Has it ever been plentiful in this godforsaken place?" Marlowe beckoned him closer. "Spread the word," he said dangerously. "No fighting, and if there is, it's 100 lashes for any bastard involved, whoever he is." The bar of the Yokohama Club, the biggest room in the settlement and thus the meeting place, was in uproar and packed with almost the entire acceptable population of the settlement. Only those too drunk to stand or the very sick were missing, all shouting in various languages, many armed, many waving their fists and cursing the small group of well-dressed men who sat at a raised table at the far end, most of whom were shouting back, the Admiral and General beside them apoplectic. "Say that again, by God, and I'll call you outside." "Go to hell, you bastard. It's war. Woolham's got to turn out the bloody army and navy and bombard Yedo. Flatten the effing capital, by God. Canterbury's got to be revenged. Woolham's got to—" "Right. Woolham's responsible. John the Cant's me mate. Listen, you lot." One of the seated men began pounding the tabletop with a gavel for silence. This only incensed the crowd further. Merchants, tradesmen, innkeepers, gamblers, horse-handlers, butchers, jockeys, seamen, remittance men, sailmakers, and port riffraff. Top hats, multicolored waistcoats, woolen clothes and underwear, leather boots from rich to poor, the air hot, stale, smoky, and heavy with the odor of unwashed bodies, stale beer, whiskey, gin, rum, and spilt wine. "Quiet, for Christ's sake, let Woolham speak." The man with the gavel shouted, "It's William, for God's sake, William, not Woolham or Willem or Willam.
William Aylesbury. How many times do I have to tell you? William! That's right, let Willem speak, for Christ's sake. The three barmen serving drinks behind the vast counter laughed. Proper thirsty bloody work this here meeting, innit, Gov? One called out breezily, wiping the counter with a filthy rag. The bar was the pride of the settlement, deliberately a foot bigger than the one in the Shanghai Jockey Club, previously the biggest in Asia, and twice as big as the Hong Kong clubs. The wall was lined with bottles of spirits, wine, and beer kegs. Let the bugger speak, for Christ's sake! Sir William Aylesbury, the man with the gavel, sighed. He was British minister in Japan, senior member of the diplomatic corps. The other men represented France, Russia, Prussia, and America. His temper snapped, and he motioned to a young officer standing behind the table. At once, clearly prepared, as were those at the table, the officer took out a revolver and fired into the ceiling. Plaster speckled down in the sudden silence. "Thank you. Now," Sir William began, his voice heavy with sarcasm, "if you gentlemen will all be quiet for a moment, we can proceed." He was a tall man in his late 40s, with a bent face and prominent ears. "I repeat, as you will all be affected by what we decide, my colleagues and I wish to discuss how to respond to this incident in public. If you lot don't want to listen, or if you're asked for an opinion and don't give it with the minimum of expletives, we will ponder the matter in private, and then, when we've decided what will happen, we will be glad to inform you." A muttering resentment, but no open hostility. "Good. Mr. McFay, you were saying?" Jamie McFay was near the front, Dmitri beside him. Because he was head of Struan's, the largest house in Asia, McFay was the usual spokesman for the merchant traders, the most important of whom had their own fleets of armed clippers and merchantmen. "Well, sir, we know the Satsumas are bedding down at Hodogaya in Easy Reach North, and that their king is with them," he said, greatly concerned over Malcolm Struan. "His name's Sajiro, some name like that, and I think we Someone shouted. "I vote we surround the bastards tonight and string the bugger up." A roar of applause that soon trickled away amidst a few muffled curses, and, "For God's sake, get on with it." "Please carry on, Mr. McFay," Sir William said wearily. "The attack was unprovoked, as usual. John Canterbury was foully brutalized, and God only knows how long it will take Mr. Struan to recover. But this is the first time we can identify the murderers, or at least the king can, and as sure as God made little apples, he has the power to catch the buggers and hand them over and pay damages." More applause. "They're within reach, and with the troops we have, we can peg them." Strong cheers and cries of vengeance. Henri Bonaparte Serratat, the French minister in Japan, said loudly, "I would like to ask Monsieur the General and Monsieur the Admiral, what is their opinion?" The Admiral said at once, "I have 500 Marines in the fleet." General Thomas Ogilvy interrupted firmly but politely. "The question applies to a land operation, my dear Admiral. Mr. Serratat," the greying, red-faced man of 50 carefully mispronounced the Frenchman's name and used Mr. to compound the insult. "We have 1,000 British troops in 10 encampments, 2 cavalry units, 3 batteries of the most modern cannon and artillery, and can call up another 8,000 or 9,000 British and Indian infantrymen with support troops within 2 months from our Hong Kong bastion." He toyed with his gold braid. "There is no conceivable problem that Her Majesty's forces under my command cannot conclude expeditiously." "I agree," the Admiral said under the roars of approval. When they had died down, Serratat said smoothly, "Then you advocate a declaration of war?" "No such thing, sir," the General said, their dislike mutual. "I merely said we can do what is necessary, and when we are obliged to do it. I would have thought this incident is a matter for Her Majesty's Minister to decide, in conjunction with the Admiral and myself, without an unseemly debate." Some shouted approval, most disapproved, and someone called out, "It's our silver and taxes what pays for all you buggers. We've the right to say what's what. Ever heard of Parliament, by God?" "A French national was involved,"
Sarratar said heatedly above the noise. "Therefore, the honor of France is involved." Catcalls and sly remarks about the girl. Again Sir William used the gavel, and that allowed the acting American minister, Isaiah Adamson, to say coldly, "The idea of going to war over this incident is nonsense, and the notion of grabbing or attacking a king in their sovereign country total lunacy, and typical high-handed imperialist jingoism. First thing to do is to inform the Bakufu, then to ask them to—" Irritably, Sir William said, "Dr. Babcock has already informed them in Kanagawa. They've already denied any knowledge of the incident, and in all probability will follow their pattern and continue to do so. A British subject has been brutally murdered, another seriously wounded, unforgivably. Our delightful young foreign guest was almost frightened to death. These acts, I must stress, as Mr. McFay so rightly points out, for the first time have been committed by identifiable criminals. Her Majesty's government will not let this go unpunished." For a moment he was drowned by tumultuous cheers. Then he added, "The only thing to decide is the measure of punishment, how we should proceed, and when." "Mr. Adamson?" he asked the American. "As we're not involved, I've no formal recommendation." "Count Sergeyev."
"My formal advice," the Russian said carefully, "is that we fall on Hodugaya and tear it and all the Satsumas to pieces." He was in his early 30s, strong, patrician, and bearded, leader of Tsar Alexander II's mission. "Fourth, massive, ferocious, and immediate is the only diplomacy Japaners will ever understand. My warship would be honored to lead the attack." There was a curious silence. "I guess that would be your answer," Sir William thought. "I'm not so sure you're wrong. Ah, Russia, beautiful, extraordinary Russia. What a shame we're enemies. Best time I ever had was in St. Petersburg. Even so, you're not going to expand into these waters. We stopped your invasion of the Japanese Tsushima Islands last year, and this year will prevent you from stealing their Sakhalin, too. Thank you, my dear Count. Herr von Heinrich." The Prussian was elderly and curt. "I have no advice in this, Herr Consul General, other than to say, formally my government would consider it is a matter for your government alone, and not the affair of minor parties." Sarratar flushed. "I do not consider—" "Thank you for your advice, gentlemen," Sir William said firmly, cutting off the row that would have flared between them. Yesterday's Foreign Office dispatches from London said that Britain could soon become embroiled in another of the never-ending European wars, this time belligerent, pride-filled France against belligerent, pride-filled, expansionist Prussia, but did not forecast on which side. Why the devil damned foreigners can't behave as civilized fellows, I'm damned if I know. "Before making a judgment," he said crisply, "since everyone of note is here, and not having had such an opportunity before, I think we should articulate our problem. We have legal treaties with Japan. We're here to trade, not to conquer territory. We have to deal with this bureaucracy, the Bakufu, who are like a sponge. One moment it pretends to be all-powerful, the next helpless against their individual kings. We've never been able to get to the real power, the tycoon or shogun. We don't even know if he really exists." "He must exist," von Heinrich said coolly, "because our famous German traveler and physician, Dr. Engelbert Kämpfer, who lived in Deshima from 1690 to 1693, pretending to be a Dutchman, reported visiting him in Yedo on their annual pilgrimage." "That doesn't prove one exists now," Sarratar said caustically. "However, I do agree there is a shogun, and France approves of a direct approach." "An admirable idea, monsieur," Sir William reddened. "And how do we do that?" "Send a fleet against Yedo," the Russian said at once. "Demand an immediate audience, or else you'll destroy the place. If I had such a beautiful fleet as yours, I'd first flatten half the city, then demand the audience. Better, I would order this tycoon shogun native to report aboard my flagship at dawn the next day and hang him." Many shouts of approval. Sir William said, "That is certainly one way, but Her Majesty's government would prefer a slightly more diplomatic solution.
Next, we've almost no real intelligence about what's going on in the country. I'd appreciate it if all traders would help to get us information that could prove useful. Mr. McVey, of all the traders, you should be the best informed. Can you help?"
McVey said cautiously, "Well, a few days ago, one of our Japo silk suppliers told our Chinese comprador that some of the kingdoms, he used the word fiefs and called the kings daimyos, were in revolt against the Bakufu, particularly Satsuma and some parts called Tosa and Choshu."
Sir William noticed the immediate interest of the other diplomats and wondered if he was wise to have asked the question in public. "Where are they?"
"Satsuma's near Nagasaki in the South Island, Kyushu," Adamson said. "But what about Choshu and Tosa?"
"Well now, Your Honour," an American seaman called out, his Irish accent pleasing. "Tosa's a part of Shikoku. That's the big island on the inland sea. Choshu's far to the west on the main island, Mr. Adamson, sir, athwart the straits. We've been through the straits there many a time. They're not more than a mile across at the narrowest part. As I was saying now, Choshu's the kingdoms athwart the narrows, bare a mile across. It's the best and closest way from Hong Kong or Shanghai to here. Shimonoseki Straits, the locals call it, and once we traded for fish and water at the town there, but we weren't welcome."
Many others called out their agreement, and that they, too, had used the straits, but had never known that the kingdom was called Choshu. Sir William said, "Your name, if you please."
"Paddy O'Flaherty, boatswain of the American whaler Albatross out of Seattle, Your Honour."
"Thank you," Sir William said, and made a mental note to send for O'Flaherty, to find out more, and if there were charts of the area, and if not, to instantly order the Navy to make them. "Go on, Mr. McVey," he said. "In revolt, you say?"
"Yes, sir. The silk trader, how reliable he is, I don't know, but he said there was some kind of power struggle going on against the tycoon that he always called Shogun, the Bakufu, and some king or daimyo called Toranaga."
Sir William saw the Russian's eyes slit even more in his almost Asian features. "Yes, my dear Count."
"Nothing, Sir William. But isn't that the name of the ruler mentioned by Kempfer?"
"Indeed it is, indeed it is. I wonder why you never mentioned to me before that you also had read those very rare but illuminating journals that were written in German, which you do not know. Therefore they must have been translated into Russian. Perhaps Toranaga means ruler in their language. Please continue, Mr. McVey."
"That's all the fellow told my comprador, but I'll make it my business to find out more."
"Now," McVey said politely but firmly, "do we settle King Satsuma at Hodogaya tonight or not?" The smoke stirred the silence. "Has anyone anything to add about this revolt?" Norbert Greyforth, chief of Brock & Sons, Struan's main rival, said, "We've heard rumours of this revolt, too, but I thought it was something to do with their chief priest, this Mikado, who supposedly lives in Kyoto, a city near Osaka. I'll make inquiries as well. In the meantime, about tonight, my vote goes with McVey. The sooner we belt these buggers, the sooner we'll have peace." He was taller than McVey, and clearly hated him. When the cheers died down, like a judge delivering a sentence, Sir William said, "This is what will happen. First, there will be no attack tonight, and—" Cries of, "Resign! We'll do it ourselves, by God! Come on, let's go after the bastards!" "We can't, not without troops!" "Quiet and listen, by God!" Sir William shouted. "If anyone is stupid enough to go against Hodogaya tonight, he'll have to answer to our laws as well as Japanese. It is forbidden. Tomorrow I will formally demand, that at once the Bakufu and Shogun tender a formal apology, at once hand over the two murderers for trial and hanging, and at once pay an indemnity of £100,000 or accept the consequences." A few cheered, most did not, and the meeting broke up with a surge to the bar, many of the men already near blows as arguments became more drunken and more heated. McVey and Dmitri shoved their way into the open air. "My God, that's better." McVey eased off his hat and mopped his brow. "A word, Mr. McVey." He turned and saw Greyforth. "Of course. In private, if you please." McVey frowned, then moved over the semi-deserted promenade along the wharfs and seafront, away from Dmitri, who was not in Struan's but traded through Cooper Tillman, one of the American companies.
Yes?
Norbert Greyforth dropped his voice.
What about Hodo Gaia? You've 2 ships here, we've 3, and between us lots of bully boys. Most lads in the merchant fleet'd join us. We've arms enough, and we could bring a cannon or 2. John Canterbury was a good friend, the old man liked him, and I want him revenged. What about it? If Hodo Gaia was a port, I wouldn't hesitate, but we can't raid inland. This isn't China. You afraid of that pipsqueak in there? I'm not afraid of anyone, McFay said carefully. We can't mount a successful raid without regular troops, Norbert. That's not possible. I want revenge more than any. Greyforth made sure no one was listening. Since you brought it up tonight, and we don't talk too often, we've heard there's going to be bad trouble here soon. The revolt? Yes, very bad trouble for us. There's been all sorts of signs. Our silk dealers have been acting right smelly the last month or 2, upping the price of bulk raw, delaying deliveries, slow on payments, and wanting extra credits. I'll bet it's the same with you. Yes. It was rare for the 2 men to talk business. Don't know much more than that, except many of the signs are the same as in America that led to civil war. If that happens here, it's going to bugger us proper. Without the fleet and troops, we're bitched and we can be wiped out. After a pause, McFay said, What do you propose? We'll have to wait and see what happens. With Wee Willie's plan, I don't hope for much, like you. The Russian was right about what should be done. Meanwhile, Greyforth nodded out to sea, where 2 of their clippers and merchantmen lay in the roads. Clippers still much faster back to England than steamers, paddle-driven or screw-driven. We're keeping all our inner ledgers and specie aboard. We've increased our levels of gunpowder, shot, shrapnel, and put in an order for 2 of the brand-new Yankee 10-barrel Gatling machine guns as soon as they are available. McFay laughed. The hell ye have. So did we. We heard that too, which is why I made the order, and twice as many of the new rifles than your shipment. Who told ye? Who's your spy? Old Mother Hubbard, Greyforth said dryly. Listen, we all know these inventions, along with metal cartridges, have changed the course of war. That's proved already by the casualties of the battles of Bull Run and Fredericksburg. Shocking, yes, Dmitri told me, said the South lost 4,000 in one afternoon. Terrible. So, we could both sell these weapons to the Japanners by the ton. My thought is we agree to not, and together we make bloody sure no other bugger imports them or smuggles them in. Selling Jappers steamers and the odd cannon's one thing, but not repeaters or machine guns. Agreed? McFay was surprised by the offer and suspicious, but he kept it off his face, sure that Norbert would never keep the bargain, and shook the offered hand. Agreed. Good. What's the latest on young Struan? When I saw him an hour or so ago, he was poorly. Is he going to die? No. The doctor assured me of that. A cold smile. What the hell do they know? Or if he did, that could wreck the noble house. Nothing will ever wreck the noble house. Dirk Struan saw to that. Don't be too sure. Dirk's been dead more than 20 years. His son Callum's not far from his deathbed, and if Malcolm dies, who's to take over? Not his young brother, who's only 10. His eyes glinted strangely. Old man Brock may be 73, but he's as tough and clever as he ever was. But we're still the noble house. Cullum is still the Taipan, McFay added, glad for the barb. Old man Brock's still not a steward of the Jockey Club at Happy Valley and never will be. That'll come soon enough, Jamie. That and all the rest. Cullum Struan won't control the Jockey Club vote much longer. And if his son and heir kicks the bucket too, well then, counting us and our friends, we've the necessary votes. It won't happen. Greyforth hardened. Mayhaps old man Brock will honour us with a visit here soon, along with Sir Morgan. Morgan's in Hong Kong. McFay tried to stop his astonishment from showing. Sir Morgan Brock was old man Brock's eldest son, who very successfully ran their London office. As far as Jamie knew, Morgan had never been to Asia before. If Morgan's suddenly in Hong Kong, what new devilment are those 2 up to now? He asked himself uneasily. Morgan specialized in merchant banking, and had skillfully spread the tentacles of Brock's into Europe, Russia, and North America, always harrying the Struan trade routes and customers.
Since the American War began last year, MacFay, along with other directors of Struan's, had been getting worrisome reports about failures amongst their extensive American interests, both north and south, where Cullum Struan had invested heavily. "If old man Brock and son grace us with their presence, I've no doubt we would be honoured to give them supper." Greyforth laughed without humour. "I doubt they'll have time, except to inspect your books when we take you over." "You never will. If I have any news on the revolt, I'll send word. Please do likewise. Good night now." Over politely, MacFay raised his hat and walked away. Greyforth laughed to himself, delighted with the seeds he had planted. "The old man will be happy to harvest them," he thought, "tearing them out by the roots." Dr. Babcock trudged wearily along a corridor in the semi-darkness of the Kanagawa legation. He carried a small oil lamp and wore a dressing gown over woolen pyjamas. From somewhere downstairs a clock chimed 2 o'clock. Absently he reached into his pocket and checked his fob watch, yawned, then knocked on a door. "Miss Angelique?" After a moment she called out sleepily, "Yes?" "You wanted to know when Mr. Struan woke up." "Ah, thank you." A moment, then the door was unbarred and Angelique came out, hair a little dishevelled and still drowsy, wearing a robe over her nightdress. "How is he?" "A little sick and woozy," Babcock said, leading her back along the corridor and downstairs to the surgery where the sick rooms were. "His temperature and pulse rate are up a little. Of course, that's to be expected. I've given him a drug for the pain, but he's a fine, strong young man, and everything should be all right." The first time she had seen Malcolm, she had been shocked by his lack of colour and appalled by the stench. She had never been in a hospital or surgery before, or in a real sick room. Apart from reading in the Paris newspapers and journals about death and dying and illness and the waves of plague and killing diseases, measles, smallpox, typhus, cholera, pneumonia, meningitis, whooping cough, scarlet fever, childbed fever, and the like, that swept Paris and Lyon and other cities and towns from time to time, she had had no close acquaintance with sickness. Her health had always been good, her aunt and uncle and brother equally blessed. Shakily she had touched his forehead, moving the sweat-stained hair out of his face, but repelled by the smell that surrounded the bed, hurried out. In a room nearby, Tyra was sleeping comfortably. To her great relief, there was no smell here. She thought he had a pleasant sleeping face, while Malcolm Struan had been tormented. "Philip saved my life, Doctor," she had said. "After Mr. Canterbury, I was paralyzed, and Philip, he flung his horse in the assassin's path and gave me time to escape. I can't describe how awful." "What was the man like? Could you recognize him?" "I don't know. He was just a native, young, I think, but I don't know. It's difficult to tell their ages, and he was the first I'd seen close. He wore a kimono with a short sword in his belt, and a big one, all bloody and ready again to—" Her eyes had filled with tears. Babcock had gentled her and showed her a room, gave her some tea with a touch of laudanum, and promised he would call her the moment Struan awoke. "And now he's awake," she thought, her feet leaden, nausea welling up inside her, head aching and filled with vile pictures. "I wish I hadn't come here. Henri Serratard told me to wait until tomorrow. Captain Marlowe was against it, everyone, so why did I plead so ardently with the Admiral? I don't know. We're just good friends, not lovers or engaged, or do I begin to love him? Or was I only consumed with bravado, play-acting, because this whole horrid day has been like a melodrama by Dumas? The nightmare at the road, not real. The settlement inflamed, not real. Malcolm's message arriving at sunset, not real. Please come and see me as soon as you can. Written by the doctor on his behalf. Me, not real, just play-acting the part of the heroine." Babcock stopped. "Here we are. You'll find him rather tired, mademoiselle. I'll just make sure he's all right. Then I'll leave you alone for a minute or two. He may drop off because of the drug, but don't worry. And if you want me, I'll be in the surgery next door. Don't tax him, or yourself, or worry about anything. Don't forget you've had a rotten time, too." She steeled herself, fixed a smile on her face, and followed him in. "Hello, Malcolm, mon cher." "Hello?" Struan was very pale and had aged, but his eyes were clear. The doctor chattered pleasantly, peered at him, quickly took his pulse, felt his forehead, half nodded to himself, said that the patient was doing fine,
and left. "You're so beautiful," Struan said, his robust voice now just a thread, feeling strange, floating yet nailed to the cot and the sweat-sodden straw mattress. She went closer. The smell was still there as much as she tried to pretend it was not. "How do you feel? I'm so sorry you're hurt." "Joss," he said, using a Chinese word that meant fate, luck, the will of the gods. "You're so beautiful." "Ah, Sherry, oh, how I wish all this had never happened, that I'd never asked to go for a ride, never wanted to visit to the Japans." "Joss, it's the next day, isn't it?" "Yes, the attack was yesterday afternoon." It seemed to be difficult for his brain to translate her words into usable form, and equally difficult to compose words and say them, as she was finding it equally difficult to stay. "Yesterday? That's a lifetime ago. Have you seen Philip?" Yes, I saw him earlier, but he was asleep. I'll see him as soon as I leave you, Sherry. In fact, I'd better go now. The doctor said not to tire you." "No, don't go yet, please. Listen, Angelique, I don't know when I'll be fit to travel, so—" Momentarily his eyes closed against a barb of pain, but it left him. When he focused on her again, he saw her fear and misread it. "Don't worry. McFay will see that you're escorted safely back to Hong Kong, so please don't worry." "Thank you, Malcolm. Yes, I think I should. I'll return tomorrow or the next day." She saw the sudden disappointment, and added at once, "Of course, you'll be better then, and we can go together, and, oh yes, Henri Serratard sent his condolences." She stopped, aghast, as a great pain took him, and his face twisted, and he tried to double up, but could not. His insides tried to cast out the foul poison of the ether that seemed to permeate every pore and brain cell he possessed, but could not. His stomach and bowels already empty of everything possible, each spasm tearing at his wounds, every cough ripping more than the last, with only a little putrid liquid coming out for all the torment. In panic she whirled for the doctor and fumbled for the door handle. "It's all right, Angelique," said the voice that she hardly recognized now. "Stay a moment more." He saw the horror on her face and again misread it, seeing it as anxiety, a vast depth of compassion and love. His fear left him, and he lay back to gather his strength. "My darling, I'd hoped so very much. Of course you know I've loved you from the first moment." The spasm had sapped his strength, but his complete belief that he had seen in her what he had prayed for gave him great peace. "I can't seem to think straight, but I wanted to see you, to tell you. Christ, Angelique, I was petrified of the operation, petrified of the drugs, petrified of dying and not waking up before I saw you again. I've never been so petrified. Never. I'd be petrified too. Oh, Malcolm, this is all so awful." Her skin felt clammy, and her head ached even more, and she was afraid she would be sick at any moment. "The doctor assured me and everyone that you'll be well soon. I don't care now that I know you'll love me. If I die, that's Joss, and in my family we know we can't escape Joss. You're my lucky star, my lodestone. I knew it from the first moment. We'll marry." The words trailed off. His ears were ringing, and his eyes misted a little, eyelids flickering as the opiate took hold, sliding him into the netherworld where pain existed, but was transformed into painlessness. "Marry in springtime." "Malcolm, listen," she said quickly. "You're not going to die, and Alors, I must be honest with you." Then the words began pouring out. "I don't want to marry yet. I'm not sure if I love you. I'm just not sure. You'll have to be patient, and if I do or do not, I don't think I can ever live in this awful place, or Hong Kong. In fact, I know I can't, I won't, I can't. I know I'd die. The thought of living in Asia horrifies me. The stench and the awful people. I'm going back to Paris, where I belong, as soon as I can, and I'm never coming back, never, never, never." But he had heard none of it. He was in dreams now, not seeing her, and he murmured, "Many sons, you and I. So happy you love me. Prayed for. So now, live forever in the great house on the peak. Your love has banished fear, fear of death, always afraid of death, always so near. The twins, little sister Mary, dead so young, my brother, father almost dead, grandfather another violent death, but now, all changed. Marry in springtime, yes? His eyes opened. For an instant he saw her clearly, saw the stretched face and wringing hands and revulsion, and he wanted to shriek. What's the matter, for God's sake? This is only a sick room, and I know the blanket's sodden with sweat, and I'm lying in a little urine and dung, and everything stinks, but that's because I'm cut, for Christ's sake. I've only been cut, and now I'm sewn up, and well again, well again, well again. But none of the words came out, and he saw her say something and jerk the door open and run away. But this was just nightmare, the good dreams beckoning. The door swung on its hinges, and the noise it made echoed and echoed and echoed. Well again, well again, well again. She was leaning against the door to the garden, gulping the night air, trying to regain her poise. Mother of God, give me strength, and give that man some peace, and let me leave this place quickly. Babcock came up behind her. He's all right, not to worry. Here, drink this, he said compassionately, giving her the opiate. It'll settle you and help you sleep. She obeyed. The liquid tasted neither good nor bad. He's sleeping peacefully. Come along. It's bedtime for you, too. He helped her upstairs, back to her room. At the door he hesitated. Sleep well. You will sleep well. I'm afraid for him, very afraid. Don't be. In the morning he'll be better. You'll see. Thank you. I'm all right now. I think Malcolm thinks he's going to die. Is he? Certainly not. He's a strong young man, and I'm sure soon he'll be as right as rain. Babcock repeated the same platitude he had said 1,000 times, and did not tell the truth. I don't know. You never know. Now it's up to God. And yet, most times he knew it was correct to give the loved one hope and take away the burden of increased worry, though not correct or fair to make God responsible if the patient lived or died. Even so, if you're helpless, if you've done your best and are convinced that your best and the best knowledge are not good enough, what else can you do and stay sane? How many young men have you seen like this one, and dead in the morning or the next day, or recovered, if that was God's will? Was it? I think it's lack of knowledge, and then God's will, if there is a God. Involuntarily he shivered. Good night. Not to worry. Thank you. She put the bar in place and went to the window, pushed open the heavy shutters. Tiredness welled over her. The night air was warm and kind, the moon high now. She took off her robe and wearily toweled herself dry, aching for sleep. Her nightdress was damp and clung to her, and she would have preferred to change, but she had not brought another. Below, the garden was large and shadow-struck, trees here and there, and a tiny bridge over a tiny stream. A breeze caressed the treetops, many shadows in the moonlight. Some moved now and then. Chapter 5. The two youths saw her the moment she appeared in the garden doorway, 40 yards away. Their ambush was well chosen, and gave them a good view of the whole garden as well as the main gate, the guardhouse, and the 2 sentries they had been watching. At once they crept deeper into the foliage, astonished to see her, even more astonished by the tears coursing her cheeks. Shorin whispered, "What's the matter?" He stopped. A wandering patrol of a sergeant and 2 soldiers, the first to enter their trap, rounded the far corner of the grounds, approaching them on the path that skirted the walls. They readied, then became motionless. Their black, nearly skin-tight clothes covered all of their bodies except their eyes and made them almost invisible. The patrol passed within 5 feet, and the 2 shishi could have attacked easily and safely from this ambush. Shorin, the hunter, the fighter, and leader in battle, where Ori was the thinker and planner, had selected the blind, but Ori decided they would only attack a 1- or 2-man patrol, unless there was an emergency or they were prevented from breaking into the armory. "Whatever we do this time must be silent," he had said earlier, "and patient." "Why?" "This is their legation. According to their custom, that means it is their land or their territory. It is guarded by real soldiers, so we're encroaching on them. If we succeed, we will frighten them very much. If they catch us, we fail." From the ambush they watched the departing patrol. noting the silent, careful way the men moved. Ori whispered uneasily, "We've never seen these sort before. Soldiers so well trained and disciplined. In a battle, masked, we would have a hard time against them and their guns." Shorin said, "We'll always win. We'll have a gun soon, one way or another. And anyway, Bushido and our courage will swamp them. We can beat them easily." He was very confident. "We should have killed that patrol and taken their guns." "I'm glad we didn't," Ori thought, deeply unsettled. His arm ached badly, and though he feigned indifference, he knew that he could not sustain a long sword fight. "If it wasn't for our clothes, they would have seen us." His eyes went back to the girl. "We could have killed all three easily, and grabbed their carbines and gone over the wall again." "These men are very good, Shorin, not ox-headed merchants." Ori kept the aggravation out of his voice, as always, not wanting to offend his friend, or wound his sensitive pride, needing his qualities as much as Shorin needed his. He had not forgotten Shorin had deflected the bullet that would have killed him on the Tokaido. "We've plenty of time. Dawn's still at least 2 candles away." This was approximately 4 hours. He motioned at the doorway. "Anyway, she would have given the alarm." Shorin sucked in his breath, cursing himself. "Yes, stupid. I'm stupid, you're right. Again, so sorry." Ori gave her all of his attention. "What is it about that woman that troubles me, fascinates me?" he asked himself. Then they saw the giant appear beside her. From information they had been given at the inn, they knew this was the famous English doctor who achieved miracle healings for any seeking his services, Japanese as well as his own people. Ori would have given much to understand what the doctor said to the girl. She dried her tears, obediently drank what he offered her. Then he guided her back into the hallway, closing and barring the door. Ori muttered, "Astounding. The giant and the woman." Shorin glanced at him, hearing undercurrents that further perturbed him, still angry with himself for forgetting the girl when the patrol was nearby. He could see only his friend's eyes and read nothing from them. "Let's go on to the armory," he whispered impatiently, "or attack the next patrol, Ori." "Wait." Taking great care not to make a sudden movement that might be noticed, Ori lifted his black-gloved hand more to ease his arm than to wipe the sweat away. "Katsumata taught patience. Tonight, Hiraga counseled the same." Earlier, when they had reached the Inn of the Midnight Blossoms, they had found to their joy that Hiraga, their friend and the greatly admired leader of all Choshu Shishi, was also staying there. News of their attack had arrived. "The attack was perfectly timed, though you could not know it," Hiraga said warmly. He was a handsome man of 22 and tall for a Japanese. "It will be like a stick plunged into the Yokohama hornet's nest. Now Gai-Jin will swarm. They're bound to go against the Bakufu, who cannot do anything to appease them. If only the Gai-Jin retaliate against the Yedo. If they did that and smashed it, that would be the signal for us to seize the palace gates. Once the emperor is free, all daimyos will rebel against the shogunate and destroy it and all Toronagas. Sono Joy." They had toasted Sono Joy, and Katsumata, who had saved them, taught most of them, and served Sono Joy secretly and wisely. Ori had whispered their plan to Hiraga to steal arms. "Ori, it is a good idea and possible," Hiraga said thoughtfully, "if you are patient and choose the perfect moment. Such weapons could be valuable on some operations. Personally, guns disgust me. Garrote, sword, or knife please me better. Safer, silent, and much more frightening, whoever the target, daimyo or barbarian. I'll help. I can give you a plan of the grounds and ninja clothes." Ori and Shorin brightened. "You can get them for us?" "Of course." Ninja were a highly secret tong of expertly trained assassins who operated almost exclusively at night, their special black clothes helping to fuel the legend of their invisibility. "At one time we were going to burn the legation building." Hiraga laughed and emptied another flask of sake, the warmed wine making his tongue looser than normal. "But we decided not to, that it was more valuable to keep it under observation. Often I've gone there disguised as a gardener or at night as a ninja. It's surprising what you can learn, even with simple English." "Hiraga-san, We never knew you could speak English, Ori said, astounded by the revelation. Where did you learn it?
Where else can you learn Gai-Jin qualities if not from Gai-Jin? He was a Dutchman from Deshima, a linguist who spoke Japanese, Dutch, and English. My grandfather wrote a petition to our daimyo, suggesting that one such man should be allowed to come to Shimonoseki at their cost to teach Dutch and English for an experimental 1 year. Trade would come afterwards.
Thank you, Hiraga said, as Ori politely refilled his cup.
Gai-Jin are all so gullible, but such foul money worshippers. This is the 6th year of the experiment, and we still only trade for what we want when we can afford them. Guns, cannon, ammunition, shot, and certain books.
How is your revered grandfather?
In very good health. Thank you for asking.
Hiraga bowed in appreciation. Their bow in return was lower. How wonderful to have such a grandfather, Ori thought. Such a protection for all your generations. Not like us who have to struggle to survive daily, are hungry daily, and have desperate trouble to pay our taxes. What will father and grandfather think of me now? Ronin, and my so-needed 1 koku forfeit. I would be honored to meet him, he said. Our Shaya is not like him. For many years, Hiraga's grandfather, an important peasant farmer near Shimonoseki, and secret supporter of Sono Joy, had been a Shoya. A Shoya, the appointed or hereditary leader of a village or grouping of villages with great influence and magisterial power and responsibility for tax assessments and collection, was at the same time the only buffer and protector of peasants and farmers against any unfair practices of the samurai overlord within whose fief the village or villages lay. Farmers and some peasants owned and worked the land, but by law could not leave it. Samurai owned all the produce and the sole right to carry weapons, but by law could not own land. So each depended on the other in an inevitable, never-ending spiral of suspicion and distrust. The balance of how much rice or produce to be rendered in tax year by year, and how much retained, always an incredibly delicate compromise. The Shoya had to keep the balance. The advice of the best was sometimes sought on matters outside the village by his immediate overlord, or higher, even by the daimyo himself. Hiraga's grandfather was one of these. Some years ago, he had been permitted to purchase Goshi samurai status for himself and his descendants in one of the daimyo's offerings, a customary ploy of all daimyos, normally debt-ridden, to raise extra revenue from acceptable supplicants. The daimyo of Choshu was no exception. Hiraga laughed, the wine in his head now.
I was chosen for this Dutchman's school, and many a time I regretted the honor. English is so foul-sounding and difficult.
Were there many of you at the school? Ori asked. Through the sake haze, a warning sounded, and Hiraga realized he was volunteering far too much private information. How many Choshu students were at the school was Choshu business and secret, and while he liked and admired both Shorin and Ori, they were still Satsumas, aliens, who were not always allies, but frequently enemy and always potential enemies.
Just 3 of us to learn English, he said softly, as though telling a secret, instead of 30, the real figure. Inwardly alert, he added, Listen, now that you're Ronin, like me and most of my comrades, we must work closer together. I am planning something in 3 days that you can help us with.
Thank you, but we must wait for word from Katsumata.
Of course, he is your Satsuma leader, Hiraga added thoughtfully, but at the same time, Ori, don't forget you're Ronin, and we'll be Ronin until we win. Don't forget, with the spearhead of Sono Joy. With the doers, Katsumata risks nothing. We must forget that I am Choshu, and you two Satsumas. We've got to help each other. It's a good idea to follow your Tokaido attack tonight and steal guns. Kill 1 or 2 guards inside the legation if you can. That will be a huge provocation. If you could do it all silently and leave no trace, even better. Anything to provoke them.
With Hiraga's information, it had been easy to infiltrate the temple, to count the dragoons and other soldiers, and to find the perfect lair. Then the girl had unexpectedly appeared, and the giant, and then they had gone back inside, and ever since both Shishi had been staring at the garden door, glazed.
Ori, now what do we do?
Shorin asked, his voice edged.
We stick to that plan.
The minutes passed anxiously.
When the shutters on the first floor opened and they saw her in the window, both knew that a new element had come into their future. Now she was brushing her hair with a silver-handled brush, listlessly. Shorin said throatily, "She doesn't look so ugly in moonlight, but with those breasts, you'd bounce off." Ori did not reply, his eyes riveted. Suddenly she hesitated and looked down, directly at them. Though there was no chance she could have seen or heard them, their hearts picked up a beat. They waited, hardly breathing. Another exhausted yawn. She continued brushing a moment, then put down the brush, seemingly so close that Ori felt he could almost reach out and touch her, seeing in the light from the room details of embroidery on the silk, nipples taut beneath, and the haunted expression he had glimpsed yesterday. Was it only yesterday? That had stopped the blow that would have ended her. A last strange glance at the moon, another stifled yawn, and she pulled the shutters to, but did not close them completely, or bar them. Shorin broke the silence and said what was in both their minds. "It would be easy to climb up there." "Yes, but we came here for guns and to create havoc. Ori stopped, his mind flowing into the sudden glimmering of a new and wonderful diversion, a second chance greater than the first. "Shorin," he whispered, "if you silenced her, took her but didn't kill her, just left her unconscious to tell of the taking, leaving a sign linking us to the Tokaido, then together we kill 1 or 2 soldiers and vanish with or without their guns, inside their legation, wouldn't that make them mad with rage?" The breath hissed out of Shorin's lips at the beauty of the idea. Yes, it would, but better to slit her throat and write Tokaido in her blood. You go. I'll guard here, safer." And when Ori hesitated, he said, "Katsumata said we were wrong to hesitate. Last time you hesitated, why hesitate?" It was a split-second decision. Then Ori was running for the building, a shadow among many shadows. He gained the lee and began to climb. Years ago, the growing Shishi movement had formed themselves into small secret cells, committing themselves to rediscover Bushido. Outside the guardhouse, one of the soldiers said softly, "Don't look around, Charlie, but I think I saw someone running for the house." "Crash, get the sergeant. Careful now." The soldier pretended to stretch, then strolled into the guardhouse. Quickly but cautiously he shook Sergeant Towery awake and repeated what he had seen, or thought he had seen. "What did the bugger look like?" "I just caught the movement, son. At least I think I did. I'm not sure, like. It might have been a bloody shadow." "All right, me lad, let's take a look." Sergeant Towery awoke the corporal and another soldier and posted them. Then he led the other 2 into the garden. "It were about here, Sergeant." Shorin saw them coming. There was nothing he could do to warn Ori, who was almost at the window, still well camouflaged by his clothes and the shadows. He watched him reach the sill, ease one of the shutters wider and vanish inside. The shutter moved slowly back into place. Karma, he thought, and turned to his own plight. Sergeant Towery had stopped in the center of the path, and was carefully scanning the surroundings and up at the building. Many of the shutters on the upper story were open and unbarred, so he was not concerned, one of them creaking in the small wind. The garden door was locked. At length he said, "Charlie, you take that side." He pointed near to where the ambush was hidden. "Nogga, you go opposite. Flush him out if any's there. Keep your bloody eyes open. Fix bayonets." He was obeyed instantly. Shorin eased his sword in its scabbard. The blade also blackened for the night foray, then settled himself into attack position, his throat tight. The moment Ori had slid into the room, he checked the only door and saw that it was barred, that she was still asleep. Then he unsheathed his short stabbing sword and darted for the bed. It was a 4-poster, the first he had ever seen. Everything about it strange, its height and heavy permanence, posts, curtains, bedclothes, and for a second he wondered what it would be like to sleep in one so high off the ground, instead of the way Japanese slept, on futons, light square mattresses of straw, laid out at night and put away by day. His heart was racing, and he tried to keep his breathing soft, not wanting to awaken her yet, not knowing she was deeply drugged. The room was dark, but moonlight came in through the shutters, and he saw her long, fair hair flowing over her shoulders, and the swell of her breasts and limbs under the sheet. A perfume surrounded her, intoxicating him. Then the click of the bayonets and muttered voices from the garden. For a split second he was petrified. Blindly he poised the knife to end her, but she did not stir. Her breathing remained regular. He hesitated, then padded noiselessly to the shutters and peered out. He saw the soldiers. "Did they see me, or notice Shorin?" he asked himself in panic. "If so, then I'm trapped. But that doesn't matter. I can still accomplish what I came to accomplish, and perhaps they'll go away. I have 2 exits, the door and the window. Patience, Katsumoto always advised. Use your head, wait calmly, then strike without hesitation and escape when the moment arrives, as it always will. Surprise is your best weapon." His stomach twisted. One of the soldiers was heading for their hiding place. Even though Ori knew exactly where Shorin was, he could not pick him out. Breathlessly he waited to see what would happen. Perhaps Shorin will draw them off. Whatever happens, she dies, he promised himself. Shorin watched the soldier approaching, hopelessly trying to fathom a way out of the trap and cursing Ori. They must have spotted him. If I kill this dog, there's no way I can reach the others before they shoot me. I can't get to the wall without being seen. Stupid of Ori to change the plan. Of course they spotted him. I told him that woman was trouble. He should have killed her at the road. Perhaps this barbarian will miss me and give me enough time to rush for the wall. The moonlight caught the long bayonet in flashes as the soldier quietly probed the foliage, lifting it apart here and there to see better. Closer and closer. 6 feet. 5, 4, 3. Shorin stayed motionless, his face covering, now practically masking his eyes, and held his breath. The soldier almost brushed him in passing, then went on again, stopped a moment, on a few more paces, probing again, then on again, and Shorin began quietly to breathe once more. He could feel the sweat on his back, but he knew he was safe now, and in a few moments would be safely over the wall. From his position, Sergeant Towery could watch both soldiers. He held a cocked rifle loose in his hands, but was as unsure as they were, not wanting to give a false alarm. The night was fine, wind slight, moonlight strong. Easy to imagine shadows to be enemy in this stinking place, he thought. Christ, wish we were back in good old London town.
Evening, Sergeant Towery, what's up?
Evening, sir. Towery saluted smartly. It was the dragoon officer, Paladar. He explained what he had been told.
Might have been a shadow. Better safe than sorry. Better get extra men, and we'll make sure that...
At that moment, the young soldier nearest the ambush site whirled on guard, his musket levelled.
"Sergeant!" he called out in excitement and terror. "The bastard's here!"
Already Shorin was rushing to the attack, his killing sword on high, but the soldier's training took over for that instant, and the bayonet expertly held Shorin off as the others came running, Paladar jerking out his revolver. Again Shorin pressed the attack, but was inhibited by the length of the rifle and bayonet, then slipped, scrambled out of the way of the bayonet lunge, and fled through the foliage for the wall. The young soldier charged after him.
"Watch it!"
Towery shouted as the young man crashed into the undergrowth, glands now in total control, propelling him to the kill. But the soldier did not hear the warning, and went into the bushes and died, the short sword deep in his chest. Shorin jerked it out, quite sure there was no escape. The others almost on him.
"Namu Amida Butsu!"
In the name of the Buddha Amida, he gasped through his own fear, commending his spirit to Buddha, and screamed, "Sono joy!" not to warn Ori, but to make his last statement. Then, with desperate strength, he buried the knife in his own throat. Ori had seen most of this, but not the end. The moment the soldier had shouted and charged, he had rushed pell-mell for the bed, expecting her to be startled awake. But to his astonishment she had not moved, nor had the calm tempo of her breathing changed. So he stood over her, knees trembling, waiting for her eyes to open, expecting a trick, wanting her to see him and see the knife before he used it. Then there was the wail of Sono joy, and he knew Shorin had gone onwards. Then more noise. But still she did not stir. His lips came back from his teeth, his breathing strangled. Abruptly he could stand the strain no longer, so he shook her angrily with his wounded arm, heedless of the pain, put the knife to her throat, ready to obliterate the scream. Still she did not stir. To him it was all dreamlike, and he watched himself shake her again, and still nothing. Then suddenly he remembered that the doctor had given her a drink, and he thought, one of those drugs,
The new Western drug Siraga told us about, and he gasped, trying to assimilate this new knowledge. To make sure, he shook her again, but she only muttered and turned deeper into the pillow. He went back to the window. Men were carrying the soldier's body out of the foliage. Then he saw them drag Shorin into the open by one of his feet like the carcass of an animal. Now the bodies were side by side, both strangely alike in death. Other men were arriving, and he heard people calling from some windows. An officer stood over Shorin's body. One of the soldiers tore off the black head covering and face mask. Shorin's eyes were still open, features twisted, the knife hilt protruding. More voices and other men arriving. Movement within the house now, and in the corridor. His tension soared. For the 10th time he made sure the door bar was secure, and could not be opened from the outside, then moved into ambush behind the curtains of the four-poster, near enough to reach her, whatever happened. Footsteps and knocking on the door. Splash of light under it from oil or candle lamps, louder knocking and voices raised, his knife readied. "Mademoiselle, are you all right?" It was Babcock. "Mademoiselle," Marlowe called out, "open the door." More pounding, much louder. "It's my sleeping draught, Captain. She was very upset, poor lady, and needed sleep. I doubt if she'll wake up." "If she doesn't, I'll break the bloody door down to make sure. Her shutters are open, by God." More heavy pounding. Angelique opened her eyes blearily. "Que se passe-t-il?" "What is it?" she mumbled, more asleep than awake. "Are you all right? Tout va bien." "Bien, moi? Bien sûr. Pourquoi? Qu'arrive-t-il?" "Open the door a moment. Ouvrez la porte, s'il vous plaît. C'est moi, Captain Marlowe." Grumbling and disoriented, she sat up in bed. To his shock, Ori watched himself, allowing her to reel out of bed and totter to the door. It took her a little time to pull back the bar and half open the door, holding onto it for balance. Babcock, Marlowe, and a Marine held candle lights. The flames flickered in the draught. They gaped at her wide-eyed. Her nightdress was very French, very fine, and diaphanous. We just wanted to see you were all right, mademoiselle. We caught a man in the shrubbery," Babcock said hurriedly. "Nothing to worry about." He could see that she hardly understood what he was saying. Marlowe pulled his gaze off her body and looked beyond into the room. "Excusez-moi, mademoiselle, s'il vous plaît," he said, embarrassed, his accent tolerable, and eased past her to inspect. Nothing under the bed except a chamber pot. Curtains behind the bed this side revealed nothing. Christ, what a woman! Nowhere else to hide, no doors or cupboards. The shutters creaked in the wind. He opened them wide. "Paladar, anything more down there?" "No," Paladar called back. "No sign of anyone else. It's quite possible he was the only one and the soldiers saw him moving about. But check all the rooms this side." Marlowe nodded and muttered a curse and, "What the hell do you think I'm doing?" Behind him the four-poster curtains moved in the slight breeze, uncovering Ori's feet in his black tabi, Japanese shoe socks. Marlowe's candle guttered and blew out, and when he slid the shutter bar into place and turned back again, he did not notice the tabi in the deep shadows beside the bed, or much of anything else, only Angelique, silhouetted in the doorway candlelight, hardly awake. He could see every part of her, and the sight drew his breath away. "Everything's fine," he said, even more embarrassed because he had scrutinized her, enjoying her when she was defenseless. Pretending to be brisk, he walked back. "Please bolt the door and, sleep well," he said, wanting to stay. Even more disoriented, she mumbled and closed the door. They waited until they heard the bar grate home in its slots. Babcock said hesitantly, "I doubt if she'll even remember opening the door." The Marine wiped the sweat off, saw Marlowe looking at him, and could not resist a leering beam. "What the hell are you so happy about?" Marlowe said, knowing very well. "Me, sir? Nothing, sir," the Marine said instantly, leer gone, innocence in its wake. "Sodding officers is all the same," he thought wearily. "Mucker Marlowe's as horny as the rest of us. His eyes popped and he near ate her up. Short and curly's, what's underneath, and the best bloody knockers I ever hoped to see. The lads will never believe about their knockers." "Yes, sir. Mum's the word. Yes, sir," he said virtuously, when Marlowe told him to say nothing about what they had seen. "You're right, sir. Again, sir. Not a word from me lips," he assured him, and trailed along to the next room, thinking of hers. Angelique was leaning against the door, trying to make sense of what was happening. difficult to put everything in order. A man in the garden. What garden? But Malcolm was in the garden of the great house. No. He's downstairs, wounded. No. That's a dream, and he said something about living in the great house and marriage. Malcolm, was he the man, the one who touched me? No. He told me he would die. Silly, the doctor said he was fine. Everyone said fine. Why fine? Why not good or excellent or fair? Why? She gave up, her craving for sleep overwhelming. The moon was shining through the slats of the shutters, and she stumbled through the bars of light to the bed, gratefully collapsing into the soft down mattress. With a great sigh of contentment, she pulled the sheet half over her and turned on her side. In seconds, she was deeply asleep. Silently, Ori slid out of his hiding place, astonished that he was still alive. Even though he had pressed himself and his swords flat against the wall, any proper search should have disclosed him. He saw that the door bar was in place, the shutters barred, the girl breathing heavily, one arm under the pillow, the other on the sheet. Good. She can wait, he thought. First, how to get out of this trap? The window or the door? Not being able to see through the slats, he moved the bar back softly and pushed one side open a fraction, then the other. Soldiers were still milling below. Dawn was almost 3 hours away. Clouds building up, drifting towards the moon. Shorin's body lay crumpled on the path like a dead animal. For a moment he was surprised they had left his head on, then remembered it was not Gai-Jin custom to take heads for viewing or for counting. Difficult to escape that way and not be seen. If they don't slacken their vigilance, I'll have to open the door and try inside. That means leaving the door open. Better to go by the window if I can. He craned out carefully and saw a small ledge below the window that led under another window, then around the building. This was a corner room. His excitement mounted. Soon clouds will cover the moon. I'll escape then. I will escape. So no joy. Now her. Making no noise, he rearranged the bars so the shutters were slightly open, then came back to the bed. His long sword was still sheathed, and he put it within easy reach on the rumpled white silk counterpane. White, he thought, white sheet, white flesh, white, the color of death. Apt, perfect to write on. What should it be? His name? Without haste he pulled the sheet away from her. The nightdress was beyond his ken, alien, designed to hide everything and nothing. Limbs and breasts so large compared to the few bedmates he had known, legs long and straight, with none of the elegant curve he was used to from the women's many years of kneeling, sitting. Again her perfume. As his eyes explored her, he felt himself stirring. With the others it had been very different. Excitement minimal, much banter and deft professionalism, quickly consummated and usually in a sake haze to blur their age. Now there was limitless time. She was young and out of his world. His ache increased, and the throb. Wind creaked the shutters, but there was no danger there, nor was there any in the house. Everything quiet. She lay half on her stomach, a deft, soft push and another, and obediently she moved onto her back, her head comfortably to one side, hair cascading. Deep sigh, snug in the embrace of the mattress, a small golden cross at her throat. He leaned over and put the tip of his razor-sharp sword knife under the delicate lace at the neck, lifted slightly, and settled the blade against the tension of the garment. The material parted willingly and fell away, to her feet. Ori had never seen a woman so revealed, or been so constricted. The throbbing intensified like never before. The tiny cross shone. Involuntarily, her hand stirred lazily and went between her legs, resting there comfortably. He lifted it away, then moved one ankle from the other, gently. Chapter 6. Just before dawn she awoke, but not completely. The drug was still with her, dreams still with her, strange, violent dreams, erotic and crushing, and wonderful and hurting and sensuous and awful, and never before experienced awe so intense. Through the half-open shutters she saw the eastern horizon blood-red, weird, suggestive cloud formations there that seemed to match etchings in her mind. As she moved to see them better, there was a slight ache in her loins, but she paid it no attention, instead letting her eyes dwell on the pictures in the sky, and allowing her mind to drift back into the dreams that beckoned irresistibly. On the threshold of sleep she became aware she was naked. Languidly she pulled her nightdress around her and the sheet over her, and slept. Ori was standing beside the bed. He had just moved out of the warmth. His ninja clothes were on the floor, and his loincloth. For a moment he looked down at her lying there, considering her a final time. So sad, he thought. Last times are so sad. Then he picked up the short knife sword and unsheathed it. In the room downstairs, Philip Tyler opened his eyes. His surroundings were unfamiliar. Then he realized that he was still in the temple at Kanagawa, that yesterday had been terrible, the operation awful, his part despicable. Babcock said I was in shock, he muttered, his mouth parched and bad-tasting. Christ, does that excuse me? His shutters were ajar, a wind creaking them. He could see the dawn. Red sky in the morning, shepherd's warning. Will there be a storm? He wondered, then sat up in the camp bed and checked the bandage on his arm. It was clean, without fresh bloodstains, and he was greatly relieved. Apart from the throb in his head and some soreness, he felt whole again. Oh, God, I wish I'd acted better. He made an effort to remember the aftermath of the operation, but it was hazed. I know I cried. It didn't feel like crying. The tears flooded. With an effort, he pushed the gloomy thoughts away. He got out of bed and shoved the shutters open, strong now on his legs and hungry. Nearby there was water in a jug, and he splashed some on his face and rinsed out his mouth and spat the water into the garden foliage. After he had a little water, he felt better. The garden was empty, the air smelling of rotting vegetation and low tide. From where he was, he could see a section of the temple walls and the garden, but little else. Through a gap in the trees he caught a glimpse of the guardhouse and 2 soldiers there. Now he noticed that he had been put to bed in his shirt and long woolen underpants. His torn, blood-stained coat was over a chair, his trousers and riding boots filthy from the paddy beside it. Never mind. I'm lucky to be alive. He began to dress. What about Struan and Babcock? Soon I'll have to face him. There was no razor, so he could not shave. Nor was there a comb. Again, never mind. He pulled on his boots. From the garden he could hear the sound of birds and movement, a few distant shouts in Japanese, and dogs barking. But no sounds as in a normal town, an English town. No morning cries of hot cross buns, oh, or fresh water, oh, or Colchester oysters, morning fresh for sale, oh, or direct from the press, the latest chapter by Mr. Dickens, only a penny, or the Times, read all about Mr. Disraeli's great scandal, read all about it. Will I be dismissed? He asked himself, his stomach surging at the thought of returning home in ignominy, a disaster, a failure, no longer a member of Her Illustrious Majesty's Foreign Office, representative of the greatest empire the world has ever known. What will Sir William think of me? And what about her, Angelique? Thank God she escaped to Yokohama. Will she ever talk to me again when she hears? Oh, God, what am I going to do? Malcolm Struan was also awake. A few moments before, some sixth sense of danger, a noise from outside, had wakened him. Though lying here, it felt as though he had been awake for hours. He lay on the camp bed, aware of the day and the operation, and that he had been severely wounded, and that the chances were that he would die. Every breath caused a sharp, tearing pain, even the slightest movement. But I'm not going to think about pain, only about Angelique, and that she loves me, and... But what about the bad dreams? Dreams of her hating me and running away. I hate dreams and being out of control, hate lying here, loathe being weak, when I've always been strong, always brought up in the shadow of my hero, the great dark strewn green-eyed devil. Oh, how I wish I had green eyes and could be so strong. He's my lodestone, and I will be as good as him. I will. As always, the enemy, Tyler Brock, is stalking us. Father and Mother try to keep most of the facts from me, but of course I've heard the rumours, and no more than they think. Old Tok, more mother to me than mother. Didn't she carry me until I was 2 and teach me Cantonese and about life and find me my first girl? She whispers the rumours to me. So does Uncle Gordon Chen, who tells me facts.
The noble house is teetering. Never mind, we'll deal with them. I will. That's what I'm trained for, and I've worked for all my life. He moved the blanket aside and lifted his legs to stand, but pain stopped him. Again he tried, and again failed. Never mind, he told himself weakly. Nothing to worry about. I'll do it later.
More eggs, Setri, Marlowe said, as tall as the dragoon officer, but not as broad in the shoulders. Both were patrician, sons of serving senior officers, well-formed in the face, weathered, Marlowe more so. "No, thanks," Setri Paladar said. "Two's my limit. Must confess that I think the cooking here is vile. I tell the servants I like my eggs well done, not phlegmy, but they've sand for brains. Actually, damned if I can eat eggs unless they're on toast on good English bread. They just don't taste the same. What do you think's going to happen about Canterbury?" Marlowe hesitated. They were in the legation dining room at the vast oak table that could seat 20, brought from England for just this purpose. The corner room was spacious and pleasing, windows open to the garden and the dawn. 3 liveried Chinese servants served the 2 of them, places laid for half a dozen, fried eggs and bacon in silver salvers warmed by candles, roast chicken, cold salt ham and mushroom pie, a side of almost rancid beef, hardtack biscuits, a dried apple pie. Beer, porter, and tea. "The minister should ask for immediate reparations, and the murderers to be handed over at once, and when there's the inevitable delay, he should order the fleet against Yedo. Better that we land in force, we've troops enough, and occupy the capital, remove their king. What's he called? Ah, yes, Shogun, and appoint our own native ruler, and make Japan a protectorate. Even better for them, make it part of the empire." Paladar was very tired, and had been awake most of the night. His uniform was unbuttoned, but he was groomed and had shaved. He motioned to one of the servants. "Tea, please." The neatly dressed young Chinese understood perfectly, but he gaped at him deliberately, for the amusement of the other servants. "Hey, massa, tea? What for tea, you say? Want cha-cha? Hey? Oh, never mind, for Christ's sake." Wearily, Paladar got up and went to the sideboard with his cup, and poured his own tea while all the servants guffawed, hugely but silently, at the insolent foreign devil's loss of face, and then continued listening attentively to what they were saying. "It's a matter of military might, old boy, and I'll tell you frankly, the general will be bloody upset about losing a grenadier to a poxy assassin dressed like Ali Baba. He'll want, and we'll all want, revenge, by God. I don't know about a landing. The Navy can certainly blast a path for you, but we've no idea how many samurai there are, nor anything about their strength. For God's sake, whatever they are, or it is, we can deal with them. They're only a bunch of backward natives. Of course we can deal with them, just like in China. Can't understand why we don't annex China and have done with it." All the servants heard this and understood this, and all swore that when the heavenly kingdom possessed the guns and the ships to equal the barbarian guns and ships, they would help shove barbarian noses in their own dung, and teach them a lesson to last 1,000 generations. All of them were hand-picked by illustrious Chen, Gordon Chen, the noble house comprador. "You want a 1 piece plenty good eggs, massa?" the most courageous one said, and beamed toothily, holding more of the deliberately phlegmy eggs under Paladar's nose. "Oh, very good." Paladar shoved the salver away in disgust. "No, thanks. Listen, Marlowe, I think—" He stopped as the door opened and Tyra came in. "Oh, hello. You must be Philip Tyra from the legation." He introduced himself, then Marlowe, and went on breezily, "Very sorry about your bad luck yesterday, but I'm proud to shake your hand. Both Mr. Struan and Miss Richaud told Babcock if it wasn't for you, they'd both be dead." "They did? Oh." Tyra could hardly believe his ears. It all happened so fast. One moment everything was normal, the next we were running for our lives. I was frightened to death." Now that he had said it aloud, he felt better, and even better when they brushed it aside as modesty, held out a chair for him, and ordered the servants to bring him food. Marlowe said, "When I checked you in the night, you were dead to the world. We knew Babcock had sedated you, so I expect you haven't yet heard about our assassin." Tyra's stomach reeled. "Assassin?" They told him, and about Angelique. "She's here." "Yes, and what a brave lady she is." For a moment Marlowe was filled with the thought of her.
He had no favoured girl at home or anywhere, just a few eligible cousins, but no special lady, and for the first time he was happy about it. Perhaps Angelique will stay, and then we'll see. His excitement picked up. Just before steaming out of his home port of Plymouth a year ago, his father, Captain Richard Marlowe, R.N., had said, "You're 27, lad. You've your own ship now, albeit a stinkpot. You're the eldest, and it's time you were married. When you get back from this Far East cruise, you'll be over 30. With any luck, by then I'll be a vice-admiral, and I can allow you a few extra guineas, but for God's sake, don't tell your mother, or your brothers and sisters. It's time you made up your mind. What about your cousin Delphi? Her father's service, though only Indian Army." He had promised that on his return he would choose. Now perhaps he would not have to settle for second or third or fourth best. Miss Angelique raised the alarm in the settlement, then insisted on coming here last night. Mr. Struan had asked her to see him urgently. Seems he's not too good. Pretty bad wound, in fact, so I brought her. She's quite a lady. Yes. A curious silence took them, each knowing the other's thoughts. Philip Tyrer broke it. Why should an assassin come here? The other two heard the nervousness. More devilment, I suppose, Paladar said. Nothing to worry about. We caught the bugger. Have you seen Mr. Struan this morning? I peeked in, but he was asleep. Hope he's going to be all right. The op was not so good, and... Tyrer stopped, hearing an altercation outside. Paladar went to the window, followed by the others. Sergeant Towery was shouting at a half-naked Japanese from the far side of the garden, beckoning him. "Hey, you! Come here!" The man, apparently a gardener, was well-built and young and 20 yards away. He wore only a loincloth and was carrying a bundle of sticks and branches over one shoulder, some half-wrapped in a dirty black cloth, while he awkwardly scavenged for others. For a moment he stood erect, then began bobbing up and down, bowing abjectly towards the sergeant. "My God, these buggers have no sense of shame," Paladar said distastefully. "Even the Chinese don't dress like that, nor Indians. You can see his privates." "I'm told they dress like that even in winter, some of them," Marlowe said. "They don't seem to feel the cold." Again Towery shouted and beckoned. The man kept on bowing, nodding vigorously, but instead of going towards him, seemingly he misinterpreted him, and obediently turned away, still half bowing, and scuttled away, heading for the corner of the building. As he passed their window, he gazed at them for an instant, then once more bent double in a grovelling obeisance, and hurried towards the servants' quarters, almost hidden by foliage, and was gone. "Curious," Marlowe said. "What?" "Oh, just that all that bowing and scraping seemed put on." Marlowe turned and saw Tyrer's chalky face. "Christ almighty, what's up?" That man, I'm not sure, but I think he was one of them, one of the murderers at the Tokaido, the one Struan shot. Did you see his shoulder? Wasn't it bandaged?" Paladar was the first to react. He jumped out of the window, closely followed by Marlowe, who had grabbed his sword. Together they hurtled for the trees, but they did not find him, though they searched everywhere. Now it was high noon. Again the soft knock on her bedroom door. Again, "Mademoiselle! Mademoiselle!" Babcock called out from the corridor, his voice soft, not wanting to awaken her unnecessarily. But she did not reply. She remained standing rock-still in the center of the room and stared at the bolted door, hardly breathing, her robe tight around her, her face stark. The trembling began again. "Mademoiselle!" She waited. After a moment his footsteps died away, and she exhaled, desperately trying to stop shaking, then resumed pacing to the shuttered windows and back to the bed and back to the window once more, pacing as she had been pacing for hours. "I've got to decide," she thought in misery. When she awoke a second time, not remembering the first awakening, her mind was clear, and she lay in the crumpled bed linen without moving, glad to be awake, rested, hungry and thirsty for the first glorious cup of coffee of the day, served with some crusty French bread that her legation's chef made in Yokohama. "But I'm not in Yokohama. I'm in Kanagawa, and today it will be just a cup of revolting English tea with milk. Malcolm, poor Malcolm, I do so hope he's better. We'll return to Yokohama today. I'll board the next steamer for Hong Kong, thence to Paris. But oh, what dreams I had. What dreams?" The fantasies of the night were still vivid and mixed up with other pictures of the Tokaido and Canterbury's mutilation, and Malcolm acting so strangely, presuming that they would marry. The imagined smell of the surgery rose in her nostrils, but she fought it away, yawned, and reached for her little timepiece which she had left on the bedside table. With the slight movement came a small pain in her loins. For a moment she wondered if it presaged an early period, for she was not completely regular, but dismissed the thought as impossible. The timepiece read 10:20. It was inset with lapis lazuli, and had been her father's gift on her 18th birthday, July the 8th, a little over 2 months ago in Hong Kong. So much has happened since then, she thought. I'd be so happy to be back in Paris in civilization, never to return, never, never, never. Abruptly she realized that she was almost naked under the sheet. To her astonishment she found that her nightdress only clung to her arms and shoulders, and was totally split down the front and scrambled up behind her. She lifted the 2 sides in disbelief. Wanting to see better, she slid out of bed to go to the window, but again felt the slight soreness. Now in the day's light she noticed the telltale smear of blood on the sheet, and found a trace between her legs. How can my period... She began counting days and recounting them, but the addition made no sense. Her last period had stopped 2 weeks ago. Then she noticed that she was slightly moist and could not understand why. Then her heart twisted and she almost fainted, as her brain shouted that the dreams had not been dreams but real, and that she had been violated while asleep. "That's not possible. You must be mad. That's not possible," she had gasped, fighting for air, fighting for space. "Oh, God, let this be a dream, part of those dreams." She groped for the bed, heart pounding. "You're awake. This isn't a dream. You're awake." She examined herself again frantically, and then again, but this time with more care. She had enough knowledge to know that there was no mistake about the moisture, or that her hymen was split. It was true. She had been raped. The room began to spin. "Oh, God, I'm ruined, life ruined, future ruined, for no decent man, eligible man will marry me now that I'm soiled. Marriage, a girl's only way to better herself, have a happy future. Any future. No other way." When her senses settled and she could see and think, she found herself lying across the bed. Shakily she tried to reconstruct the night. "I remember bolting the door." She peered at it. The bar was still in place. "I remember Malcolm and the foulness of his room and running away from him, Philip Tyrer, sleeping peacefully, Dr. Babcock giving me the drink and going upstairs." The drink? Oh, God, I was drugged. If Babcock can operate with these drugs, of course it could happen. Of course I would be helpless. But that doesn't help me now. It happened. Say I get a child. Again panic overwhelmed her. Tears gushed down her cheeks, and she almost cried out. "Stop it," she muttered, making a supreme effort for control. "Stop it. Don't make a sound. Don't. You're alone. No one else can help. Just you. You've got to think. What are you going to do? Think." She took deep breaths, her heart hurting, and tried to slam her jumbled mind into order. Who was the man? The bars still in place, so no one could have come through the door. Oh, wait a minute. I remember vaguely. Or was it part of the dream before the... I seem to remember opening the door to Babcock and the naval officer, Marlowe, then barring it again. Yes, that's right. At least I think that's right. Didn't he speak French? Yes, he did, but badly. Then they went away and I barred the door. I'm sure I did. But why did they knock on the door in the night? She searched and researched her mind, but could not find an answer. Not truly sure this had happened, the night pictures slipping away. Some of them. Concentrate. If not through the door, he came through the window. She squirmed around and saw that the shutter bar was on the floor below the window, not in its slots. So whoever it was got in through the window. Who? Marlowe, that pallidar? Or even the good doctor? I know they all want me. Who knew I was drugged? Babcock. He could have told the others, but surely none of them would dare to be so evil, would dare risk the consequences of climbing up from the garden, for of course I would shout from the rooftops. Her whole being screamed a warning. Be careful. Your future depends on being careful and wise. Be careful. Are you sure that this really happened in the night? What about the dreams? Perhaps I won't think about them now, but only a doctor would know for certain, and that would have to be Babcock. Wait, you could have ruptured that tiny piece of skin in your sleep, twisting in the nightmare. It was a nightmare, wasn't it? That has happened to some girls. Yes, but they'd still be virgin, and that doesn't explain the moisture. Remember Jeanette in the convent, poor silly Jeanette, who fell in love with one of the tradesmen, and allowed him, and excitedly told us all about it later, all the details. She didn't become pregnant, but she was found out, and the next day she was gone forever. And later we learned she'd been married off to a village butcher, the only man who would take her. I didn't allow anything, but that won't help me. A doctor would know for certain, but that won't help me. And the idea of Babcock or any doctor being so intimate fills me with horror, and then Babcock would share the secret. How could I trust him with such a secret? If it became known, I have to keep it secret. But how? How can you, and what then? I'll answer that later. First decide who the devil was. No. First clean yourself of this evil, and then you will think better. You've got to think clearly. With distaste, she shook off the nightdress and threw it aside, then washed carefully and deeply, trying to remember all the contraceptive knowledge she possessed, what Jeanette had done successfully. Then she put on her robe and combed her hair. Using tooth powder, she cleaned her teeth. Only then did she look in her mirror. Very carefully she examined her face. It was without blemish. She loosed her robe. So were her limbs and breasts, nipples a little red. Again she looked deep into her mirror. No change. Nothing. And everything. Then she noticed that the little gold cross she had worn forever, sleeping and waking, was gone. She searched the bed carefully, then underneath and all around. It was not buried in the bedclothes or under the pillows or caught in the curtains. Last chance, hiding in the lace of the coverlet. She picked it off the floor and went through it. Nothing. Then she saw the 3 Japanese characters crudely drawn on its whiteness, in blood. Sunlight sparked off the gold cross. Ori was holding it in his fist by the thin chain, mesmerized.
"Why did you take it?"
Hiraga asked.
"I don't know. Not killing the woman was a mistake. Shorin was right. It was a mistake."
Karma. They were safe in the Inn of the Midnight Blossoms, and Ori had bathed and shaved, and he looked back at Hiraga with level eyes and thought, "You're not my master. I will tell you only what pleases me, nothing more." He had told him about Shorin's death and climbing into the room, that she had slept soundly and had not awakened, but no more, only that he had hidden there safely, then had taken off his ninja clothes, knowing he would be intercepted, and had camouflaged his swords with them, shinned down into the garden, with just enough time to gather some fallen branches to pretend to be a gardener, before he was spotted and, even after recognizing the man from the road, had managed to escape. But nothing more about her. How can I express in mortal words and tell anyone that because of her I became one with the gods? That when I had spread her wide and saw her I was drunk with craving, that when I entered her as a lover and not a rapist. I don't know why, but I did, slowly, carefully, and her arms went around me, and she shuddered and held on though she never truly awoke, and she was so tight, and I held back, and then poured forth in a way inconceivable. I never believed it could be so marvelous, so sensual, so satisfying, so final. The others were nothing compared to her. She made me reach the stars, but that is not why I left her alive. I thought about killing her very much, then myself, there, in a room. But that would have been only selfish, to die at the crest of happiness, so content. Oh, how I wish to die! But my death belongs to Sono Joy. Only that, not to me.
"Not killing her was a mistake,"
Hiraga said again, interrupting Ori's thought pattern.
"Shorin was right. Killing her would have achieved our plan better than anything."
"Yes."
"Then why?"
"I left her alive for the gods, if there are gods," he could have said, but did not. "They possessed me, and made me do what I did, and I thank them. Now I am complete. I know a life. All that remains to know is death. I was her first, and she will remember me forever, even though she slept. When she awakes and sees my writing in my own blood, not hers, she will know. I want her to live forever. I will die soon. Karma."
Ori put the cross into a secret sleeve pocket of his kimono and drank more of the refreshing green tea, feeling utterly fulfilled and so alive.
"You said you had a raid."
"Yes, we are going to burn the British legation in Yedo."
"Good. Let it be soon."
"It is. Sono joy."
At Yokohama, Sir William said angrily, "Tell them again, for the last time, by God, Her Majesty's government demands immediate reparations of £100,000 sterling in gold for allowing this unprovoked attack and murder of an Englishman. Killing Englishmen is a kinjiru, by God. And also we demand possession of the Satsuma murderers within 3 days, or we will take definitive action." He was across the bay in the small stuffy audience room of the British legation in Yokohama, flanked by the Prussian, French, and Russian ministers, both admirals, British and French, the general, all of them equally exasperated. In line opposite, seated ceremoniously on chairs, were 2 local representatives of the Bakufu, the chief samurai of the settlement guard, and the governor of Kanagawa, in whose jurisdiction Yokohama lay. They wore wide pantaloons and kimonos, and over them the broad-shouldered wing-like mantle that was belted, and 2 swords. Clearly all were uncomfortable and inwardly furious. At dawn, armed soldiers had hammered on the door of the customs houses, in both Yokohama and Kanagawa, with rifle butts and unprecedented anger, summoning the highest officials and governor to an immediate conference at noon. The haste also unprecedented. Between the 2 sides the interpreters sat on cushions. The Japanese knelt, and the other, a Swiss, Johann Favrod, sat cross-legged, their common language Dutch. The meeting had already been in progress for 2 hours. English translated into Dutch, into Japanese, into Dutch, into English, and back again. All Sir William's questions were misunderstood, or parried, or needed repeating several times. Delays were requested in a dozen different ways to consult higher authorities, to institute examinations and investigations, and, oh yes, in Japan, examinations are quite different from investigations. His Excellency, the Governor of Kanagawa, explains in detail that, and His Excellency, the Governor of Kanagawa, wishes to explain in detail that he has no jurisdiction over Satsuma, which is a separate kingdom, and, but His Excellency, the Governor of Kanagawa, understands the accused drew pistols threateningly, and are accused and guilty of not obeying Japanese ancient customs. And how many foreigners did you say were in the foreign party who should have knelt? But our customs... Tedious, time-consuming, and complex lectures in Japanese by the governor, put laboriously into far from fluent Dutch and retranslated into English. "Make it blunt, Johann, exactly as I said it." "I have, every time, Sir William, but I'm sure this cretin isn't interpreting accurately, either what you say or what the Japs say." "We know that, for Christ's sake. Has it ever been different? Please get on with it." Johann put the words into an exact translation. The Japanese interpreter flushed, asked for an explanation of the word immediate, then carefully delivered a polite, appropriate, approximate translation he considered would be acceptable. Even then the governor sucked in his breath at the rudeness. The silence increased. His fingers tapped a constant, irritated tattoo on his sword hilt. Then he spoke shortly, 3 or 4 words. The translation was long. Johann said cheerfully, "Without all the merde, the Gov says he'll pass on your request at the appropriate time to the appropriate authorities." Sir William reddened perceptibly, the admirals and general more so. "Request, eh? Tell the bugger exactly. It's not a request, it's a demand. And tell him further, we demand an immediate audience with the Shogun in Yedo in 3 days. 3 days, by God, and I'm bloody arriving by battleship." "Bravo," Count Sergeyev muttered. Johann was also weary of the game and gave the words a fine-tuned bluntness. The Japanese interpreter gasped and without waiting began a flood of acrimonious Dutch that Johann answered sweetly, with 2 words that precipitated an aghast, sudden silence. "Nanja! What is it? What's been said?" the governor asked angrily, not mistaking the hostility or hiding his own.
At once, apologetically, the flustered interpreter gave him a toned-down version, but even so the governor exploded into a paroxysm of threats, and pleading, and refusal, and more threats that the interpreter translated into words he considered the foreigners wanted to hear, then, still rattled, listened again, and translated again. "What's he saying, Johann?" Sir William had to raise his voice above the noise. The interpreter was answering the governor and Bakufu officials, who were chattering amongst themselves, and to him. "What the devil are they saying?" Johann was happy now. He knew the meeting would terminate in a few moments, and he could return to the long bar for his lunch and schnapps. "I don't know, except the Gov repeats the best he can do is to pass on your request, etc., at the appropriate, etc., but there's no way the Shogun will grant you the honor, etc., because it's against their customs, etc." Sir William slammed the flat of his hand onto the table. In the shocked silence, he pointed at the governor, then at himself. "Watashi! Me!" Then he pointed out of the window towards Yedo. "Watashi, go Yedo." Then he raised 3 fingers. 3 days in a bloody battleship. He got up and stormed out of the room. The others followed. He went across the hall to his study, to the bank of cut-glass decanters, and poured some whiskey. "Anyone care to join me?" he said breezily as the others surrounded him. Automatically he poured Scotch for the admirals, general, and Prussian, claret for Seratard, and a significant vodka for Count Zageyev. "I thought that went according to plan. Sorry it was drawn out." "I thought you were going to burst a blood vessel," Zageyev said, draining his glass and pouring another. "Not on your Nelly. Had to close the meeting with a certain amount of drama." "So, it's Yedo in 3 days." "Yes, my dear Count. Admiral, have the flagship ready for a dawn departure. Spend the next few days getting everything shipshape. Ostentatiously clear the decks for action, all cannon primed, drills for the whole fleet, and order them to be ready to join us in battle order if need be. General, 500 redcoats should be enough for an honor guard. Monsieur, would the French flagship care to join us?" Seratard said, "Of course. I will accompany you, of course, but suggest the French legation as headquarters and full dress uniform." "No to the uniforms. This is a punitive mission, not to present credentials. That comes later. And no to the meeting place. It was our national who was murdered, and how shall I put it? Our fleet is the deciding factor." Von Heinrich chuckled. "It certainly is decisive in these waters at the present time." He glanced at Seratard. "A pity I don't have a dozen regiments of Prussian cavalry. Then we could partition the Japans without a hiccup, and have done with all their devious stupidity and time-wasting bad manners." "Only a dozen?" Seratard asked witheringly. "That would be sufficient, Herr Seratard, for all Japan. Our troops are the best in the world. Of course, after Her Britannic Majesties," he added smoothly. "Fortunately, Prussia could spare 20, even 30 regiments for just this small sector, and still have more than enough to deal with any problem we might encounter anywhere, particularly in Europe." "Yes, well," Sir William broke in as Seratard reddened. He finished his drink. "I'm off to Kanagawa to make some arrangements. Admiral, General, perhaps a short conference when I return. I'll come aboard the flagship. Oh, Monsieur Seratard, what about Mademoiselle Angelique? Would you like me to escort her back?" She came out of her room in the late afternoon sunlight and walked along the corridor and down the main staircase towards the entrance hallway. Now she wore the long, bustled dress of yesterday, elegant again, more ethereal than ever, hair groomed and swept up, eyes enhanced, perfume and the swish of petticoats. Sentries at the main door saluted her and mumbled an embarrassed greeting, awed by her beauty. She acknowledged them with a distant smile and went towards the surgery. A Chinese houseboy gaped at her and scuttled past. Just before she reached the door, it opened. Babcock came out and stopped. "Oh, hello, Miss Angelique. My word, but you look beautiful," he said, almost stuttering. "Thank you, Doctor." Her smile was kind, voice gentle. "I wanted to ask, can we talk a moment?" "Of course, come in. Make yourself at home." Babcock shut the surgery door, settled her in the best chair, and sat behind his desk, swept up by her radiance and the way her coiffure showed off her long neck to perfection. His eyes were red-rimmed, and he was very tired. But then that's a way of life, he thought, glorying in the sight of her. "That drink you gave me last night, it was a drug of some kind." Yes, it was. I made it fairly strong, as you were rather upset." "It's all so vague and mixed up. The Tokaido, then coming here and seeing Malcolm. The sleeping drink was very strong?" "Yes, but not dangerous. Anything like that. Sleep's the best cure. It would have been the best kind. Deep sleep, and by Jove, you slept well. It's almost 4. How do you feel?" "Still a little tired, thank you." Again the shadowed smile, and it tore at him. "How is Monsieur Struan?" "No change. I was just going to see him again. You can come along, if you like." "He's doing well, considering. Oh, by the way, they caught that fellow." "Fellow?" "The one we told you about last night, the intruder." "I don't remember anything about the night." He told her what had happened at her door and in the garden, how one robber was shot and the other spotted this morning but had escaped, and it took all of her will to keep her face clear and to stop from screaming aloud what she was thinking. "You son of Satan with your sleeping draughts and incompetence. 2 robbers. The other one must have been in my room when you were there then, and you failed to find him and save me, you and that other fool Marlowe, equally guilty. Blessed Mother, give me strength. Help me to be revenged on both of them, and him, whoever he is. Mother of God, let me be revenged. But why steal my cross and leave the other jewelry? And why the characters, and what do they mean? And why in blood? His blood?" She saw him staring at her. "Oui?" "I said, would you like to see Mr. Struan now?" "Oh, yes, please." She got up, too, once more in control. "Oh, I'm afraid I spilt the jug of water on the sheets. Would you ask the maid to deal with them, please?" He laughed. "We don't have maids here, against Japa regulations. We've Chinese houseboys. Don't worry, the moment you left the room they'll be tidying." He stopped, seeing her go pale. "What's the matter?" For an instant her restraint had left her, and she was back in her room again, scrubbing and cleaning, and petrified the marks would not come out. But they had, and she remembered she had checked and rechecked, so the secret was safe. Nothing was left to show, neither moisture nor blood. Her secret safe forever, so long as she was strong and kept to the plan. Must, and must be clever, must. Babcock was shocked by the sudden pallor, her fingers twisting the material of her skirt. Instantly he was beside her and held her shoulders gently. "Not to worry. You're quite safe, you really are." "Yes, sorry," she said, frightened, her head against his chest, finding the tears were flowing. "It was just... I was remembering poor Canterbury." She watched herself, out of herself, allow him to comfort her, utterly sure that her plan was the only one, the wise one. Nothing happened. Nothing. You will believe it until your next period, and then if it arrives, you will believe forever. And if it does not arrive, I don't know.
Chapter 7. Monday, the 15th of September.
"Gai-Jin are vermin without manners,"
Nori Anjo said, shaking with rage. He was chief of the Roju, the council of 5 elders, a squat, round-faced man richly dressed.
"They spurn our polite apology, which should have ended the Tokaido matter, and now, impertinently, formally request an audience with the shogun. The writing is foul, words inept. Here, read it for yourself. It has just arrived."
With barely concealed impatience, he handed the scroll to his much younger adversary, Toranaga Yoshi, who sat opposite him. They were alone in one of the audience rooms high up in the central keep of Yedo Castle, all their guards ordered out. A low scarlet lacquered table separated the 2 men, a black tea tray on it, delicate cups, and teapot, eggshell porcelain.
"Whatever Gai-Jin say doesn't matter."
Uneasily, Yoshi took the scroll but did not read it. Unlike Anjo, his clothes were simple and his swords working, not ceremonial.
"Somehow we must twist them to do what we want."
He was daimyo of Hisamatsu, a small though important fief, nearby, and a direct descendant of the first Toranaga shogun. At the Emperor's recent suggestion, and over Anjo's flaring opposition, he had just been appointed guardian of the heir, the boy shogun, and to fill the vacancy in the Council of Elders. Tall, patrician, and 26, with fine hands and long fingers. "Whatever happens, they must not see the shogun," he said. "That would confirm the legality of the treaties, which are not yet properly ratified. We will refuse their insolent request."
"I agree. It's insolent, but we still have to deal with it and decide about that Satsuma dog Sanjiro."
Both were weary of the Gai-Jin problem that had disturbed their harmony, for 2 days now, both anxious to end this meeting. Yoshi wanting to return to his quarters below, where Koiko waited for him, Anjo to a secret meeting with a doctor. Outside it was sunny and kind, with the smell of sea and rich soil on the slight breeze that came through the opened shutters. No threat of winter yet.
"But winter's coming," Anjo was thinking, the ache in his bowels distracting him. "I hate winter, season of death, the sad season, sky sad, sea sad, land sad and ugly and freezing, trees bare, and the cold that twists your joints, reminding you how old you are."
He was a greying man of 46, daimyo of Mikawa, had been the center of Roju power since the dictator Tairo Ii had been assassinated 4 years ago.
"Whereas you, puppy," he thought angrily, "you're only a 2-month appointee to the council and a 4-week guardian, both dangerous political appointments implemented over our protests. It's time your wings were clipped." "Of course, we all value your advice," he said, his voice honeyed, then added, not meaning it, as both knew, "For 2 days the Gai-Jin have been preparing their fleet for battle, troops drilling openly, and tomorrow their leader arrives. What's your solution?"
"The same as yesterday, official scroll or not. We send another apology for the regrettable mishap, laced with sarcasm they will never understand, from an official they will never know, and time to arrive before the leader Gai-Jin leaves Yokohama, asking for a further delay to make enquiries. If that does not satisfy him, and he or they come to Yedo, let them. We send the usual low-level official, non-binding on us, to their legation to treat with them, giving them a little soup, but no fish. We delay and delay."
"Meanwhile, it's time to exercise our hereditary shogunate right and order Sanjiro to hand over the killers for punishment at once, to pay an indemnity again through us at once, and into house arrest and retirement at once."
"We order him," Anjo said harshly.
"You're inexperienced in high shogunate matters."
Keeping his temper and wishing he could send Anjo into immediate retirement for his stupidity and bad manners, Yoshi said, "If we order Sanjiro, we will be disobeyed. Therefore, we will be forced to go to war, and Satsuma is too strong with too many allies. There's been no war for 250 years. We're not ready for war. War is—" There was a sudden peculiar silence. Involuntarily, both men gripped their swords, the teacups and teapot began to rattle. Far off the earth rumbled, the whole tower shifted slightly, then again and again. The quake persisted for about 30 seconds. Then it was gone, as suddenly as it had arrived. Impassively they waited, watching the cups. No aftershock. Still no aftershock. More waiting throughout the castle and Yedo, all living creatures waiting. Nothing. Yoshi sipped some tea, then meticulously centered the cup in its saucer, and Anjo envied him his control. Inwardly Yoshi was in turmoil, and he thought, "Today the gods smiled on me, but what about the next shock, or the next, or the one after that? Any moment now, or in a candle of time, or this afternoon, or later tonight, or tomorrow. Karma. Safe today, but soon there will be another bad one. A killer earthquake, like 7 years ago, when I almost died, and 100,000 people perished in Yedo alone in the earthquake, and in the fires that always follow, not counting the tens of thousands washed out to sea, and drowned in the tsunami wave that swept unheralded out of the sea that night. One of them, my lovely Yuriko, then the passion of my life." He willed himself to dominate his fear. "War is completely unwise now. Satsuma is too strong. The Tosa and Choshu legions will become his allies openly. We're not strong enough to crush them alone." Tosa and Choshu were fiefs far from Yedo, both historic enemy to the shogunate.
The most important daimyos will come to our banner if summoned, and the rest follow.
Anjo tried to hide the effort it took him to unlock his grip on his sword, still terrified. Yoshi was alert and well-trained, and noticed the lapse, and docketed it for future use, pleased that he had seen into his enemy.
They won't, not yet. They'll delay, bluster, whine, and never help us smash Satsuma. They have no balls.
If not now, when?
Anjo's fury spilled out, whipped by his fear and loathing of earthquakes. He had been in a bad one as a child, his father becoming a torch, his mother and 2 brothers cinders before his eyes. Ever since, with even the slightest quake, he relived the day, and smelt their burning flesh and heard their screams.
We have to humble that dog sooner or later. Why not now?
Because we have to wait until we're better armed. They, Satsuma, Tosa, and Choshu, have a few modern weapons, cannon and rifles. We don't know how many, and several steamships.
Sold to them by Gai-Jin against shogunate wishes.
Bought by them because of previous weakness.
Anjo's face reddened.
I'm not responsible for that.
Nor I.
Yoshi's fingers on the hilt tightened.
Those thieves are better armed than we are, whatever the reason. So sorry, we have to wait. The Satsuma fruit is not yet rotten enough for us to risk a war that by ourselves we cannot win. We're isolated. Sanjiro is not.
His voice became sharper.
But I agree that soon there must be a reckoning.
Tomorrow I will ask the council to issue the order.
For the sake of the shogunate, you and all Toranaga clans, I hope the others will listen to me.
Tomorrow we will see. Sanjiro's head should be put on a spike and exhibited as an example to outsiders.
I agree Sanjiro must have ordered the Tokaido killing just to embarrass us, Yoshi said. That will madden the Gai-Jin. Our only solution is to delay. Our mission to Europe is due back any day now, and then our troubles should be over.
8 months before, in January, the shogunate had sent the first official deputation from Japan by steamship to America and Europe, with secret orders to renegotiate the treaties. The Roju considered them unauthorized tentative agreements with British, French, and American governments, and to cancel or delay any further opening of any ports.
Their orders were clear. By now the treaties will be avoided.
Anjo said ominously.
So if not war, you agree the time has come to send the Sanjiro onwards?
The younger man was too cautious to agree openly, wondering what Anjo was planning or had already planned. He eased his swords more comfortably and pretended to consider the question, finding his new appointment very much to his liking.
Once more, I'm at the center of power. Oh yes, Sanjiro helped put me here, but only for his own vile purpose, to destroy me by making me ever more publicly responsible for all the troubles these cursed Gai-Jin have brought, therefore setting me up as a prime target for the cursed Shishi, and to usurp our hereditary rights, wealth, and a shogunate. Never mind. I'm aware of what he and his running dog Katsumata plan, but his real intentions are against us, and those of his allies, the Tosa and the Choshu. He won't succeed. I swear it by my ancestors. How would you eliminate Sanjiro?
Anjo's brow darkened, remembering his final, violent row with the Satsuma daimyo only a few days earlier.
I repeat,
Sanjiro had said imperiously,
obey the Emperor's suggestions. Convene a meeting of all the senior daimyos at once. Humbly ask them to form a permanent council to advise, reform, and run the shogunate. Quash your infamous and unauthorized Gai-Jin agreements. Order all ports closed to Gai-Jin, and if they don't go, expel them at once. I keep reminding you, it is only the shogunate's right to set foreign policy, any policy, not the emperor's nor yours. We both know you've deceived him.
Anjo had told him, hating him for his lineage, his legions, his riches, and obvious abundant good health.
The suggestions are ridiculous and unenforceable. We've kept the peace for 2.5 centuries. Yes, for Toranaga aggrandizement. If you refuse to obey our rightful liege lord, the emperor, then resign or commit seppuku. You chose a boy to be shogun, That traitor Tyro Yi signed the treaties. It's Bakufu responsibility, Gai-Jin I hear, and that is Toranaga responsibility.
Anjo had flushed, driven almost mad by the sneering malevolence and baiting that had gone on for months, and he would have gone for his sword if Sanjiro had not been protected by imperial mandate.
If Tyro Yi hadn't negotiated the treaties and had them signed, Gai-Jin would have bombarded their way ashore, and by now we would be humbled like China. Surmise! Nonsense! Have you forgotten the Peking Summer Palace was burnt and looted, Sanjiro Dono? Now China is practically dismembered and government out of Chinese control. Have you forgotten the British, the main enemy, was ceded one of their islands, Hong Kong, 20 years ago? And now it's an impregnable bastion. Tianjin, Shanghai, Swatao now are permanent, self-contained Gai-Jin-dominated and owned treaty ports. Say they took one of our islands in the same way. We would prevent them. We are not Chinese. How? So sorry, but you're blind and deaf and your head's in the heavens. A year ago, the moment the latest China war was over, if we'd provoked them, they would have sent all those fleets and armies against us and overrun us as well. Only Bakufu cleverness stopped them. We could not have stood against those armadas, or their cannon and guns. I agree that it's shogunate responsibility we're unprepared, Toranaga responsibility. We should have had modern cannon and warships years ago. We have had knowledge of them for years. Didn't the Dutch advise us dozens of times about their new inventions? But you put our heads in the night buckets. You failed the Emperor. At most, you could have settled for one port, Deshima. Why give the American fiend Townsend Harris, Yokohama, Hirodate, Nagasaki, Kanagawa, and allow them access to Yedo for their impertinent legations? Resign, and let others more qualified save the land of the gods.
Remembering the clash made Anjo sweat, that and the knowledge that much of what Sanjiro said was right. He took a paper handkerchief from his voluminous sleeve and wiped the sweat off his brow and shaved pate and looked back at Yoshi, jealous of his bearing and good looks, but mostly of his youth and legendary virility. Not so long ago it was so easy to be satisfied, normal to be potent, he thought in sudden misery, the ever-present ache in his loins reminding him. Not so long ago, easy to become erect without effort and be abundantly charged. Now no longer possible even with the most desirable person, their most clever skills or rarest salves and medicines. Sanjiro may consider himself beyond reach, but he's not, he said with finality. Put your mind on it too, Yoshi-dono, our young but also wise counselor, how to remove him. Or your own head may be on a spike all too soon. Yoshi decided not to take offense and smiled. What do the other elders advise? Anjo laughed crookedly. They will vote as I say. If you weren't kinsman, I would suggest you resign or commit seppuku. What a pity you are not your illustrious namesake, and you could actually order it, eh? Anjo got up heavily. I'll send a reply now, to delay. Tomorrow we take a formal vote to humble Sanjiro. Angrily he spun on guard as the door was jerked open. Yoshi already had his sword half out of its scabbard. I gave orders. The flustered sentry mumbled, So sorry, Anjo-sama. Anjo's fury vanished as a youth brushed the sentry aside and hurried into the room, closely followed by a girl barely 5 feet tall, both elaborately dressed and bubbling, 4 armed samurai in their wake, and after them a matron and lady-in-waiting. At once Anjo and Yoshi knelt and bowed their heads to the tatami. The entourage bowed back. The youth, Shogun Nobosada, did not, nor did the girl, Imperial Princess Yazu, his wife. Both were the same age, 16. That quake, it knocked over my favorite vase, the youth said excitedly, pointedly ignoring Yoshi. My favorite vase. He waved the door closed. His guards stayed, and his wife's ladies. I wanted to tell you I've a wonderful idea. So sorry about the vase, sire. Anjo's voice was kind. You had an idea? I've decided my wife and I've decided we'll go to Kyoto to see the Emperor and ask him what to do about the Gai-Jin and how to throw them out. The youth beamed at his wife, and she nodded in happy agreement.
We'll go next month. A state visit. Hanjo and Yoshi felt their minds explode, both wanting to leap forward and strangle the boy for his lack of brains, but both kept their tempers, both used to his petulant stupidity and tantrums, and for the 1000th time both cursed the day the marriage of these two had been proposed and consummated.
An interesting idea, sire,
Hanjo said carefully, watching the girl without watching, noting her concentration centered on him now, and that, as usual, though her lips smiled, her eyes did not.
I will put the suggestion before the Council of Elders, and we will give it our full attention.
Good, Nobusada said importantly. He was a small, thin young man just 5.5 feet, who always wore thick geta, sandals, to increase his height. His teeth were dyed fashionably black, as court custom in Kyoto decreed, though not here in shogunate circles. 3 or 4 weeks should be time to prepare everything. Ingenuously he smiled at his wife. Did I forget anything, Yasuo-chan?
No, sire,
she said prettily. How could you forget anything? Her face was delicate and made up in classic Kyoto court style. Eyebrows plucked and in their place high arching eyebrows painted on the whiteness of her makeup. Her teeth dyed black, thick raven hair piled high and held in place with ornate pins. Purple kimono decorated with sprays of autumn leaves, her obi, the intricate sash, golden. Imperial Princess Yazu, stepsister of the Son of Heaven, Nobusada's bride of 6 months, sought for him since she was 12, betrothed at 14, and married at 16. Of course, a decision by you is a decision and not a suggestion. Of course, honored princess, Yoshi said quickly, but so sorry, sire. Such important arrangements could not possibly be made in 4 weeks. May I advise you to consider the implications for such a visit might be misinterpreted? Nobusada's smile vanished. Implications? Advise? What implications? Misinterpreted by whom? By you? He said rudely. No, sire, not by me. I just wanted to point out that no shogun has ever gone to Kyoto to ask the emperor's advice, and such a precedent would be disastrous to your rule. Why? Nobusada said angrily. I don't understand. Because, as you remember, the shogun has the sole hereditary duty to make decisions for the emperor, together with his council of elders and a shogunate. Yoshi kept his voice gentle. This allows the Son of Heaven to spend his time interceding with the gods for all of us, and for the shogunate to keep mundane and common happenings from disturbing his wa. Princess Yazu said sweetly, What Toranaga Yoshi-sama says is true, husband. Unfortunately, the Gai-Jin have already disturbed his wa, as we all know. So to ask my brother the Exalted for advice would surely be both polite and filial, and not interfere with historic rights. Yes, the youth puffed up his chest. It's decided. The council will at once consider your wishes, Yoshi said. Nobusada's face contorted, and he shouted, Wishes? It's a decision! Put it to them if you wish, but I have decided. I'm a shogun, you're not. I am. I've decided. I was chosen and they rejected you. All loyal daimyos did. I'm a shogun, cousin. Everyone was aghast at the outburst, except the girl. She smiled to herself and kept her eyes downcast and thought, At last my revenge begins. True, sire, Yoshi was saying, voice level, though the color was out of his face. But I am guardian, and I must advise against— I don't want your advice. No one asked me if I wanted a guardian. I don't need a guardian, cousin, least of all you. Yoshi looked at the youth, shaking with rage. Once I was just like you, he thought coldly, a puppet, to be ordered this way or that, to be sent away from my own family, to be adopted by another, or to be married or banished and almost murdered 6 times, and all because the gods decided I would be born the son of my father, as you, pathetic fool, were born the son of your father. I'm like you in many ways, but never a fool, always a swordsman, aware of the puppeting, and now hugely different. Now I am no longer a puppet. Sanjiro of Satsuma doesn't know it yet, but he's made me puppeteer. "While I am guardian, I will guard and protect you, sire," he said, his eyes flicked to the girl, so tiny and delicate, outwardly. "And your family." She did not meet his eyes. No need. Both knew that war was declared. "We are glad of your protection, Toranaga-sama." "I'm not," Nobusada screeched. "You were my rival, now you're nothing. In 2 years I'm 18, and then I'll rule alone, and you—" He pointed a shaking finger at Yoshi's impassive face, everyone appalled, except the girl. "Unless you learn to obey, you'll be banished to the North Island forever. We are going to Kyoto." He swung around. Hastily a guard flung the door open. All bowed as he hurried out. She followed, then the others, and when they were alone again, Anjo wiped the sweat off his neck.
She's the source of all his agitation and brilliance," he said sourly. "Since she arrived, the fool's become even more stupid than he was, and not because he is fornicating himself blind."
Yoshi hid his astonishment that Anjo would make such an obvious though dangerous comment aloud. "Tea?" Anjo nodded morosely, jealous again of his elegance and strength.
"Nobusada's not such a fool in some ways," he was thinking. "I agree with him about you. The sooner you're removed, the better. You and Sanjiro, you're both trouble. Could the council vote to restrict your powers as guardian or banish you? It's true, you'll send that foolish boy mad every time he sees you. And her. If it were not for you, I could have managed that bitch, Emperor's stepsister or not. And to think that not only was I in favor of the marriage, but I put Tairo E's stratagem into place, even against the Emperor's opposition to such a match. Didn't we refuse his reluctant first offer of his 30-year-old daughter, then his 1-year-old baby, until eventually, under pressure, he agreed on his stepsister? Of course, the close connection of Nobusada with the imperial family strengthens us against Sanjiro and the outside lords. Against Yoshi and those who wanted him appointed shogun instead. The connection will be all-powerful once he has a son. That will mellow her and drain her venom. Her pregnancy is overdue. The boy's doctor will increase the dose of ginseng, or give him some of the special pills to improve the boy's performance. Terrible, to be so limp at his age. Yes, the sooner she's carrying, the better.
He finished his tea.
"I will see you at the meeting tomorrow."
Both bowed perfunctorily. Yoshi left and went out onto the battlements, needing air and time to think. Below he could see the vast stone fortifications with 3 encircling moats within moats, and impregnable strongpoints and drawbridges, the walls monstrous. Within the castle walls were quarters for 50,000 samurai and 10,000 horses, along with spacious halls and palaces for chosen loyal families, but only Toranaga families within the inner moat, and gardens everywhere. In the central keep, above and below him, were the most secure living areas and inner sanctum of the reigning shogun, his family courtiers and retainers, and the treasure rooms. As guardian, Yoshi lived here, unwelcome and on the fringe, but also secure and with his own guards. Beyond the outer moat was the first protective circle of daimyo palaces. These were vast, rich, sprawling residences, then circles of lesser ones, then even lesser ones, one such resident for each daimyo in the land. All had been cited by Shogun Toranaga personally, and ordered constructed to conform with his new law of Sankin Kotai, alternative residence. "Sankin Kotai," he said, "requires all daimyos to build at once and maintain forever a suitable residence under my castle walls, in exact positions I have decided, where he, his family, and a few senior retainers are to live permanently, each palace to be lavish and without defenses. 1 year in 3, the daimyo will be allowed and required to return to his fief and to stay there with his retainers, but without his wife, consort, mother, father, or children, or children's children, or any member of his immediate family. The order in which daimyos leave or remain is also to be carefully regulated according to the following list and timetable." The word hostage was never mentioned, though hostage-taking, ordered or offered to ensure compliance, was an ancient custom. Even Toranaga himself had been hostage when a child to the dictator Goroda. His own family had been hostage to Goroda's successor, Nakamura, his ally and liege lord, and he, the last and greatest, decided merely to extend the custom into Sankin Kotai to keep everyone in thrall. At the same time, he wrote in his legacy, a private document for selected descendants, following shoguns are ordered to encourage all daimyos to build extravagantly, to live elegantly, to dress opulently, and entertain lavishly, the quicker to divest them of their fief's yearly revenue of cocoa, which, by correct immutable custom, belongs only to the daimyo concerned. In this way, all will soon become debt-ridden, ever more dependent on us, and, more important, without teeth, while we continue to be thrifty and eschew extravagance. Even so, some fiefs, Satsuma, Mori, Tosaki, for example, are so rich that even these extravagances will leave too dangerous a surplus. From time to time, the ruling shogun will therefore invite the daimyo to present him with a few leagues of a new trunk road, or palace, or garden, pleasure palace, or temple. Such amounts, times, and frequency are laid down in the following document. So clever, so far-thinking, Yoshi muttered, every daimyo in a silken net powerless to rebel, but all ruined by Anjo's stupidity. The first of the emperor's requests brought by Sanjiro to the council before Yoshi had become a member was to abolish this ancient custom. Anjo and the others had prevaricated, argued, and finally agreed. Almost overnight, the rings of palaces emptied of all wives, consorts, children, relations, and warriors, and in days became a wasteland with only a few token retainers. Our most important curb gone forever, Yoshi thought bitterly. How could Anjo have been so inept? He let his gaze drift beyond the palaces to the capital city of 1,000,000 souls that serviced the castle and fed off it, a city crisscrossed with streams and bridges, most constructed of wood. Now there were many fires, the blossoms of earthquakes, all the way to the sea. One great wooden palace was in flames. Yoshi noticed idly that it belonged to the daimyo of Sai. Good. Sai supports Anjo. The families are gone, but the council can order him to rebuild, and the cost will crush him forever. Forget him. What's our shield against the Gai-Jin? There must be one. Everyone says they could burn Yedo, but not break into the castle or sustain a long siege. I do not agree. Yesterday Anjo again told the elders the well-known story of the siege of Malta some 300 years ago, how Turk armies could not pry even 600 brave knights from their castle. Anjo had said, "We have tens of thousands of samurai, all hostile to Gai-Jin. We must win. They must sail away." But neither Turks nor Christians had cannon, he had said. Don't forget, Shogun Toranaga breached Osaka Castle with Gai-Jin cannon. These vermin can do likewise here. Even if they did, we would have withdrawn safely to the hills long since. Meanwhile, every samurai and every man, woman, and child in the land, even stinking merchants, would flock to our banner and fall on them like locusts. We have nothing to fear, Anjo had said contemptuously. Osaka Castle was different. That was daimyo against daimyo, not an invasion. The enemy cannot sustain a land war. In a land war, we must win. They would lay waste everything, Anjo-sama. We would be left with nothing to govern. Our only course is to web Gai-Jin like a spider webs its far bigger prey. We must be a spider. We must find a web. But they would not listen to him. What's the web? First, know the problem, Toranaga wrote in his legacy. Then, with patience, you can find the solution. The crux of the problem with foreigners is simply this. How do we obtain their knowledge, armaments, fleets, wealth, and trade on our terms, yet expel them all, cancel the unequal treaties, and never allow one to set foot ashore without severe restrictions? The legacy continued. The answer to all problems for our land can be found here or in Sun Tzu's The Art of War. And patience. Shogun Toranaga was the most patient ruler in the world, he thought, awed for the 1,000,000th time. Even though Toranaga was supreme in the land outside of Osaka Castle, the invincible stronghold built by his predecessor, Dictator Nakamura, he waited 12 years to spring the trap he had baited and lay siege to it. The castle was in absolute possession of the Lady Ochiba, the dictator's widow, their 7-year-old son and heir, Yaemon, to whom Toranaga had solemnly sworn allegiance, and 80,000 fanatically loyal samurai. 2 years of siege, 300,000 troops, cannon from the Dutch privateer Erasmus of Anjin-san, the Englishman who had sailed the ship to Japan, together with a musket regiment also trained by him, 100,000 casualties, all his guile and the vital traitor within, before Lady Ochiba and Yeman committed seppuku rather than be captured. Then Toranaga had secured Osaka Castle, spiked the cannon, destroyed all muskets, disbanded the musket regiment, and forbidden manufacture or the importation of all firearms. He had broken the power of the Portuguese Jesuit priests and Christian daimyos, reallocated fiefs, sent all enemies onwards, instituted the laws of the legacy, forbidden all wheels, the building of ocean-going ships, and had, regretfully, taken a third of all revenue for himself and his immediate family. "He made us strong," Yoshi muttered. "His legacy gave us power to keep the land pure, and at peace in the way he designed. I must not fail him. What a man! How wise of his son Sudara, the second shogun, to change the name of the dynasty to Toranaga, instead of the real family name of Yoshi, so that we would never forget the fountainhead. What would he advise me to do? First, to have patience. Then he would quote Sun Tzu, 'Know your enemy as you know yourself, and you need not fear 100 battles. Know yourself, but not the enemy. For every victory gained, you will also suffer a defeat. Know neither the enemy nor yourself, and you will succumb in every battle.' I know some things about the enemy, but not enough. I bless my father again for making me understand the value of education, for giving me so many varied and special teachers over the years, foreign as well as Japanese. Sad I did not have the gift of tongues, and so had to learn through intermediaries, Dutch merchants for world history, an English seaman to check Dutch truth and to open my eyes, just as Toranaga used the Anjin-san in his time, and all the others. Chinese are taught me government, literature, and Sun Tzu's The Art of War. The old renegade French priest from Peking spent half a year teaching me Machiavelli, laboriously translating it into Chinese characters for me, as his passport to live in my father's domains, and enjoy the willow world he adored. The American pirate, marooned at Izo, told me about cannon, and about oceans of grass called prairies, their castle called White House, and the wars in which they exterminated the natives of that land. The Russian émigré convict from a place called Siberia claimed he was a prince with 10,000 slaves, and told fables of places called Moscow and St. Petersburg, and all the others, some teaching for a few days, some for months, but never a year, none of them knowing who I was, and I forbidden to tell them, father so careful and secretive, and so terrible when aroused. "When these men leave, father," he had asked in the beginning, "what happens to them? They're all so frightened. Why should that be? You promise them rewards, don't you?" "You're 11, my son. I will forgive your rudeness in questioning me once. To remind you of my magnanimity, you will go without food for 3 days, you will climb Mount Fuji alone, and you will sleep without covering." Yoshi shuddered. At that time he did not know what magnanimity meant. During those days he had almost died, but achieved what was ordered of him. As a reward for his self-discipline, his father, daimyo of Mito, had told him he was being adopted by the Hisamatsu family, and made heir of that Toranaga branch. "You are my 7th son. In that way you will have your own inheritance and be of a slightly higher lineage than your brothers." "Yes, father," he had said, holding back his tears. At that time he did not know he was being groomed to be shogun, nor was he ever told. Then, when Shogun Ieyoshi died of the spotted disease 4 years ago, and he was 22 and ready, and proposed by his father, Tairo Ii had opposed him and won. Ii's personal forces possessed the palace gates. So his cousin Nobusada was appointed. Yoshi, his family, his father, and all their influential supporters were ordered into severe house arrest. Only when Ii was assassinated was he freed and reinstated with his lands and honors, along with the others who survived. His father had died in house confinement. I should have been shogun, he thought for the 10,000,000th time. I was ready, trained, and could have stopped the shogunate rot, could have formed a new bond between shogunate and old daimyos, and could have dealt with the Gai-Jin. I should have had that princess as wife. I would never have signed those agreements, or allowed the negotiations to go so badly against us. I would have dealt with Townsend Harris, and begun a new era of careful change to accommodate the world outside at our pace, not theirs. Meanwhile, I am not shogun. Nobusada is elected shogun correctly. The treaties exist. Princess Yasuo exists. Sanjiro, Anjo, and Gai-Jin are battering at our gates. He shivered. I had better be even more careful. Poison is an ancient art. An arrow by day or by night. Ninja assassins in their hundreds are out there ready for hire. And then there are the shishi. There must be an answer. What is it? Seabirds circling and cawing over the city and castle interrupted his thought patterns. He studied the sky. No sign of change or tempest, though this was the month of change when the big winds came, and with them winter. Winter will be bad this year. Not a famine like 3 years ago, but the harvest is poor. Even less than last year. Wait, what was it Anjo said that reminded me of something? He turned and beckoned one of his bodyguards, his excitement rising. Bring that spy here, the fisherman. What's his name? Ah, yes, Misamoto. Bring him to my quarters secretly at once. He's confined in the Eastern Guardhouse. Chapter 8. Tuesday, the 16th of September. Precisely at dawn, the cannon of the flagship bellowed the 11-gun salute as Sir William's cutter came alongside the gangway. From the shore came a faint cheer, every sober man there to watch the departure of the fleet for Yedo. The wind was strengthening, sea fair, light overcast. He was formally piped aboard, Philip Tyrer in attendance. The rest of his staff already aboard accompanying warships. The 2 men wore frock coats and top hats. Tyrer's arm was in a sling. They saw Admiral Ketterer waiting for them on the main deck, John Marlowe beside him, both in dress uniform, cocked hats, gold-braided and buttoned blue cutaways, with white shirts, waistcoats, breeches and stockings, buckled shoes and gleaming swords. And immediately Philip Tyrer thought, damn, how handsome and elegant yet masculine John Marlowe always is, just like Paladar in his uniform. Damned if I have any dress clothes, or any clothes for that matter, to rival them. And poor as a church mouse compared to them, and not even a deputy secretary yet. Damn! There's nothing like a uniform to flatter a man to give him standing with a girl. He almost stumbled into Sir William, who had stopped on the top step as the Admiral and Marlowe saluted politely, ignoring him. Blast! He thought, concentrate. You're equally on duty, equally at the beck and call of the mighty. Be careful, become part of the scenery too. Wee Willie Winky's been like a cat with a hornet in his bum since you reported yesterday. Morning, Sir William. Welcome aboard. Thank you. Good morning to you, Admiral Ketterer. Sir William doffed his hat, followed by Tyrer, their frock coats tugged by the breeze. Set sail, if you please. The other ministers are on the French flagship. Good. The Admiral motioned to Marlowe. At once Marlowe saluted, went to the captain, who was on the open bridge, just forward of the single funnel and main mast, and saluted again. Admiral's compliments, sir. Make way for Yedo. The commands went rapidly down the line. The sailors gave 3 cheers. In moments the anchors were being chanted aboard, and in the cramped boiler room 3 decks below, teams of stokers, stripped to the waist, shoveled more coal into the furnaces to another rhythmic chant, coughing and wheezing in air permanently fouled with coal dust. The other side of the bulkhead in the engine room, the chief engineer engaged half ahead, and the huge reciprocating engines began to turn the propeller shaft. She was HMS Euryalus, built at Chatham 8 years ago, a 3-masted, 1-funnel, screw-assisted wooden cruiser frigate of 3,200 tons burthen, with 35 guns, a normal complement of 350 officers, seamen, and marines, while below decks were 90 stokers and engine room staff. Today all sails were sparred, and decks cleared for action. A pleasant day, Admiral, Sir William was saying. They were on the quarterdeck, Philip Tyler and Marlowe, who had greeted each other silently, hovering close by. For the moment, the Admiral agreed testily, always uncomfortable near civilians, particularly someone like Sir William, who was his senior in rank. "My quarters are available to you, if you wish." "Thank you." Seagulls were dipping and cawing around their wake. Sir William studied them for a moment, trying to throw off his depression. "Thank you. But I'd rather be on deck. You haven't met Mr. Tyrer, I believe. He's our new apprentice interpreter." For the first time the Admiral acknowledged Tyrer. "Welcome aboard, Mr. Tyrer. We can certainly use Japanese speakers here. How's your wound?" "Not too bad, sir, thank you," Tyrer said, trying to retreat once more into anonymity. "Good. Rotten business." The Admiral's pale blue eyes ranged the sea and his ship, his face florid and weather-beaten, with heavy jowls and a choleric roll of flesh on the back of his neck over his starched collar. For a moment he watched the smoke critically, noting its colour and smell, then grunted and brushed some specks of coal dust off his impeccable waistcoat. "Something's amiss?" "No, Sir William. The coals we get here don't compare with Shanghai Best or good Welsh or Yorkshire coals. Too much clinker in it. It's cheap enough when we can get it, but that's not often. You should insist on an increased supply. It's a major problem for us here, Major." Sir William nodded wearily. "I have, but they don't appear to have any locally. Filthy stuff, wherever it comes from. We can't use sail today, not with this wind against us. Engine assists are perfect for this sort of exercise and close inshore manoeuvres or docking. With the best man-of-war afloat, under sails, even a tea-clipper, we take 5 times as long to get to Yedo and not have enough sea room for safety. More's the pity." Sir William was out of humour after another sleepless night and reacted instantly to the Admiral's discourtesy and stupidity, telling him something that was obvious. "Really," he said thinly. "Never mind. Soon we'll have a completely stinkpot navy, no sail at all, and that will be that." Tyrer hid a smile as the Admiral flushed, for this was a sore point with naval officers and widely discussed in the London newspapers, who blithely dubbed future fleets as stinkpots of various sizes, commanded by stinkpotters of various sizes who will be dressed accordingly. "That won't happen in the foreseeable future, and never for long-haul cruising blockades or battle fleets." The Admiral almost spat the words out. "There's no way we can carry all the coal we need between ports and still have fighting ships. We must have sails to conserve fuel. Civilians have little understanding of naval matters." This reminded him of the present Liberal government's attack on the current Navy estimates, and his blood pressure went up another notch. "Meanwhile, to secure our sea lanes and keep the Empire inviolate, as a cornerstone of government policy, the Royal Navy must maintain the equation of twice as many ships, wooden or ironclad, steam and sail, as the next 2 other navies combined, with the biggest and best engines and the most modern cannon, shells, and explosives in the world. An admirable idea, but now out of date, not practical, and I'm afraid too rich for the Chancellor of the Exchequer and Government to stomach." "It better not be, by God." The roll of neck flesh went pink. "Mr. Penny-pinching Gladstone better learn right smartly where his priorities lie. I've said it before, the sooner the Liberals are out and the Tories back in power, the better. Not because of them, thank God, the Royal Navy still has enough ships and firepower to sink any French, Russian, or American fleets in their home waters if need be, but say those 3 combine against us in the coming conflict." Irritably, the Admiral turned and bellowed, though Marlowe was close by. "Mr. Marlowe, signal the Pearl. She's out of station, by God." "Aye, aye, sir." Marlowe left at once. Sir William glanced astern, seeing nothing amiss with the following ships, then again concentrated on the Admiral. "Foreign Secretary Russell's too clever to be drawn into it. Prussia will war on France. Russia will stay out. The Americans are too involved with their civil war, Spanish, Cuba, and Philippines, and sniffing around the Hawaiian Islands. By the way, I've proposed we annex 1 or 2 of those islands before the Americans do. They'd make perfect coaling stations." Marlowe was sourly heading for the signalman, his eyes on HMS Pearl, his ship, a Jason-class 3-masted single-funnelled 21-gun screw frigate of 2,100 tons burthen, temporarily in the command of his number 1, Lieutenant Lloyd, wishing he was aboard her, and no longer the Admiral's lackey. He gave the signalman the message, watched him use the signal flags, and read the reply before the young man reported. He said, "Sorry, sir." "How long have you been a signalman?" 3 months, sir." "You'd best look up your codes right smartly. The message said, Captain Lloyd of HMS Pearl apologizes. Make another mistake and your balls are in the ringer." "Yes, sir. Sorry, sir," the crestfallen youth said. Marlowe went back to the Admiral. To his relief, the potential row between the two men seemed to have simmered down, and now they were discussing alternative plans of action at Yedo and the long-term implications of the Tokaido attack. While he waited for a lull in the conversation, he cautiously cocked an eyebrow at Taira, who smiled back, wanting to be dismissed so he could ask him about Kanagawa and Angelique. He had had to leave the same day Sir William had arrived, 3 days ago, and had no first-hand information on what had occurred since then. "Yes, Mr. Marlowe." The Admiral listened to the message and at once rasped, "Send another signal. Report aboard my flagship at sunset." He saw Marlowe wince. "And well you might, Mr. Marlowe. Such an apology is insufficient excuse for slackness in my fleet." "Is it?" "No, sir. Consider who should take over your ship in his place, not you." Admiral Ketterer turned back to Sir William. "You were saying you don't think—" A gust crackled the rigging. Both officers looked aloft, then at the sky and all around, tasting the wind. No sign of danger yet, though both knew that the weather this month was unpredictable, and in these waters storms came suddenly. "You were saying, you don't think the authorities, this Bakufu, will do what we require?" "No, not without some form of force. At midnight I got another apology from them and a request for a month's delay so they could consult higher-ups and more such nonsense. My God, they can prevaricate. I sent the bloody messenger back with a flea in his ear and a curt, rather rude message to give us satisfaction or else." "Quite right. When we anchor off Yedo, can we fire as many salutes as possible and create an entrance? We'll make it 21 guns, a royal salute. I suppose this mission could be construed as a formal visit to their royalty." Without turning, the Admiral rasped, "Mr. Marlowe, give the order for the whole fleet, and ask the French Admiral if he would do likewise." "Yes, sir." Again Marlowe saluted and rushed off. "The plan for Yedo is still as we agreed." Sir William nodded. "Yes, I and my party will go ashore to the legation. 100 soldiers as an honour guard should be enough. The Highlanders, their uniforms and bagpipes, will be the most impressive. The rest of the plan remains the same." "Good." Uneasily the Admiral stared ahead. "We'll be able to see Yedo when we get around that headland." His face hardened. "It's one thing to rattle a few sabres and fire off a few blank cannonades, but I don't agree to bombard and burn that city without a legal state of war." Sir William said carefully, "Let's hope I don't have to ask Lord Palmerston to declare one, or for me to legalize one forced on us. A full report's on the way to him. Meanwhile, his reply is 4 months away, so we have to do the best we can, as usual. These murders must stop. The Bakufu must be brought to heel, one way or another. Now is the perfect time. Admiralty instructions are to be prudent." By the same post I sent an urgent message to the Governor of Hong Kong, also advising him what I plan to do, and asking what reinforcements in ships and men could be available if necessary, and about Mr. Struan's condition. "Oh? When was that, Sir William?" "Yesterday. Struan's had a clipper available, and Mr. McFay agreed the matter merited the most immediate haste." Ketterer said caustically, "This whole incident seems to be a Struan cause célèbre. The fellow who was killed hardly gets a mention. It's nothing but Struan, Struan, Struan." "The Governor's a personal friend of the family, and the family is, very well connected, very important to Her Majesty's trading interests in Asia and China. Very. They've always sounded like a bunch of pirates to me. Gun running, opium running, anything for a profit." "Both are legal enterprises, my dear Admiral. Struans are highly respectable, Admiral, with very important connections in Parliament." The Admiral was unimpressed. "A lot of ne'er-do-wells there too, by God, if you don't mind my saying. Bloody idiots most of the time, trying to cut navy funds and our fleets. Stupid when England depends on sea power." "I agree we need the best navy with the most competent officers to carry out imperial policy," Sir William said. Marlowe, near the Admiral, heard the thinly veiled barb. A quick glance at the back of his superior's neck confirmed the barb had registered. He braced for the inevitable.
Imperial policy. Seems to me, the Admiral said sharply, the Navy spends most of its time pulling civilian and trader fingers out of their smelly holes when their greed or double-dealing takes them into messes they should never have been in the first place. As for those bastards there, his stubby finger pointed at Yokohama on the port side, they're the worst bunch of scallywags I've ever seen. Some are, most not, Admiral. Sir William's chin came out. Without traders and trade, there'd be no money, no empire, and no navy. The red neck became purple. Without the navy, there would be no trade, and England would not have become the greatest nation in the world, the richest with the greatest empire the world has ever seen, by God. Balls, Sir William wanted to shout, but he knew that if he did, here on the quarterdeck of the flagship, the Admiral would have apoplexy, and Marlowe and every sailor within hearing distance would faint. The thought amused him and removed most of the venom that sleepless nights worrying over the Tokaido affair had caused, and permitted him to be diplomatic. The Navy is the senior service, Admiral, and many share your opinion. I trust we'll be on time. Yes, we will. The Admiral eased his shoulders, somewhat mollified, his head aching from the bottle of port he had consumed after dinner, on top of the claret. The ship was making about 7 knots into wind, which pleased him. He checked the lie of the fleet. Now HMS Pearl was very carefully astern, with 2 10-gun paddle sloops to port. The French flagship, a 3-masted 20-gun ironclad paddle frigate, was carelessly to starboard. Her helmsman should be put in irons. She could do with a new coat of paint, new rigging, fumigation to get rid of the garlic, and a bloody good holy stoning in their crew keel-hauled. Don't you agree, Mr. Marlowe? Yes, sir. When he was satisfied all was correct, the Admiral then turned back to Sir William. This Struan family and their so-called noble house, is it really so important? Yes, their trade is enormous, their influence in Asia, notably in China, without compare, except for Brock and Sons. I've seen their clippers, of course. Beauties, and very well armed. The Admiral added bluntly, I hope to Christ they don't try to peddle opium or guns here. Personally, I agree, though it's not against present law. It is according to Chinese law, or Japan's. Yes, but there are mitigating circumstances, Sir William said wearily. He had been through the same explanation dozens of times. I'm sure you know China will only accept cash, silver, or gold for the tea we must import. Nothing else. The only merchandise they'll pay cash for, gold or silver, is opium. Nothing else. It's very unfortunate. Then it's up to traders and Parliament and diplomats to pull their fingers out. For the last 20 years, the Royal Navy has been enforcing illegal laws in Asia, bombarding China ports and cities, doing all sorts of rotten acts of war, in my opinion, just to support opium. A blot on our escutcheon. Sir William sighed. His orders from the permanent Under-Secretary had been precise. For Christ's sake, dear Willie, this is the first time you'll be Minister in charge, so be careful. Don't make any precipitous decisions unless they're necessary. You're astonishingly lucky. The telegraph wire has already reached Baghdad, so we can get and send messages there in an incredible 7 days. Add another 6 odd weeks by steamer to Yokohama through the Persian Gulf, Indian Ocean via Singapore and Hong Kong, our instructions will only take an incredible 2 months to arrive. Not the 12 to 15 months 10 odd years ago. So if you need guidance, which you will all the time if you're wise, you're about 4 months off our leash, and that's the only thing that protects your neck and our empire. Clear? Yes, sir. Rule number 1. Handle the service brass with velvet gloves and don't overrule them lightly, because your life and those of all Englishmen in your area depend on them. They're inclined to be boneheaded, which is excellent, for obviously we need lots of these sort of fellows to go off and get killed defending our, well, imperial policy. Do not make waves. Japan is unimportant, but in our sphere of influence, and we've spent considerable time and money finessing the Russians, Americans, and French out. Do not foul up our Japanese nest. We've enough on our imperial plate with rebellious Indians, Afghans, Arabs, Africans, Persians, Caribbeans, Chinese, to say nothing of the rotten Europeans, Americans, Russians, etc. My dear, dear Willie, be diplomatic and don't fuck up or else. Sir William sighed again, bottled his temper, and repeated what he had said a dozen times, the truth. A lot of what you say is correct, but unfortunately we have to be practical. Without tax revenue on tea, the whole British economy will collapse.
Let's hope in a few years our Bengal opium fields can be torched. Meanwhile, we have to be patient. Meanwhile, I suggest you embargo all opium here, all modern weapons, all modern warships, and all slavery. Of course, I agree about slavery. That's been outlawed since 33. Sir William's voice edged perceptibly. The Americans have been informed long since. As to the rest, unfortunately, that's up to London. The Admiral's chin jutted even further. Well, sir, I have certain powers in these waters. You can take it I am instituting such an embargo now. I've heard disquieting rumours about Struan's ordering rifles and cannon for sale. They've already sold these natives 3 or 4 armed steamers, and the Jappers learn too fast for my liking. I will write formally by tomorrow's mail to the Admiralty to ask them to insist my orders are made permanent. The minister's face mottled. He planted his feet even more firmly into the deck. An admirable idea, he said icily. I will write by the same mail. Meanwhile, you cannot make such an order without my approval, and until we have a directive from the Foreign Office, the status quo remains the status quo. Both of their aides blanched. The Admiral looked at Sir William, of a height with him. All officers and most men would have quailed, but Sir William just stared back. I'll consider what you say, Sir William. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have things to do. He turned and stomped off for the bridge. Weakly, Marlowe began to follow. For Christ's sake, Marlowe, stop following me like a puppy. If I want you, I'll shout. Stay within shouting distance. Yes, sir. When the man was well away, Marlowe exhaled. Sir William had exhaled too, and he mopped his brow and muttered, Awfully glad I'm not in the Navy. Me too, Tyra said, amazed by the minister's courage. Marlowe's heart was racing, hating to be bellowed at, even by an admiral, but he did not forget himself. Excuse me, sir, but the fleet's very safe in his hands, sir, and the expedition, and we all believe he's quite right about selling ships, guns, cannon, and opium. Japaners are already building ships and making small cannon. This year they sailed their first iron steamship, the 300-ton Kanrin Maru, to San Francisco, crewed and captained entirely by them. They've mastered the deep. That's remarkable in such a short time. Yes, it is. Sir William wondered briefly how the Japanese delegation that went with this ship had fared in Washington, and what mischief President Lincoln would generate against our glorious empire. Aren't we dependent on Confederate cotton for our Lancashire mills that are being ruined? At the same time, aren't we increasingly dependent on abundant Union wheat and corn and meat and other trade? He shuddered. God damn that war! And politicians and Lincoln! Didn't the man's inaugural speech in March include, This country belongs to the people, and whenever they shall grow weary of their government, they can exercise their constitutional right to amend it, or revolutionary right to dismember it or overthrow it. Inflammatory, to say the least. If that idea spread to Europe, my God, dreadful. We may be at war with them any day, certainly at sea. Must have cotton. He was trying to collect himself, heartily relieved that the Admiral had backed down, and still cursing himself for losing control. You've got to be more careful, and mustn't worry about Yedo and your stupid, arrogant decision to go there, by God, in 3 days in a battleship and see the Shogun, by God, as though you're Clive of India. You're not. This is your first tour of the Far East, and you're a novice. Madness to put all these men at risk over a few murders. Madness to risk a full-scale war. But is it? Sorry, but no. If the Bakufu get away with this killing, then there will be no end, and we will be forced to withdraw, until Allied battle fleets return to enforce imperial wills bloodily. Your decision is correct. The manner of reaching it wrong. Yes, but it's damn difficult with no one to talk to, who you can trust. Thank God Daphne arrives in a couple of months. I never thought I'd miss her and her counsel so much. I can't wait to see her and my boys. 10 months is a long time, and I know the change from London's stinking pea-soup fogs and gloom will make her happy and please her, and it will be grand for the boys. We could use some English ladies in the settlement, of the right sort. We'll go on trips, and she will make the legation a home. His eyes focused on the approaching headland. Around it was Yedo and the cannonade. Was that wise? He asked himself queasily. I hope so. Then the landing and going to the legation. You've got to do that, and prepare for the meeting tomorrow. You're alone in this. Henri Serratard's waiting for you to mess up, hoping, and the Russian. But you're the one in charge, and it's your job, and don't forget, you wanted to be minister somewhere, anywhere. Indeed I did. But I never expected Japan. Damn the Foreign Office. I've never been in a situation like this. All my experience has been at the French or Russian desk in London, or at the court of St. Petersburg. Odd postings wrangled to glorious Paris and Monaco, with never a warship or regiment in sight. Marlowe was saying stiffly, I hope you don't mind, sir, me giving my opinion of the Admiral's position. Oh, not at all. Sir William made an effort to put his worry aside. I will try to avoid war, but if it is to be, it will be. You're quite right, Mr. Marlowe, and of course I'm honoured to have Admiral Ketterer in charge, he said, and at once felt better. Our difference of opinion was over protocol. Yes, but at the same time we should be encouraging the Japanese to industrialize and to sail ships. 1 ship or 20 is nothing to be concerned about. We should encourage them. We're not here to colonize, but it is we who should be training them, Mr. Marlowe, not the Dutch or the French. Thank you for reminding me. The more our influence here, the better. He was feeling lighter. It was rare for him to be able to talk freely to one of the up-and-coming captains, and he found Marlowe impressive both here and at Kanagawa. Do all officers detest civilians and traders? No, sir, but I don't think many of us understand them. We have different lives, different priorities. It's difficult for us at times. Most of Marlowe's attention was on the Admiral, who was talking to the captain on the bridge, everyone nearby uneasily aware of him. The sun broke through the overcast, and all at once the day seemed better. To be in the Navy is, well, it's all I ever wanted to do. Your family is naval, at once Marlowe said proudly. Yes, sir. Wanting to add, my father's a captain, presently in the Home Fleet. So was his father. He was flag lieutenant to Admiral Lord Collingwood in Royal Sovereign at Trafalgar, and my forebears have been in the Navy since there was one, and before that, so legend goes, they ran privateers out of Dorset, where the family comes from. We've lived there in the same house for more than 4 centuries. But he said none of it, his training telling him it would sound like boasting. He just added, My family come from Dorset. Mine come from the north of England, Northumberland, for generations, Sir William said absently, his eyes on the approaching headland, his mind on the Bakufu. My father died when I was young. He was a member of Parliament, with business interests in Sunderland and London, and dealt in the Baltic trade and Russian furs. My mother was Russian, so I grew up bilingual, and that got me on the first rung of the FO. She was... He caught himself just in time, astonished that he had volunteered so much. He had been going to add that she, his mother, was born the Countess Sveva, a cousin to the Romanovs, that she was still alive, and once had been a lady-in-waiting to Queen Victoria. I really must concentrate, as if my family and background were any of their business. What about you, Tyler? London, sir. Father's a solicitor, like his father. Philip Tyler laughed. After I got my degree at London University and told him I wanted to join the Foreign Office, he almost had a fit. And when I applied to become an interpreter in Japan, he told me I'd gone mad. Perhaps he was right. You're damned lucky to be alive, and you're hardly here a week. Don't you agree, Marlowe? Yes, sir, that's true. Marlowe thought the time apt. By the way, Philip, how is Mr. Struan? Neither good nor bad, was how George Babcock put it. I certainly hope he recovers, Sir William said, a sudden ache in his bowels. When he had gone to Kanagawa 3 days ago, Marlowe had met his cutter and told him what he knew about Struan and Tyra, about losing the soldier, the suicide of the assassin, and chasing the other one. Paladon and I charged after them, bugger, Sir William, but the man had just vanished. We combed the surrounding houses, but nothing. Tyra thinks they might be the 2 Tokaido attackers, sir, the murderers, but he's not sure. Most of them look alike, don't they? But if they were the 2, why should they risk going to the legation? The best we could come up with was perhaps to prevent identification and to finish the job, sir. They had left the wharf and hurried through the ominously deserted streets. What about the girl, Mr. Marlowe? Seems to be fine, sir. just shaken. Good, thank God for that. The French minister is wound up as tight as a gnat's bum about the vile insult to honour of France and one of his nationals who is also his ward. The sooner she's back in Yokohama, the better. Oh, by the way, the Admiral asked me to tell you to return to Yokohama at once. There's a lot to do. We've decided to pay Yedo a formal visit in 3 days, by flagship. Marlowe had felt his excitement explode. Sea or land engagements were the only real way to quick promotion, and to the Admiral's bars he would have at all costs. I'll make the old man proud of me and get flag rank long before Charles and Percy, his 2 younger brothers, both lieutenants. And now on the deck of the flagship, the sun good, the deck throbbing with the power of the engines, his excitement welled up again. "We'll be off, Yedo, before you know it, sir. Your entrance will be the biggest that's ever been. You'll get the murderers, indemnity, and anything else you want." Both Tyrer and Sir William had heard the excitement, but Sir William only felt chilled. "Yes, well, I think I'll go below for a minute. No, thank you, Mr. Marlowe, I know the way." With great relief, the 2 young men watched him go. Marlowe checked that the Admiral was within sight. "What happened at Kanagawa after I left, Philip?" "It was, well, extraordinary. She was extraordinary, if that's what you are asking." "How so?" "About 5 o'clock she came down and went straight to see Malcolm Struan and stayed with him until dinner. That's when I saw her. She seemed older. No, that's not quite right either. Not older, but more serious than before, mechanical. George says she's still in some form of shock. During dinner, Sir William said he'd take her back with him to Yokohama, but she just thanked him and refused, said she'd first have to make sure Malcolm was all right, and neither he nor George nor any of us could persuade her otherwise. She hardly ate anything and went back to his sick room, stayed with him, and even insisted on having a cot made up there so she could be within call if need be. In fact, for the next 2 days, until yesterday when I went back to Yokohama, she hardly left his side, and we barely spoke a dozen words to her." Marlowe covered a sigh. "She must love him. That's the strange part. Neither Paladar nor I think that's the reason. It's almost as though she's, well, disembodied is too strong a word. It's more like she's partially in a dream and that being with him is safe." "Christ, what did Sawbones say?" "He just shrugged and said to be patient, not to worry, and that she was the best tonic Malcolm Struan could have." "I can imagine. How is he, really?" "Drugged most of the time, lot of pain, lot of vomit and loose bowels. Don't know how she stands the smell, though the window's open all the time." Fear washed over both of them at the thought of being so wounded and so helpless. Tyra glanced ahead, to hide, still deeply conscious that his own wound had not yet healed, knowing it could still rot, and that his sleep had been nightmared with samurai and bleeding swords. And her. "Every time I popped by to see Malcolm, and, to be honest, to see her," he continued, "she just answered me with yes, no, or I don't know, so after a while I gave up. She's still as attractive as ever." Marlowe wondered. If Struan weren't around, would she be truly out of reach? How serious a rival would Tyra be? Paladar he dismissed, as not in the same league. She couldn't like that pompous bugger. "My word, look!" Tyra said. They were rounding the headland, and they saw the vast bay of Yedo before them, open sea to starboard, smoke from cooking fires of the sprawling city shrouding it, the landscape and overlording castle. Astonishingly, the bay was almost empty of the multitude of ferries and sampans and fishing boats that normally abounded, with the few there scurrying for shore. Tyra was very uneasy. Is it going to be war? After a pause, Marlowe said, "They had their warning. Most of us think no, not a full-scale war. Not yet, not this time. There'll be incidents." Then, because he liked Tyra and admired his courage, he opened his mind to him. "There'll be incidents and skirmishes of various sizes. Some of our people will get killed, some will discover they are cowards, some will become heroes, most will be petrified from time to time, some will be decorated. But of course we will win." Tyra thought about that, remembering how frightened he had already been, but how Babcock had convinced him that the first time was the worst time, how brave Marlowe had been rushing after the assassin, how ravishing Angelique was, and how good it was to be alive, young with one foot on the ladder to minister. He smiled. Its warmth lit up Marlowe as well. "All's fair in love and war, isn't it?" he said. Angelique was sitting in the window of the sick room at Kanagawa, staring into space, the sun breaking through the powder-puff clouds from time to time, her heavily perfumed handkerchief to her nose. Behind her, Struan was half awake, half asleep. In the garden, soldiers patrolled constantly. Since the attack, security had been redoubled, more troops sent from the Yokohama encampment, with Paladar temporarily in command. A tap on the door pulled her from her reverie. "Yes," she said, hiding the handkerchief in her hand. It was Lim. Beside him was a Chinese orderly with a tray. "Food for master. Missy wants she eat, hiya?" "Put there," she ordered, and pointed at the bedside table. She was about to ask for her tray to be brought as usual, then changing her mind, thinking it safe. Tonight, Missy food dining room. Understand, hiya?" "Understand." Lim laughed to himself, knowing that when she thought she was alone, she used the kerchief. "Hiya, is her nose as small and delicate as her other part? Smell? What's the smell they complain of? There's no smell of death here yet. Should I tell the Taipan son that the news is bad from Hong Kong? Hiya, better he finds out for himself." "Understand." He beamed and left. "Sherry?" Automatically she offered the chicken soup. "Later, thank you, darling," Malcolm Struan said, as expected, his voice very weak. "Try to take some," she said as usual. Again he refused. Back once more to her seat in the window and her daydreams about being safe at home in Paris again, in the great house of her Uncle Michel and her darling Emma, the high-born English aunt who had mothered her and brought her and her brother up when her father had left so many years ago for Hong Kong, all of them surrounded in luxury, Emma planning luncheons and riding in the Bois on her prize stallion, the envy of everyone, charming the massed aristocracy and being fawned on in return, then bowing so gracefully to Emperor Louis Napoleon, Napoleon Bonaparte's nephew, and his Empress Eugénie, and their smiling recognition. Boxes at theatres, La Comédie Française, choice tables at Trois Frères Provençaux, her coming of age, 17, the talk of the season, Uncle Michel recounting his adventures at the gambling tables and the races, whispering naughty stories about his aristocratic friends, his mistress, the Countess Beaufoy, so beautiful and seductive and devoted. All daydreams, of course, for he was only a junior deputy in the War Ministry, and Emma, English, yes, but an actress from a travelling group of Shakespearean players, daughter of a clerk, but neither with enough money for the outward display so necessary for Angelique in the capital of the world, for the spectacular horse or two-in-hand and carriage that she needed so desperately to break into real society, the real upper echelon, to meet those who would marry and not just bed and flaunt and soon pass on to a younger flower. "Please, please, please, Uncle Michel, it's so important." "I know, my little cabbage," he had said sadly on her 17th birthday, when she had begged for a particular gelding and the riding clothes to match. "There's nothing more I can do. There are no more favours I can ask. I know no more arms to twist, or other moneylenders to persuade. I possess no state secrets to sell, or princes to promote. There's your young brother and our daughter to consider." "But please, darling uncle." "I have one last idea, and enough francs for a modest passage out to join your father. A few clothes, no more." Then the making of the clothes, all perfect, then trying them on and refitting and improving, and yes, the green silk gown as well as all the others. Uncle Michel won't mind. Then the excitement of the first railway journey to Marseille, steamer to Alexandria in Egypt, overland to Port Said, past the first diggings of Monsieur de Lesseps Canal at Suez, that all-wise, informed people believed was just another stock promotion, that it would never be finished, or if it was, would partially empty the Mediterranean, because those seas were higher than the seas below. Onwards, everything begged, pleaded, beguiled, and from the very beginning correctly first class. The difference is really so tiny, dear, dear Uncle Michel. Sweet winds and new faces, exotic nights and good days, the beginning of the great adventure, at the end of the rainbow, a handsome, rich husband like Malcolm now, all spoiled because of a filthy native. Why can't I just think about the good parts? She asked herself in sudden anguish. Why is it good thoughts dribble into the bad, and then into the awful, and then I start thinking about what truly happened, and begin to cry? Don't, she ordered herself, forcing away the tears. Behave. Be strong. You decided before you left your room. Nothing happened. You will act normally until your next period arrives. When it begins, it will begin. Then you are safe. But if it doesn't, you won't think about that. Your future will not be torn asunder. That wouldn't be fair. You will pray, and you will stay close to Malcolm, and pray for him too, and act the Florence Nightingale. And then perhaps you will marry him. She glanced at him over the handkerchief. To her surprise, he was watching her. Is the smell still so awful? He asked sadly. No, chérie, she said, pleased the lie sounded more sincere each time and required less effort. Some soup, yes? Wearily he nodded, knowing that he must have some nourishment, but whatever he consumed would inevitably be wrenched out of him and tear the stitches, within and without, and the pain that followed would unman him again, much as he tried to contain it. Dieu ne lo mo, he muttered. The curse was Cantonese, his first language. She held the cup, and he drank, and she wiped his chin, and he drank a little more. Half of him wanted to order her away until he was up and about again, the other half terrified she would leave and never return. Sorry about all this. I love your being here. For a reply she just touched his forehead gently, wanting to leave, needing fresh air, not trusting herself to speak. The less you speak the better, she had decided. Then you will not be trapped. She watched herself minister to him and settle him, and all the while let her mind drift to ordinary happenings, to Hong Kong or to Paris, mostly Paris. Never would she allow herself to dwell on that night's wake-sleep dream. Never during the day, too dangerous. Only at night, when the door was safely barred and she was alone and safe in bed, could she release the dam, and permit her mind to voyage where it would. A knock. Yes? Babcock strode in. She flushed under his gaze. Why is it I think he can always read my thoughts? Just wanted to see how both my patients are doing, he said jovially. Well, Mr. Struan, how are you? About the same, thank you. Dr. Babcock's sharp eyes noticed that half the soup had gone, but there was no vomit yet to clear up. Good. He held Struan's wrist. Pulse rate jumpy, but better than before. Forehead still clammy, still a temperature, but that's also lower than yesterday. Dare I hope he will actually recover. His mouth was saying how improved the patient was, that it must be the ministrations of the lady, nothing to do with him, the usual. Yes, but so little else to say, so much up to God, if there's a God. Why do I always add that? If. If you continue to improve, I think we should move you back to Yokohama, perhaps tomorrow. That's not wise, she said at once, frightened she would lose her haven, her voice harsher than she had wanted. Sorry, but it is, Babcock said kindly, wanting at once to calm her, admiring her fortitude and concern over Struan. I wouldn't advise it if there was a risk, but it would be wise, really. Mr. Struan would have much more comfort, more help. Mon Dieu, what else can I do? He mustn't leave, not yet, not yet. Listen, darling, Struan said, trying to sound strong. If he thinks I can move back, that would be good, really. It would free you and make it easier. But I don't want to be free. I want us to stay here, exactly as it is now, without any fuss. She felt her heart pumping, and she knew she was sounding hysterical, but she had not planned for a move. Stupid, you're stupid. Of course there would have to be a move. Think, what can you do to prevent it? But there was no need to prevent anything. Struan was saying that she should not be concerned. It would be better to be back in the settlement. She would be safer, and he would be happier, and there were dozens of servants and suites of rooms in the Struan building, that if she wished she could have the suite next to his, and she could stay or leave just as she wished, with constant access by day or by night. "Please don't worry. I want you to be content, too," he assured her. "You'll be more comfortable, I promise, and when I'm better A spasm took him and used him. After Babcock had cleaned up and Struan was once more drugged to sleep, he said quietly, "It really would be better for him there. I've more help, more materials. It's almost impossible to keep everything clean here. He needs stronger aid. You do more than you can imagine for him, but certain functions his Chinese servants can do better for him. Sorry to be blunt." "You don't have to apologize, Doctor. You're right, and I understand." Her mind had been racing. "The suite next to Malcolm's will be ideal, and servants and fresh clothes. I'll find a seamstress and have beautiful dresses made, and be correctly chaperoned and in command of him and of my future." "I only want what's best for him," she said, then added quietly, needing to know, "How long will he be like this?" "Confined to bed and fairly helpless?" "Yes, please tell me the truth, please." "I don't know. At least 2 or 3 weeks, perhaps more, and he won't be very mobile for a month or 2 after that." He glanced at the inert man a moment. "I'd prefer you didn't say anything to him. It would worry him unnecessarily." She nodded to herself, content and at ease now, everything in place. "Don't worry, I won't say a word. I pray he'll get strong quickly and promise to help all I can." As Dr. Babcock left her, he was thinking over and over, "My God, what a wonderful woman. If Struan lives or dies, he's a lucky man to be loved so much." Chapter 9. The 21-gun salute from each of the 6 warships anchored off Yedo that had accompanied the flagship echoed and re-echoed, all personnel in the fleet excited and proud of their power, and that the time for restitution had come. "Thus far and no further, Sir William," Philip Tyler exulted, standing beside him at the gunwale, the smell of cordite heady. The city was vast, silent, the castle dominant. "We'll see." On the bridge of the flagship, the Admiral said quietly to the General, "This should convince you that our wee Willie is just a little popinjay with delusions of grandeur. Royal salute be damned. We'd better watch our backsides." "You're right, by Jove. Yes, I'll add it to my monthly report to inform the War Office." On the deck of the French flagship, Henri Serratard was puffing his pipe and laughing with the Russian minister. "Mon Dieu, my dear Count, this is a happy day. The honor of France will be vindicated by normal English arrogance. Sir William is bound to fail. Perfidious Albion is more perfidious than ever." "Yes, disgusting that it's their fleet and not ours." "But soon your fleets and ours will have replaced them." "Yes, then we're secretly agreed. When the English leave, we take Japan's North Island, plus Sakhalin, the Kurils, and all islands linking it to Russian Alaska. France, the rest." "Agreed. As soon as Paris gets my memorandum, it will surely be ratified at the highest level, secretly." He smiled. "When a vacuum exists, it is our diplomatic duty to fill it." With the cannonade, a great fear exploded over Yedo. All remaining skeptics joined the masses clogging every road and bridge and lane, fleeing with the few possessions they could carry. Of course, no wheels anywhere. Everyone expecting that bursting shells and rockets they had heard of but had never witnessed would any moment rain fire, and their city would burn, 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 and them with it. Death to the Gai-Jin was on every lip. "Hurry, out of the way, hurry!" People were shouting here and there in panic, a few crushed or shoved off bridges or into houses, most stoically plodding onwards, but always away from the sea. "Death to the Gai-Jin," they said as they fled. The exodus had begun this morning, the moment the fleet had weighed anchor in Yokohama harbor, though 3 days earlier the more prudent merchants had quietly hired the best porters and removed themselves, their families, and valuables, when rumors of the unfortunate incident and the resulting foreign uproar and demands had flashed through the city. Only the samurai in the castle and those manning the outer defenses and strongpoints were still in place, and, as always and everywhere, the carrion of the streets, animal and human, who slunk and sniffed around the lockless houses, seeking what could be stolen and later sold. Very little was stolen. Looting was considered a particularly hideous crime, and, from time immemorial, perpetrators would be pursued relentlessly until caught and then crucified.
Any form of stealing was punished in the same fashion. Within the castle keep, Shogun Nobusada and Princess Yasu were cowering behind a flimsy screen, their arms around each other, their guards, maids, and court ready for instant departure, only awaiting the guardian's permission to leave. Everywhere in the castle proper, men were preparing defences in depth, others harnessing horses and packing the most valuable possessions of the elders for evacuation, with their owners, the moment shelling began or word was brought to the council that enemy troops were disembarking. In the council chamber at the hurriedly convened meeting of the elders, Yoshi was saying, "I repeat, I don't believe they'll attack us in force and I see no reason to wait. To go is prudent. They will start shelling any moment," Anjo said. "The first cannonade was their warning." "I don't think so. I think it was just an arrogant announcement of their presence. There were no shells in the city. The fleet won't shell us, and I repeat, I believe the meeting tomorrow will take place as planned. At the
How can you be so blind? If our positions were reversed, and you commanded that fleet and possessed that overwhelming power, would you hesitate for a moment?"
Anjo was stark with rage.
"Well, would you?"
"No, of course not. But they are not us, and we not them, and that's the way to control them."
"You are beyond understanding."
In exasperation, Anjo turned to the other three councillors.
"The Shogun must be taken to a safe place. We must go, too, to carry on the government. That's all I propose, a temporary absence. Except for our personal retainers, all other samurai will stay. The Bakufu stays."
Once more he glared at Yoshi.
"You stay if you wish. Now we will vote. The temporary absence is approved."
"Wait. If you do that, the shogunate will lose face forever. We'll never be able to control the daimyos and their opposition, or the Bakufu. Never."
"We are just being prudent. The Bakufu remains in place, so do all warriors. As chief councillor, it's my right to call for a vote, so vote." "I vote yes."
"I say no," Yoshi said.
"I agree with Yoshi-san,"
Utani said. He was a short, thin man with kind eyes and spare visage.
"I agree. If we leave, we lose face forever."
Yoshi smiled back, liking him. Daimyos of the Watasa fief were ancient allies since before Sekigahara. He looked at the other two, both senior members of Toranaga clans. Neither met his eyes. "Adachi-sama?" Finally, Adachi, daimyo of Mito, a rotund little man, said nervously,
"I agree with Anjo-sama that we should leave, and the shogun, of course, but I also agree with you that then we may lose even though we gain. Respectfully, I vote no."
The last elder, Toyama, was in his middle 50s, grey-haired with heavy dewlaps and blind in one eye from a hunting accident. An old man, as ages went in Japan. He was daimyo of Ki, father of the young shogun.
"It bothers me not at all if we live or die, nor the death of my son, this shogun. There will always be another. But it bothers me very much to retreat just because Gai-Jin have anchored off our shore. I vote against retreat and for attack. I vote we go to the coast, and if the jackals land, we kill them all, their ships, cannon, rifles, notwithstanding." "We don't have enough troops here,"
Anjo said, sick of the old man and his militancy that had never been proved.
"How many times do I have to say it? We do not have enough troops to hold the castle and to stop them landing in strength. How many times do I have to repeat? Our spies say they have 2,000 soldiers with rifles in the ships and at the settlement, and 10 times that number in Hong Kong, and—"
Yoshi interrupted angrily.
"We would have had more than enough samurai and their daimyos here if you hadn't cancelled Sankin Kotai."
"That was at the emperor's request, given in writing and presented by a prince of his court. We had no option but to obey. You would also have obeyed."
"Yes, if I'd taken delivery of the document, but I would never have accepted it. I would have been away, or would have delayed the prince, any one of 100 ploys, or bartered with Sanjiro, who instigated the requests, or told one of our court supporters to petition the emperor to withdraw the requests."
Yoshi's voice snapped.
"Any petition from the shogunate must be approved. That's historic law. We still control the court's stipend. You betrayed our heritage."
"You call me a traitor?"
To everyone's shock, Anjo's hand tightened on his sword hilt. "I say you allowed Sanjiro to puppet you," Yoshi replied without moving, calm on the surface of his skin, hoping that Anjo would make the first move, and then he could kill him and have done with his stupidity forever. "There is no precedent to go against the legacy. It was a betrayal."
"All daimyos other than immediate Toranaga families wanted it. The consensus of Bakufu agreed, the Roju agreed. Better to agree than to force all daimyos into the camp of the outside lords to challenge us at once, as Sanjiro, the Tosos, and Choshus would have done. We would have been totally isolated. Isn't that true?" he said to the others. "Well, isn't it?"
Utani said quietly,
"It's certainly true. I agreed. But now I think it was a mistake." "The mistake we made was not to intercept Sanjiro and kill him," Toyama said. "He was protected by imperial mandate," Anjo said. His old man's lips curled from his yellow teeth. "So? All Satsuma would have risen up against us, rightly. The Tosa and Choshu would join in, and we'd have a general civil war we cannot win. Vote. Yes or no?" "I vote for attack, only attack," the old man said stubbornly. "Today, on any landing, tomorrow, at Yokohama." From far off came the skirl of bagpipes. 4 more cutters were heading for the wharf, 3 packed with Highland infantry to join others already formed up there. Drums beating and bagpipes wailing impatiently. Kilts, busbies, scarlet tunics, rifles. Sir William, Tyra, Lunn, and 3 of his staff were in the last boat. As they came ashore, the captain in charge of the detachment saluted. "Everything's ready, sir. We've patrols guarding this wharf and the surrounding areas. Marines will take over from us within the hour." "Good. Then let's proceed to the legation." Sir William and his party got into the carriage that had been ferried and manhandled ashore with so much effort. 20 sailors picked up the traces. The captain gave the order to advance, and the cortege marched off, flags waving, soldiers surrounding them, a resplendent 6'8" drum major to the fore, Chinese coolies from Yokohama, nervously dragging baggage carts in the rear. The narrow streets between the low 1-story shops and buildings were eerily empty. So was the inevitable guard post at the first wooden bridge over a festering canal, and the next. A dog charged out of an alley, barking and snarling, then picked itself up and scuttled away howling after a kick lifted it into the air and sent it sprawling 10 yards. More empty streets and bridges, yet their way to the legation was tortuous because of the carriage, and because all streets were only for foot traffic. Again the carriage stuck. "Perhaps we should walk, sir?" Tyler asked. "No, by God, I arrive by carriage." Sir William was furious with himself. He had forgotten the narrowness of the streets. At Yokohama he had privately decided on the carriage just because wheels were forbidden, to further ram home his displeasure to the Bakufu. He called out, "Captain, if you have to knock down a few houses, so be it." But that did not become necessary. The sailors, used to handling cannon in tight places below decks, good-naturedly shoved and pushed and cursed and half-carried the carriage around the bottlenecks. The legation was on a slight rise in the suburb of Gotenyama, beside a Buddhist temple. It was a 2-story, still uncompleted structure of British style and design inside a high fence and gates. Within 3 months of the treaty signing, work had begun. Building had been agonizingly slow, partially because of British insistence on using their plans and their normal building materials, such as glass for windows and bricks for bearing walls, which had to be brought from London, Hong Kong, or Shanghai, constructing foundations and the like, which Japanese houses did not normally possess, being of wood, deliberately light and easy to erect and repair because of earthquakes, and raised off the ground. Most of the delays, however, were due to the Bakufu reluctance to have any foreign edifices whatsoever outside Yokohama. Even though not fully finished, the legation was occupied, and the British flag raised daily on the dominant flagpole, which further incensed the Bakufu and local citizens. Last year, occupation was temporarily abandoned by Sir William's predecessor, when Ronin, at night, killed 2 guards outside his bedroom door, to British fury and Japanese rejoicing. "Oh, so sorry," the Bakufu said. But the site, leased in perpetuity by the Bakufu, mistakenly, it had been claimed ever since, had been wisely chosen.
The view from the forecourt was the best in the neighbourhood, and they could see the fleet drawn up in battle order, safely ashore, safely at anchor. The cortege arrived in martial style to take possession again. Sir William had decided to spend the night in the legation to prepare for tomorrow's meeting, and he bustled about, stopping as the captain saluted. "Yes?" "Raise the flag, sir. Secure the legation." "At once. Keep to the plan, lots of noise, drums, pipes, and so on. Pipe the retreat at sunset, and have the band march up and down." "Yes, sir." The captain walked over to the flagstaff. Ceremoniously, to the heady skirl of more pipes and drums, once more the Union Jack broke out at the masthead. Immediately, by previous agreement, there was an acknowledging broadside from the flagship. Sir William raised his hat, and led 3 resounding cheers for the Queen. "Good. That's better. Lun. Hey-ya, massa." "Wait a minute, you're not Lun." "I Lun too, massa. Lun one come night, chop chop." "All right, Lun two. Dinner, sunset. You make every massa ship-shape, never mind." Lun two nodded sourly, hating to be in such an isolated, indefensible place, surrounded by 1,000 hidden, hostile eyes that everyone carelessly dismissed, though nearly all must sense. "I'll never understand the barbarians," he thought. That night Philip Tyler could not sleep. He lay on one of the straw mattresses atop a ragged carpet on the floor, wearily changing his position every few minutes, his mind unpleasantly crossed with thoughts of London and Angelique, the attack and the meeting tomorrow, the ache in his arm, and Sir William, who had been irritable all day. It was cold, with a slight promise of winter on the air, the room small. Windows with glass panes overlooked the spacious, well-planted back gardens. The other mattress bed was for the captain, but he was still making his rounds. Apart from sounds of dogs foraging, a few tomcats, the city was silent. Occasionally he could hear distant ships' bells of the fleet sounding the hours, and the throaty laughter of their soldiers, and he felt reassured. "Those men are superb," he thought. "We're safe here." At length he got up, yawned, and padded over to the window, opened it to lean on the sill. Outside it was black, the cloud cover thick. No shadows, but he saw many Highlanders patrolling with oil lamps. Beyond the fence to one side was the vague shape of the Buddhist temple. At sunset, after the bagpipes had beat the retreat and the Union Jack had been ritually pulled down for the night, monks had barred their heavy gate, sounded their bell, then filled the night with their strange chanting. Om Mani Padme Hum, over and over again. Tyler had been calmed by it, unlike many of the others who shouted catcalls, telling them rudely to shut up. He lit a candle that was beside the bed. His fob watch showed it was 2:30. Yawning again, he rearranged the blanket, propped himself up with the rough pillow, and opened his small attaché case, his initials embossed on it, a parting gift from his mother, and took out his notebook. Covering the column of Japanese words and phrases he had written out phonetically, he muttered the English equivalents, then the next page, and the next, then the same with the English, and said aloud the Japanese. It pleased him. Everyone was right. "There's so few. I don't know if I'm pronouncing them correctly. I've so little time, and I haven't even begun to learn the writing," he muttered. At Kanagawa he had asked Babcock where he could get the best teacher. "Why not ask the Padre?" Babcock had said. He had yesterday. "Certainly, my boy, but can't this week. How about next month? Care for another sherry?" "My God, can they drink here? They're sozzled most of the time, and certainly by lunch. The Padre's useless and smells to high heaven. But what a stroke of luck about André Ponsin." Yesterday afternoon he had accidentally met the Frenchman in one of the Japanese village shops that serviced their needs. These lined the village main street that was behind High Street away from the sea and adjoined Drunk Town. All the shops appeared to be the same, selling the same kinds of local merchandise, from food to fishing tackle, from cheap swords to curios. He was searching through a rack of Japanese books, the paper of very high quality, many beautifully printed and illustrated from woodblocks, trying to make himself understood to the beaming proprietor. "Pardon, monsieur," the stranger had said, "but you have to name the type of book you want." He was in his 30s, clean-shaven, with brown eyes and brown wavy hair, a fine Gallic nose, and well-dressed. "You say, Watashi hoshi hon, Ingerish, Nihongo dozo." I would like a book that has English and Japanese. He smiled. Of course, there aren't any, though this fellow will tell you with abject sincerity, "Aso desu ka gomen nasai," etc. "So sorry I have none today, but if you come back tomorrow." Of course, he's not telling the truth, only telling you what he thinks you want to know, a fundamental Japanese habit. I'm afraid Japanese are not generous with the truth, even amongst themselves. But, monsieur, may I ask, then, how did you learn Japanese? Obviously you're fluent. The man laughed pleasantly. You are too kind. Me, I'm not, though I try. An amused shrug. Patience, and because some of our holy fathers speak it. Philip Tyrer frowned. I'm afraid I'm not Catholic. I'm Church of England and an apprentice interpreter at the British legation. My name is Philip Tyrer, and I've just arrived and a bit out of my depth. Ah, of course, the young Englishman of the Tokaido. Please excuse me. I should have recognized you. We were all horrified to hear about it. May I present myself? André Poncin, later Paris. I am a trader. Je suis enchanté de vous voir, Tyler said, speaking French easily and well, though with a slight English accent. Throughout the world, outside of Britain, French was the language of diplomacy and lingua franca of most Europeans, therefore essential for a foreign office posting, as well as for anyone considering themselves well educated. In French he added, Do you think the fathers would consider teaching me or allowing me to join their classes? I don't believe any actually give classes. I could ask. Are you going with the fleet tomorrow? Yes, indeed. So am I, with Monsieur Serratard, our minister. You were at the legation in Paris before here. Unfortunately, no. I've only been to Paris for 2 weeks, monsieur, on holiday. This is my first posting. Oh, but your French is very good, monsieur. Afraid it's not. Not really, Tyler said in English again. I presume you are an interpreter, too. Oh, no, just a businessman. But I try to help Monsieur Serratard sometimes when his official Dutch-speaking interpreter is sick. I speak Dutch. So you wish to learn Japanese as quickly as possible, eh? Poncin went over to the rack and selected a book. Have you seen one of these yet? It's Hiroshige's 53 Stages on the Tokaido Road. Don't forget, the beginning of the book is at the end for us. They're writing right to left. The pictures show the way stations all the way to Kyoto. He thumbed through them. Here's Kanagawa, and here Hodogaya. The 4-color woodblock prints were exquisite, better than anything Tyler had ever seen, the detail extraordinary. They're marvelous. Yes, he died 4 years ago, pity, because he was a marvel. Some of their artists are extraordinary. Hokusai, Masanobu, Utamaro, and a dozen others. Andre laughed and pulled out another book. Here, these are a must. A primer for Japanese humor and calligraphy, as they call their writing. Philip Tyrer's mouth dropped open. The pornography was decorous and completely explicit, page after page, with beautifully gowned men and women, their naked parts monstrously exaggerated and drawn in majestic, hairy detail, as they joined vigorously and inventively. Oh, my God! Poncin laughed outright. Ah, then I have given you a new pleasure. As erotica, they are unique. I have a collection I'd be glad to show you. They're called Shunga-e. The others, Ukiyo-e. Pictures from the Willow World, or Floating World. Have you visited one of the bordellos yet? No, I haven't. Oh, in that case, may I be a guide? Now in the night, Tyler remembered their conversation and how secretly embarrassed he had been. He had tried to pretend he was equally a man of the world, but at the same time kept hearing his father's grave and constant advice. Listen, Philip, Frenchmen are all vile and totally untrustworthy. Parisians, the dregs of France, and Paris, without doubt, the sin city of the civilized world, licentious, vulgar, and French. Poor Papa, he thought. He's so wrong about so many things. But then he lived in Napoleonic times and survived the bloodbath of Waterloo. However great the victory, it must have been terrible for a 10-year-old drummer boy. No wonder he will never forgive or forget, or accept the new era. Never mind, Papa has his life, and as much as I love him and admire him for what he did, I have to make my own way. France is almost an ally now. It's not wrong to listen and learn." He flushed, remembering how he had hung on Andre's words, secretly ashamed of his avid fascination. The Frenchman explained that here bordellos were places of great beauty, the best of them, and their courtesans, the ladies of the floating world, or willow world, as they were called, easily the best he had ever experienced. There are degrees, of course, and street walkers in most towns, but here we have our own pleasure quarter, called Yoshiwara. It's over the bridge, outside the fence. Again the pleasant laugh. We call it the Bridge to Paradise. Oh, yes, and you should know that— Oh, excuse me, I interrupt your shopping. "Oh, but no, not at all," he had said at once, aghast that this flow of information and rare opportunity would cease, and added in his most flowery and honeyed French, "I would consider it an honor if you would care to continue. Really, it is so important to learn as much as one can, and I'm afraid the people I associate with and talk to are, regretfully, not Parisian, mostly stodgy and without French sophistication. To return your kindness, perhaps I may offer you some tea or champagne at the English tea house, or perhaps a drink at the Yokohama Hotel. Sorry, but I'm not a member of the club yet." "You are too kind. Yes, I would like that." Thankfully, he beckoned the shopkeeper, with Poncin's help, paid for the book, astonished it was so inexpensive. They went into the street. "You were saying about the willow world." "There's nothing sordid about it, as with most of our brothels and almost all those elsewhere in the world. Here, as in Paris, but more so, the act of sex is an art form, as delicate and special as great cuisine, to be considered and practiced and savored, and thought of as such with no— please excuse me, no misguided Anglo-Saxon guilt." Instinctively, Tyra bridled. For a moment he was tempted to correct him and say that there was a vast difference between guilt and a healthy attitude towards morality and all good Victorian values, and to add that, regretfully, the French had never possessed any distinction with their leaning towards loose living that seduced even such august nobles as the Prince of Wales, who openly considered Paris home, a source of grave concern in the highest English circles. The Times glowered. French vulgarity knows no end, their wretched display of wealth and outrageous innovative dances, like the can-can, where, it is reliably reported, the dancers deliberately do not and are even required not to wear any undergarments whatsoever. But he said none of it, knowing he would only be parroting more of his father's words. Poor papa, he thought again, concentrating on Poncin as they strolled the high street, the sun pleasing and the air bracing, with the promise of a fine day tomorrow. "But here, in Nippon, Monsieur Tyra," the Frenchman continued happily, "there are marvelous rules and regulations, both for clients and the girls. For instance, they're not all on show at one time, except in the very low-class places, and even then you can't just go in and say, 'I want that one.'" "You can't?" "Oh, no. She always has the right to refuse you without any loss of face on her part. There are special protocols. I can explain in detail later if you wish, but each house is run by a madame, called Mama-san, the san being a suffix meaning mistress, madame, or mister, who prides herself on the elegance of her surroundings and her ladies. They vary, of course, in price and excellence. In the best, the Mama-san vets you. That's the right word. She considers if you are worthy to grace her house and all it contains, in substance, whether or not you can pay the bill. Here a good customer can have a great deal of credit, Monsieur Tyra, but woe betide you if you do not pay, or are late once the bill is discreetly presented. Every house in all Japan will then refuse you every kind of entrance." Tyra had guffawed nervously at the pun. "How word passes, I don't know, but it does from here to Nagasaki. So, monsieur, in certain ways this is paradise. A man can fornicate for a year on credit if he so desires." Poncin's voice changed imperceptibly. "But the wise man buys a lady's contract and reserves her for his private pleasure. They are really so charming and so inexpensive when you consider the enormous profit we make on the money exchange." Well, that's what you advise." Yes, I do." They had had tea, then champagne at the club where André was clearly a well-known and popular member. Before they parted, André had said, The Willow World deserves care and attention. I would be honored to be one of your guides." He had thanked him, knowing he would never take advantage of the offer. I mean, what about Angelique? What about catching one of the vile diseases, gonorrhea, or the French disease that the French call the English disease and the doctors call syphilis, that George Babcock mentioned pointedly abounds under any name in any Asian or Middle Eastern treaty port? Or any port, for that matter, Philip. I see lots of cases here amongst the Japanese, not all European-related. If you're that way inclined, wear a sheath. They're not safe, not much good yet. Best you don't, if you know what I mean." Philip Tyrer shuddered. He had had only one experience. 2 years ago he had become boisterously drunk with some fellow students after their finals, in the Star and Garter public house on Pont Street. "Now's the time, Philip, old boy. It's all fixed. She'll do it for tuppence, won't you, Flossie?" She was a bar girl, a bawdy of about 14, and the tumble had taken place hurriedly, sweatily, in a smelly upstairs cubbyhole, a penny for her and a penny for the publican. For months afterwards he was petrified, he was poxed. "We have more than 50 tea-houses, as they are called, or inns, to choose from in our Yoshiwara. All licensed and controlled by the authorities, more going up every day. But take care, go nowhere in Drunk Town." This was the unwholesome part of the settlement, where the low-class bars and rooming houses clustered around the only European brothel. It's for soldiers and sailors and seamen, and for the riffraff, ne'er-do-wells, remittance men, gamblers, and adventurers who congregate there, on sufferance. Every port acquires them, because we have no police yet, no immigration laws. Perhaps Drunktown's a safety valve, but unwise to visit after dark. If you value your pocketbook and your privates, don't take them out there. Musuko-san deserves better. What? Ah, a very important word. Musuko means son or my son. Musuko-san literally means honorable son or Mr. my son, but in the patois, cock or my honorable cock, pure and simple. Girls are called musume. Actually the word means daughter, or my daughter, but in the Willow World, vagina. You say to your girl, "Konbanwa musume-san." Good evening, chérie. But if you say it with a twinkle, she knows you mean, "How is it? How is your golden gully?" as Chinese sometimes call man's passage to paradise. They are so wise, the Chinese, because the sides certainly are lined with gold, the whole nourished by gold and only opened with gold, one way or another. Tyrer lay back, his notebook forgotten, brain churning. Almost before he realized it, the little book of ukiyo-e that he had hidden in his briefcase was open, and he was studying the pictures. Abruptly he replaced it. No future in looking at dirty pictures, he thought, consumed with disgust. The candle was guttering now. He blew out the flame, then lay back, the familiar ache in his loins. What a lucky man Andre is. Obviously he has a mistress. That must be marvelous, if even half of what he says is true. I wonder if I could get one too. Could I buy a contract? Andre said many here do, and rent private little houses in the Yoshiwara that can be secret and discreet if you wish. It's rumored all the ministers possess one. Sir William certainly goes there at least once a week. He thinks no one knows, but everyone spies him and laughs. But not the Dutchman, who's impotent, according to rumor, and the Russian, who openly prefers to sample different houses. Should I risk it, if I could afford it? After all, Andre gave me a very special reason. To learn Japanese quickly, monsieur, acquire a sleeping dictionary. It's the only way. But his last thought before sleep overwhelmed him was, I wonder why Andre was so kind to me, so voluble. Rare for a Frenchman to be so open with an Englishman. Very rare. And strange that he never mentioned Angelique once. It was just before dawn. Ori and Hiraga, again in all-encompassing ninja clothes, came out of their hiding place in the temple grounds overlooking the legation, and ran silently down the hill, across the wooden bridge and into an alley, down it and into another. Hiraga led. A dog saw them, growled, moved into their path, and died. The deft, short arc of Hiraga's sword was instantaneous, and he hurried onwards with the blade unsheathed, hardly missing a step, ever deeper into the city. Ori followed carefully. Today his wound had begun to fester. In the lee of a hut on a protected corner, Hiraga stopped. "It's safe here, Ori," he whispered.
Hastily, both men slipped out of their ninja clothes and stuffed them into the soft bag Hiraga carried slung on his back, replacing them with nondescript kimonos. With great care, Hiraga cleansed his sword, using a piece of silk cloth carried for that purpose by all swordsmen to protect their blades, then sheathed it. "Ready?" "Yes." Again he led onwards into the maze, sure-footed, staying under cover where he could, hesitating at every open space until he was sure they were safe, seeing no one, meeting no one, then pressing on, heading for their safe house. They had been watching the legation since early morning, the bonzes, the Buddhist priests, pretending not to notice them, once they were sure the two men were not thieves, and Hiraga had identified himself and their purpose, to spy on the Gai-Jin. All bonzes were fanatically xenophobic and anti-Gai-Jin, to them synonymous with Jesuit, still their most hated and feared enemy. "Ah, you are Shishi, then you are both welcome," the old monk had said. "We have never forgotten Jesuits ruined us, or that the Toranaga shoguns are our scourge." From the middle of the 15th century to the early 16th, Portuguese alone knew the way to Japan. Papal edicts had also given them exclusivity to the islands, and Portuguese Jesuits the sole right to proselytize. Within a few years they had converted so many daimyos to Catholicism, therefore naturally their retainers, that dictator Goroda had used them as an excuse to massacre thousands of Buddhist monks, at that time militant, dominant in the land, and opposed to him. The Tairo, Nakamura, who inherited his power, expanded it immensely, and played off bonze against Jesuit with honey, persecution, suffering, and killing. Then came Toranaga. Toranaga, tolerant of all religions, though not of foreign influence, observed that all converted daimyos had initially fought against him at Sekigahara. 3 years later he became shogun, and 2 years after that he resigned in favor of his son, Sudara, but kept actual power, an old established Japanese custom. During his lifetime he leashed Jesuits and Buddhists severely, and eliminated or neutralized the Catholic daimyos. His son, Shogun Sudara, tightened the curves, and his son, Shogun Hironaga, finished the plan laid down so carefully in the legacy, where he formally outlawed Christianity from Japan on pain of death. In 1638, Shogun Hironaga destroyed the last Christian bastion at Shimabara, near Nagasaki, where a few thousand ronin, 30,000 peasants and their families, were in rebellion against him. Those who refused to recant were crucified or put to the sword immediately as common criminals. All but a handful refused. Then he turned his attention to the Buddhists. Within days he was pleased to accept the gift of all their lands, and so fettered them. "You are welcome, Hiraga-san, Ori-san," the old monk had said again. "We are for the Shishi for Sono joy, and against the shogunate. You are free to come or go as you please. If you want help, tell us." "Then keep a tally of the numbers of soldiers, their comings and goings, what rooms are occupied, and by whom." The two men had waited and watched throughout the day. At dusk they put on their ninja clothes. Twice Hiraga moved closer to the legation. Once he scaled the fence to experiment and reconnoiter, but quickly retreated unseen when a patrol almost trod on him. "We'll never get in by night, Ori," he whispered, "or by day. Too many troops now." "How long do you think they'll stay?" Hiraga smiled. "Until we drive them out." Now they were almost at their safe house, an inn that lay to the east of the castle. Dawn was near, the sky lighter and cloud cover thinner than yesterday. Ahead the street was deserted, so was the bridge. Confident, Hiraga hurried onto it, skidded to a stop. A Bakufu patrol of 10 men stepped out of the shadows. At once both sides went into attack-defense positions, hands on their sword hilts. "Come forward and give me your identification papers," the senior samurai called out. "Who are you to challenge anyone?" "You'll see our badges," the man said angrily, stepping onto the wooden slats of the bridge. The remainder of his men spread out behind him. "We are warriors of Mito, 9th Regiment, guardians of the Shogun. Identify yourselves." "We have been spying on the enemy stockade. Let us pass." "You look like thieves. What's in that bag on your back, eh? Identification." Ori's shoulder was throbbing. He had seen the telltale discoloration, but had hidden it from Hiraga, and the pain. His head ached, but he knew instantly he had nothing to lose and an admirable death to gain.
Sono joy!
He bellowed suddenly, and hurled himself at the samurai on the bridge. The others backed off to give them room as Ori hacked with all his might, recovered as the blow was deflected, and again attacked, feinted, and this time his blow was true. The man was dead on his feet, then crumpled. At once Ori darted for another man who retreated, went for another who also retreated. The ring of men began to close.
Sono joy!
Hiraga shouted, and rushed to Ori's side. Together they stood at bay.
Identify yourselves, a young warrior said, unimpressed. I am Hiro Watanabe, and do not wish to kill or be killed by an unknown warrior.
I am Shishi from Satsuma, Ori said proudly, adding an alias, as was their usual custom.
Ryama Takagake. And I from Choshu, my name Shodanmoto, Sono joy,
Hiraga shouted and hurled himself at Watanabe, who retreated without fear, as did the others nearby.
I have never heard of either of you, Watanabe said through his teeth. You are not Shishi, you are scum.
His rush was parried. Hiraga, a master swordsman, used his assailant's strength and speed to catch him off balance, sidestepped and cut under the opposing sword into the man's unprotected side, withdrew, and in one continuous movement sliced into the man's neck, decapitated him as he toppled to the ground, ending once more in perfect attack position. The silence was profound.
Who did you study under? Someone asked.
Toko Fujita was one of my sensei, Hiraga said, every part of him ready for the next killing.
Yeah.
This was one of Mito's revered swordmasters, who had been killed in Yedo's earthquake of 55, when 100,000 also perished.
They are Shishi, and the men of Mito do not kill Shishi, their own kind, one of the men said softly. Sono joy.
Warily this man moved aside a pace, not sure of the others, his sword still ready. They looked at him, then at one another. Opposite him another man moved. Now there was an inviting narrow path between them, but all swords stayed poised. Hiraga readied, expecting a trick, but Ori nodded to himself, his pain forgotten, victory or death, the same to him. Taking his time, he cleansed his blade and sheathed it. Politely he bowed to both the dead men, and strode through the narrow passage, looking neither right nor left nor backwards. In a moment Hiraga followed, equally slowly, until they turned the corner. Then they both took to their heels and did not stop until they were well away. Chapter 10. The 5 Bakufu representatives came leisurely into the legation forecourt in their palanquins. They were an hour late and preceded by samurai with banners bearing their official emblems and surrounded by guards. Sir William stood at the top of the wide steps that led to the imposing entrance. Beside him were the French, Russian, and Prussian ministers, their aides Philip Tyrer and others of the legation staff to one side, and an honor guard of Highlanders with some French soldiers Saratard had insisted upon. Admiral Ketterer and the general had remained aboard in reserve. Ceremoniously the Japanese bowed. Sir William and the others raised their hats. Ritually they conducted the Japanese to the large audience hall, trying to restrain their amusement at their outlandish costumes. Small black lacquered hats set square on their shaven pates and tied elaborately under their chins. The vast shouldered overgarments, multicolored ceremonial silk kimonos, the luminous pantaloons, thong sandals, and shoe socks split between the toes. Tabi, fans in their belts, and the inevitable 2 swords.
Those hats aren't big enough to piss in, the Russian said.
Sir William sat in the center of one line of chairs with the ministers, Philip Tyrer on one end to balance the delegation. The Bakufu took the opposite row, interpreters on cushions in between. After lengthy discussions they agreed on 5 guards each. These men stood behind their masters and eyed each other suspiciously. Following strict protocol, the adversaries introduced themselves. Toranaga Yoshi was last.
Tomo Watanabe, junior official, 2nd class, he said, pretending a humbleness he did not feel.
And he took the lowest position at the end of the row, his clothes less elaborate than those of the others who, with all guards, had been commanded on pain of punishment to treat him as the least important official here. He settled himself, feeling strange.
How ugly these enemies are, he was thinking. How ridiculous and laughable, with their tall hats, outlandish boots, and ugly, heavy black clothes. No wonder they stink.
Sir William said carefully and simply, "An Englishman has been murdered by Satsuma samurai." By 5 o'clock, European tempers were frayed, the Japanese still polite, smiling, outwardly imperturbable. In a dozen different ways, their spokesman claimed that, "So sorry, but they had no jurisdiction over the Satsuma, or knowledge of the murderers, or any way to find them. But yes, it was a regrettable affair. But no, they did not know how to obtain reparations. But yes, under some circumstances, reparations might be sought. But no, the shogun was not available. But yes, the shogun would be pleased to grant an audience when he returned. But no, not in the foreseeable future. But yes, we will immediately petition for an exact day. But no, it could not be this month, because his present whereabouts are not known for certain. But yes, it would be as soon as possible. But no, the next meeting and all meetings should not take place in Yedo, but yes, in Kanagawa. But so sorry, not this month, perhaps next. But no, so sorry, we do not have authority." Every point had to be translated from English to Dutch to Japanese, as usual, to be discussed at length by them, then pedantically resubmitted into Dutch, into English with an inevitable homily and ever-polite requests for explanations on the most trivial point. Yoshi found the whole proceeding vastly interesting, never having been near Gai-Jin en masse or attended a meeting where unequals, astonishingly, discussed policy and did not listen and obey. 3 of the other 4 were genuine, though unimportant, Bakufu officials. All had used false names, a normal custom when dealing with aliens. The impostor, who secretly spoke English, sat beside Yoshi. His name was Misamoto. Yoshi had ordered him to remember everything, to tell him discreetly of anything important not translated accurately, otherwise to keep his mouth shut. He was a felon, under sentence of death. When Yoshi had sent for him the day before yesterday, Misamoto had at once prostrated himself, shaking with fear. "Get up and sit over there." Yoshi pointed with his fan to the edge of the tatami platform on which he sat. Misamoto obeyed instantly. He was a small man with slitted eyes and long, grizzled hair and beard, the sweat running down his face, his clothes coarse and almost rags, hands calloused and his skin the color of dark honey. "You will tell me the truth. Your interrogators report that you speak English?" "Yes, Lord." "You were born in Anjiro in Izu, and have been to the land called America?" "Yes, Lord." "How long were you there?" "Almost 4 years, Lord." "Where in America?" "San Francisco, Lord." "What is San Francisco?" "A big city, Lord." "Just there?" "Yes, Lord." Yoshi studied him, needing information quickly. He could see that the man was desperate to please, but at the same time frightened to death of him and of the guards who had hustled him in and shoved his head to the ground. So he decided to try a different approach. He dismissed the guards and got up and leaned on the windowsill, looking at the city. "Tell me quickly, in your own words, what happened to you." "I was a fisherman in the village of Anjiro in Izu, Lord, where I was born 33 years ago, Lord." Misamoto began at once, obviously the tale told 100 times before. 9 years ago I was fishing with 6 others in my boat, a few ri offshore, but we were caught in a sudden storm that quickly became a great one, and we were blown before it for 30 days or more, eastwards, out into the great sea, hundreds of ri, perhaps 1,000, sire. During this time 3 of my companions were washed overboard. Then the sea became calm, but our sails had been ripped to pieces, and there was no food and no water. The 3 of us fished but caught nothing. There was no water to drink. One of us went mad and jumped into the sea and began to swim to an island he thought he saw, and drowned quickly. We saw no land or ship, just water. Many days later the other man, my friend Ishii, died, and I was alone. Then one day I thought I had died because I saw this strange ship that went along without sails and seemed to be on fire, but it was just a paddle steamer, American, going from Hong Kong to San Francisco. They rescued me, gave me food, and treated me as one of them. I was petrified, Lord, but they shared our food and drink and clothed me. This American ship took you to the San place. What happened then? Misamoto told how he had been put with a brother of the captain of this ship, a ship's chandler, to learn the language and do odd jobs until the authorities decided what to do with him. He lived with this family for about 3 years, working in their shop and in the port.
One day he was taken before an important official called Natal, who questioned him closely, then told him he was to be sent with the warship Missouri to Shimoda to be an interpreter for Consul Townsend Harris, who was already in Japan negotiating a treaty. By this time he wore Western clothes and had learned some Western ways.
I accepted happily, sire. Certain I could be helpful here, especially helpful to the Bakufu. On the 9th day of the 8th month of the year 1857 by their counting, 5 years ago, sire, we hove to off Shimoda in Izu, my home village not far north, sire. The moment I was ashore, I obtained permission to leave for a day and set off at once, lord, to report to the nearest guardhouse, to find the nearest Bakufu official, believing I would be welcome because of the knowledge I had got. But the barrier guards would not.
Mizumoto's face twisted with anguish.
But they wouldn't listen to me, sire, or understand. They bound me and dragged me to Yedo. That was about 5 years ago, lord, and ever since I've been treated like a criminal, confined like one, though not in prison, and I keep explaining and explaining I'm not a spy, but a loyal man of Izu, and what had happened to me.
To Yoshi's disgust, tears began streaming down the man's face. He cut the whimpering short.
Stop it! Do you or do you not know it is forbidden by law to leave Nippon without permission? Yes, lord, but I thought...
And do you know, under the same law, if broken, whatever the reason, whoever he or she is, the lawbreaker is forbidden to return, on pain of death?
Oh, yes, sire, yes, I did what? But I did not think it would include me, sire. I thought I'd be welcomed and valuable, and I'd been blown out to sea. It was the storm that...
A law is a law. The law is a good law. It prevents contamination. You consider you have been treated unfairly?
Oh, no, lord,
Mizumoto said hastily, wiping his tears away with even greater fear, bowing his head to the tatami.
Please excuse me. I beg your forgiveness. Please
Just answer the questions. How fluent is your English?
I understand and speak some American English, sire.
Is that the same as the Gai-Jin here speak?
Yes, sire. Yes, more or less.
When you came to see the American Harris, were you shaven or unshaven?
Unshaven, sire. I had a trimmed beard like most sailors, sire, and let my hair grow like theirs and tied into a pigtail and knotted with tar.
Who did you meet with this Gai-Jin Harris?
Just him, sire. Just for an hour or so, and one of his staff. I don't remember his name.
Once more Yoshi weighed the dangers of his plan. To go to the meeting disguised, without council approval, and to use this man as a spy to overhear the enemy secretly. Perhaps Mizumoto is a spy already for Gai-Jin, he thought grimly, as all his interrogators believe. Certainly he's a liar. His story far too smooth, his eyes too cunning, and he's like a fox when off guard. Very well. Later I want to know everything you have learned, everything, and... do you read and write?
Yes, lord, but only a little in the English.
Good. I have a use for you. If you obey exactly and please me, I will review your case. If you fail me, however slightly, you will wish you had not. He explained what he wanted, assigned him teachers, and when his guards had returned Mizumoto yesterday, clean-shaven, his hair dressed like a samurai's and wearing the clothes of an official with 2 swords, though these were false and without blades, he had not recognized him. Good. Walk up and down. Mizumoto obeyed, and Yoshi was impressed how quickly the man had learnt an erect posture as the teacher had shown him, not the correct, normal, servile attitude of a fisherman. Too quickly, he thought, convinced now that Mizumoto was more or less than he wanted others to see. You understand clearly what you are to do.
Yes, sire. I swear I won't fail you, sire.
I know. My guards have orders to kill you the instant you leave my side, or become clumsy, or indiscreet. We'll stop for 10 minutes, Sir William said wearily.
Tell them, Johann.
They ask why, Johann Favreau, the Swiss interpreter, yawned. Pardon. Seems they think they've discussed all the points, etc., that they'll carry back your message, etc., and meet again at Kanagawa,
with a reply from on high, etc., etc., in about 60 days, as suggested earlier, etc., etc. The Russian muttered, "Let me have a fleet for a day, and I'll solve these material bits and this whole problem."
"Quite," Sir William agreed, adding in fluent Russian, "Sorry, my dear Count, but we're here for a diplomatic solution, preferably." Then in English, "Show them where to wait, Johann. Shall we, gentlemen?" He got up, bowed stiffly, and led the way into a waiting room. As he passed Philip Tyrer, he said, "Stay with them. Keep your eyes and ears open." All the ministers headed for the tall chamber pot that was in the corner of their anteroom. "My God," Sir William said thankfully, "thought my bloody bladder would pop." Lunn came in, leading other servants with trays. "Hey, massa, tia, sandwicha!" He jerked a disdainful thumb towards the other room. "All same give monkeys, hiya?" "You'd better not let them hear you say that, by God. Perhaps some of them speak pidgin." Lunn stared at him. "What say, massa?" "Oh, never mind." Lunn went out laughing to himself. Well, gentlemen, as expected. Progress 0. Sarratard was lighting his pipe, André Poncin beside him, carelessly pleased with Sir William's discomfiture. "What do you propose to do, Sir William?" "What's your advice?" "It is a British problem, only partially French. If it was entirely mine, I would have already settled it with French élan on the day it happened." "But of course, mein Herr, you would need an equally fine fleet," von Heimrich said curtly. "Of course, in Europe we have many, as you know, and if it was imperial French policy to be here in strength as our British allies, we would have had 1 or 2 fleets here." "Yes, well," Sir William was tired, "it's clear that your collective advice is to be tough with them." "Rough and tough," Count Sergeyev said. "Ja." "Of course," Sarratard agreed. "I thought that's what you had already in mind, Sir William." The minister munched on a sandwich and finished his tea. "All right, I'll close the meeting now, reconvene for 10 tomorrow with an ultimatum. A meeting with the Shogun within a week, the murderers, the indemnity, or else, with, of course, your joint approval." Sarratard said, "I suggest, Sir William, given it might be difficult for them to deliver a meeting with the Shogun, why not keep that for later until we have reinforcements and the real cause for a meeting with him? After all, this exercise is a show of force to correct an evil, not to implement imperial policy, yours or ours." "Wise," the Prussian said reluctantly. Sir William pondered the reasons behind the suggestion, but could find no fault or hidden hazard. "Very well, we'll demand an early meeting with the Shogun." Agreed? They nodded. "Excuse me, Sir William," André Poncin said pleasantly. "May I suggest that I tell them your decision? For you to begin the meeting and then close it at once would be somewhat of a loss of face, yes?" "Very wise, André," Sarratard said. As far as the others knew, Poncin was just an occasional trader with some knowledge of Japanese customs, a smattering of Japanese, a personal friend and occasional interpreter. In reality, Poncin was a highly regarded spy employed to uncover and neutralize all British, German, and Russian endeavors in the Japans. "Eh, Sir William?" "Yes," Sir William said thoughtfully. "Yes, you're right, André. Thank you. I shouldn't do it myself." "Lunn?" The door opened instantly. "Hiya, Massa!" "Fetch young Massa Tyrer, quick, quick!" Then to the others, "Tyrer can do it for me," as it's a British problem. When Philip Tyrer returned to the other reception room overlooking the forecourt, he went up to Johann with as much dignity as he could muster. The Bakufu officials paid no attention and continued chatting, Yoshi slightly apart. Misamoto was beside him, the only one not talking. "Johann, give them Sir William's compliments and tell them today's unsatisfactory meeting is adjourned, and they are to reconvene tomorrow at 10 for what he expects will be a satisfactory conclusion to this unwarranted affair, the murderers, the indemnity, and a guaranteed early meeting with the Shogun, or else." Johann blanched. "Just like that?" "Yes, exactly like that. Tyro was also tired of the shilly-shallying, constantly reminded of John Canterbury's violent death, Malcolm Struan's serious wounds, and Angelique's terror. Tell them. He watched Johann deliver the short ultimatum in guttural Dutch. The Japanese interpreter flushed and began the lengthy translation as Tyra studied the officials carefully, without appearing to do so. 4 were attentive, the last was not. The small man with narrow eyes and calloused hands that he had noticed earlier, all other hands were well groomed. Again this man began whispering to the youngest and most handsome official, Watanabe, as he had been doing from time to time all day. Wish to God I could understand what they were saying, Tyra thought irritably, more determined than ever to do whatever was necessary to learn the language quickly. As the shocked and embarrassed interpreter finished, there was a silence, broken only by the sucking in of breath, though all faces remained impassive. During the translation he had noticed 2 glance surreptitiously at Watanabe. Why? Now they seemed to be waiting. Watanabe dropped his eyes, hid behind his fan, and muttered something. At once the narrow-eyed man beside him stood awkwardly and spoke briefly. Relieved, they all got up and, without bowing, silently trooped out. Watanabe last, except for the interpreter. Johann, they really got the message this time, Tyler said happily. Yes, and they were very plenty pissed. Obviously that's what Sir William wanted. Johann mopped his brow. He was brown-haired and medium height, thin, strong, with a hard, lined face. The sooner your interpreter, the better. It's time I went home to my mountains and snows while I've still got my head intact. There are too many of these cretins. They're too unpredictable. As the interpreter, surely you have a privileged position, Tyra said uneasily. The first to know. And the carrier of bad news. They're all bad news, mon vieux. They hate us and can't wait to throw us out. I made a contract with your Foreign Office 2 years ago, renewable by mutual consent. The contract, she is up in 2 months and 3 days, and my English is going to hell. Johann went to the sideboard near the window and took a deep draught of the beer he had ordered instead of tea. No renewal? Whatever the temptation. He beamed suddenly. Merde, that's the problem about leaving here. Tyler laughed at his pixie look. Musume, your girl. You learn fast. In the forecourt the officials were getting into their palanquins. All gardening activity had stopped, the half-dozen gardeners kneeling motionless with heads to the earth. Misamoto was waiting beside Yoshi, conscious that any mistake, and he would not be standing erect, desperately hoping he had passed the first test. Somehow or another I'll be useful to this bastard, he was thinking in English, until I can get back aboard an American ship and paradise, and tell the captain how I was kidnapped off Harry's staff by these poxy scum. He looked up, froze. Yoshi was watching him. Lord? What were you thinking? I was hoping I'd been of value, sire. Look out behind you, sire, he whispered. Andre Poncin was coming down the steps, heading for Yoshi. Instantly his guards were a protective screen. Unafraid, Poncin bowed politely, and said in fair though halting Japanese, Lord, excuse, please. Can give message from my master, French High Lord, please? What a message. He say, please perhaps you like see inside the steamship, engine, cannons. Asks humbly, invite you and officials. Poncin waited, saw no reaction except an imperious wave of the fan in dismissal. Thank you, Lord. Please excuse me. He walked away, sure he had been right. On the first step, he noticed Tyra watching him from the audience room window, bit back a curse and waved. Tyra waved back. When the last samurai left the forecourt, the gardeners carefully resumed their work. One of them shouldered his spade and limped away. Hirage, his head swathed with a filthy old cloth, his kimono ragged and dirty, was happy with the success of his spying. Now he knew how and when and where the attack tomorrow should take place. Once more safe in his palanquin en route back to the castle, with Misamoto at his orders sitting at the far end, Yoshi let his mind roam. He was still astonished at their ill-mannered dismissal, not furious like the others, just patient.
Revenge will be taken in a manner of my own choosing. An invitation to see the engines of a warship and go over one. An opportunity not to be missed. Dangerous to accept, but it will be done.
His eyes focused on Misamoto, who was staring out of a slit window.
Certainly, prisoner Misamoto has been useful so far. Stupid of interpreters not to translate accurately. Stupid of the Russian to threaten us. Stupid for them to be so rude. Stupid of the Chinese servants to call us monkeys. Very stupid. Well, I shall deal with them all, some sooner than others. But how to deal with the leaders and their fleet? Misamoto, I have decided not to send you back to the guardhouse. For 20 days you will be housed with my retainers and continue to learn how to behave like a samurai.
Misamoto's head was on the floor of the palanquin at once.
Thank you, Lord. If you please me. Now, what will happen tomorrow?
Misamoto hesitated, petrified. The first rule of survival was never to carry bad news to any samurai, to say nothing, volunteer nothing, but if forced, to tell anyone only what you think he wants to hear.
Unlike their America, paradise on earth. The answer's obvious,
he wanted to shout, falling back into his habit of thinking in English, the only thing that had kept him sane all the years of his confinement.
If you saw how they treat each other in the Gai-Jin family I lived with, how they treated me, sure, as servant, but even so, like a man, better than I ever dreamed possible, how every man can walk tall and carry a knife or gun, excepting most black men, how impatient they all are to solve a problem, to hurry on to the next, if necessary by fist or gun or cannonade, where most everyone's equal under their law, and there are no stinking daimyos or samurai who can kill you when they wish.
Yoshi said softly, reading him,
Answer me truthfully, always, if you value your life. Of course, Lord, always.
Petrified, Misamoto did as he was told, blindly.
So sorry, Lord, but unless they get what they want, I think they will level Yedo. I agree, but only if we're stupid, Yoshi thought. Can their cannon do that? Yes, Lord. Not the castle, but the city would be fired. And that would be a stupid waste of Toranaga resources. We would only have to replace them all, peasants, artisans, courtesans, and merchants to service us as usual. Then how would you give them a little soup, but no fish? Yoshi asked. Please excuse me, I don't know, Lord, I don't know. Then think, and give me your answer at dawn. But, yes, Lord.
Yoshi leaned back on his silk cushions and focused his mind on yesterday's meeting of the elders. Eventually, Anjo had had to withdraw the order to evacuate the castle, for without a clear majority the order would be invalid, so he, as formal guardian, had forbidden the shogun's departure.
I won this time, but only because that stubborn old fool, Toyama, insisted on voting for his insane attack plan, thus neither for me nor against me. Anjo is right. The other two normally vote with him against me, not because of merit, but because I am who I am. The Toranaga who should have been a shogun, not that stupid boy.
Because Yoshi was safe in his palanquin, alone but for Misamoto, who could not know his inner thoughts, he allowed his mind to open the compartment marked Nobusada, so secret, so volatile, so dangerous and permanent. What to do about him? I cannot contain him much longer. He's infantile, and now in the most dangerous claws of all, those of the Princess Yazoo. Emperor's spy and fanatic against the shogunate, who broke her engagement to her adored childhood playmate, a handsome and very eligible prince. The shogunate, who forced her into permanent exile from Kyoto and all her family and friends, and into a marriage to a weakling whose erection is as limp as a banner in summer, and may never give her children. Now she has schemed this state visit to Kyoto to kowtow to the emperor, a masterstroke that will destroy the delicate balance of centuries. Authority to subdue the whole empire is granted by the imperial edict to the shogun and his descendants, who is also appointed Lord High Constable. Therefore, orders issued by the shogun to the country are its laws.
One consultation must lead to another, Yoshi thought, and then the Emperor rules, and we do not. Nobusada will never realize it, his eyes clouded by her guile. What to do? Again Yoshi went down the well-trodden but oh-so-secret path. He is my legal liege, lord. I cannot kill him directly. He is too well guarded unless I am prepared to throw away my own life with the deed, which, at the moment, I am not. Other means? Poison. But then I would be suspect correctly, and even if I could escape the bonds that surround me, I'm just as much a prisoner as this Misamoto. The land would be plunged into a never-ending civil war. Gai-Jin will be the only gainers, and worse, I would have betrayed my oath of allegiance to the shogun, whoever he is, and to the legacy. I have to let others kill him for me. The Shishi. I could help them, but to help enemies committed to your own destruction is dangerous. One other possibility. The gods. He permitted himself a smile. Good luck and bad luck, wrote Shogun Toranaga. Fortune and misfortune are to be left to heaven and natural law. They are not things that can be got by praying, or worked by some cunning device. Be patient, he heard Toranaga saying to him. Be patient. Yes, I will be. Yoshi closed that compartment until next time, and again considered the council. What shall I tell them? Of course, by now they will know I met the Gai-Jin. I will insist on one absolute rule in future. We must send only clever men to these meetings. What else? Certainly about their soldiers, gigantic, with their scarlet uniforms and short skirts and enormous feathered hats. Every man with a breech-loading gun, shining with care, as cherished as any of our blades. Shall I tell them that these enemies are fools, who have no finesse and can be ruled through their impatience and hatreds? Misamoto told me enough to conclude they are as fractious and hate-ridden as any daimyo. No, this I will keep to myself. But I will tell them tomorrow our delegation will fail unless we devise a delay Gai-Jin will be happy to accept. What should that be? That messenger, Misamoto, he said idly. The tall man with the big nose. Why did he speak like a woman, using women's words? Was he half a man, half a woman? I don't know, sire. Maybe he was. They have many aboard the ship, sire, though they hide it. Why? I don't know, sire. Difficult to understand them. They don't talk openly about fornication, as we do, of the best position or if a boy is better than a woman. But about speaking like a woman, in their language, men and women, they all speak the same. I mean, they use the same words, sire, unlike Japanese. The few sailors I met who could speak some words of our language, men who'd been to Nagasaki, they spoke the same as the big nose did, because the only people they speak with are whores, learning our words from our whores. They don't know our women speak different from us, that men, sire, use different words as civilized persons should. Yoshi hid his sudden excitement. Our whores are their only real contact, he thought. And they all have whores, of course, so one way to control them, even attack them, is through their whores, female or male. I will not order my fleet to bombard Yeda without a formal written order from the Admiralty or Foreign Office, the Admiral said, his face flushed. My instructions are to be circumspect like yours. We are not on a punitive mission. For God's sake, we have had an incident that must be dealt with. Of course it's a punitive mission. Sir William was equally angry. The 8 bells of midnight sounded, and they were in the Admiral's quarters aboard the flagship at the round table. The General, Thomas Ogilvy, the only other person present. The cabin was low, large, and heavy-beamed, and through the stern windows the riding lights of other vessels could be seen. Again, I believe, without force, they will not budge. Get the order, by God, and I'll budge them. The Admiral refilled his own glass with port from the almost empty cut-glass decanter. Thomas. Thanks. The General held out his glass. Trying to contain himself, Sir William said, "Lord Russell has already given us instructions to press the Bakufu for damages, £25,000 over legation murders, the sergeant and corporal last year. He will be even more incensed over the current incident. I know him, you don't," he added, exaggerating for effect. "I won't receive his approval for 3 months. We must obtain satisfaction now, or the murders will continue. Without your support, I cannot maneuver." "You have my full support, short of war, by God. Bombarding their capital commits us to war. We're not equipped for that. Thomas, you agree?" The general said carefully,
"To surround a village like Hodogaya and eliminate a few hundred savages and put a minor native potentate into chains is a lot different than trying to secure this vast city and invade the castle."
Witheringly, Sir William said, "Then what about your no conceivable operation that the forces under my command cannot conclude expeditiously?" The general reddened.
"What one says in public, as you well know, bears little relation to practice, as you well know. Yedo is different."
"Quite right." The Admiral drained his glass. "Then what do you propose?" The silence grew. Suddenly the stem of Sir William's glass snapped between his fingers, and the others jumped, unprepared. "Damn!" he said, the destruction somehow diminishing his rage. Carelessly he used the napkin to mop up the wine. "I'm minister here. If I find it necessary to make it an order, and you refuse to obey, which of course you have a right to do, I will ask for your immediate replacement, of course." The Admiral's neck went purple. "I have already put the facts before the Admiralty, but please don't mistake me. I am more than ready to seek vengeance for the killing of Mr. Canterbury and the attack on the others. If it's Yedo, I merely require the written order as I have said. There's no hurry. Now or in 3 months these savages will pay as we require, with this city or 100 others." "Yes, they will, by God." Sir William got up. "One more piece of necessary information before you go. I cannot promise to stay at this anchorage much longer. My fleet is unprotected, the sea bottom dangerously shallow, weather promises to worsen, and we're safer at Yokohama." "How much longer is safe?" "A day. I don't know. I've no control over weather, which this month is irascible, as you're aware." "Yes, I'm aware. Well, I'll be off. I require you both at the 10 o'clock meeting ashore. Kindly fire a salute at dawn, when we break out the colours. Thomas, please land 200 dragoons to secure the area around the wharf."
"May I ask why 200 more men?" the general asked quickly. "I've already put a company ashore."
"Perhaps I may wish to take hostages. Good evening." He closed the door quietly. The 2 men stared after him.
"Does he mean it?"
"I don't know, Thomas, but with the Honourable, impetuous William Bloody Aylesbury, you never know." In deep darkness, another detachment of heavily armed samurai came out of the main castle gate, ran silently across the lower drawbridge, then over the bridge that spanned the wide moat heading for the legation area. Other companies were also converging. More than 2,000 samurai were in place, with another 1,000 ready to move in when ordered. Sir William was plodding up from the wharf with his guard, an officer and 10 Highlanders, through the deserted streets. He was depressed and tired, his mind on tomorrow, trying to conceive a way out of this impasse. Another corner and another. At the end of this street was the open space that led up to the legation.
"My God, sir, look there!"
The space was crammed with silent samurai, motionless and watching them, all heavily armed, swords, bows, spears, a few muskets. A slight noise, and William's party glanced around. The road back was blocked with massed, equally silent warriors.
"Christ," the young officer murmured.
"Yes," Sir William sighed. "This could be one solution, but then God help every man jack of them. The fleet would respond instantly." "Let's go on. Have your men ready to fight if need be. Safety catches off." He led the way forward, not feeling brave, just out of himself somehow, observing himself and the others as if above the street. There was a narrow path between the samurai, an officer at the head. As Sir William came within 10 feet, the man bowed politely, equal to equal. Sir William watched himself raise his hat with equal politeness and walk on. The soldiers followed, rifles in hands, fingers on triggers. All the way up the hill, same silence, same watching, all the way to the gate, masked samurai, motionless. But none in their forecourt. The forecourt and gardens were filled with Highlanders, armed and ready, others on the roof and at the windows. Soldiers opened, then locked the gate after him. Tyler and all the rest of the staff were waiting in the foyer, some in nightclothes, some part-dressed, and they crowded around him. "My God, Sir William," Tyler said for all of them, "we were petrified they'd captured you." "How long have they been here?" "Since about midnight, sir," an officer said. "We had sentries at the bottom of the hill. As the enemy arrived, these lads gave us warning and fell back. We'd no way to warn you or signal the fleet. If they wait till dawn, we can hold this place until more troops arrive and the fleet opens up." "Good," he said quietly. "In that case, I suggest we all go to bed, leave a few men on guard, and let the rest turn in." "Sir?" The officer was perplexed. If they wanted to do us, they would have done so already without the silent treatment and ballyhoo. Sir William saw them all staring at him, and he felt better, no longer depressed. He started up the stairs. "Good night." "But, sir, don't you think—" The words trailed off. Sir William sighed wearily. "If you wish to keep the men on duty, please do so, if it will make you happier." A sergeant hurried into the foyer and called out, "Sir, they're all leaving. The wee buggers are scampering." Glancing out of the landing window, Sir William saw that, sure enough, the samurai were melting into the night. For the first time, he became afraid. He had not expected them to disappear. In moments, the path down the hill was clear and the space below empty, but he sensed that they had not gone far, that every doorway and nearby street would be crammed with enemies, all waiting confidently to spring the trap. Thank God the other ministers and most of our lads are safe aboard. Thank God, he thought, and walked on up the stairs with a step firm enough to encourage those watching him. Chapter 11. Thursday, the 18th of September. The Inn of the 47 Ronin was in a dingy alley not far from Yedo Castle, set back from the dirt roadway and almost hidden behind a high, ill-kempt fence. From the street the inn appeared drab and nondescript. Inside it was lush, expensive, the fence solid. Well-groomed gardens surrounded the sprawling single-story building, and its many isolated one-room bungalows were set on low pilings and reserved for special guests and privacy. The inn's patrons were well-to-do merchants, but also it was a safe house for certain shishi. Now, just before dawn, it was peaceful, all patrons, courtesans, mama-san, maids, servants sleeping, except the shishi. Quietly they were arming themselves. Ori sat on the veranda of one of the little houses, his kimono down around his waist. With great difficulty he was replacing the bandage over the wound on his shoulder. The wound was fiery red now and angry and agonizingly sensitive. The whole arm throbbed, and he knew a doctor was urgent. Even so, he had told Hiraga it was too dangerous to fetch one or to go to one. "I might be followed. We cannot risk it. Too many spies, and Yedo is Toranaga's sanctuary."
"I agree. Go back to Kanagawa."
"When the mission is over." His finger slipped and brushed the festering sore, and a pain stabbed deep to his innards.
"There's no hurry. A doctor can lance it and remove the poison," he thought, only half believing it. "Karma. And karma if it continues to rot."
He was so absorbed that he did not hear the ninja slide over the fence and creep up behind him. His heart twisted with fright as the ninja clapped a hand over his mouth to prevent any outcry.
"It is me," Hiraga whispered angrily, then released him. "I could have killed you 20 times.
"Yes." Ori forced a smile and pointed. Amongst the bushes was another samurai, the arrow in his bow poised.
"But he's on guard, not me."
"Good." Hiraga greeted the guard and, mollified, pulled off his face mask.
"Are the others inside and ready, Ori?"
"Yes."
"And your arm?"
"Fine." Ori gasped, and his face twisted in pain as Hiraga's hand snaked out and grabbed his shoulder. Tears seeped from his eyes, but he remained silent.
"You're a liability. You cannot go with us today. You will go back to Kanagawa."
Hiraga stepped onto the veranda and went inside. Greatly dispirited, Ori followed. 11 shishi were seated on the fine tatami, armed. 9 were Hiraga's compatriots from Choshu.
2 newcomers were from the Mori patrol that had let them pass yesterday, later to desert and beg permission to join them. Hiraga sat, tiredly.
I could not get within 200 paces of the temple or the legation, so we cannot fire it and kill Lord Yoshi and the others when they arrive. Impossible. We must ambush him elsewhere.
Excuse me, Hiraga-san, but are you certain it was Lord Yoshi? One of the Mori men asked.
Yes, I'm sure.
I still cannot believe he would risk coming out of the castle with a few guards just to meet some stinking Gai-Jin, even disguised. He is too clever. Surely he would know he is the supreme target for Shishi, except the Shogun, bigger even than the traitor Anjo.
He is not clever. I recognized him. I was close to him once in Kyoto,
Hiraga said, secretly not trusting either of the Mori samurai.
Whatever his reason, he could risk the legation once without guards, not twice. Surely that is why the area is awash with Bakufu samurai. But tomorrow he will be outside of the castle again. It is an opportunity we cannot miss. Could we mount an ambush somewhere? Anyone?
Depends on the number of samurai with the cortege, a Mori samurai said, if a meeting is held as the Gai-Jin want.
If? Would Lord Yoshi try a stratagem?
I would if I were him. They call him the Fox.
What would you do?
The man scratched his chin.
I'd delay, somehow.
Hiraga frowned.
But if he goes to the legation as yesterday, where would he be the most vulnerable?
Ori said,
getting out of his palanquin, the Gai-Jin forecourt.
We can't get there, even with a suicide rush.
The silence gathered. Then Ori said quietly,
The nearer to the castle gates, the safer his captains would feel. Therefore, the fewer their immediate guards, and the less their vigilance coming out or going back in.
Hiraga nodded, satisfied, and smiled at him and motioned to one of his compatriots.
When the house awakes, tell the Mama-san to fetch Ori a doctor, secretly and quickly.
Ori said at once,
We agreed, it is not safe.
An asset must be protected. Your idea is perfect.
Ori bowed his thanks.
Better I go to the doctor, ne?
In first light, Philip Tyler half ran, half walked towards the wharf, with 2 Highlanders, a sergeant and a private, in tow.
Good God, Philip, 2 guards are more than enough, Sir William had said a moment ago. If the Japas intend mischief, our entire garrison won't be sufficient to protect you. The message has to be delivered to Kettera, and you're it. Bye.
Like Sir William, he had had to pass through the hundreds of silent samurai who had returned just before dawn. No one molested him or even seemed to acknowledge his presence, other than with a quick flick of their eyes. Ahead now was the sea. His pace quickened.
Halt! Who goes there, or I'll blow your bloody head off?
A voice said from the shadows, and he skidded to a stop.
For Christ's sake, Tyler said, palpitating with fright. Who the hell do you think it is? It's me with an urgent message for the Admiral and General.
Sorry, sir.
Quickly Tyler was in a cutter, being rowed briskly towards the flagship. He was so glad to be out of the legation trap he could almost weep, and urged the oarsman on faster, then went up the gangway 2 rungs at a time.
Hello, Philip.
Marlowe was officer of the watch on the main deck.
What the devil's up?
Hello, John. Where's the Admiral? I've an urgent dispatch for him from Sir William. The legation's surrounded by thousands of the bastards.
Christ.
Anxiously, Marlowe led the way down a gangway, then aft.
How the hell did you get out? Just walked. They let me through their ranks, didn't say a bloody word, not one of them. Just let me through. I don't mind telling you, I was scared fartless. They're everywhere, except inside our walls and down by our wharf.
The marine sentry outside the cabin door saluted smartly.
Morning, sir.
Urgent dispatch for the Admiral.
At once the voice slashed through the door.
Then for God's sake, Marlowe, bring it in. Dispatch from home.
Marlowe sighed, opened the door.
Sir William, sir.
What the hell's that idiot done?
Admiral Kettera stopped, seeing Tyler.
Oh, you're his aide, aren't you?
Apprentice interpreter, sir, Philip Tyler.
He handed him the letter.
Sir William's compliments, sir.
The Admiral tore the letter open. He was wearing a long flannel nightgown and tasselled sleeping hat and thin-rimmed reading glasses, and he pursed his lips as he read.
I consider it best to cancel your appearance at the meeting today, as well as the general and the other ministers. We are totally surrounded by hundreds, if not thousands, of heavily armed samurai. Thus far they have done nothing hostile or prevented anyone from leaving yet. Certainly they have the right to put their own troops where they wish. Perhaps it's just a bluff to unhinge us. For safety, however, I will handle the bakufu alone, if they appear as demanded. If this occurs, I will run up a blue pennant and will endeavor to keep you advised of developments. If the bakufu do not appear, I will wait another day or two, then may have to order an ignominious withdrawal. In the meantime, if you see the flag hauled down, it will mean they have overrun us. You may then take whatever action you see fit. I am, sir, your obedient servant. Carefully the Admiral reread the letter, then said decisively, Mr. Barlow, ask the Captain and General to join me here at once. Send the following message to all ships. You will instantly go to action stations. All captains to report aboard the flagship at noon. Next, send a signal to the ministers, asking them to be kind enough to join me here as soon as possible. Mr. Tyler, get yourself some breakfast and be ready to carry back a reply within a few minutes. But, sir, don't you think— The Admiral was already bellowing at the closed door. Johnson! Instantly his orderly opened the door. Barber's on his way, sir. Your uniform's freshly ironed, breakfast's ready. The moment you're at table, the porridge is hot. Ketterer's look fell on Marlowe and Tyler. What the devil are you waiting for? At Yokohama, the Struan cutter, the only steam engine propeller-driven small boat in the Japans, swung against their wharf, wind brisk with a slight swell to the grey sea under the overcast. Jamie McFay climbed nimbly up the steps, then hurried along its length, heading for their two-story building dominating the High Street. It was barely 8 o'clock, but he had already been out to meet the bi-monthly mail ship that had arrived with the dawn, to collect mail, dispatches, and the latest newspapers that his Chinese assistant began to load into a cart. Clutched in his hand were 2 envelopes, one opened, the other sealed. "Morning, Jamie," Gabriel Nettlesmith intercepted him, stepping out from a small group of sleepy traders waiting for their boats. He was a short, roly-poly, untidy, smelly man, reeking of ink and unwashed clothes, and the cigars that he smoked perpetually. Editor and publisher of the Yokohama Guardian, the settlement's newspaper, one of the many in Asia that Struans owned, openly or secretly. "What's amiss?" "Lots. Be kind enough to join me for tiffin. Sorry, can't stop." Even without the fleet at anchor, the harbour was already busy with cutters plying to and from the 100 merchantmen, others clustering around the mail ship, still others heading for her or coming back. Jamie was the first ashore, a matter of principle with him, and a business expedient where prices of essential items, always in short supply, could fluctuate wildly depending on the mails. Hong Kong to Yokohama, direct by mail steamer, took about 9 days, via Shanghai about 11, weather permitting. Mail from home, England, took 8 to 12 weeks, weather and piracy permitting, and mail day, always an anxious time, joyous, awful, or in between, but ever welcome, waited for and prayed for nonetheless. Norbert Greyforth of Brock & Sons, Struan's main rival, was still 100 yards offshore, sitting comfortably amidships, his oarsmen pulling hard, watching him through his telescope. McFay knew he was being observed, but it did not bother him today. "A bugger will know soon enough if he doesn't know already," he thought, feeling uncommonly frightened. Frightened for Malcolm Struan, the company, himself, for the future, and for his Gai-Jin, love person, who waited equally patient in their tiny Yoshiwara house across the canal, outside the fence. He increased his pace. 3 or 4 drunks lay in the gutter of High Street like old sacks of coal, others scattered here and there down along the seafront. He stepped over one man, avoided a raucous group of inebriated merchant seamen staggering for their boats, ran up his steps into the large foyer of Struan's, up the staircase to the landing and down the corridor that led to suites of rooms the whole length of the godown. Quietly he opened a door and peered in. "Hello, Jamie," Malcolm Struan said from the bed. "Oh, hello, Malcolm. Morning. I wasn't sure if you'd be awake." He closed the door behind him, noticed that the door to the adjoining suite was ajar, and went over to the huge teak four-poster that, like all the furniture, came from Hong Kong or England. Malcolm Struan was pasty-faced and drawn, propped on pillows. The boat trip back from Kanagawa yesterday had drained more of his precious strength, even though Dr. Babcock had kept him sedated,
and they had made the journey as smooth as possible.
"How are you today?"
Struan just peered up at him, his blue eyes seemingly faded and set deeper into their sockets, shadows underneath.
"Mail from Hong Kong's not good, eh?"
The words were flat and gave McFay no way to break it easily.
"Yes, sorry. You heard the signal gun."
Whenever the mail ship came within sight, it was the custom for the harbour master to fire a cannon to alert the settlement. The same procedure all over the world, wherever there were settlements.
"Yes, I did," Struan said. "Before you tell me the bad, close her door and give me the chamber pot."
McFay obeyed. The other side of the door was a drawing room, and beyond that a bedroom, the best apartment in the whole building, and normally reserved exclusively for the taipan, Malcolm's father. Yesterday, at Malcolm's insistence and her happy compliance, Angelique had been installed there. At once the news had rushed around the settlement, feeding other reports and rumours that their Angelique had become the new Lady of the Lamp, and the betting odds on that she was Struan's in more ways than one, every man wanting to be in his bed.
"You're mad,"
McFay had told some of them at the club last night.
"The poor fellow's in terrible shape."
Dr. Babcock interrupted. "He'll be up and about before you know it."
"It's got to be wedding bells, by God," someone said.
"Drinks on the house," another called out expansively. "Good-o! We'll have our own wedding, our first wedding." "We've had lots, Charlie. What about our Masumis?" "They don't count, for God's sake. I mean a real church wedding and a right proper christening and—" "Jumping Jehovah, are you implying one's in the oven?"
"The rumours they was like stoats on the ship coming here, not that I blame him."
"Angel Tits weren't even fianced, then, by God. Say that again, impugning her honour, and I'll do you, by God."
McFay sighed. A few drunken blows and broken bottles. Both men had been thrown out to crawl back within the hour to an uproarious welcome. Last night, when he had peeped in here before going to bed himself, Malcolm was asleep and she was nodding in a chair beside the bed. He awoke her gently.
"Best get some proper sleep, Miss Angelique. He won't wake now."
"Yes, thank you, Jamie."
He had watched her stretch luxuriously like a contented young feline, half asleep, hair down around her bared shoulders, her gown high-waisted and loose, falling in folds that the Empress Josephine had favoured 50 years before, and some Parisian maison de couture were trying to reintroduce, all of her pulsating with a male-attracting life force. His own suite was along the corridor. For a long time he had not slept. Sweat-soaked Struan. The effort of using the chamber pot was vast, with little to show for all the pain, no feces and just a little blood-flecked urine.
"Jamie, now what's the bad?"
"Oh, well, you see, for Christ's sake, tell me."
"Your father passed away 9 days ago, same day the mail ship left Hong Kong direct to us, not via Shanghai. His funeral was due 3 days later. Your mother asks me to arrange your return at once. Our mail ship from here with news of your bad luck won't arrive in Hong Kong for another 4 or 5 days at the earliest. Sorry," he added lamely.
Struan only heard the first sentence. The news was not unexpected, and yet it came as violent a slash as the wound in his side. He was very glad and very sad, mixed up, excited that at long last he could really run the company that he had trained for all his life, that for years had been hemorrhaging, for years held together by his mother, who quietly persuaded, cajoled, guided, and helped his father over the bad times. The bad was constant and mostly due to drink, which was his father's medicine to cushion blinding headaches and attacks of Happy Valley ague, malaria, bad air, the mysterious killing fever that had decimated Hong Kong's early population, but now sometimes was held in abeyance by a bark extract, quinine.
"Can't remember a year when father wasn't laid up at least twice with the shakes, for a month or more, his mind wandering for days on end. Even infusions of the priceless cinchona bark that grandfather had brought from Peru had not cured him, though it had stopped the fever from killing him and most everyone else. But it hadn't saved poor little Mary, 4 years old then, me 7 and forever after aware of death, the meaning of it and its finality." He sighed heavily. "Thank God nothing touched mother, neither plague nor ague nor age nor misfortune. Still a young woman, not yet 38, still trim after 7 children,
A steel support for all of us, able to ride every disaster, every storm, even the bitter, perpetual hatred and enmity between her and her father, God-rotting Tyler Brock. Even the tragedy last year when the darling twins, Rob and Dan Ross, were drowned off Sheck O, where our summer house is. And now, poor father, so many deaths. Taipan. Now I'm Taipan of the noble house. What did you say, Jamie?
I just said I was sorry, Taipan, and here's a letter from your mother.
With an effort, Struan took the envelope. What's the fastest way for me to get back to Hong Kong?
Sea Cloud, but she isn't due for 2 to 3 weeks. The only merchantmen here at the moment are slow, none due for Hong Kong for a week. Mail ship would be the fastest. We could get her to turn around right smartly, but she's going via Shanghai.
After yesterday, the idea of an 11-day voyage, more than likely with bad seas, even typhoon, horrified Malcolm. Even so, he said, talk to the captain. Persuade him to go direct to Hong Kong. What else is in the mails?
I haven't been through them yet, but here.
Greatly concerned with Struan's sudden pallor, McFay offered the Hong Kong Observer.
Nothing but bad, I'm afraid. The American Civil War's picking up steam, seesawing with tens of thousands of deaths. Battles at Shiloh, Fair Oaks, dozens of places. Another at Bull Run with the Union Army the loser and decimated. War's changed forever now with breech-loading rifles and machine guns and rifled cannon. Price of cotton's gone sky-high with the Union blockade of the South. Another panic on the London Stock Exchange and Paris. Rumours that Prussia will invade France imminently. Since the Prince Consort died in December, Queen Victoria still hasn't appeared in public. It's rumoured she's pining to death. Mexico, we've pulled our forces out. Now it's apparent nutter Napoleon III's determined to make it a French domain. Famine and riots all over Europe.
McFay hesitated.
Can I get you anything?
A new stomach? Struan glanced at the envelope clenched in his hand. Jamie, leave me the paper. Go through the mails, then come back and we'll decide what to do here before I leave. A slight noise, and they both glanced back at the adjoining door that now was half open. She was standing there, elegant peignoir over her nightdress. Hello, chérie, she said at once. I thought I heard voices. How are you today? Good morning, Jamie. Malcolm, you look so much better. Can I get you anything? No, thank you. Come in, sit down. You look wonderful. Sleep well? Not really, but never mind, she said, though she had slept wonderfully. Her perfume surrounding her, she touched him sweetly and sat down. Shall we breakfast together? McFay dragged his attention off her.
I'll come back when I've made the arrangements. I'll tell George Babcock.
When the door had closed, she smoothed Struan's brow, and he caught her hand, loving her. The envelope slipped to the floor. She picked it up, a little frown. Why so sad?
Father's dead.
His sadness brought her tears. She had always found it easy to cry, to make tears almost at will, seeing from a very early age their effect on others, her aunt and uncle particularly. All she had to do was to think of her mother, who had died bearing her brother. But Angelique, her aunt would say tearfully, poor little Gerard is your only brother. You'll never have another, not a real one, even if that good-for-nothing father of yours remarries. I hate him. It wasn't his fault, poor lad. His birth was ghastly. I don't care. He killed Maman, killed her. Don't cry, Angelique. And now Struan was saying the same words, the tears easy because she was truly sad for him. Poor Malcolm, to lose a father. He was a nice man, nice to me. Poor Malcolm, trying to be brave. Never mind, soon you'll be well, and now it's much easier to stay, now that the smell has gone, most of the smell has gone. A sudden spectre of her own father came into her mind. Don't forget, this Malcolm will inherit everything soon, the ships and power and... I won't think about that, or about the other. She dried her eyes. There, now tell me everything. Nothing much to tell. Father's dead. The funeral was days ago, and I have to go back to Hong Kong at once. Of course, at once, but not until you are well enough. She leaned forward and kissed him lightly. What will you do when we get there? In a moment he said firmly, "I'm heir. I'm Taipan." "Taipan of the noble house." She made her surprise seem genuine, then she added delicately, "Malcolm, dear, terrible about your father, but in a way not unexpected, no? My father told me he had been sick a long time."
"It was expected, yes."
"This is sad, but Taipan of the noble house, even so. Please may I be the first to congratulate you." She curtsied to him as elegantly as to a king, and sat back again, pleased with herself. His eyes watched her strangely. "What?" "Just that you make me feel so proud, so wonderful. Will you marry me?" Her heart missed a beat, her face flushed, but her mind ordered her to be prudent, not to hurry, and she pondered whether to be as grave as he was grave, or to release the exploding exuberance she felt at his question and her victory, and to make him smile. "La," she said brightly, teasing him, fanning herself with a handkerchief. "Yes, I will marry you, Monsieur Struan, but only if you—" A hesitation, and she added in a rush, "Only if you get better quickly. Obey me implacable, cherish me hugely, love me to distraction, build us a castle on the peak in Hong Kong, a palace on the Champs-Élysées, fit out a clipper ship as a bridal bed, a nursery in gold, and find us a country estate of 1,000,000 hectares. Be serious. Angelique, listen to me. I'm serious." "Oh, but I am," she thought, delighted he was smiling now. A gentle kiss, but this time on the lips, full of promise. "There, monsieur. Now don't taunt this defenseless young lady." "I'm not taunting you, I swear to God. Will you marry me?" Strong words, but he did not have the strength to sit up yet or reach out to bring her closer. "Please." Her eyes still teased. "Perhaps when you're better, and only if you obey me implacable. Cherish me implacably, if that's the word you want. Ah, yes, pardon. Implacably, etc. Again the lovely smile. "Perhaps yes, Monsieur Struan. But at first we must get to know each other. Then we must agree to an engagement. And then, Monsieur le Taipan de la noble maison? Who knows?" Joy possessed all of him. "Then it's yes?" Her eyes watched him, making him wait. With all the tenderness she could muster, she said, "I will consider it seriously. But first you must promise to get well quickly." "I will, I swear it." Again she dried her eyes. "Now, Malcolm, please, read your mother's letter, and I'll sit with you." His heart was beating strongly, and the elation he felt took away the pain, but his fingers were not so obedient, and he had trouble breaking the seal. "Here, Angel, read it to me, will you, please?" At once she broke the seal and scanned the singular writing that was on the single page. "My beloved son," she read aloud, "with great sadness I must tell you, your father is dead, and now our future rests with you. He died in his sleep, poor man. The funeral will be in 3 days. The dead must cherish the dead, and we, the living, must continue the struggle while we have life. Your father's will confirms you as heir and Taipan. But to be legal, the succession has to be done with a ceremony witnessed by me and Comprador Chen, in accordance with your beloved grandfather's legacy. Settle our Japanese interests as we discussed, and return as quickly as you can. Your devoted mother." Tears filled her eyes again because of a sudden fantasy that she was the mother writing to her son. "That's all? No postscript?" "No, chérie, nothing more, just your devoted mother." How brave of her. Would that I could be so brave. Oblivious to everything except the portent of these happenings, she gave him the letter and went to the window that looked out onto the harbor, and, drying her eyes, opened it. The air was fresh and took away the sick-room smell. What to do now? Help him to hurry back to Hong Kong, away from this foul place? Wait? Will his mother favor our marriage? I don't know. Would I, if I was her? I know she didn't like me the few times we met, so tall and distant, though Malcolm said she was that way with everyone outside family. Wait till you get to know her, Angelique. She's so wonderful and strong. Behind her, the door opened, and Artok came in without knocking, a small tea tray in one hand. "Ne ho ma, massa." "Good day," she said, with a beam, showing the 2 gold teeth, of which she was very proud. Massa slept good, haya? In fluent Cantonese, Malcolm said, Stop speaking gibberish. Ay-ya! Artok was Struan's personal ama, who had looked after him since he was born, and a law unto herself. She hardly acknowledged Angelique, her concentration on Struan. Stout, strong, and 56, wearing the traditional white smock and black trousers, the long queue hanging down her back signified that she had chosen ama as her profession, and had therefore sworn to remain chaste all her life, and so never to have children of her own that might divert her loyalty. 2 Cantonese manservants followed with hot towels and water to bathe him. Loudly she ordered them to close the door. Massa bath, haya? She said pointedly to Angelique. I will come back later, chérie, the girl said. Struan did not answer, just nodded and smiled back, then stared again at the letter, lost in thought. She left her door ajar. Artok grunted disapprovingly, shut it firmly, told the other 2 to hurry up with his bed bath, and handed him the tea. Thank you, mother, he said in Cantonese, using the customary honorific for such a special person who had cherished and carried and guarded him when defenseless. Bad news, my son, Artok said. The tidings had rushed through the Chinese community. Bad news. He sipped the tea. It tasted very good. After you have bathed, you will feel better, and then we can talk. Your honorable father was overdue his appointment with the gods. He's there now, and you are Taipan, so the bad has become good. Later this morning, I'll bring some extra special tea I've brought for you that will cure all your ills. Thank you. You owe me a tael of silver for the medicine. A 50th part. Ay-ya, at least half. Ay-ya, a 20th part, mother. With hardly any thought, he bargained automatically, but not unkindly. And if you argue, I'll remind you owe me 6 months' wages paid in advance for your grandmother's funeral, her second. One of the servants chortled behind her, but she feigned not to notice. If you say so, Taipan. She used the title delicately, the first time she had ever said it to him, watching him, missing nothing, then snapped at the 2 men sponging and cleaning him carefully and efficiently. Hurry up with your work! Does my son, the Taipan, have to endure your clumsy ministrations all day? Ay-ya! One of them unwisely muttered back. Take care, you motherless fornicator, she said sweetly in a dialect Struan did not understand. Just get on with it, and if you nick my son while shaving, I'll put the evil eye on you. Treat my son like imperial jade, or your fruit will be pulverized, and don't listen to your betters. Betters? Ay-ya! Old woman, you come from Ningtok, a turtle-dung village famous only for farts. A tael of silver says this civilized person can whip you 5 out of 7 times at mahjong this evening. Done, the man said truculently, even though Artok was an accomplished player. What's all that about? Struan said. Servants talk, nothing important, my son. When they had finished, they gave him a fresh, crisp nightshirt. Thank you, Struan said to them, greatly refreshed. They bowed politely and were gone. Artok bolted her door quietly. She obeyed. Her sharp ears heard the rustle of skirts in the adjoining room, and she resolved to increase her vigilance. Nosy foreign devil toad-belly whore with her jade gait, so hungry for the master, a civilized person can almost hear it salivating. Light the candle for me, please. Eh? Are your eyes hurting you, my son? No, nothing like that. There are safety matches in the bureau. Safety matches, the recent Swedish patent, were usually kept locked away as they were highly sought after, therefore had a ready sale, and therefore had a habit of disappearing. Petty theft was endemic in Asia. Uneasily she used one, not understanding why they would not light unless the side of their special box was struck. He had explained why, but she only muttered more about foreign devil magic. Where do you want the candle, my son? He pointed at the bedside table within easy reach. Here, now leave me for a little while. But, we should talk. There is much to plan. I know. Just wait outside the door and keep everyone away until I call. Grumbling, she walked out. So much talk and bad news had exhausted him. Nonetheless, painfully, he balanced the candle on the side of the bed, then lay back a moment. 4 years ago, on his 16th birthday, his mother had taken him to the Peak to speak privately. Now you are old enough to learn some secrets of the noble house. There will always be secrets. Some your father and I keep from you until you become Taipan. Some I keep from him, and some from you. Some I will now share with you and not with him, or your brothers and sisters. Under no circumstances are these secrets to be shared with anyone. Anyone. You promise before God. Yes, Mother, I swear it. First, perhaps one day we may need to give each other personal or dangerous information in a private letter. Never forget, anything in writing may be read by alien eyes. Whenever I write to you, I will always add P.S. I love you. You will do the same, always, without fail. But if there is no P.S. I love you, then the letter contains important and secret information, from me to you or you to me only. Watch. Shielding the paper she had prepared, she lit some safety matches and held them under the paper, not to fire it, but to almost scorch it line by line. Miraculously, the hidden message appeared. Happy birthday. Under your pillow there's a sight draft for £10,000. Keep it secretly. Spend it wisely. Oh, Mother, there is? There really is 10,000? Yes. Aye, yeah, but how do you do it, the writing? Take a clean quill or pen, and write your message carefully in a liquid I will give you, or milk, and let it dry. When you heat the paper, as I did, the writing will appear. She used another match and gravely lit a corner of the paper. In silence they watched it burn. She ground the ashes to dust under her tiny, high-booted foot. When you're Taipan, trust no one, adding strangely, even me. Now Struan held her sad letter over the candle's flame. The words came into view, no mistaking her handwriting. Sorry to tell your father died raving, besotted with whiskey. He must have bribed a servant to sneak it in again. Much more to tell in person. Thank God he's out of his misery, but it was the Brocks, my cursed father, and my brother Morgan, who give us no peace and caused his strokes. The final one came just after you left, when we discovered details, too late, of their secret Hawaiian coup against us. Jamie has a few details. For a moment he stopped reading, sick with rage. Soon there'll be a reckoning, he promised himself, then read on. Beware of our friend Dmitri Siborodin. We discover he's a secret agent for that revolutionary President Lincoln, not the South, as he pretends. Beware of Angelique Richaud. His heart twisted with sudden fright. Our Paris agents write that her uncle, Michel Richaud, went bankrupt shortly after she left, and is now in debtor's prison. More facts. Her father keeps very poor company, has very substantial gambling debts, and secretly boasts to intimates he'll soon represent all our French interests. Received your letter of the 4th recommending this, presume at her instigation. He won't. He's insolvent. Another of his secrets. You'll be his son-in-law within a year. Of course, ridiculous. You are far too young for marriage, and I could not conceive of a worse connection. Singly or together they are out to snare you, my son. Be circumspect, and beware of feminine guile. For the first time in his life he was furious with his mother. Shakily, he shoved the paper into the flame, held it while it burned, then pulverized the ash to nothingness, smashed the flame out and sent the candle skittering, and lay back nauseated, heart pounding, all the time his mind shouting, how dare she investigate Angelique and her family without asking me? How dare she be so wrong? Whatever sins they committed, Angelique is not to blame. Mother of all people should know the sins of the fathers are not to be blamed on the children. Wasn't my beloved grandfather much worse? Wasn't he a killer, and not much more than a pirate, as her father still is? She's a bloody hypocrite. It's none of her business who I marry. It's my life, and if I want to marry Angelique next year, I will. Mother knows nothing about Angelique, and when she knows the truth, she'll love her as I do, or else, by God, she— Oh, Christ, he gasped, as pain ripped him apart. Chapter 12. MacFay looked up from the piles of letters, documents, and journals littering his desk. How is he? He asked anxiously as Dr. Babcock came in and closed the door. The office was spacious, facing the high street and the sea. It was a stomach seizure of some kind, Jamie. To be expected, I'm afraid, poor chap. I dressed his wound. He'd torn a few stitches. I gave him a draught of laudanum. Babcock rubbed his eyes, red-rimmed with fatigue, his frock coat heavy and frayed at the sleeves and stained here and there with chemicals and dried blood. Not much more I can do for him at the moment. What's the latest from the fleet?
Status quo. The fleet's at action stations. Legation's still surrounded. The Bakufu are supposed to appear soon.
What happens if they don't? McFay shrugged.
I've had orders to get Malcolm back to Hong Kong as soon as possible. Very important for him. I can get him on the mail ship.
I absolutely forbid it, Babcock said with more anger than he intended. That would be stupid and highly dangerous, highly dangerous. If they got into a storm, which is likely this time of the year, well, severe and prolonged vomiting would tear the repairs apart, which would kill him. No.
Then when will it be safe?
The doctor glanced out of the windows. White caps out past the headland, none in the bay. Sky overcast. He weighed his helplessness against his knowledge. At least a week. Perhaps a month. God knows, Jamie, I don't.
If you were to go on the mail ship, would that help?
For Christ's sake, no. Didn't you hear me clearly? No. He's not to move. 9 days on a ship would kill him. McFay's face closed.
What are Malcolm's chances, really? It's very important, I know.
Still good. His temperature's more or less normal, and there's no sign of any festering. Babcock rubbed his eyes again and yawned. Sorry, didn't mean to snap at you. Been up since midnight patching the results of a sailor versus soldier drunk town brawl, and a dawn emergency in the Yoshiwara. Had to sew up a young woman who tried to cut herself into the next world. He sighed. It would help to keep him as calm as possible. I'd say his bad news probably brought on the attack. The knowledge and implications of Cullum Struan's death, and therefore Malcolm's new status as Taipan, of vital and immediate concern to all their rivals, had rushed through the settlement. In Brock's, Norbert Greyforth had interrupted a meeting to open the first bottle of champagne from the case he had kept chilled against this day for many weeks, chilled in their new and highly profitable ice house next door to their godown.
Best news we've had in years, he chortled to Dmitri, and I've another 20 cases for the party I'm throwing tonight. A toast, Dmitri.
He raised his cut glass, the best Venetian that money could buy.
Here's to the Taipan of the noble house. Out with the old, out with the new, by God, and may they be bankrupt within the year.
I'll drink with you, Norbert, but to the success of the new Taipan, none of the rest, Dmitri said.
Open your eyes to reality. They're the old, we're the new. Once they had guts when Dirk Struan was alive, but now they're weak. McFay's weak. Why, with his enthusiastic help and a little persuasion on the night of Canterbury's murder, we could have roused the whole settlement, the fleet, the army. We'd have captured this bugger Satsuma King, hanged him, and be living happily ever after.
I agree. John Canterbury's going to be revenged one way or another, poor bastard, Dmitri said. You know he left me his business. Canterbury's was one of the smaller trading houses specializing in the export of silk cloth, and particularly cocoons and silkworm eggs, a highly lucrative trade to France, where the silk industry, once the best in the world, had been decimated by disease. John always said he would, but I never believed him. I'm his executor, too. Wee Willie gave me the deed before he left.
Samurai are all bastards. No reason to murder him like that. What about his Masume? Old John was besotted with her. She's carrying, isn't she?
No, that was a rumor. And as Willie asked me to take care of her, give her money to buy her own shack. I went to see her, but her mama-san Raiko, that old bat, she told me the girl had gone back to her village, but she'd send on any money. I paid over what John had said, so that was that. Thoughtfully, Norbert finished his wine and poured more and felt better. You should take care of yourself, too, he said, keeping his voice down, judging the time ripe. You've the future to think of, not a few rolls of cloth and worm eggs. Consider the great game, the American game. With our contacts, we can buy any amount of British, French, or Prussian armaments. We've just signed an exclusive deal to represent Krupps in the Far East, at better prices than Struans can give you. Have them delivered in Hawaii for transshipment to wherever, no questions asked. I'll drink to that. Whatever you want, we can get cheaper and faster. Norbert refilled their glasses. I like Dom Perignon. It's better than Tat. That old monk knew about colour and sugar and the lack of it. Like Hawaiian sugar, he added delicately. I hear it's going to be so pricey this year to be almost a national treasure for North or South. Dimitri's glass stopped in mid-air. Meaning? Meaning, just between us, Brock and Sons have the lock on this year's crop. meaning that Struans won't have so much as £100 sack, so your deal with them won't happen. When's this going to be common knowledge? Dmitri's eyes slitted. Would you like to be part of it? Our deal. We could use a trustworthy agent for the States, North and South. Dmitri poured for both of them, enjoying the touch of the chilled glass. In return for what? A toast to the demise of the noble house. Throughout Yokohama, other toasts were being quaffed at the rare tidings of Cullum's death and the succession of a new taipan, and in boardrooms throughout the Far East and elsewhere that traded with Asia. Some toasts were celebratory, some vindictive, some toasted the succession, some cursed all Struan bones to the devil, some prayed for their success, but all men of business considered how the news would affect them, for like it or not, Struan's was the noble house. In the French legation, Angelique clicked glasses, sipped the champagne warily, her glass cheap and barely adequate, like the wine. Yes, I agree, Monsieur Vervain. Pierre Vervain was the chargé d'affaires, a tired, balding man in his 40s. The first toast requires a second, mademoiselle, he said, raising his glass again, towering over her. Not only prosperity and long life to the new taipan, but to the taipan, your future husband. La, monsieur, she put down her glass, pretending to be cross. I told you that in confidence, because I'm so happy, so proud. But it must not be mentioned out loud until he, Monsieur Struan, makes it public. You must promise me. Of course, of course. Vervain's tone was reassuring, but he had already mentally drafted the dispatch he would rush to Sarratt above their flagship at Yedo the moment she left. Clearly there were innumerable political ramifications and opportunities that such a liaison would create for France and French interests. My God, he was thinking, if we're clever, and we are, we can control the noble house through this young strumpet, with nothing to recommend her except a fairly pretty face, delectable breasts, an overripe maidenhead, and buttocks that promise her husband a wanton vigor for a month or two. How the devil did she snare him? If what she says is really true, if it is. Merde, the poor man must be insane to settle for this baggage with no dowry and disreputable lineage, to be the mother of his children. What incredible luck for that odious swine Richaud. Now he'll be able to redeem his paper. My sincerest congratulations, mademoiselle. His door swung open, and the legation's #1 boy, an elderly, rotund Chinese dressed in linen coat, black trousers and black skullcap, and laden with mail, barged in. Hey-ya, Martha, all same mailer, never mind. He plonked the letters and packages on the ornate desk, gawked at the girl, and belched as he left. My God, these foul-mannered people are enough to drive one mad. 1,000 times I've told that cretin to knock first. Excuse me a moment. Quickly Vervain leafed through the letters, 2 from his wife, 1 from his mistress, all postmarked 2.5 months ago. Both asking for money, I'll wager, he thought sourly. Ah, 4 letters for you, mademoiselle. Many nationals sent their mail in care of their nearest legation. 3 from Paris and 1 from Hong Kong. Oh, thank you. She brightened, seeing that 2 were from Colette, 1 from her aunt, the last from her father. We're such a long way from home, no? Paris is the world. Yes, it is. Well, I expect you'll want some privacy. You can use the room across the hall, if you'll excuse me. Vervain motioned at the heaped desk, his smile self-deprecating. Affairs of state. Of course, thank you. And thank you for your good wishes, but please, not a word. She swept out graciously, knowing that within hours her marvelous secret would be common knowledge, whispered from ear to ear. Is that wise? I think so. Malcolm did ask me, didn't he? Vervain opened his letters, scanned them, quickly saw they both asked for money, but no other bad news, at once put them aside to read and enjoy later, and began the dispatch for Sarratt, with a secret copy for André Poncin. Delighted to be the bearer of good tidings. Wait a moment, he muttered. Perhaps it's like father, like daughter, and just the usual exaggeration. Safer to report it as a few minutes ago, Mademoiselle Angélique whispered in confidence that then the minister can make up his own mind. Across the hall, in a pleasant antechamber that faced the small garden off the high street, she had settled herself expectantly. Colette's first letter gave her happy news of Paris and fashion and affairs and their mutual friends so delightfully that she raced through it, knowing she would reread it many times, particularly tonight in the comfort of her bed, when she could savor everything. She had known and loved Colette most of her life. At the convent they had been inseparable, sharing hopes and dreams and intimacies. The second letter gave more exuberant news, ending about her marriage. Colette was her own age, 18, already married a year with one son. "I am pregnant again, dearest Angelique. My husband is delighted, but I am a little fretful. As you know, the first was not easy, though the doctor assures me I will be strong enough. When will you return? I cannot wait." Angelique took a deep breath and looked out of the window, and waited until the twinge had passed. "You must not leave yourself open," she repeated to herself, near tears, "even with Colette. Be strong, Angelique. Be careful, your life has changed, everything changed. Yes, but only for a little while. Do not be caught unawares." Again a deep breath. The next letter shocked her. Aunt Emma wrote the awful news of her husband's fall, and, "Now we are destitute, and my poor Michel languishes in debtor's prison with no help in sight. We've nowhere to turn, no money. It's terrible, my child. A nightmare." "Poor darling Uncle Michel," she thought, weeping silently. "A shame he was such a bad manager." "Never mind, dear darling Aunt Mamma," she said aloud, filled with a sudden joy. "Now I can repay all your kindnesses. I'll ask Malcolm to help. He'll certainly—" Wait, would that be wise? While she pondered that, she opened her father's letter. To her surprise, the envelope contained only a letter, without the expected sight draft she had asked for, on money brought with her from Paris and deposited in the Victoria Bank, money that her uncle had generously advanced to her, on the solemn promise that she must not tell his wife, and that her father would instantly repay the loan the moment she reached Hong Kong, which he told her he had done. Hong Kong, September 10th. Hello, my little cabbage. I hope that all is well, and your Malcolm idolizes you as I do, as the whole of Hong Kong does. It's rumored his father is at death's door. I will keep you advised. Meanwhile, I write in haste as I leave for Macau on the tide. There's a wonderful business opportunity there, so good that I have temporarily pledged the money instruments you left in safekeeping and will invest for you as an equal partner. By the next post, I will be able to send you 10 times what you wanted and tell you the wonderful profit we have made. After all, we have to think of your dowry, without which— eh? Her eyes could not read on, her brain in turmoil. Oh, my God, what business opportunity! Is he gambling all that I have in the world? It was nearly 2 o'clock, and McFay was weary, his stomach empty, his mind filled with gloom. He had written a dozen letters, signed 100 chits, paid dozens of bills, checked the previous day's books, which showed trading was down, found that all goods ordered from America were either cancelled, held up, or offered at increased prices, all business with Canada and Europe equally affected in some degree by the American Civil War. No good news either in any dispatches from Hong Kong. A lot of bad from their branch in Shanghai, though Albert McStruan, the power there, was doing a sterling job. My God, he thought, it'd be a catastrophe if we have to evacuate Shanghai with all our investments there. The city was again in turmoil, and the 3 foreign concessions under British, French, and American control beset with rumors that armies of rebel irregulars of the immense Taiping Rebellion, based in and around Nanking, a major city southwards they had captured 9 years ago and used as a capital, were again on the move. The clipping from the Shanghai Observer read, 2 years ago, when our valiant force of British and French troops, ably assisted by the local mercenary army, organized and paid for by our merchant princes, both European and Chinese, under the command of the gallant American soldier of fortune, Frederick Townsend Ward, drove off the rebels for a 30-mile radius, we all presumed the threat was put away forever. Now eyewitnesses report an irresistible army of 500,000 rebels, with some European officers, have massed to come against us, and another 500,000 will again stab north for Peking. Their opposing Manchu armies are unreliable and helpless, their Chinese levies mutinous, so this time we will not survive. It is hoped that Her Majesty's government will prevail on the Manchu authorities to appoint Captain Charles Gordon to command of Mr. Ward's force, grievously wounded in action, and to the position of overall command of Manchu training. Your correspondent believes this will be, as usual, too little too late. We need a fully equipped British army stationed in China permanently, nervousness in India over the recent dreadful Indian mutiny of native sepoys notwithstanding. Business continues to be disastrous, with the price of silk and tea at an all-time high. Famine conditions exist in most areas within 500 miles. More depressing news from home. Monumental rains had washed out the harvest, and famine was expected in Ireland and other areas, though not like the Great Potato Famine, when hundreds of thousands died. Vast unemployment in Scotland, destitution in Lancashire, with most cotton spinning mills silent, including 3 owned by Struans, because of the Union embargo on southern cotton and blockade of all southern ports. With southern cotton, England had supplied cloth to the world. A Struan clipper ship, crammed with tea, silks, and lacquer, inbound London, had been lost. In the stock market, Struan's was down badly, Brock's up, with the successful arrival of the first of the season's teas. Another letter from his fiancée of 5 years, Maureen Ross. More bad. When am I to arrive? Have you sent the ticket? You promised this Christmas would be the last to be apart. It can't be this Christmas, lassie, he murmured with a scowl, much as he liked her. Can't afford it yet, and this isn't the place for a young lady. How many times had he written and told her, knowing that really Maureen and her parents wanted him to work for Struans in England or Scotland, or better still, to leave that infamous company and work at home like a normal man, knowing that really he wanted her to break off the engagement and to forget him, knowing that most British wives soon hated Asia, loathed Asians, abominated the pleasure girls, raged against their ready access, despised the food, moaned for home and family, making their husbands' lives a permanent misery. Knowing, too, that he enjoyed Asia, loved his work, adored the freedom, treasured their Yoshiwara, and would never happily go home. Well, he thought, not until I retire. The only good in the mail were the books from Hatchard's in Piccadilly, a new illustrated edition of Darwin's Explosive on the Origin of Species, some Tennyson poems, a newly translated pamphlet by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels called The Communist Manifesto, 5 copies of Punch, but most important of all, another edition of All the Year Round. This was the weekly started by Charles Dickens, and contained the 14th installment of Great Expectations, to be published in 20 parts. In spite of all that he had to do, Macfay, like everyone else who had received a copy, locked the door, and consumed the installment rapaciously. When he read the last line, "To be continued next week," he sighed. "What the devil will Miss Havisham do next, evil old bitch? Reminds me of Maureen's mother. Hope to God it all works out for Pip. Somehow or other it has to. Hope to God good old Dickens gives us a happy ending." For a moment he was bemused, lost in admiration of the man and his marvellous range of stories, from Oliver Twist more than 20 years ago, through Nicholas Nickleby, David Copperfield, and a dozen others to the riveting Tale of Two Cities. Dickens is the greatest writer in the world, no doubt about it. He got up and stood at the window, watching the sea and sending good thoughts to the fleet at Yedo, and to the mail ship that need not now be diverted, but would continue on her regular route to Shanghai, instead of direct to Hong Kong with Malcolm Struan, worrying about him and the future that somehow quickly became mixed up with Pip and Miss Havisham, wondering how Pip would extract himself from the mess he was in, and would the girl fall in love with him. Hope so, poor lass. What about my lassie Maureen? It's time I had a family. A knock. "Mr. Macfay, may I see you a moment?" It was Piero Vargas, his assistant. "Just a moment." Feeling a little guilty, he put the copy under the pile, stretched, and opened the door. Piero Vargas was a handsome middle-aged Eurasian from Macau, the tiny Portuguese enclave, 40-odd miles west of Hong Kong, set like a pimple on a slip of mainland China, and occupied since 1552. Unlike the British, the Portuguese considered Macau equal to the mother country and not a colony, encouraged their settlers to intermarry with Chinese, and accepted Eurasian offspring as nationals, allowing them permanent access to Portugal. British intermarriage was greatly discouraged, though many had families,
Their offspring, however, were not accepted in society. By custom, those born in Shanghai took their father's name, in Hong Kong their mother's. Ever since the British came to China, they had contentedly employed the brightest Macauans as schroffs, money changers, and compradors, who, of necessity, spoke English as well as dialects of Chinese. Except the noble house. Their comprador was the enormously wealthy Gordon Chen, the illegitimate son of their founder, Dirk Struan, by one of his many mistresses, though not the last, the fabled Mei Mei.
Yes, Piero.
Sorry to interrupt, senor, Piero said, his English liquid and sweet-sounding. Kino-san, our silk supplier, asks for a personal interview with you.
Oh, why?
Well, it's not really for him, but for two buyers who arrived with him from Choshu.
Oh.
McFay's interest picked up. Almost 2 years of tentative probes from the daimyo of Choshu, the fief far to the west, on the straits of Shimonoseki, had produced some very important business last year, authorized by the head office in Hong Kong and arranged by them. A 200-ton paddle steamer with a very private cargo, cannon, shot, and ammunition, paid for promptly in gold and silver, half in advance, half on delivery.
Bring them in. Wait. Better I see them in the main reception room.
Si, senor. Is one of them the same fellow as last time?
Senor?
The young samurai who spoke a little English. I did not take part in the discussion, senor. I was on leave in Portugal.
Ah, yes, now I remember.
The reception room was big, with seating for 42 at the oak table, matching sideboards and tallboys for silver plate and glass-fronted display cases, gleaming and well-kept, some with arms. He opened one of them, took out a belt and holstered pistol attached. He buckled the belt around his waist, making sure the pistol was loaded and loose in the holster. It was always his custom, when meeting samurai, to be as armed as they were. A matter of face, he told his subordinates, as well as safety. As a further prop, he leaned the Spencer rifle against a chair and stood by the window facing the door. Vargas came back with 3 men. One was middle-aged, fat, unctuous, and swordless, Kinu, their silk supplier. The other 2 were samurai, one young, the other in his 40s, though it was difficult to tell. Both short, spare, hard-faced, and armed, as usual. They bowed politely. McFay noticed that both men had instantly seen the breech-loader. He returned the bow in kind. "Ohio," he said. "Good morning." Then, "Dozo, please," indicating the chairs opposite him a safe distance away. "Good morning," the younger said without a smile. "Ah, you speak English. Excellent. Please sit down." "Speak Ritter," the youth said, the L sounding like R's because there was no L sound in Japanese, V's being equally awkward. For a moment he spoke to Vargas in Fukienese, their common Chinese dialect. Then the 2 men introduced themselves, adding they had been sent by Lord Ogama of Choshu. "I am Jamie McFay, Chief of Struan and Company in Nippon, and am honored to see you." Again Vargas translated. Patiently Jamie went through the obligatory 15 minutes of inquiries after their daimyo's health, their own health, his health, and that of the Queen. The outlook in Choshu, in England, nothing particular, everything bland. Tea was served and admired. At length the young man came to the point. With great care Vargas kept the excitement out of his own voice. "They want to buy 1,000 breech loaders, with 1,000 bronze cartridges per gun. We are to name a fair price and deliver within 3 months. If within 2 months, they will pay a bonus, 20%. Outwardly, McFay was equally calm.
"Is that all they wish to buy at the moment?"
Vargas asked them. "Yes, senor, but they require 1,000 rounds per rifle, and a steamship of small size." McFay was counting the huge potential profit, but more so he was remembering his conversation with Greyforth, and the well-known hostility of the Admiral and General, supported by Sir William, to any sale of armaments, remembering the various murders, and Canterbury hacked to pieces, and that he himself did not approve of the sale of armaments, not until it was safe.
Would it ever be safe with such a warlike people? "Please tell them I can give them an answer in 3 weeks.
He saw the pleasant smile vanish from the younger man's face.
"Answer now. No 3 week. Not have guns here, McFay said slowly directly to him. Must write Hong Kong, head office, 9 days there, 9 days back. Some breech loaders there, all rest in America, 4 or 5 months minimum. No understand. Vargas interpreted. Then there was a conversation between the 2 samurai, the merchant answering their questions with fervent humility. More questions to Vargas, politely responded to. He says, very well. He or a Choshu official will return in 29 days. This transaction is to be secret. Of course, McFay looked at the youth. Secret. Higher. Secret. Ask him how the other samurai, Saito, is. He saw them frown, but could read nothing from their faces. They don't know him personally, senor. More bows, and then Jamie was alone. Lost in thought, he put the gun belt back into the case. If I don't sell them the guns, Norbert will, whatever the morality. Vargas returned, very pleased. An excellent possibility, senor, but a big responsibility. Yes, I wonder what head office will see this time. Easy to find out, senor, quickly. You don't have to wait 18 days. Isn't head office upstairs? McFay stared at him. I'll be damned, I'd forgotten. Difficult to think of young Malcolm as Taipan, our ultimate decider. You're right. Running feet approached. The door opened. Sorry to butt in, Nettlesmith said, puffing from his exertion, his grubby top hat askew. Thought you'd better know. Just got word the blue signal flag went up the legation mast a few minutes ago, then came down and went up again, then came down to half-mast and stayed there. Jamie gaped at him. What the devil does that mean? Don't know, except in that half-mast usually means a death, doesn't it? Greatly perturbed, the Admiral again trained his binoculars on the legation flagpole, the other men on the quarterdeck, his captains from the rest of the fleet, Marlowe, the General, French Admiral, and von Heimrich equally concerned, Sarratar and André Poncin pretending to be. When the lookout had given the alarm half an hour ago, they had all hurried on deck from the lunch table, except the Russian minister. If you want to wait in the cold, very well, damned if I am. When word comes from the shore, yes, no, or war, please wake me. If you start shelling, I'll join you. Marlowe was watching the roll over the Admiral's collar, despising him, wishing he were ashore with Tyra, or aboard his own ship, the Pearl. At noon, the Admiral had replaced the temporary captain with a stranger, a Lieutenant Dornfield, disregarding his advice. Bloody old bastard. Look at the way he fiddles so bloody pompously with his binoculars. We all know they are highly expensive and issue to flag rank only. Bloody old. Marlowe. Yes, sir. We'd better find out what the devil's going on. You go ashore. No, I need you here. Thomas, would you please be good enough to send an officer to the legation? Marlowe, detail a signalman to go with the detachment. At once the General jerked his thumb at his aide, who hurried off, closely followed by Marlowe. Sarratar pulled his heavy greatcoat closer against the chill of the wind. I'm afraid Sir William has boxed himself in. I remember you giving your opinion this morning, the Admiral said curtly. The meeting he had called with the ministers had been noisy and had brought forth no solution except Count Zagaev's, immediate and massive force. Which, my dear Count, he had pointed out sourly at once, we don't have now if it's necessary to follow up a simple bombardment to seize the city and surrounds. Ketterer pursed his lips and glared at Sarratar, the dislike mutual. I'm sure Sir William will find an answer, but I tell you frankly, by God, if I see our colours struck, Yedo goes up in smoke. I agree, Sarratar said. A matter of national honour. Von Heimrich's face hardened. Japaners are not stupid, like some people. I cannot believe they will disregard the force we have now. The wind picked up suddenly, crackling some of the spars aloft, sea greyer, clouds greying. All eyes went to a black squall line on the eastern horizon. The squall was heading shorewards, threatening their exposed anchorage. Marlowe, sender! Marlowe! The Admiral bellowed. Yes, sir. Marlowe came running. For God's sake, stay within hailing distance. Signal all ships. Prepare to stand out to sea. Should conditions deteriorate rapidly, on my command, take individual action and rejoin at Kanagawa as soon as conditions permit.
You captains get back to your ships while you've the weather." They rushed off, glad to be away. "I will get back to my ship too," the French admiral said. "Bonjour, messieurs." "We'll come with you, monsieur admiral," Sagatard said. "Thank you for your hospitality, Admiral Ketterer." "What about Count Alexei? He came with you, didn't he?" "Let him sleep. Better for the Russian bear to sleep, n'est-ce pas?" Sagatard said coldly to von Heimlich, both of them knowing full well Prussia's secret overtures to the Tsar to remain neutral in any confrontation, to allow Prussia to expand in Europe to satisfy an open state policy, the creation of a German nation of German-speaking peoples with Prussia, its spearhead. Marlowe, hurrying for the signalman, saw his ship, the Pearl, neatly at anchor, and was worried about her, loathing not being aboard and in command. Uneasily he glanced seaward again, gauging the squall line, the weight of blackening clouds, the smell and taste of the salt on the wind. That bugger's going to be a sod. In the legation audience room, Sir William, flanked by a Scots officer, Philip Tyrer, and guard, sat coldly facing 3 Japanese officials, who were leisurely seating themselves, their guards behind them. The grey-haired elder Adachi, daimyo of Mito, the mock samurai, Misamoto the fisherman, and last a short, big-bellied Bakufu official, secretly fluent in Dutch, whose covert assignment was to report in private to Yoshi on the meeting and the behavior of the other 2. As usual, none had used their correct names. 5 palanquins had arrived yesterday with the same ceremony, though an increased number of guards. Only 3 were occupied, which Sir William had found curiously disturbing. This, added to heightened samurai activity during the night around the temple and legation, prompted him to send a partial alarm signal to the fleet by half-masting the pennant that he hoped Ketterer would understand. Outside in the forecourt, Hiraga, again disguised as a gardener, had been equally perturbed, even more so that Toranaga Yoshi was not amongst the officials. This meant the attack plan so carefully poised to ambush Yoshi near the castle gates on his return had to be called off. At once he had tried to melt away, but Samurai irritably ordered him back to work. Seething, he obeyed, waiting his chance to escape. "You're 2.5 hours late," Sir William said icily as an opening salvo. In civilized countries, diplomatic meetings are on time, not late. Immediate and flowery apologies of no consequence. Then the usual obligatory introductions and sugary compliments and aggravating politeness, and over an hour of back and forth of demands calmly deflected, ponderous arguments, delays requested, astonishment where none was merited, questions needing to be repeated, facts dismissed, the truth disregarded. Alibis, explanations, rationalizations, excuses, all courteously delivered. Sir William was about to explode when, with great formality, the elder Adachi produced a sealed scroll, handed it to their interpreter, who handed it to Johann. Johann's own weariness dropped away. "Gott im Himmel, it's under the seal of the Roju." "Eh? The Council of Elders. I'd recognize the seal anywhere. It's the same as Ambassador Harris got." "You better accept it formally, Sir William. Then I'll read it aloud if it's in Dutch, which I doubt." He stifled a nervous yawn. Probably just another delaying tactic. Sir William did as Johann suggested, hating to be so confined and having to rely on foreign mercenary interpreters. Johann broke the seal and scanned the document. His astonishment was open. "It's in Dutch, by God. Skipping all the titles, formal language, etc., it says, 'The Council of Elders, having received what appears to be a just complaint, apologizes for the dereliction of its subjects and wishes to invite the honored Minister of the British and other accredited ministers to meet the Council 30 days from now in Yedo, when the formal complaint will be presented, the matter discussed, acted upon, and an indemnity for said just complaint agreed.' Signed, Nori Anjo, Chief Minister." With a supreme effort, Sir William kept his erupting relief bottled. This unbelievable reprieve gave him the face-saver he desperately needed, and now, if he could finesse them just a little further. To his sudden fury, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Tyra smiling broadly. Without looking at him, he hissed, "Stop smiling, you bloody idiot," and in the same breath added harshly, "Johann, tell them they will have my reply in 3 days. Meanwhile, I want an immediate indemnity in gold in 3 days for £10,000 for the families of the sergeant and corporal murdered in this legation last year and already demanded 4 times. When this was translated, he saw consternation on the face of the elderly man. Another lengthy conversation between him and the Bakufu official. Johann reported wearily, "The old fellow dismisses this with their usual, that unfortunate account was by a legation staff employee who then committed seppuku, suicide. It's not the Bakufu's fault at all." Equally tiredly, Sir William said, "Give them back the usual, by God. That they appointed him, they insisted we employ him, so they are responsible. And he only committed suicide because he was badly wounded in the murder attempt on my predecessor and liable for immediate capture." Trying to push away his tiredness, he watched the 2 officials talking with their interpreter, and the third man listening as he had done all afternoon. Perhaps he's the one with the real power. What happened to the other men from yesterday, particularly the younger man, the one André Poncin accosted as he left? What is that devious bastard Seratard up to? The freshening wind caught a loose shutter and jolted it against the window. One of the sentries leaned over the lintel and hooked it back in place. Not far offshore was the fleet, the ocean a deep grey now and white-capped. Sir William noticed the looming squall line. His anxiety for the ships increased. Johann said, "The old fellow asks, will you accept 3,000? Sir William's face went red. 10,000 in gold. More talk. Then Johann mopped his brow. "Mein Gott, 10 it is, to be paid in 2 installments at Yokohama 10 days from now. The balance the day before the Yedo meeting." After a deliberately dramatic pause, Sir William said, "I will give them my answer in 3 days, if it's acceptable." Much sucking in of breath, a few more wily attempts to change the 3 days to 30, to 10, to 8, all of which were stonewalled and refused. 3. Polite bows, and the delegation was gone. Once they were alone, Johann beamed. "That's the first time we made any progress, Sir William, the very first time." "Yes, well, we'll see. Just don't understand them at all. Obviously they were trying to wear us down, but why? What's the good of that? They already had the scroll, so why the devil didn't they hand it over in the beginning and have done with all their cursed time-wasting? Bunch of bloody idiots. And why send 2 empty palanquins?" Philip Tyler said brightly, "Seems to me, sir, that's just one of their characteristics. To be devious." "Yes, well, Tyler, come with me, please." He led the way to his private office, and when the door was closed, he said angrily, "Didn't the F.O. teach you anything? Are you totally without brains? Don't you have enough sense to have a poker face at diplomatic meetings? Are your brains addled?" Tyler was in shock at the venom. "Sorry, sir, very sorry, sir. I was just so pleased at your victory, I could—" "It wasn't a victory, you idiot. It was just a delay, albeit heaven-sent." Sir William's relief that the meeting was over and had, against his expectations, achieved much more than he could have wished for, fueled his irritability. "Are your ears filled with mildew? Didn't you hear the what appears to be a just complaint? That's the biggest hole they could ever leave, by God. We achieved a delay, that's all. But it happens to suit me perfectly, and if the Edo meeting takes place in 30 days, I'll be astounded. The next time, don't let your feelings show, for God's sake, and if you ever become an interpreter, you just better learn Japanese quickly, or you'll be on the next boat home with a note on your record that will get you a posting to Eskimo land for the rest of your life." "Yes, sir." Still steaming, Sir William saw the young man staring at him stoically and wondered what was different about him. Then he noticed his eyes. Where have I seen that look before? The same almost indefinable strangeness that young Struan also had. Ah, yes, of course, now I remember. In the eyes of the young soldiers coming back from the Crimea, the untouched as well as the wounded, allied or enemy. War had torn the youth out of them, torn out their innocence with such obscene speed that forever after they were changed. And it always shows not in their faces, but in their eyes. How many times was I told? Before the battle, a youth, a few minutes or hours later, an adult. British, Russian, German, French, or Turk, the same. I'm the idiot, not this young chap. I'd forgotten he's hardly 21, and in 6 days he's almost been murdered and been through as violent an experience as any man can have. Or woman, by heaven. That's right, there was the same look in the girl's eyes, too. Stupid of me not to realize it. Poor girl, isn't she barely 18? Terrible to grow up so fast. I've been so lucky. Well, Mr. Tyler, he said gruffly, envying him, that he had come through his baptism of fire bravely. I'm sure you'll be all right. These meetings are well enough to try the patience of Job, eh? I think a sherry is in order. Hiraga had had great difficulty escaping from the garden through the circles of samurai and sneaking back to the Inn of the 47 Ronin. When he reached it, long overdue, he was shocked to discover the assassination party had already left for the ambush. Ori said helplessly, "One of our people reported that the delegation had come out of the castle exactly as yesterday, banners as yesterday, that there were 5 palanquins as yesterday, so we presumed Lord Yoshi would be in one. Everyone was supposed to wait. They did, Hiraga, but if they hadn't left when they did, they would never be in place in time." Rapidly, Hiraga changed into a cheap kimono and collected his weapons. "Did you see the doctor?" "We, the Mama-san and I, we thought it too dangerous today. Tomorrow we'll be fine." "I'll see you in Kanagawa, then." "So no joy." "Go to Kanagawa. Here you're a hazard." Hiraga slipped over the fence and went by back alleys and little-used paths and bridges circling for the castle. This time he was lucky and avoided all patrols. Most of the daimyo palaces outside the castle walls were deserted. Using cover well, he picked his way from garden to garden until he reached the burnt-out wreckage of what had been the daimyo's palace, destroyed during the earthquake 3 days ago. As planned, his Shishi friends were gathered for the ambush near the broken main gate that fronted the main pathway to the castle gate. There were 9 of them, not 11.
Hiraga, we've given you up," the youngest, the most excited, whispered. "From here we'll kill him easily." "Where are the Mori samurai?"
"Dead." His cousin Akimoto shrugged. He was the oldest amongst them, a burly 24.
"We came by separate ways, but I was near them, and the 3 of us ran into a patrol."
He beamed.
"I fled one way, they another. I saw one take an arrow and go down. I never knew I could run so fast. Forget them. When will Yoshi pass by?"
Their disappointment was vast when Hiraga told them their prey was not in the cortege.
"Then what shall we do?"
a tall, very handsome youth of 16 asked.
"This ambush is perfect. 6 important Bakufu palanquins have gone by, with hardly a guard around them." "This place is too good to risk for no special reason," Hiraga said. "We'll leave one at a time. Akimoto, you first."
The Shishi on guard whistled a warning. Instantly they went deeper into cover, eyes pressed to openings in the broken fences. An ornate covered palanquin with 8 half-naked bearers and a dozen samurai banner guards was 30-odd yards away, heading leisurely for the castle gate. No one else was in sight either way. Instant recognition of the emblem. Nori Anjo, head of the Council of Elders. Instant decision.
"So no joy!"
With Hiraga in the lead, they rushed as one man to the attack, slaughtered the first 2 ranks of guards and hurtled for the palanquin. But in their excitement they had misjudged by a few seconds, and that allowed the remaining 8 guards, hand-picked warriors, to recover. In the frantic melee, the bearers squealed with fright, dropped their poles and fled, those who escaped the first violent onslaught. And this gave Anjo the moment he needed to slide the palanquin's far door open and roll out, as Hiraga's sword went through the soft wood, to impale the cushion where he had been a second before. Cursing, Hiraga jerked the sword out, whirled in defense as he was menaced from the back, killed the man after a searing clash of swords, then leaped over the poles for Anjo, who had scrambled to his feet, his sword out and now covered by 3 guards. Behind Hiraga, 5 of his friends were dueling with the other 4 samurai. One Shishi was already dead, one helpless on the ground, mortally wounded, and another, screaming with bloodlust, misjudging his adversary, slipped on the body of a sobbing bearer and took a terrible cut in his side. Before his assailant could recover, a Shishi slashed at the guard with total ferocity, and the samurai's head rolled in the dust. Now it was 7 against 6. At once Akimoto broke off his fight and rushed to support Hiraga, who had hurled himself at Anjo and his 3 guards, and was being overwhelmed. Feinting brilliantly, Hiraga forced one of the guards off balance and impaled him, withdrew, and darted to one side to draw off the other 2.
giving Akimoto the opening he needed to dispatch Anjo. At that moment there was a warning shout. 20 castle guards had rounded the corner 50 yards away and were charging to Anjo's support. The barest hesitation from Akimoto gave a guard time to parry the ferocious blow that would have killed Anjo, allowing him to scramble and flee towards the reinforcements. Now the Shishi were completely outnumbered. No way to get Anjo, no way to overcome. "Retreat!" Hiraga shouted, and again as one man, the maneuver rehearsed many times, Akimoto and the remaining 4 broke off their duels and charged back through the damaged main gate, Hiraga last, the badly wounded youth, Jozan, hobbling after them. Momentarily the guards were thrown into confusion. Then they collected themselves and, heavily reinforced, hurtled in pursuit, while others intercepted Jozan at bay, sword high, reeling, blood pouring from his side. Akimoto was leading the pell-mell retreat through the damaged castle, their line of pullback already well reconnoitred. Hiraga was rearguard, the enemy gaining on him. He waited until he reached the first barricade, where Gota waited in ambush to support him, stopped suddenly, and the 2 of them whirled to counterattack, chopping and hacking viciously, mortally wounding one man, forcing the next to fall and bring down another. Instantly they fled again, leading the enemy deeper into the maze. Almost stumbling, they rushed through the next narrow gap in the half-burned wall, where Akimoto and another waited in a second ambush. Without hesitation, these 2 cut down the first of the attackers, screaming "Sono joy!" while the remainder, stunned by the suddenness of the assault, halted to regroup. When they gave their battle cry and jumped over the body of their comrade through the bottleneck, Akimoto, Hiraga, and the others were nowhere to be seen. At once the samurai fanned out and began a meticulous search, the sky filled with nimbus clouds and menacing. In front of the burnt-out main gate, Anjo was now surrounded by guards. 5 of his men had been killed, 2 were badly wounded. The 2 dead Shishi had already been beheaded. The young Shishi was helpless on the ground, one leg almost severed, and he was holding on to it in agony, trying to stick it back together. Jozan was huddled against a wall. Rain began. The samurai standing over the youth said again, "Who are you? What's your name? Who sent you? Who's your leader?" "I've told you, Shishi from Choshu, Toma Hojo. I was a leader. No one sent me, Sono Joy." "He's lying, sire," a panting officer said. "Of course," Anjo said, seething. "Kill him." "Respectfully request he be allowed to commit seppuku." "Kill him." The officer, a big bear-like man, shrugged and went over to the youth. With his back to the elder, he whispered, "I have the honor to act as your second. Stretch your neck." His sword sang in the air as he dealt the single blow. Formally, he lifted the head by its topknot, presenting it to Anjo. "I have seen it," Anjo said, following correct ritual, at the same time choked with rage that these men had dared to attack him, dared to frighten him half to death. Him, chief of the Roju. "Now that one, he's a liar too. Kill him." "Respectfully request he be allowed to commit seppuku." Anjo was about to rave at him to kill the attempted assassin brutally, or commit seppuku himself, when he sensed the sudden collective antagonism of the samurai around him. The usual fear permeated him. Whom do I trust? Only 5 of these men were his personal guards. He pretended to consider the request. When his fury was contained, he nodded, turned, and stomped off towards the castle gates in the increasing rain. His men went with him. The remainder circled Jozan. "You can rest a moment, Shishi," the officer said kindly, wiping the rain from his own face. "Give him some water." "Thank you." Jozan had prepared for this moment ever since, with Ori and Shorin and others 4 years ago, he had sworn to honor the emperor and expel the foreigners. Summoning his waning strength, he groped to his knees, and was horrified to realize he was petrified of dying. The officer had seen the terror, had expected it, and quickly came forward and squatted beside him. "Do you have a death poem, Shishi? Tell it to me. Hold on. Do not give way. You are samurai, and this is as good a day as any," he said softly, encouraging the youth, willing the tears to stop. "From nothing into nothing. One sword cuts your enemy. One sword cuts you. Shout your battle cry, and you will live forever. Say it. Sono joy." Again. All the time he had been preparing himself. With a sudden fluid movement he stood erect and whirled his sword from the sheath.
and the youth into eternity.
One of his men said with admiration. Oh, Raga-san, that was marvelous to see.
Sensei Katsumata of Satsuma was one of my teachers, he said throatily, his heart pounding like never before, but pleased that he had performed his duty as a samurai correctly. One of his men picked up the head by its topknot. The rain became tears, washing away the real ones.
Clean the head, and take it to Lord Anjo for viewing.
Uraga glanced at the castle gates.
Cowards disgust me, he said, and walked away.
That night, when it was safe, Hiraga and the others sneaked out of the cellar that had been located in advance. By different routes they slipped away for their safe house. It was overcast and black, wind strong with spattering rain.
I will not feel cold. I will not show discomfort. I am samurai,
Hiraga ordered himself, following the pattern of training in his family ever since he could remember.
Just as I will train my sons and daughters. If my karma is to have sons and daughters, he thought. It's time you married, his father had said a year ago. I agree, father. I respectfully request you change your mind and allow me to marry my choice. First, it is the duty of the son to obey the father. Second, it is the father's duty to choose the wives of his sons and husbands of his daughters. Third, Sumomo's father does not approve. She is Satsuma and not Choshu. And last, however desirable, she is not suitable. What about the Ito girl? Please, excuse me, father. I agree my choice is not perfect, but her family is samurai. She is samurai trained, and I am possessed by her. I beg you. You have 4 other sons. I have only 1 life, and we, you and I, we both agree it is to be devoted to Sonojoy, and will therefore be short. Grant this to me as a lifetime wish.
By custom, such a wish was a most serious request, and meant that, if granted, it precluded asking for any other, ever.
Very well, his father had said gruffly, but not as a lifetime wish. You may be affianced when she is 17. I will welcome her into our family.
That was last year. A few days later, he had left Shimonoseki, supposedly to join the Choshu regiment in Kyoto, actually to declare for Sonojoy and become Ronin, and put his secret 4-year adherence and training to use. Now it was 9th month. In 3 weeks Sumomo became 17, but now he was so far outside the law there was no chance of safe return. Until yesterday. His father had written, Astonishingly, our Lord Ogama has offered a pardon to all warriors who openly embraced Sonojoy, and will restore all stipends if they return at once, renounce the heresy, and again swear allegiance to him publicly. You will take advantage of this offer. Many are returning. The letter had saddened him, almost destroying his resolve.
Sonojoy is more important than family, or even Lord Ogama, even Sumomo, he had told himself over and over. Lord Ogama cannot be trusted. As to my stipend...
Fortunately, his father was relatively well off, compared with most, and, because of his Shoya grandfather, had been promoted to Hirasamurai, the 3rd rank of samurai. Above were senior samurai, Hatomoto and Daimyo. Below Hirasamurai were all others, Goshi, Ashigaru, rural samurai, and foot soldiers, who were of the feudal class but below samurai. As such, his father had had access to lower officials, and the education of his sons was the best available.
I owe him everything, Hiraga thought. Yes, and obediently I worked to become the best pupil in the samurai school, the best swordsman, the best at English, and I have his permission and approval and that of the sensei, our chief teacher, to embrace Sonojoy, to become a Ronin, to lead and organize Choshu warriors as a spearhead for change. Yes, but their approval is secret, for if known, surely it would cost my father and the sensei their heads. Karma. I am doing my duty. Gai-Jin are scum we do not need, only their weapons to kill them with.
The rain increased, and the tempest. This pleased him, for it made interception less likely. The beckoning bath and sake and clean clothes kept him warm and strong. That the attack had failed did not concern him. That was karma. Ground into him by his teachers and heritage, until it was a way of life, was the certainty that enemies and traitors were everywhere. His steps were measured, he made sure he was not being followed, changed direction without logic, and whenever possible, explored ahead before moving. When he reached the alley, his strength drained out of him. The inn of the 47 Ronin and its surrounding fence had vanished. All that remained was emptiness and the reeking smell and smoking ashes. A few bodies, men and women, some decapitated, some hacked to pieces. He recognized his comrade Shishi Gota by his kimono. The Mama-san's head was on a spear thrust into the ground. Attached was a sign. "It is against the law to harbor criminals and traitors." The official seal below was of the Bakufu, signed by Nori Anjo, chief of the Roju. Hiraga was filled with surging fury, but it was icy and merely added more layers to that already within. "Those accursed Gai-Jin," he thought, "it is their fault. Because of them this happened. We will be revenged." Chapter 13. Sunday, the 28th of September. Malcolm Struan came out of sleep slowly, his senses probed, testing. He had always known much about mental pain, losing 2 brothers and a sister, the anguish caused by his father's drunkenness and ever-increasing rages, from impatient teachers, from his obsessive need to excel because one day he would be the Taipan, and from his nagging fear he would be inadequate, however much he prepared and trained, and hoped and prayed, and worked by day and by night, every day and every night of his life. No real childhood or boyhood like others. But now, as never before, he had to test the level of his awakening, to plumb the depth of what physical pain he had to endure today, as today's norm, disregarding the sudden, blinding spasms that arrived without warning or logic. Just a throbbing ache today, but better than yesterday. How many days from the Tokaido road? 16. 16th day. He allowed himself to become more awake, truly better than yesterday, eyes and ears open now, room steady in the early light, clear sky, light wind, no storm. 2 days ago the storm had ceased. It had blown for 8 days at typhoon strength, then vanished as quickly as it had arrived. The fleet standing off Yedo had scattered the first day, seeking safety at sea. Alone of all the warships, the French flagship had disengaged early, just making it back safely to Yokohama. No other ships had returned. No need to worry yet, but everyone watched the horizon uneasily, hoping and praying. During the gales here at Yokohama, a merchantman had been blown ashore, some buildings damaged, many cutters and fishing boats lost, havoc wrought in the village and Yoshiwara. Many tents in the military encampment on the bluff blown away, but no casualties there, or in the settlement. We were more than lucky, Struan thought, concentrating on the central problem of his universe. Can I sit up? A tentative, awkward attempt. Ay-ya! Pain, but not too bad. With both arms he pushed further, and now he was erect, his hands braced behind him. Bearable, better than yesterday. Waiting a moment, then leaning forward, carefully taking his weight off one arm. Still bearable. Weight off both arms. Still bearable. Taking care, he pulled the bedclothes off and cautiously tried to swing his legs to the floor, but he could not, the stabbing pain too great. A second try, again failure. Never mind, I'll try later. He lowered himself as gently as he could. When his weight was off his waist and on his back, he sighed with relief. Ay-ya! Patience, Malcolm, Babcock had said every day at every visit, 3 or 4 times daily. Sword patience. Quite right, too, but you really are doing fine. And when can I get up? Now, if you wish, but I wouldn't advise it. How long? Give it a couple of weeks. He had cursed openly, but in many ways he was glad for the reprieve. It gave him more time to consider how he was going to deal with being Taipan, with his mother, with Angelique, with McFay, and pressing business problems. What about the guns for Choshu? McFay had asked a few days ago. It'll be a huge continuing business. I've an idea. Leave it with me. Norbert will have sniffed these Choshus out long since, and he's bound to make them an undercutting offer. The hell with Norbert and Brock. Their contacts are not as good as ours, and Dmitri, Cooper Tillman, and most of the other American China traders are on our side. Except in Hawaii, McFay said sourly. In the last mail 10 days ago. No further news since then, and the bi-monthly steamer not expected for another 5 days, Tess Struan had written, The Victoria Bank has betrayed us. I believe they have been secretly supporting Morgan Brock in London with lavish letters of credit. With these, he has secretly bought out or bribed all our Hawaiian agents, cornering the whole sugar market, excluding us totally. Worse, though I've no proof, it's rumored that he has close contacts with the rebel president Jefferson Davis and his cotton plantation owners, proposing to barter the whole crop against cotton futures for English mills, a deal that would make Tyler and Morgan the richest men in Asia. This must not happen. I am at my wit's end. Jamie, what do you suggest? Give this dispatch to my son with the same urgent request for help. What's your suggestion, Jamie?
I don't have one, Mal. Taipan.
If the deal's done, the deal's done, and that's the end of it. See, it is. Could we intercept the cotton somehow? McFay had blinked.
Pirate it?
Struan had said levelly. If need be. Old man Brock would. He has in the past. That's one possibility. The cotton will all go in his ships. Second, our Navy breaks the Union blockade, and then we can all get all the cotton we want.
It could if we declare war on the Union. Unthinkable.
I don't agree. For God's sake, we should come in on Davis's side. Southern cotton's our lifeblood. Then they'll win, otherwise they won't.
Agreed, but we're equally dependent on the North.
How do we take away his ships? There must be a way to break the chain. If he can't move the cargo, he's bankrupt.
What would Dirk do?
Go for the jugular, Malcolm had replied at once.
Then that's what we have to find.
Where and what is it? He asked himself again, lying quietly on the bed, willing his brain to work clearly on this problem and all the others. Angelique? No, I'll think about her later. But I know I love her more every day. Thank God I can write letters now. Must write to Mother again. If anyone should know the jugular, it's her. Isn't Tyler Brock her father and Morgan her brother? But how dare she sneer at Angelique's family? Should I write to Angelique's father? Yes, but not yet. There's time enough. So much other mail to catch up on, books to order from England, Christmas not so far away, the Jockey Club charity ball in Hong Kong, Struan's annual ball to think about, meetings today, Jamie at least twice, Sarah Tard this afternoon. What does he want? What else is planned for today? Philip's coming to chat again after breakfast. Wait a minute, no, not today. Yesterday Sir William ordered him back to Yedo to prepare the legation for the meeting with the Council of Elders in 20 days. Will the meeting really take place, Sir William? He had asked when the minister had visited him. With the fleet no longer protecting the legation, and extensive, though not overtly hostile samurai activity all around them, after a few face-saving days, Sir William had considered it prudent to return to Yokohama, ostensibly to prepare for the delivery of the indemnity money. I think so, Mr. Struan. Perhaps not punctually, but yes, the ceremonial will happen approximately then, and we will have taken a real leap forward. If they produce the first payment of £5,000 as promised, well, that will be a very good indication. By the way, I understand you've a steamer due to leave today for Hong Kong. Could I prevail upon you to allow one of my staff and some urgent mail to go with her? My wife and 2 sons are expected soon, and I have to make plans. Of course, I'll mention it to Mr. McPhee. If you want a berth on any of our ships to meet them, just say the word. Thank you. I was planning 2 weeks' vacation when they arrive. One gets hidebound cooped up here, don't you think? Miss the bustle of Hong Kong. That's quite a city, though damned if the people at Whitehall appreciate it. Plenty of good roast beef, some cricket or tennis, the theatre or opera, and several days at the races would be most welcome. When will you return? When? News of our Tokaido disaster would have arrived almost a week ago, presuming the mail ship weathered the storm. Mother will have had a fit, though showing nothing to outsiders. Will she come here on the first available ship? Possibly, but there's HQ to look after, and Emma, Rose, and Duncan. With Father dead, me not there, 18 days is too long for her to be away. Even if she's already aboard, there's at least another 3 or 4 days to prepare my defences. Strange to consider her a possible enemy, if not enemy, no longer friend. Perhaps she's friend after all. She always has been, however distant, always attending Father with little time for us. Hello, my son. How could I ever be your enemy? He was astonished to see her standing by the bed, his father also, and this was strange because he remembered his father was dead, but it did not seem to matter. Quickly out of bed without hurt, and chatting with them happily in the cutter crossing Hong Kong harbour, storm clouds everywhere, both of them listening deferentially and approving his clever plans. Angelique sitting in the stern, her dress diaphanous, breasts beckoning, uncovered now, his hands there and lower, all uncovered now, her body writhing against his, hands caressing his face. "Malcolm!" He awoke with a start. Angelique was beside the bed, smiling at him, peignoir, blue silk, rich and discreet. The dream vanished, except the threat and promise of her body, ever pulsating in his subconscious. I was dreaming, my darling, but it was about you." "Oh, yes, what?" He frowned, trying to recollect. "I don't remember," he said, smiling up at her, "except that you were beautiful. I love your gown." She pirouetted gaily to show it off. "The tailor you asked Jamie to arrange made it. Mon Dieu, Malcolm. Me, I think he's marvelous. I ordered 4 dresses. I hope that's all right." "Oh, thank you." She bent down to kiss him. "Wait, Angelique, wait, just a second, look." Carefully he raised himself, dominating the pain, took both supporting hands away and held them out to her. "That's wonderful, chérie," she said, delighted, catching his hands. "Ah, Monsieur Struan, I think I'd better take care to be chaperoned all the time now, and never be alone with you in your bedroom." Smiling, she stepped closer, carefully put her hands on his shoulders, allowed his arms to go around her, and kissed him. Her kiss was light, promising, and avoided his need for more. Without guile, she kissed his ear, then straightened, allowing his head to rest against her breast, the intimacy pleasing her, and him very much. Soft silk there, with that uncanny, irreplaceable, special warmth. "Malcolm, did you really mean what you said about wanting to marry me?" She felt his arms tighten, and the wince of pain. "Of course, I've told you so many times. Do you think your parents, your mother, she will approve, yes?" "Oh, I do hope so." "Yes, oh yes, she will, of course she will." "May I write to Papa? I would like to tell him." "Of course, write when you wish. I will write too," he said throatily. Then, swamped by her affection, his need overcoming his discretion, he kissed the silk, then again harder, and almost cursed aloud as he sensed her retreat before it happened. "Sorry," he muttered. "No need for sorry, or any Anglo-Saxon guilt, my love. Not between us," she said gently. "I want you too." Then, following her plan, switched her mood, entirely in control, her happiness infectious. "Now I will be the nurse Nightingale." She plumped the pillows and began to make the bed neater. "Tonight is a French dinner, hosted by Monsieur Sarratar. Tomorrow night he has arranged a soirée. André Poncin is giving a piano recital of Beethoven. I prefer him so much to Mozart. Also Chopin, and a piece by a young man called Brahms." A church bell began, sounding the call to early service, almost immediately to be joined by others, sweeter and more melodious, from the Catholic Church. "There," she said, helping him lie back comfortably. "Now I will go for my toilette and return after Mass when you are toiletted." He held her hand. "Bathed. You're wonderful. I love—" Abruptly their eyes went to the door as someone tried the handle, but the bolt was on. "I did it when you were asleep." She chuckled like a little girl playing a game. Again the handle moved. "Servants always come in without knocking. They need to be taught lessons." "Massa!" the servant called out. "Tia!" "Tell him to go away and come back in 5 minutes." Struan, caught up in her pleasure, shouted the order in Cantonese, and they heard the man go off grumbling. She laughed. "You must teach me Chinese speaking." "I'll try." "What's I love you?" They don't have a word for love, not like us. A frown went across her face. "How sad." She slipped over to the door, unbolted it, blew him a kiss, and vanished into her own suite. Her bolt slid home. He watched the door, aching. Then he heard the bells change, becoming more insistent, reminding him. Mass. His heart twisted. Didn't think about that. She was Catholic. Mother's die-hard Church of England, twice on Sundays, father as well, us too, in procession along with every other decent family in Hong Kong. Catholic. Doesn't matter. I don't mind, I've got to have her, he told himself, his healthy, hungry, throbbing ache pushing the pain away. I must. That afternoon, the 4 perspiring Japanese porters put down the iron-banded chest, watched by 3 Bakufu officials of no import. Sir William, interpreters, an officer from the Army Accounting Department, the legation Schroff, a Chinese, and Vargas to check him.
They were in the main legation reception room, the windows open, and Sir William was hard put not to beam. Laboriously one of the officials produced an ornate key and unlocked the chest. Within were silver Mexican dollars, a few tail bars of gold, about 1 ounce and 1/3 in weight, and some of silver. Ask why the indemnity isn't all in gold as agreed.
The official says they could not obtain the gold in time, but these are clean Mex and legal currency, and will you please give him a receipt?
Clean coins meant those that were unshaved or unclipped, a common practice, and sloughed off onto the unwary.
Begin counting.
Happily his schroff tipped the contents onto the carpet. At once he spotted a clipped coin, Vargas another, and another. These were put to one side. Every eye stayed on the carpet, on the neatly stacked, growing piles of coins. £5,000 sterling was an immense sum when the salary of a full-time interpreter was £400 a year, and pay your own lodgings. A schroff, 100, though a good percentage of everything that passed through his hands would somehow stick there. A servant in London £20 a year, and all found, a soldier 5 pennies a day, a sailor 6, an admiral £600 a year. The counting was quickly done. Both schroffs checked the weight of each small bar of gold twice, then the weight of each of the stacks of chipped coins, then used an abacus to calculate the total against the current rate of exchange. Vargas said, "It comes to £4,084, 6 shillings and 7 farthings, Sir William, in clean coin, £520 in gold, £92.16 in clipped coins, for a grand total of £4,697, 2 shillings and 7 farthing."
"Sorry, 8 pence, massa."
The Chinese bowed and nodded his head, his pigtail long and thick, making the slight face-saving adjustment as agreed in advance with Vargas, deciding that the amount that his Portuguese counterpart had deducted for their fee, 2.5%, or £117, 8 shillings and 6 between them, was less than what he would have manoeuvred, but passable for half an hour's work. Sir William said, "Vargas, put it back in the chest, give them a receipt with a note that the underpayment will be added to the last instalment. Johann, thank them, and say we will expect the full amount in gold in 19 days. Johann obeyed. At once the other interpreter began a long statement.
"They now ask for an extension, sir, and—"
"No extension." Sir William sighed, dismissed the others, and prepared for another hour, closing his ears until he was astonished to hear Johann say,
"They've suddenly come to the point, sir. It's the Yedo meeting, sir. They ask that this be delayed another 30 days to make it 50 days from now. The exact words are, the Shogun will return from Kyoto then, and he has informed the Council of Elders to advise the foreign ministers that he would grant them an audience on that day."
To give himself time to think, Sir William called out, "Lun!" Lun appeared instantly. "Tea!" Within seconds the trays arrived, and cigars, snuff, and pipe tobacco. Soon the room was filled with smoke and everyone coughing, and all the time Sir William was considering options. First and foremost, I'm probably dealing with low-level officials, so anything agreed will be subject to further negotiation. Next, in any event, the 50 days will surely extend into 2 months, even 3. But if we have an audience with the ultimate power, of course, under British leadership, we will have taken a lasting step forward. Actually, I don't mind if the delay goes to 3, even 4 months. By then, I'll have Lord Russell's approval for war. Reinforcements will be en route from India and Hong Kong. The Admiral will have his damned authority and will have the forces to invest, hold, and fortify Yedo, if we have to. I could say, let us have the meeting as planned, and then the Shogun meeting. That would be best, but I feel they won't go against the mystical Shogun's wishes, and somehow they'll wheedle and twist and mesh us again. Johann said, "The spokesman says, as that's agreed, we will bid you farewell." "Nothing is agreed. A 30-day extension is not possible for many reasons. We have already arranged a date for the Council of Elders that will take place as planned, and then, 10 days later, we will be pleased to meet the Shogun." After an hour of sucked-in breaths, aghast silences, blunt Anglo-Saxonese, Sir William allowed himself to be whittled down and got his compromise position. The meeting with the Council of Elders to take place as planned, and the meeting with the Shogun 20 days after that. Once alone again with Sir William, Johann said, "They won't abide by it." "Yes, I know. Never mind." "Sir William,
My contract's up in a couple of months. I won't renew. Sir William said sharply, I can't do without your services for at least 6 months. It's time to go home. This place is going to be a bloodbath soon, and I've no want to have my head on a spike. I'll increase your salary by £50 a year. It's not the money, Sir William. I'm tired. 98% of all the talk is scheisse. I've no patience now to sift the kernel of wheat from the barrel of dung. I need you for these 2 meetings. They'll never take place. 2 months odd, then I'm off. The exact day is on the paper. Sorry, Sir William, but that's the end. And now I'm going to get drunk. He left. Sir William went across the hall to his office window and searched the horizon. It was nearing sunset now. No sign of any of the fleet. My God, I hope they're safe. Must keep Johann somehow. Tyra won't be ready for a year at least. Who can I get that I can trust? God damn it! Light from the dying sun illuminated the sparsely furnished room, not enough to see by, so he lit an oil lamp, adjusting the wick carefully. On his desk were neat piles of dispatches, his edition of All the Year Round, long since read from cover to cover, with all the newspapers from the last mail ship, several editions of Illustrated London News and Punch. He picked up the advanced copy of Turgenev's Fathers and Sons in Russian sent to him by a friend at the court of St. Petersburg, amongst other English and French books, started to read it, then distracted, put it aside, and began the second letter of the day to the governor of Hong Kong, giving details of today's meeting, and asking for a replacement for Johann. Lun came in silently, closing the door. Yes, Lun. Lun came up to his desk, hesitated, then dropped his voice. Massa, he said cautiously. Here, trouble soon, Yedo, big house, big trouble. Sir William stared up at him. Big house was what the Chinese servants called their Yedo legation. What trouble? Lun shrugged. Trouble. When trouble? Again Lun shrugged. Whiskey or water, here? Sir William nodded thoughtfully. From time to time Lun whispered rumours to him with an uncanny knack of being right. He watched him pad over to the sideboard and make the drink, just as he liked it. Philip Tyrer and the kilted captain were watching the same sunset from an upstairs window of the legation at Yedo, the usual groups of samurai stationed outside the walls and in all approaches up the hill. Dark reds and orange and browns on the empty horizon mixed with a strip of blue above the sea. Will the weather be good tomorrow? Don't know much about the weather here, Mr. Tyrer. If we were in Scotland, I could give you a wee forecast. The captain, a sandy-haired 30-year-old ramrod, laughed. Rain with scattered showers, but, okay, it's not so bad. I've never been to Scotland, but I will on my next leave. When do you go home? Maybe next year, or the year after. This is only my 2nd year. Their attention went back to the square. 4 Highlanders and a sergeant plodded up the hill through the samurai and entered the iron gates, returning from a routine patrol to the wharf where a detachment of marines and a cutter were stationed. Samurai were always in attendance, standing around, sometimes chatting, or in clusters near fires that they lit if it was cold, movement constant. No one, soldier or legation employee, had been prevented from leaving or entering, though all had passed through intense, always silent scrutiny. Excuse me, I'll see the sergeant, make sure our cutter's there, in case, and close down for the night. Dinner at 7 as usual? Yes. When he was alone, Tyrer stifled a nervous yawn, stretched, and moved his arm to ease the slight ache there. His wound had healed perfectly, no longer any need to use a sling. I'm bloody lucky, he thought, except for wee Willie. Damn the man for sending me here. I'm supposed to be training to be an interpreter, not a dog's body. Damn. And now I'll miss Andre's recital that I was so looking forward to. Angelique is certain to be there. Rumours of her secret betrothal had rushed around the settlement like a foehn wind, unsettling. Hints dropped to her or to Struan had brought forth neither denial nor confirmation, nor even a clue. In the club the betting was 2-1 that it was a fact, 20-1 that the marriage would never take place. Struan's as sick as a dog. She's Catholic, and you know his mum. For God's sake, Jamie. Taken. He's better every day, and you don't know him like I do. 10 guineas against 200. Charlie, what odds you give me? That one's up the spout. Oh, for God's sake. Angel tits into Doxy, for Christ's sake. 1,000 to 1. Done by God. A golden guinea. To Tyra and Paladar's disgust, the odds and bets, ever more personal and detailed, changed daily. The buggers here are a lot of gutter snipes. You're right, of course, Paladar, a scummy lot. With intense speculation going on about Struan and Angelique, there was more about the extent of the storm and the fleet, worse that it might be in dire trouble, and doom generally. Japanese merchants were more nervous than usual, too, whispering rumors of insurrections all over Japan against or for the Bakufu, that the mystical Mikado, supposed high priest of all Japanese, who held sway in Kyoto, had ordered all samurai to attack Yokohama. Poppycock, if you ask me, the Westerners told one another, but more and more guns were purchased, and even the two trader wives slept with loaded weapon beside their beds. Drunk Town was rumored to be an armed camp. Then, a few days ago, an act of war. An American merchantman, storm-battered, had limped into Yokohama, in the Shimonoseki Straits, inbound from Shanghai for Yokohama with cargo of silver, ammunition and arms, then onwards to the Philippines with opium tea and general trade goods. She had been fired upon by shore batteries. "The devil you were," someone called out over the explosion of anger in the club. "You're goddamn right we were, and us as peaceful as a buttercup. Those Choshu bastards were mighty accurate. What crazy bastard sold them goddamn cannon? Blow off our top-gallants before we knew what was happening and could take evading action. Sure, we returned their fire, but we've only got a couple of stinky goddamn 5-pounders that'd not give a body much cause to hiccup. We counted as many as 20 cannon. My God, 20 cannon and expert gunners could easily close Shimonoseki, and if that happens, we're in dead trouble. That's the quickest and only safe way here. Aye, the inland waters are a must, by God. Where the hell's the fleet? They could go and knock out those batteries. What about our trade? Aye, where's the fleet? Hope to God she's safe. And if she's not, Charlie will just have to send for another. Stupid people, Tyra thought. All they can think of is send for the fleet, boozing and money. Thank God the French admiral brought back André with him. Thank God for André, even though he's volatile and strange, but that's only because he's French. Thanks to him, I've already 2 exercise books crammed with Japanese words and phrases, my daily journal's chock-a-block with an abundance of folklore. I've a rendezvous with a Jesuit when we're again in Yokohama. Such marvelous progress, and so important for me to learn quickly, and that's without even thinking about the Yoshiwara. 3 visits, the first 2 guided, the third alone. André, I just can't tell you how much I appreciate all the time you've given me and all the help, and as to tonight, I can never repay you, never. That was after the first visit. Nervous, flushed, sweating, almost tongue-tied, but pretending to be manly, he had followed André out of the settlement at dusk, joining the jovial crowds of men Yoshiwara-bound, past the samurai guards, politely raising top hats and receiving perfunctory bows in return, across the bridge to paradise towards the tall gates in the enclosing wooden fence. Yoshiwara means place of reeds, André said expansively, both of them well lubricated with champagne that in Tyra's case had only increased his foreboding. It was the name of a district in Yedo, a reclaimed swamp, where the first ever fenced bordello area was decreed and built by Shogun Toranaga 2.5 centuries ago. Before that, bordellos were scattered everywhere. Since then, so we're told, all cities and towns have similar enclosures, all of them licensed and tightly controlled. By custom, many are called Yoshiwara. See those? Above the gate, a series of Chinese characters were etched elegantly into the wood. They mean, lust is pressing. Something must be done about it. Tyra laughed nervously. Many guards inside and outside the gate. Last night, when André had volunteered to escort him, they were in the club then drinking. He had mentioned a trader had told him the guards were there not just to keep the peace, but mostly to keep the whores from escaping. So they're really all slaves, aren't they? To his shock, he had seen Ponsin flush angrily. Mon Dieu, don't think of them as whores, or call them whores as we understand the word. They're not slaves. Some are indentured for a number of years, many sold by their parents at an early age, again for a number of years. But their contracts are Bakufu approved and registered. They're not whores, they're ladies of the willow world, and don't forget it. Ladies. Sorry, But André had paid no attention. Some are geishas, art persons, those trained to entertain you, sing and dance and play silly games, and are not forbidding. The rest, mon Dieu, I told you, don't think of them as whores. Think of them as pleasure women, trained to please, trained over many years. Sorry, I didn't know. If you treat them properly, they'll give you pleasure, almost any kind you want, if they want to, and if the money you give is correct. You give them money which has no significance, they give you their youth. It's an odd bargain. Andre had looked at him strangely. They give you their youth and hide the tears you cause. He quaffed his wine and stared at the cup, abruptly maudlin. Tyra remembered how he had quietly refilled their glasses, cursing himself for breaking the feeling of easy friendship, to him valuable friendship, swearing to be more cautious in future and wondering why the sudden fury. Tears? Their life isn't good, but even so it isn't always bad. For some it can be marvelous. The most beautiful and accomplished become famous. They are sought after by even the most important daimyo, kings, in the land. And they can marry in high places, marry rich merchants, even samurai. But for our ladies of the Willow World, who are just for us Gai-Jin, Andre had continued bitterly, there's no future but to open another house here, to drink sake, and employ other girls. Mon Dieu, treat them all properly, because once they're here, they're polluted in the eyes of all other Japanese. Sorry, how awful. Yes, no one understand. A burst of drunken laughter from the men around drowned him for a moment, the club filled, raucous and steaming. I tell you, these cretins don't care or give a damn, none of them, except Canterbury. He did. Andre had looked up from the dregs of his drink. You're young and unsullied, here for a year or two, and seem willing to learn, so I thought, there's so much to learn, so much good, he had said suddenly, and left. That was last night, and now they were within the Yoshiwara gate. Andre took out his small pistol. Philip, are you armed? No. Andre gave the pistol to the unctuous attendant, who gave him a receipt and put it with many others. No weapons are allowed within the fence. The same in all Yoshiwaras. Even samurai must give up their swords. On y va. Ahead of them now, on either side of the wide street and alleys leading off it, were lines of neat little houses, many for eating or just small bars, all built of wood with verandas and oiled paper shoji screens, and raised off the ground on low pilings. Everywhere color and sprays of flowers, noise and laughter and lanterns, candles and oil lamps. Fires, a huge hazard, Philip. This old place burned down the first year, but within the week was booming again. All the houses bore individual signs. Some had open doors and sliding shoji windows. Many girls were in them, ornately or demurely dressed in kimonos of varying quality, depending on the standing of the house. Other girls were promenading, some with colorful umbrellas, some attended by maids, paying little or no attention to the gawking men. Intermixed were vendors of all kinds and swarms of maids shouting the virtues of the houses in versions of pithy, raucous pidgin, and sounding over everything the happy banter of potential customers, most of whom were recognized and had their favored places. There were no Japanese except for guards, servants, porters, and masseurs. Never forget, Yoshiwaras are a place for joy, the pleasures of the flesh, eating and drinking as well, and that there's no such thing as sin in Japan. Original sin, any kind of sin. Andre laughed and led the way through the typically well-ordered crowd, except for a few brawling drunks who were quickly and good-naturedly pulled apart by huge expert bouncers, at once to be sat on stools and plied with more sake by the ever-attentive maids. Drunks are welcome, Philip, because they lose count of their money. But don't ever pick a quarrel with a bouncer. They're fantastically good at unarmed combat. Compared to our drunk town, this place is as well disciplined as the Regent's Promenade at Brighton. A boisterous maid caught Tyra's arm and tried to pull him into a doorway. Sake, hiya! Jig, plenty good, massa! Iye, domo, iye! Tyra burst out. No, thank you, no, and hurriedly caught up with Andre. My God, I had to really tug to get away. That's their job. Andre turned off the main street through a passageway between dwellings, down another, stopped at a seedy door set into a fence, a grubby sign above, and knocked. Tyra recognized the characters that Andre had written for him earlier. House of the Three Carp. A small grill slid back, eyes peered out. The door opened, and Tyra stepped into a wonderland. Tiny garden, oil lanterns and candlelight, glistening grey stepping stones in green moss, clusters of flowers, many small maples, blood-red leaves against more green, pale orange light coming from the half-obscured shoji, little bridge over a miniature stream, waterfall nearby. Kneeling on the veranda was a middle-aged woman, the Mama-san, beautifully attired and coiffured. "Bonsoir, Monsieur Furanso-san," she said, put both her hands on the veranda and bowed. Andre bowed back. "Raiko-san, konbanwa, ikaga desu ka?" "Good evening. How are you?" "Kore wa watashi no tomodachi desu, Taira-san." "This is my friend, Mr. Taira." "Aso desu ka, Taira-san." She bowed gravely. Awkwardly, Taira bowed, then she beckoned them to follow her. "She says Taira is a famous old Japanese name. You're in luck, Philip. Most of us go by nicknames. I'm Furanso-san, the nearest they can get to Frenchman." Taking off their shoes so as not to dirty the very clean and expensive tatami, then sitting awkwardly cross-legged in the room, André Poncin explained the tokonoma, the alcove for a special hanging scroll and flower arrangement, changed daily, guiding him to appreciate the quality of the shoji and woods. Sake arrived. The maid was young, perhaps 10, not pretty, but deft and silent. Raiko poured, first for André, then Taira, then herself. She sipped. André drained the tiny cup and held it out for more. Taira did the same, finding the taste of the warm wine not unpleasant, but insipid. Both cups were immediately filled and drained and refilled, more trays and more flasks. Taira lost count, but soon he was enveloped with a pleasing glow, forgot his nervousness and watched and listened, and understood almost nothing the other two said, just a word here and there. Raiko's hair was black and shining and dressed with many ornate combs, her face thick with white powder, neither ugly nor beautiful, just different, her kimono pink silk with interweaving green carp. A carp is koi, usually a sign of good luck, André had explained earlier. Townsend Harris's mistress, the Shimoda courtesan the Bakufu arranged to distract him, called herself Koi, but I'm afraid it didn't bring her luck. Oh, what happened? The story told amongst courtesans here is that he adored her, and when he left he gave her money, enough to set herself up. She was with him for about 2 years. Shortly after he returned to America, she just vanished, probably drank herself to death or committed suicide. She loved him that much. They say that in the beginning, when the Bakufu approached her, she adamantly refused to go with a foreigner, an unheard-of aberration. Don't forget he was the first ever to be actually allowed to live on Japanese soil. She begged the Bakufu to choose someone else, to allow her to live in peace. She said she would become a Buddhist nun. She even swore she would kill herself. But they were equally adamant, begging her to help them solve this problem of Gai-Jin, pleading with her for weeks to be his consort, wearing her down by what means, no one knows. So she agreed, and they thanked her, and when Harris left, they all turned their backs on her. Bakufu, everyone. Ah, so sorry, but any woman who has gone with a foreigner is tainted forever. How awful. Yes, in our terms, and so sad. But remember, this is the land of tears. Now she is legend, honored by her peers and by those who turned their backs because of her sacrifice. I don't understand. Nor do I, nor any of us, but they do. Japanese do. How strange, Taira thought again. Like this little house and this man and woman, chattering half in Japanese, half in pidgin, laughing one with the other, one a madam, the other a customer, both pretending they are something else, more and more sake. Then she bowed and got up and left. Sake, Philip. Thanks, it's quite nice, isn't it? After a pause, André said, You're the first person I've ever brought here. Oh? Why me? The Frenchman twisted the porcelain cup in his fingers, drained the last drop, poured some more, then began in French, his voice soft and filled with warmth. Because you're the first person I've met in Yokohama with... Because you speak French, you're cultured, your mind is like a sponge, you're young, not far off half my age, eh? You're 21, and not like the others, you're untainted, and you'll be here for a few years. He smiled, spinning the web tighter, telling only part of the truth, molding it. Truly, you're the first person I've met who, alors, even though you're English and actually an enemy of France, You're the only one who somehow seems to merit the knowledge I've acquired. An embarrassed smile. Difficult to explain. Perhaps because I've always wanted to be a teacher. Perhaps because I've never had a son, never married. Perhaps because soon I have to move back to Shanghai. Perhaps because we've enemies enough, and perhaps you could be a firm friend. I would be honored to be your friend, Tyler said at once, enmeshed and under his spell. And I really have always thought we should be allies, France and Britain, not enemies, and... The shoji slid back. Raiko, on her knees, beckoned Tyler. His heart surged. André Ponsin smiled. Just follow her, and remember what I told you. As in a dream, Philip Tyler got up unsteadily and padded after her down a corridor into a room, across it and along a veranda, into another empty room where she motioned him in, closed the shoji, and left him. A shaded oil lamp, charcoal brazier for warmth, shadows and darkness and patches of light, futons, small square mattresses, laid out as a bed on the floor, a bed for two, downy coverlets, two yukatas, wide-sleeved, patterned cotton gowns for sleeping in. Through a small door, a bathhouse, candle-lit, tall wooden tub filled with steaming water, sweet-smelling soap, low three-legged stool, diminutive towels, everything as André had foretold. His heart was beating very fast now, and he pushed his mind to remember André's instructions through the sake haze. Methodically, he began to undress, coat, waistcoat, cravat, shirt, woolen vest, each article meticulously folded and nervously placed in a pile. Awkwardly sitting, then pulling off his socks, reluctantly his trousers, and standing up once more. Only his woolen long-johns remained. Weaving a little, then an embarrassed shrug, and he took them off and folded them even more carefully. His skin prickled into goosebumps, and he walked into the bathhouse. There he scooped water from the barrel, as he had been told, and spilled it over his shoulders, the warmth pleasant. Another, and then the sound of the shoji opening, and he glanced around. "Christ almighty," he muttered. The woman was beefy, with huge forearms, her yukata brief, nothing under except a loincloth, and she strode purposefully towards him, with a flat smile, motioned him to squat on the stool. In absolute embarrassment he obeyed. At once she noticed the healing scar on his arm and sucked in her breath, said something that he could not understand. He forced a smile. "Tokaido." "Wakaremasu." "I understand." Then, before he could stop her, she poured water over his head, unexpectedly and not part of his forewarning, and began soaping and washing his long hair, then his body, her fingers hard, expert and insistent, but taking care not to hurt his arm. Arms, legs, back, front, then offering him the cloth and pointing between his legs. Still in shock, he cleansed those parts, meekly handed the cloth back. "Thank you," he muttered. "Oh, sorry, domo." More water took away the last of the soap, and she pointed to the tub. "Dozo, please." André had explained. "Philippe, just remember that, unlike with us, you have to be washed and clean before you get into the bath, so others can use the same water, which is very sensible. Don't forget, wood is very expensive, and it takes a long time to heat enough. So don't piss in it either, and don't think of her as a woman when you're in the bathhouse, just a helper. She cleans you outside, then inside, no?" Tyler eased himself into the tub. It was hot, but not too hot, and he closed his eyes, not wanting to watch the woman making the bath tidy. "Christ," he thought in misery, "I'll never be able to perform with her. André's made a vast mistake. But, well, I don't know how much I pay. Or do I give the girl the money first, or what?" "Mon Dieu, you should never actually give money to any girl, anywhere. That's the height of bad manners. Though you can barter savagely with the mama-san, sometimes with the girl herself, but only after tea or sake. Before you leave, you'd put it discreetly in a place she would see it. In the house of the Three Carp, you give no money. It's a special place. There are others like it. Only for special customers, one of which I am. They'll send you a bill 2 or 3 times a year. But listen, before we go there, you have to swear by God that you'll pay the bill the moment it's presented, and that you will never introduce anyone else there or talk about it." So he had sworn and promised, wanting to ask how much, but not daring to. "The bill, when does that come?" When it pleases the Mama-san. I told you, Philip, you can have pleasure the year round on credit under the correct circumstances. Of course, I'm surety for you. The warmth of the bath-water permeated him. He hardly heard her bustle out and then later bustle back again. Taira-san? Hi? Yes? She was holding up a towel. Curiously lethargic, he climbed out, his muscles drowsed by the water, and let her dry him. Once more, the special places he did himself, finding it easier this time. A comb for his hair. Dry-starched yukata, and she motioned him towards the bed. Again panic surged through him. Shakily he forced himself to lie down. She covered him, folded back the other coverlet, and again left. His heart was thundering, but lying down felt marvellous, the mattress soft and clean and sweet-smelling, feeling cleaner than he had felt for years. Soon he was calmer, and then the shoji opened and closed, and he was filled with utter relief, but no longer calm. The half-seen girl was tiny, willowy, pale yellow yukata, hair long and cascading. Now she was kneeling beside the bed. "Konbanwa, Taira-san, ikaga desu ka? Watashi wa Ako." "Good evening, Mr. Taira. Are you well? I am Ako." "Konbanwa, Ako-san. Watashi wa Philip Taira desu." She frowned. "Urifa?" She tried to say Philip several times, but could not, then laughed gaily, said something he did not understand, ending with Taira-san. He was sitting up now, watching her, heart-pounding, helpless, not attracted by her, and now she was pointing to the other side of the bed. "Dozo?" "Please, may I?" "Dozo." In the candlelight, he could not see her clearly, just enough to think that she was young. He estimated about his own age, that her face was smooth and white with powder, teeth white, red lips, hair shiny, nose almost Roman, eyes narrow ellipses, her smile kind. She got into the bed and settled herself, turned and watched him, waiting. His shyness and inexperience paralyzed him. Christ, how do I tell her I don't want her, don't want anyone now, that I can't, I know I can't, and it won't tonight, it won't, and I'll disgrace myself, and Andre, what can I tell him? I'll be a laughing-stock. Oh, Christ, why did I agree? Her hand reached out and touched his cheek. Involuntarily he shivered. Ako murmured sweet-sounding words of encouragement, but inside she was smiling, knowing what to expect from this child of a man, well prepared by Raiko-san. "Ako, tonight is a rare moment in your life, and you must remember every detail to regale us with at first meal. Your client is a friend of Frenchie, and unique in our world. He's a virgin. Frenchie says he is so shy you will not believe it, that he will be frightened, will probably weep when his honorable weapon fails him. He may even wet the bed in his frustrated excitement. But do not worry, dear Ako. Frenchie assures me you can deal with him in a normal way, and that you've nothing to worry about." "I never understand the Gai-Jin, Raiko-san." "Nor I. Certainly they are all peculiar, uncivilized, but fortunately most are pleasantly rich. It's our destiny to be here, so we must make the most of it. Very important. Frenchie says this one is an important English official, potentially a long-term customer, so make him experience the clouds and the rain one way or another, even if you have to use the ultimate." "Oh, cool. The honor of the house is at stake." "Oh, I understand. In that case, somehow I will." "I have every confidence, Ako-chan. After all, you have almost 30 years' experience in our willow world." "Is he like Frenchie in his tastes, do you think?" "That he enjoys his back part tickled, and occasionally pleasure pearls? Perhaps you should be prepared, but I asked Frenchie directly if the youth had the leanings towards liking men, and he assured me no. Curious that Frenchie chose our house to initiate a friend, instead of the others he now frequents." "The house was not to blame, never. Please don't think about it, Raiko-chan. I am honored that you have chosen me. I will do everything necessary." "Of course, when you think that the steaming stalks of Gai-Jin are usually much larger than civilized persons, that most Gai-Jin fornicate satisfactorily, though without the Japanese vigor, flair, and urge to plumb the limits, except for Frenchie, you would think they would be happier fornicators like normal persons. But they are not. They have so many cobwebs in their heads that somehow fornication is not our most heavenly pleasure, but some kind of secret religious evil. Weird." Experimenting now, Ako moved closer and caressed his chest, then shifted her hand lower, and was hard put not to laugh out loud as the youth jerked with fright. It took her a few moments to compose herself. "Taira-san?" she murmured. "Yes, hi, Ako-san?" She took his hand and placed it inside her yukata on her breast, leaned over and kissed his shoulder, forewarned to be careful of the wound in his arm that a courageous Shishi had given him. No reaction. Moving against him closer, whispering how utterly brave, how strong and manly, how fulsome the maid had described him and his flute. All the while patiently caressing his chest, feeling him shiver, but still no passion. Minutes passed, still nothing. Her concern grew, fingers soft as butterflies, and yet still he lay inert. Hands, lips, everything, gently caressing, careful to circle, no real intimacy yet. More minutes, still nothing. Her dismay mounted, fear that she might fail overlay her dismay, touching his ear with her tongue. Ah, a slight reward. Her name spoken throatily, and his lips kissing her neck. She thought, and relaxed, and put her lips around his nipple. Now it's only a matter of time to explode his virginity to the skies. Then I can order some sake and sleep till dawn, and forget that I am 43 and childless, and only remember that Raiko-san rescued me from the 6th-class house that my age and lack of beauty had relegated me to. Taira was idly watching the samurai in the legation square, the sun touching the horizon, his mind increasingly beset by Ako, then 2 nights later, Hamako, then her, Fujiko, the night before last. He felt himself hardening, and eased that part more comfortably, knowing that now he was inexorably caught in that world, the floating world, where, as Andre had told him, living was only for the moment, for pleasure, drifting with never a care like a blossom in the current of a calm river. It's not always calm, Philip. What's she like, Fujiko? Oh, haven't you seen her? Don't you know her? No. I only told Raiko-san the sort of girl you might like, the accent being on Sleeping Dictionary. How was she? He had laughed to cover his complete embarrassment and disquiet at being asked such a personal question so directly. But Andre had given him so much that he wanted to be French and forthright, so he put aside his misgivings that a gentleman should not discuss or disclose such personal information. She's younger than I am, small, tiny, in fact, not pretty in our terms, but she's astonishingly attractive. I think I understood her to say she was new there. I meant in bed, was she better than the others? Oh, well, there was no comparison. Was she more vigorous, sensuous, Well, yes, dressed or undressed, incredible, special. Again, I can't thank you enough. I owe you so much. De rien, mon vieux. It's true. Next time you'll meet her. Mon Dieu, no, that's a rule. Never introduce your special to anyone, least of all a friend. Don't forget, until you set her up in your own place, with you paying the bills, she's available for anyone with the money, if she wants. Oh, I'd forgotten, he had said, hiding the truth. Even if she's set up, she could still have a lover on the side if she wants. Who's to know? I suppose so. More anguish. Don't fall in love, my friend, not with a courtesan. Take them for what they are, pleasure persons. Enjoy them, like them, but don't love them, and never let them fall in love with you. Taira shivered, hating the truth, hating the idea of her being with another, and bedding as they had bedded, hating that it was for money, hating the ache that was in his loins. My God, she really was so special, lovely, liquid, a sweet chatterbox, gentle, kind, so young, and only in the house for such a short time. Should I set her up? Not should. Could I? I'm sure Andre has his own place with his special friend, though he's never said, nor would I ever ask. Christ, how much would that cost? Bound to be more than I could afford. Don't think about that now, or her. With an effort, he put his attention on the garden below, but the ache remained. Part of the Highland detachment were assembling around the flagstaff, the trumpeter and 4 kettle drummers already in position for the lowering of the flag. Routine, the motley group of gardeners were collecting by the gate to be counted and then dismissed. They grovelled their way through the gates and through the samurai and were gone. Routine. Sentries closed and bolted the iron gates. Routine. Drums and trumpets sounding as the Union Jack was slowly lowered. No sunsets on the British flag was British law throughout the world. Routine. Most of the samurai marching away now, leaving only a token force for the night. Routine. Taira shivered. If everything's routine, why am I so nervous? The legation gardeners trooped into their dormitory hovel that adjoined the other side of the Buddhist temple. None of them met Hiraga's gaze. All had been warned that their lives and the lives of all their generations depended on his safety.
"Beware of talking to strangers," he had told them. "If the Bakufu find you've harbored me, your reward will be just the same, except you will be crucified, not killed cleanly."
With all their abject protestations that he was safe, that he could trust them, Hiraga knew that he was never secure. Since the Anjo ambush 10 days ago, most of the time he had been at their Kanagawa safe house, the Inn of the Midnight Blossoms. That the attack had failed, and all but one of his companions killed, was karma, nothing else. Yesterday, a letter had arrived from Katsumata, the leading, though clandestine, Satsuma Shishi, now in Kyoto. "Urgent. In a few weeks, Shogun Nobusada will create an unheard-of precedent by coming here to pay the Emperor a state visit. All Shishi are advised to gather here at once to plan how to intercept him, to send him onwards, then to take possession of the palace gates." Katsumata had signed his codename, Raven. Hiraga had discussed what to do with Ori, then decided to return here to Yedo, determined to act alone to destroy the British legation, furious that the Council of Elders seemed to have been bamboozled and neutralized by the Gai-Jin.
"Kyoto can wait, Ori. We've got to press home our attack on the Gai-Jin. We must infuriate them until they bombard Yedo. Others can deal with the Shogun and Kyoto."
He would have brought Ori, but Ori was helpless, his wound worse, with no help from any doctor.
"What about your arm?"
"When it's unbearable, I'll commit seppuku," Ori had said, his words slurred from the sake he was using to dampen the pain. The three of them, he, Ori, and the Mama-san, having a final drink together. "Don't worry."
"Isn't there another doctor, a safe one?"
"No, Hiraga-san," the Mama-san, Noriko, said. She was a tiny woman of 50, her voice soft. "I even sent for a Korean acupuncturist and herbalist, both friends, but the poultices have been no value."
"There's the giant Gai-Jin."
"You're stupid," Ori shouted. "How many times must I tell you? This is a bullet wound, one of their bullets, and they saw me at Kanagawa." "Please excuse me," the Mama-san said humbly, her head to the tatami. "Please excuse this stupid person." She bowed again and left, but in her secret heart she was cursing Ori for failing to be a true shishi and not committing seppuku while Hiraga was here, the most perfect second a man could wish for, and so lessened the awful danger surrounding her and her house. News of the fate of the Inn of the 47 Ronin had rushed 50 ri and beyond, an outrageous retribution to kill all patrons, courtesans, and servants, and to spike the heads of the Mama-san. "Monstrous," she thought, inflamed. "How can a house forbid any samurai entrance, a shishi or not? In olden days, samurai killed much more than today, yes, but that was centuries ago, and mostly only when it was merited and not women or children. That was when the law of the land was just. Shogun Toranaga just, his son and grandson just, before corruption and dissipation became a way of life for descendant shoguns, daimyo, and samurai alike, who for a century and more have spread their rapacious taxations over us like pus. The shishi are our only hope. So no joy." "Anjo must die before we die," she said fervently, when Hiraga had at length returned safely 2 days after the attack. "We've been petrified you'd been caught and burnt with the others. It was all done on Anjo's orders, Hiraga-san, on his orders. In fact, he was returning from the inn when you attacked him near the castle gates. He had personally ordered and witnessed the executions, leaving men there in ambush in case all you shishi returned unawares." "Who betrayed us, Hiraga?" Ori had asked.
"The Mori samurai."
"But Akimoto said he saw them engulfed and killed."
"It must have been one of them. Did anyone else escape?"
"Akimoto. He hid out in another inn for a day and a night."
"Where is he now?"
Noriko said, "He's occupied. Shall I send for him?"
"No. Tomorrow I will see him."
"Anjo must pay in blood for the inn. That's against all custom."
"He will. So will the Roju. So will Shogun Nobusada. and so will Yoshi.
In his private quarters high up in the castle keep, Yoshi was composing a poem. He wore a blue silk kimono and sat at a low table, an oil lamp on it, and sheets of rice paper, brushes of different thicknesses, water to soften the block of jet ink that now had a tiny, inviting pool in the hollowed-out center. Twilight was becoming night. From outside, the hum of Yedo's million souls was ever present. A few houses on fire, as usual. From the castle below, the comforting, muted noise of soldiers, hooves on cobblestones, an occasional throaty laugh wafting upwards with the smoke and smells of the cooking fires through the decorative bowman openings in the vast walls, not yet shuttered against the night chill. This was his inner sanctum. Spartan. Tatamis, a tokonoma. The shoji door in front of him so positioned and lit that he could see the shape of any figure outside, but no one there could look within. Outside this room was a larger anteroom, with corridors leading off it to sleeping quarters, empty at present except for retainers, maids, and Koiko, his special favorite. His family, his wife, 2 sons and a daughter, his consort, and her son, were all safe and heavily guarded in his hereditary fortress castle, Dragon's Tooth, in the mountains some 20 ri northwards. Beyond this antechamber were guards and other rooms, with other guards, all sworn to his personal service. His brush dipped into the ink pool. He poised the point over the delicate rice paper, then wrote firmly, "Sword of my fathers, when in my hands, twists uneasily." The writing was in 3 short, flowing vertical lines of characters, strong where they should be strong, and soft where softness would enhance the picture that the characters made. Never a second chance to refine or change or correct even the slightest fault, the texture of the rice paper sucking in the ink at once to become indelibly a part of it, varying the black to grey depending how the brush was used and the amount of water therein. Coldly he scrutinized what he had done, the placement of the poem, and the whole picture that the shades of black calligraphy made within the expanse of white, the shape and the fluid, obscured clearness of his characters. "It's good," he thought without vanity. "I cannot do better yet. This is almost to the limit of my capability, if not at the limit. What about the meaning of the poem, how it should be read? Ah, that's the important question. That's why it is good. But will it achieve what I want?" These questions prompted him to review the shocking state of affairs here and at Kyoto. Word arrived a few days ago that there had been a sudden, bloody, but successful coup there by Choshu troops who had thrown out Satsuma and Tosa forces who had, for the last 6 months, held power there in an uneasy truce. Lord Ogama of Choshu now commanded the palace gates. At the hastily convened meeting of the council, tempers had flared, Anjo almost frothing with fury. "Choshu, Satsuma, and Tosa! Always those 3. They're dogs who must be crushed. Without them, everything would be in control." "True," Yoshi had said. "I tell you all, again, we must order our troops in Kyoto to put down the rebellion at once, whatever the cost." "No, we have to wait. We have insufficient forces there." Toyama, the old man, wiped his grizzled chin and said, "I agree with Yoshi-dono. War is the only way. We must declare Ogama of Choshu outlaw." "Impossible," Adachi had said querulously for himself and the last elder. "We agree with Anjo. We cannot risk offending all daimyos, encouraging them to mass against us." "We must act at once," he had repeated. "We must order our troops to retake the gates, put down the rebellion." "We have insufficient forces," Anjo had said stubbornly. "We will wait. Now is not the time." "Why won't you listen to my advice?" By now Yoshi was so angered that it almost surfaced. He had contained it with an effort, knowing that to rave and lose his temper would be a fatal error and turn them all permanently against him. Wasn't he the youngest, the least experienced, but the most qualified, with the most influence amongst daimyos who could, if he wished, alone amongst the elders, raise his standard and pitch the whole country into civil war, as had existed for centuries before the shogun Toranaga? Were they not all jealous and spitting when he was appointed guardian and an elder by imperial request, without consulting them, by whomever the Son of Heaven was manipulated? "I know I'm right. Wasn't I right about the Gai-Jin? I'm right about this."
The plan he had conceived, to remove the Gai-Jin and their fleet from Yedo to gain time to deal with their own internal problems, had been a perfect success. It was so simple. With great ceremony and a feigned humility, we give the Gai-Jin a pittance of a ransom, propose a future meeting with the council which will be delayed, and further delayed or cancelled, or even staged with puppets if need be, implying at the last moment, when their patience is at an end, that a meeting with the shogun when he returns is to be arranged, which can also be delayed, renegotiated, and delayed, and will never happen, or even if it does some time in the future, it will produce nothing we do not wish. We gained some of the time we needed, and discovered a permanent way of dealing with them. Use their impatience against them. Give them promises and lots of soup, but no fish, or at the most a few rotting pieces we don't need or want. They were satisfied. Their fleet sailed away into the storm and perhaps under the sea. None have returned yet. Old Toyama said, "The gods aided us with that storm. Again the divine wind, kamikaze wind, as they did against Kublai Khan's invading horde centuries ago. When we expel them, it will be the same. The gods will never forsake us." Adachi had been preening himself. "It's true I carried out our plan to perfection. The Gai-Jin were as docile as a fifth-rate courtesan. Gai-Jin are a saw that will never yield, while we are weaker in military power or wealth," Anjo said irritably, wringing his hands. "They are a saw that will not heal, not without burning it out. And we cannot do that yet, not without means to build ships and make cannon. We cannot be diverted and order troops to take the gates, not yet. They are not the immediate enemy, nor Choshu's. The immediate enemy is Sonojoy and Shishi dogs." Yoshi had noticed how very much Anjo had changed since the assassination attempt. Now he was far more irascible, stubborn. His resolve weakened, though his influence over the elders had not. "I don't agree, but if you think we have insufficient forces, let us order a general mobilization, and let us finish the outside lords and any who join them." Toyama said, "A war is the only way, Anjo-sama. Forget Shishi. Forget Gai-Jin for the moment. The gates. First we must repossess our hereditary rights." Anjo had said, "We will, at the right time. Next, the shogun's visit will go forth as planned." Over his further protests, Anjo had again carried the vote, 3-2, and in private had added malevolently, "I told you, Yoshi-dono, they will always vote with me. Shishi will never succeed against me, nor will you, nor will anyone. Even Shogun Nobusada. He is not an enemy, and he takes my advice." "And the Princess Yazu?" "She will obey. She will obey her husband." "She will obey her brother, the Emperor, until she dies." To his shock, Anjo had said with a twisted smile, "You propose an accident, eh?" "I propose nothing of the sort." Yoshi felt chilled, afraid the man was becoming too dangerous to leave alive, already too powerful to neutralize, too far-sighted, supported by a swarm of cohorts ready and able to swallow him up. A silhouette was approaching the door almost noiselessly. Without thinking, his right hand went to his long sword that lay beside him, even though he was sure he recognized her. The figure knelt. Delicate knock. "Yes?" She slid the door back, smiling, bowed, and waited. "Please come in, Koiko," he said, delighted with this unexpected visit, all his demons vanishing. She obeyed, closed the door, and ran over to him, her long, multi-patterned kimono sibilant, knelt again, and pressed her cheek to his hand, at once noticing the picture poem. "Good evening, sire." He laughed and gave her a tender hug. "To what do I owe this pleasure?" "I missed you," she said simply. "May I see your poem?" "Of course." As she studied his work, he studied her, a constant pleasure for him in the 34 days she had been here within the castle walls. Extraordinary clothes. Pure eggshell skin, shining raven hair that, when loosed, would reach to her waist. Delicate nose. Her teeth left white, as were his, and not blackened in court fashion. "Stupid! his father had said to him as soon as he could understand. "Why should we blacken our teeth just because it's a court custom, started by an emperor centuries ago whose teeth were old and rotting, who therefore decreed that dyed teeth were superior to having teeth like animals? And why use paints for our lips and cheeks, as some still do, because another wanted to be a woman and not a man, pretended to be one, and courtiers imitated him, her, to curry favor?" Koiko was 22 years old, Taiyu, the highest possible grade of geisha in the Willow world. Hearing whispers about her and curious, some months ago he had sent for her, enjoyed her company, and then, 2 months ago, had ordered her Mama-san to submit a proposal for her services. Correctly, the proposal had gone to his wife to deal with. His wife had written from Dragon's Tooth, their castle home. "Beloved husband, I have today concluded satisfactory arrangements with the Mama-san for the Taiyu, Koiko, of the House of Wisteria. Sire, we considered it is better to have her exclusivity than a first option on her services, and also safer, as you are surrounded by enemies. At your whim, the contract is renewable monthly, payment monthly in arrears to ensure that her services are maintained to the very high standard you should expect. Your consort and I are pleased that you have decided to have a toy. We were and are continually most concerned for your health and safety. May I compliment you on your choice? It is rumored that Koiko is rare indeed. Your sons are well and happy, and your daughter and myself. We send our everlasting loyalty and long for your presence. Please keep me closely advised, as I must direct our paymaster to set aside funds." Correctly, his wife had not mentioned the amount, nor would it concern him, for that was a prime wifely function, to manage and guard the family wealth and pay all bills. Koiko looked up. "Your poem is flawless, Yoshi-chan," she said, and clapped her hands, the chan, an intimate diminutive. "You're flawless," he said, hiding his pleasure at her judgment. Apart from her unique physical attributes, she was renowned in Yedo for the quality of her calligraphy, the beauty of her poems, and her shrewdness in art and politics. "I adore the way you write, and the poem, it is superb. I adore the complexity of your mind, particularly why you chose when, and not perhaps now, and twists, when a lesser man could use moves or the more blatant stirs, which would give it sexual overtones. But the placement of your final word, the final uneasily. Ah, Yoshi-chan, how clever to use that word last, an underneath word. Perfect. Your creation is superb and can be read 1,000 ways. And what do you think I'm saying?" Her eyes lit. "First tell me if you intend to keep it openly, secretly, or to destroy it." "What is my intention?" he asked, enjoying her. "If you keep it openly, or pretend to hide it, or pretend it's secret, you plan it to be read by others who one way or another will inform your enemies as you want. And what will they think? All but the cleverest will presume that your resolve is weakening. Your fears are beginning to overrun you. And the others?" Koiko's eyes lost none of their amusement, but he saw them pick up an added glint. "Of your chief adversaries," she said delicately. "Shogun Nobusada would interpret it that in your inner mind you agree with him that you are not strong enough to be a real threat, and he'll happily postulate it will become easier and easier to eliminate you the longer he waits. Anjo would be consumed with envy at your prowess as a poet and calligrapher, and would sneer at the uneasily, believing it to be unworthy and ill-chosen, but the poem would obsess him, worrying him, particularly if it was reported as a secret document, until he would have 88 inner meanings, all of which would increase his implacable opposition to you." Her openness dazzled him. "And if I kept it secretly?" She laughed. "If you wanted to keep it secret, then you would have burnt it at once and never shown it to me. Sad to destroy such beauty. So sad, Yoshi-chan, but necessary to a man in your position." "Why? It's just a poem." "I believe this one is special. It is too good. Such art comes from deep wells within. It reveals. Revelation is the purpose of poetry. Go on. Her eyes seemed to change color as she wondered how far she dared go, always testing intellectual limits, to entertain and excite her patron, if that was his interest. He noticed the change, but did not discern the reason. For example, she said easily, to the wrong eyes, it could be construed that your innermost thought was really saying, the power of my ancestor namesake, Shogun Toranaga Yoshi, is within my grasp, begs to be used. He watched her, and she could not read his eyes. He was thinking, all his senses shrieking danger. Am I so apparent? Perhaps this lady is too perceptive to keep alive. And the Princess Yazu, what would she think? She's the cleverest of all, Yoshi-chan, but then you know that. She would realize the meaning instantly, if you have a special meaning. Again her eyes could not be read. And if as a present to you? Then this unworthy person would be filled with joy to be given such a treasure, but in a quandary, Yoshi-chan. Quandary? It is too special to give or to receive. Yoshi took his eyes off her and looked at his work carefully. It was everything he desired. He could never duplicate it. Then he considered her with equal finality. He watched his fingers pick up the paper and hand it to her, closing the trap. Reverently she received the paper with both hands and bowed low. Intently she scrutinized it, wanting the whole of it to be put indelibly in her memory as the ink on the paper. A deep sigh. Carefully she held the corner near the oil flame. With your permission, Yoshi-sama, please, she said formally, looking at him, eye steady, hand steady. Why? He asked, astonished. Too dangerous for you to leave such thoughts alive. And if I refuse? Then please excuse me. I must decide for you. Then decide. At once she lowered the paper into the flame. It caught and flared up. Deftly she twisted it until only a tiny scrap was still burning, the ash still in one piece, carefully balanced it on another sheet until the flame died. Her fingers were long and delicate, fingernails perfection. In silence they folded the paper containing the ashes into an ogami and put it back on the table. The paper now resembled a carp. When Koiko looked up again, her eyes were filled with tears, and his affection went out to her. So sorry. Please excuse me, she said, her voice breaking, but too dangerous for you. So sad to have to destroy such beauty. I wanted so very much to keep it. So very sad, but too dangerous. Tenderly he took her in his arms, knowing that what she had done was the only solution for him and for her, awed by her insight in discerning his original intent, that he had planned to hide it, designed to be found and passed on to all those she named, particularly the Princess Yazu. Koiko's right. I can see that now. Yazu would have seen through my ploy and read my real thoughts, that her influence over Nobusada must vanish, or I am a dead man. Isn't that just another way of saying power of my ancestor? But for Koiko, I might have put my head on this spike. Don't cry, little one, he murmured, sure now that she could be trusted. And while she allowed herself to be gentled and then warmed, and then to warm him, she was thinking within her third heart, her most secret heart, the first for all the world to see, the second only open to innermost family, the third never, never, never revealed to anyone. In this secret place she was sighing silently with relief that she had passed another test, for test it surely was. Too dangerous for him to keep such treason alive, but much more dangerous for me to have it in my possession. Oh yes, my beautiful patron, it is easy to adore you, to laugh and play games with you, to pretend ecstasy when you enter me, and godlike to remember that at the end of each day, every day, I have earned 1 koku. Think of that, Koiko-chan. 1 koku a day for every day for being part of the most exciting game on earth, with the most exalted name on earth, with a young, handsome, astonishing man of great culture, whose stalk is the best I have ever experienced, and yet at the same time to earn more wealth than any ever before. Her hands and lips and body were responding adroitly, closing, opening further, receiving him, guiding him, helping him, an exquisitely fine-tuned instrument for him to play upon, allowing herself to brink, pretending ecstasy perfectly, pretending to plunge again and again, but never plunging, too important to retain her energies and wits, for he was a man of many appetites, enjoying the contest, never hurrying, but always pressing forward, now teetering him on the crevasse, letting him go and pulling him back, letting him go, pulling back, letting go, in a seizure of relief. Quiet now, his sleeping weight not unpleasant, stoically borne, careful not to move lest she disturb his peace, well satisfied with her art, as she knew he had been with his. Her last, most secret, exhilarating thought before drifting into sleep was, I wonder how Katsumata, Hiraga, and their Shishi friends will interpret Sword of My Fathers. Chapter 14. Kyoto, Monday, the 29th of September. A few miles south of Kyoto, in twilight, a vicious rearguard skirmish was in progress between fleeing Satsuma troops and Choshu forces of Lord Ogama, who had recently seized control of the palace gates from them. The Satsuma swordmaster, Katsumata, the secret Shishi, supported by 100 mounted samurai, was leading the fight to protect the escape of Lord Sanjiro and their main Satsuma force a few miles southwards. They were heavily outnumbered. The country was open, wind blustering with a heavy stench of human manure from the fields, and above an ominous build-up of storm clouds. Again Katsumata led a furious charge that broke through the forward ranks, towards the standard of the Choshu daimyo, Ogamo, also mounted, but they were forced back bloodily, with heavy losses as reinforcements rushed to protect their leader. "All troops advance!" Ogama shouted. He was 28, a heavy-set, angry man, wearing light bamboo and metal armor and war helmet, his sword out and bloodied. "Bypass these dogs! Go around them! I want Sanjiro's head!" At once aides rushed off to relay his orders. 3 or 4 miles away, Lord Sanjiro and the remnants of his force were hurrying for the coast and Osaka, 20-odd miles away, to seek boats to carry them home to the south island of Kyushu and the safety of their capital, Kagoshima, 400 sea miles southwest. In all there were about 800 fighters, well-equipped, and fanatic samurai desperate to rush back to join the fight, still smarting from their defeat and being forced out of Kyoto a week ago. Ogama had staged a sudden night attack, ringing their barracks and setting fire to the buildings, abrogating the solemn agreements between them. With many losses, the Satsumas had fought their way out of the city to the village of Fushimi, where Sanjiro angrily regrouped, Choshu detachments dogging them. "We are trapped," one of his captains said. "Lord, I propose an immediate counterattack towards Kyoto." Katsumata said emphatically, "Too dangerous, too many troops against us. They will overwhelm us. Sire, you will alienate all daimyos and further frighten the court. I propose you offer Ogama a truce, if he allows an orderly withdrawal." "On what grounds?" "As part of the truce, you accept that his forces will be custodians of the gates. His forces, not the Tosa, and that will sow further dissension between them." "I cannot accept that," Sanjiro had said, shaking with rage that Ogama had duped him. "Even if I did, he will not consent. Why should he? We are in his grasp. He can piss all over us. If I were him, I would fall on us here before midday." "Yes, Lord, he will, unless we forestall him." "We can, by this ruse. He's not a real fighter like you. His troops are not filled with zeal like ours, nor are they as well trained. He only succeeded against us because he fell on us by night in a filthy betrayal. Remember, his alliance with the Tosa is precarious. He must consolidate his hold of the gates, and has insufficient troops to meet every problem for the next few weeks. He has to organize and get reinforcements without provoking opposition. And soon the Bakufu must come back in force to take back the gates, as is their right." By Toranaga edict, All daimyos visiting Kyoto were limited to 500 guards, all of whom had to live under severe restrictions in their own fief barracks, built by decree without defences. The same edict allowed shogunate forces to number more than all the others together. Over the centuries of peace, the Bakufu had allowed these laws to languish. In recent years, Tosa, Choshu, and Satsuma's daimyos, depending on personal strength, had twisted the bureaucracy to increase their numbers until forced to send the added warriors home.
Ogama is not a fool. He will never let me escape, Sanjiro said. I would spike him if I had him trapped.
He is not a fool, but he can be manipulated. Then Katsumata dropped his voice.
Added to the gates, you could agree that, if or when there is a convention of daimyos, you would support his claims to head the Council of Elders.
Sanjiro exploded.
Never. He has to know I would never agree to that. Why should he believe such nonsense?
Because he is Ogama. Because he has fortified his Shimonoseki Straits with dozens of cannon from his not-so-secret Dutch-built weapons factory, and believes, therefore, rightly, he can stop Gai-Jin ships from using it at his whim, yet still be safe against them. That he alone, he thinks, can put into practice the Emperor's wish to expel the Gai-Jin. That he alone can restore the trappings of power to the Emperor. Why shouldn't he claim the big prize? Tyro. Dictator.
The land will be torn apart before that.
The last reason he would welcome a possible truce is because, sire, never before has he possessed the gates. Isn't he an upstart, a usurper? Isn't his line ordinary? Katsumata said with a sneer. Not ancient or exalted like yours. A further reason, he will accept the truce you offer because you will offer it to be permanent. In the rumble of astonished, angry opposition, Sanjiro had stared at his counselor, astounded at the vast range of concessions Katsumata proposed. Not understanding, but knowing Katsumata too well, he dismissed the others.
What is behind all this? He asked impatiently. Ogama must know any truce is only good until I am safe behind my mountains, where I will mobilize all Satsuma, and then march on Kyoto to repossess my rights, avenge the insult, and take his head. Why such a nonsense from you?
Because you are in mortal danger like never before, sire. You are trapped. There are spies amongst us. I need time to organize boats in Osaka, and I have a battle plan. At length, Sanjiro had said,
Very well. Negotiate.
The negotiations had so far lasted 6 days. During this time, Sanjiro placidly stayed at Fushimi, but with spies on all roads to and from Kyoto. As a measure of mutual trust, Sanjiro had agreed to move into a less defensible position, and Ogama had withdrawn all but a token force athwart the escape route. Then both waited for the other to make a mistake. With supreme power in Kyoto, however tenuous, Ogama, supported by more than 1,000 samurai, seemed to be content to tighten his grasp on the gates, cultivating daimyos and, more particularly, courtiers who were sympathetic. These Ogama persuaded to approach the Emperor, asking him to request the immediate resignation of Anjo and the Council of Elders, to convene a convention of daimyos who would be given the power to appoint a new Council of Elders, with himself as Tairo, who would rule until Shogun Nobusada became of age, and at one stroke replacing all Toranaga adherents in the Bakufu. To Ogama's delight, he was told the news of his cannons firing on Gai-Jin ships had greatly pleased the Emperor, and that, together with Sanjiro's proffered truce and extraordinary concessions, had further bolstered his influence at court.
The truce is accepted, he had imperiously told Katsumata yesterday. We will ratify the agreement 7 days from now here in my headquarters. Then you can retire to Kagoshima.
But this morning had come the astonishing word of Shogun Nobusada's proposed visit. At once Sanjiro sent for Katsumata.
What could possess Anjo and Yoshi to agree? Are they mad? Whatever happens, they lose.
I agree, sire. But this makes your position even more dangerous. With Ogama holding the gates, therefore access to the Emperor, Any enemy of Ogama's is an enemy of the Emperor.
Obvious. What can I do? What do you suggest?
Immediately send Ogama a letter suggesting a meeting in 3 days to discuss the ramifications of the visit. He must be as astonished as any daimyo. Meanwhile, tonight after dark we implement the battle plan.
We can't escape without Ogama knowing. There are spies all around us, and his troops within easy distance. The moment he hears we're breaking camp, he will fall on us.
Yes, but we leave the camp exactly as it is, taking only our weapons. I can outmaneuver him. I know him.
Angrily, Sanjiro had said, If that is so, why didn't you sniff out the surprise attack, eh?
Oh, but I did, Katsumata could have said. But it suited me better that Ogama temporarily hold the gates. Didn't we escape his trap without much trouble? Ogama will never be able to deal with the court, hostile daimyos, the Tosa, Shogun Nobusada's visit, or the Princess Yazu. Not that Nobusada will arrive. Ogama will be held responsible for his death also. So sorry, sire, he had said, pretending an apology. I am finding out why your spies failed you. Heads will roll.
Good.
Soon after dark, Katsumata sent specially trained men who quietly decimated the unsuspecting Choshu troop, spying on them. Then, following Katsumata's battle plan, except for him and his 100 cavalry, Sanjiro and the regiment hurried south with orders to leave 100 men every 3 ri to join up with him as he fell back, following them. Confidently, Katsumata settled into ambush across the Kyoto road. He was sure that he could survive until dawn, enticing the Choshu into a running fight, when they would probably break off the fight and return to Kyoto to reinforce their position there, leaving only a token force in pursuit. Rumors were rife that Ogama's alliances were already falling apart, the rift widened by lies spread by Katsumata's covert allies. He had been astonished to find Ogama leading the chase, and that they had caught up with them so quickly. Karma. "Attack!" Katsumata shouted, and again he whirled his horse from feigned flight. At once his seemingly scattered cavalry joined into violent phalanxes, and burst through their opponents, who were sent reeling back in disorder, the cold, wet air heavy with the smell of sweat and fear and blood burning in his nostrils. Men died to the left and right, his and theirs, but he fought his way through, and now the path was almost clear to Ogama, but once more he was foiled, so he broke off and fled, really retreated this time, those alive following him. Of the 100, only 20 remained. "Bring up our reserve, 500 koku for Katsumata's head," Ogama shouted. 1,000 for Lord Sanjiro. "Sire," one of his most experienced captains was pointing upward. Unnoticed in the excitement, the storm clouds had taken most of the sky, and threads reached out for the moon. "So sorry, but the road back to Kyoto is difficult, and we don't know if those cunning dogs have another ambush waiting." Ogama thought a moment. "Cancel the reserve. Take 50 horsemen and harry them to death. If you bring me either head, I will make you a general, with 10,000 koku. Break off the battle." Instantly his captains hurried away, shouting orders. Ogama sourly peered into the gathering dark, where Katsumata and his men had vanished. "By my ancestors," he muttered, "when I'm Tairo, Satsuma will be a Choshu protectorate. The treaties will be cancelled, and no Gai-Jin ship will ever pass my straits." Then he turned his horse and, with his personal guards, spurred gladly for Kyoto and destiny. That same evening, in the French legation at Yokohama, the party and recital Seratad had arranged in Angelique's honor was a great success. The chef had surpassed himself. Fresh bread, platters of stewed oysters, cold lobster, shrimps and prawns, baked local fish spiced with ginger and garlic, served with leeks from his own garden, and tarte aux pommes, the dried apples from France, only used on special occasions, champagne, la doucette, and a margot from his home village, of which he was very proud. After dinner and cigars, great applause had heralded André Poncin, an accomplished though reluctant pianist, more applause after each piece, and now, almost midnight, and after 3 encores there was a standing ovation, as the last lovely chord of a Beethoven sonata died away. "Marvelous! Superbe! Oh, André, Angelique said breathlessly in French from her place of honor near the piano, her mind cleansed of the lurking misery by his music. "It was beautiful. Thank you so very much." Her fan fluttered charmingly, eyes and face perfection, new crinoline over hooped petticoats, low cut, shoulders bare, the fine green silk cascading in gathered tears, accentuating her wisp of waist. "Merci, mademoiselle," Poncin replied. He got up and raised his glass, his eyes barely veiled. "À toi." "Merci, monsieur," she said, then once more turned back to Sarratar, surrounded by Norbert Greyforth, Jamie McFay, Dimitri, and other traders, everyone in evening dress with ruffled silk shirts, vivid waistcoats, and cravats, some new but most old, crumpled and hastily pressed because she was to be there. Some French army and naval officers, uniforms heavy with braid, dressed swords added to the unaccustomed splendor, British military equally like peacocks. Two of the other 3 women in the settlement were in the crowded oil and candle-lit room, Mabel Swan and Victoria Lunkchurch, both stout, in their early 20s and childless, wives of traders, both cross-eyed with jealousy, their husbands tethered sweatily beside them. "'Tis time, Mr. Swan," Mabel Swan said with a sour sniff. "Yes, prayers in bed with a nice English cup of tea." "If you're tired, my dear, you and Vic—" "Now?" "Thee too, Barnaby," Victoria Lunkchurch said, her Yorkshire accent as heavy as her hips. "And put dirty thoughts out of thy head, lad, afore I belt thee proper." "Who? Me? What thoughts?" "Those thoughts, thee and that foreign baggage there, may God forgive thee," she said with even more venom. "Out!" No one missed them or knew they had left. All were concentrating on the guest of honor, trying to get nearer, or if they were within the circle, to stop being elbowed out. "A splendid evening, Henri," Angelique was saying. "It's only because of you. By gracing us, you make everything better." Sarratar mouthed gallant platitudes while he was thinking, "What a pity you're not already married, and therefore ripe for a liaison with a man of culture. Poor girl, to have to endure an immature bovine Scot, however rich. I would like to be your first real lover. It will be a joy to teach you." "You smile, Henri?" she said, suddenly aware that she had better be careful of this man. "I was just thinking how perfect your future will be, and that made me happy." "Ah, how kind you are." "I think that, Miss Angelique, if I may be so bold, we're having a race meet this Saturday." Norbert Greyforth broke in, furious that Sarratar was monopolizing her, disgusted that the man had the rudeness to speak French which he did not understand, detesting him and everything French, except Angelique. There's going to be a new race in your honor. We've decided to call it the Angel Cup, eh, Jamie?" "Yes," Jamie McFay said, both of them stewards of the Jockey Club, equally under her spell. We decide that it will be the last race of the day, and Struans are providing prize money, 20 guineas for the cup. You'll present the prize, Miss Angelique?" "Oh, yes, with pleasure, if Mr. Struan approves." "Oh, yes, of course." McFay had already asked Struan's permission, but he and every man within hearing wondered about the implications of that remark, though all bets against an engagement were off. Even in private, Struan had given him no clue, though McFay had felt duty-bound to report the rumours. "None of their rotten business, Jamie. None." He had agreed, but his disquiet increased. The captain of an incoming merchantman, an old friend, had slipped him a letter from Malcolm's mother, asking for a confidential report. "I wish to know everything that has happened since this Richaud woman arrived in Yokohama, Jamie. Everything. Rumour, facts, gossip, and I need not stress that this is to be a serious secret between us." Bloody hell, Jamie thought. I'm committed by holy oath to serve the Taipan, whoever he is, and know his mother wants. But then a mother has rights, doesn't she? Not necessarily, but Mrs. Struan has, because she's Mrs. Struan, and, well, you're used to doing what she wants. Haven't you done her bidding, her requests and suggestions for years? For the love of God, stop fooling yourself, Jamie. Hasn't she truly been running Cullum and Struan's for years? And neither you nor anyone else has ever wanted to face the fact openly. That's right, he muttered. shocked by the thought he had been afraid to bring to the front of his mind. Suddenly uncomfortable, he hastily covered his lapse, but everyone was still concentrating on Angelique. Except Norbert. "What's right, Jamie?" he asked under the buzz of conversation, his smile flat.
"Everything, Norbert. Great evening, eh?"
To his great relief, Angelique diverted them both. Good night, Henri, gentlemen," she said over general protests. "I'm sorry, but I must see my patient before I sleep." She held out her hand. With practiced elegance, Sarratar kissed it. Norbert, Jamie, and the others awkwardly, and before anyone else could volunteer, André Ponsin said, "Perhaps I may escort you to your home." "Of course. Why not? Your music transported me." The night was cool and overcast, but pleasant enough, her woolen shawl decoratively around her shoulders, the bottom ruffle of her wide-hooped skirt dragging carelessly in the dirt of the wooden sidewalk, so necessary during the summer rains that transformed all roads into bogs. Only one small part of her mind dragging with it. "André, your music is wonderful. Oh, how I wish I could play like you," she said, meaning it. "It's only practice, just practice." They strolled along towards the brightly lit strewn building, speaking companionably in French. André very aware of the envious glances of the men streaming across the street to the club, boisterous, packed, and inviting, warmed by her, not with lust or passion or desire, just with her company, and happy chattering that hardly ever required an answer. Last night, at Sarratard's French dinner in a private room in the Yokohama hotel, he had sat beside her and found her youth and seeming frivolity refreshing, her love and knowledge of Paris, the restaurants, theatres, the talk of her young friends, laughing about them and strolling or riding in the Bois, all the excitement of the Second Empire filling him with nostalgia, reminding him of his university days and how much he, too, missed home. Too many years in Asia, China, and here. Curious, this girl is so much like my own daughter. Marie's the same age, birthday's the same month, July, same eyes, same coloring. He corrected himself. Perhaps like Marie. How many years since I broke with Françoise, and left the two of them in her family pension, near the Sorbonne I boarded in. 17. How many years since I last saw them? 10. Merde. I should never have married Françoise, enceinte or not. I was fool, not her. At least she remarried and runs the pension. But Marie... The sound of the waves took his vision to the sea. A stray gull cawed overhead. Not far offshore were the riding lights of their anchored flagship, and that broke the spell, reminding him and concentrating his mind. Ironic. This slip of a girl now becomes an important pawn in the great game. France versus Britain. Ironic, but life. Do I leave it until tomorrow or the next day, or deal the cards as we agreed, Henri and I? Ah, she was saying, her fan fluttering, I feel so happy tonight. André, your music has given me so much, has taken me to the opera, has lifted me until I can smell the perfume of Paris. In spite of himself, he was beguiled. Is it her? Or because she reminds me of what Marie might have been? I don't know. But never mind, Angelique. Tonight I'll leave you in your happy balloon. Tomorrow is soon enough. Then his nostrils caught a suggestion of her perfume, Vie de Camille, reminding him of the phial he had acquired from Paris, with such difficulty for his musume, Hannah, the flower, and sudden rage swept away his impulse to kindness. There was no one within hearing distance, most of the high street empty. Even so, he kept his voice down. Sorry to tell you, but I've some private news you should have. There's no way to break it easily, but your father visited Macau some weeks ago and gambled heavily, and lost. He saw the swift pallor. His heart went out to her, but he continued as he and Sarratar had planned. Sorry. Heavily? André, what does that mean? The words were barely audible, and he saw her staring at him wide-eyed, rigid in the lee of a building. He has lost everything, his business, your funds. She gasped. Everything? My funds too? But he can't. Sorry, he can, and has. He's within the law. You're his daughter, an unmarried woman, apart from being a minor. He's your father with jurisdiction over you and everything you possess. But of course you know that. Sorry. Do you have other money? He asked, knowing she did not. Sorry? She shivered, and fought to make her mind work clearly. The suddenness of knowing that the second of her great terrors was now a reality, and common knowledge, tore asunder her carefully self-generated cocoon. How do you know all this? She stammered, groping for air. My funds are mine. He promised. He changed his mind, and Hong Kong's a village. There are no secrets in Hong Kong, Angelique. No secrets there, or here. Today a message arrived from Hong Kong, couriered from a business partner. He sent the details. He was in Macau at the time and witnessed the debacle. He kept his voice friendly and concerned, as a good friend should be, but telling only half the truth. He and we own some of your father's paper, loans from last year, and still unpaid. Another fear slashed into her. My father doesn't pay his bills? No, I'm afraid not. In anguish she was thinking of her aunt's letter, and knew for certain now that her uncle's loan had not been repaid either, and he was in jail because— perhaps because of me, she wanted to shout, trying to keep her balance, wishing this was all a dream. Oh God, what am I going to do? I want you to know, if I can help. Please tell me. Abruptly her voice became shrill. Help me? You've destroyed my peace, if what you say is true. Help me? Why did you tell me this now? Why, when I was so happy? Better you should know at once. Better I tell you than an enemy. Her face twisted. Enemy? What enemy? Why should I have enemies? I've done nothing to anyone, nothing. The tears began flooding. In spite of himself, he held her for a moment, compassionately, then put both hands on her shoulders and shook her. Stop it, he said, letting his voice sharpen. My God, stop it. Don't you understand? I'm trying to help you. Several men were approaching on the other side of the street, but he saw that they were weaving and concerned only with themselves. No one else nearby, only men making for the club well down the street behind him, he and she protected by the building's shadow. Again he shook her, and she moaned, You're hurting me. But the tears ceased, and she came back to herself. Partly to herself, he thought coldly, the same process repeated 100 times before, with varying degrees of twisted truths and violence, with other innocents he needed to use for the betterment of France, men so much easier to deal with than women. Men you just kicked in the walls, or threatened to cut them off, or stuck needles. But women, distasteful to treat women so. You're surrounded by enemies, Angelique. There's many who don't want you to marry Struan. His mother will fight you every way I've never said we were going to be married. It's our rumor, that's all. Merde, of course it's true. He's asked you, hasn't he? He shook her again, his fingers rough. Hasn't he? You're hurting me, Andre. Yes, he's asked me. He gave her a handkerchief, deliberately more gentle. Here, dry your eyes. There's not much time. Meekly she obeyed, began to cry, stopped herself. Why are you so awful? I'm the only real friend you have here. I'm truly on your side, ready to help, the only real friend you can trust, and the only friend you have, I swear it, the only one who can help you. Normally he would add fervently, I swear by God, but he judged her hooked, reserving that for later. Better you hear the truth secretly. Now you've time to prepare. The news won't arrive for at least a week. That gives you time to make your betrothal solemn and official. What? Struan's a gentleman, isn't he? With an effort he covered the sneer. A Scottish, British gentleman. Aren't they proudly men of their word, eh? Once the promise is public, he can't withdraw whether you're a pauper or not. Whatever your father has done, whatever his mother says. I know, she wanted to scream, but I'm a woman and I have to wait. I've been waiting, and now it's too late. Is it? Oh, Blessed Mother, help me. I don't think Malcolm will blame me for my father, or listen to his mother. I'm afraid he has to, Angelique. Have you forgotten Malcolm Struan is a minor, too, however much he's Taipan? His 21st birthday's not till May next year. Until then she can put all sorts of legal restraints on him, even annul a betrothal under English law. He was not completely sure of this, but it sounded reasonable, and was true under French law.
She could put restraints on you, too. Perhaps take you to court, he added so sadly. Struans are powerful in Asia. It's almost their domain. She could have you hauled into court. You know what they say about the judges, any judges, eh? She could have you dragged before a magistrate, accuse you of being a coquette, a deceiver, just after his money, or worse. She could paint a nasty picture to the judge. You in the dock and defenseless, your father a gambling bankrupt, ne'er-do-well, your uncle in debtor's prison, you penniless and adventuress.
Her face became haggard.
How do you know about Uncle Michel? Who are you?
There are no tricks, Angelique, he said easily. How many French citizens are in Asia? Not many, none like you, and the people like to gossip. Me, I'm André Ponsin, China trader, Japan trader. You've nothing to fear from me. I want nothing but your friendship and trust and to help.
How? I'm beyond help.
No, you're not, he said softly, watching her carefully.
You love him, don't you?
You would be the best wife a man can have, given the chance, wouldn't you?
Yes, of course.
Then press him, beguile him, persuade him any way you can to make your betrothal public. I can guide you, perhaps. Now at last he saw that she was really hearing him, really understanding him. Gently he delivered the coup de grace. A wise woman, and you are as wise as you are beautiful, would get married quickly. Very quickly. Struan was reading, the oil lamp on the table beside his bed giving enough light, the door to her room ajar. His bed was comfortable, and he was engrossed in the story, his silken nightshirt enhancing the color of his eyes, his face still pale and thin with none of its former strength. On the bedside table was a sleeping draught, his pipe and tobacco and matches and water laced with a little whiskey. "Good for you, Malcolm," Babcock had said. "It's the best nighttime medicine you could have, taken weak. Better than the tincture. Without that, I'm awake all night and feel dreadful. It's 17 days now since the accident, Malcolm. It's time to stop, really to stop. Not good to rely on medicine to sleep. Best we stop it for good."
"I tried that before and it didn't work. I'll stop in a day or two."
Curtains were drawn against the night, the room cozy, the tick-tock of the ornate Swiss timepiece peaceful. It was almost 1 o'clock, and the book, The Murders in the Rue Morgue, was one that Dmitri had loaned him this morning, saying, "Think you'll like it, Malk. It's what they call a detective story. Edgar Allan Poe's one of our best writers. Sorry. Was. He died in 49, the year of the gold rush. Have a collection of his books and poems, if you like this one."
"Thanks, you're very kind. Good of you to drop by so often. But why so glum today, Dmitri?"
"News from home is bad. My folks. It's all bad, Malk. All mixed up. Cousins, brothers, uncles on both sides. Hell, you don't want to hear about that. Listen, I've lots of other books, a whole library, in fact."
"Go on about your family, please," he had said, the pain of the day beginning. "Really, I'd like to hear."
"All right, sure. Well, when my granddaddy and his family came over from Russia, from the Crimea—"
"Did I tell you our family were Cossacks?
They settled in a little place called Far Hills in New Jersey, farmed there till the War of 1812. My granddad was killed in it. Great place for raising horses, too, and we prospered. The family stayed in New Jersey mostly, though 2 of his sons moved south to Richmond, Virginia. When I was in the Army, 15-odd years ago, it was just the Union Army then, not North or South. I joined the cavalry and stayed for 5 years, spent most of my time in the South and West, the Indian Wars, if you could call them that. Spent part of the time in Texas, a year, while it was still a republic, helping them blow off their Indians. Then a couple after she joined the Union in 45, we were stationed out of Austin. That's where I met my wife, Emily. She also comes from Richmond. Her pa was a colonel in supplies. My, that's pretty country around Austin, but more so all around Richmond. Emily,
can I get you anything?"
No thanks, Dmitri. The pain will pass. Go on, will you? Your talking helps me a lot." "Sure, all right. My Emily Clem was her name. She was a distant cousin of Poe's wife, Virginia Clem, which I didn't find out till later, but which is why I have a collection of his works." Dmitri had laughed. "Poe was a great writer, but a bigger drunk and coxman. Seems like all writers are bums, drunks, and/or fornicators. Take Melville. Maybe that's what makes them writers. Me, I can't write a letter without sweating. How about you?
Oh, I can write letters. Have to, and keep a journal like most people. You were saying about this Poe.
I was going to tell you he married Virginia Clem when she was 13. She was also his cousin. Imagine that. And they lived happily ever after, but not very, if what was reported in the newspapers and gossip was true. He was a randy son of a bitch, though she didn't seem to mind. My Emily wasn't 13, but 18, and a Southern belle, if ever there was one. We were married when I got out of the army and joined Cooper Tillman in Richmond. They wanted to expand into armaments and ammunition for export to Asia, which I'd learned a lot about, that and shooting Indians and horse trading. Old Jeff Cooper figured that guns and other goods outward bound from Norfolk, Virginia would go well with opium up the China coast, silver and tea, inbound to Norfolk. But you know Jeff. Cooper Tillman and Struans are old friends, huh?
Yes, and I hope it remains so. Go on.
Nothing much more. Or everything. Over the years, others in the family moved down south and spread out. My ma was from Alabama. I have 2 brothers and a sister, all younger than me. Now Billy's with the North, New Jersey 1st Cavalry, and my little brother Janny, named after my granddaddy, Janoff Sibardin. Janny's cavalry too, but with the 3rd Virginian, Advanced Scouts. It's all crap. Those 2 know crap about war and fighting, and they'll get themselves killed, sure as hell.
Are you going to go back?
Don't know, Milk. Every day I think yes, every night yes, and every morning no. Don't want to start killing family, whatever side I'm on.
Why did you leave and come to this godforsaken part of the world?
Emily died. She got scarlet fever. There was an epidemic, and she was one of the unlucky ones. That was 9 years ago. We were just about to have a kid.
What rotten luck.
Yes, you and me, we both had our share. Struan was so concentrated in his mystery book that he did not hear the outside door to her suite softly open and close, nor the lightness of her tiptoeing, nor notice her peer in for an instant, then disappear. In a moment there was an almost imperceptible click as her inner bedroom door closed. He looked up, now listening intently. She had